The young man could not understand why everything had turned out this way. In his previous life, he had accidentally awakened the monster gene and ended up being miserably destroyed. Yet just when it seemed everything had ended, Xing Kun opened his eyes and discovered he had returned to the past when the monster gene within him had not yet erupted. He clearly remembered the appearance of that monster, and the fact that he carried the monster gene was unchangeable, but in this life he had to control them to the very end. Determination surged in his heart as he told himself he must prepare thoroughly because only 1 year remained before the monster gene awakened. He wanted the monsters that had once manipulated him and destroyed the world to pay the price, and the plan had already been laid out. Standing in front of a clothing shop, Xing Kun saw a hooded cloak and recalled that only about 5% of people carried the monster gene, yet society had not collapsed. Putting on the cloak and blending into the crowd, he thought that only gene carriers would mutate, and if controlled or handled in time, order could still be maintained, although deep down many people often wanted to eliminate all those who carried the gene. His footsteps suddenly halted when he smelled a strong scent of food. Chaotic noises along with a loud explosion rang out. It was indeed the mutation incident at the shopping mall cinema. From inside, panicked people ran out while shouting for help. The last man was being hunted by a monster behind him, running while screaming, "Do not eat me." Seeing Xing Kun standing still, he even thought Xing Kun was foolish for standing there. He dashed past Xing Kun. Before continuing to run, he maliciously pushed Xing Kun toward the monsters and said, "Go die in my place." The monster was chasing its prey, but when it saw Xing Kun it passed by as if he did not exist. Xing Kun smiled, thinking they regarded him as one of their kind so he could act freely, while that man kept running and looking back. Seeing Xing Kun unharmed, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Before being dragged into a tragic end, he still could not understand why the monster ignored Xing Kun, and Xing Kun remembered another reason why humans were less afraid. A stone wall rose to block the monsters. It was the purge team formed by superhumans specializing in handling anomalies. He calmly walked inside, leaving the rest to them. Duong controlled his ability while asking if Than Ha had finished the evacuation. She shook her head saying Lin Chi was still inside, and at this level a second-tier monster might appear, but he was a genius so he should be fine. A violent explosion suddenly sounded on the first floor. Lin Chi held a child, having lost one arm, and thought that one arm in exchange for 3 lives was worth it. Monsters still surged forward relentlessly. He coldly said, "Metal arise." Golden light flashed and tore through the swarm of monsters. It was Lin Chi's metal ability. The others continued to rush forward. He thought to himself that if a second-tier monster devoured his arm, then the reputation of a genius would be gone. Metal. Before he finished speaking, a red blur flashed past and delivered a punch to the monster's throat. Lin Chi was startled, wondering who could be even more outstanding than himself. He frowned even though it was only second-tier. How could it be knocked back with bare hands? Seeing the monster sent flying, Lin Chi was filled with doubts about the identity and ability of that person. Xing Kun turned his head with a smirk and said there is still something to handle here. He reminded Lin Chi not to be careless, because second-tier monsters were not easy to defeat. Lin Chi told him to take the children outside, leave the rest to me. Xing Kun smiled kindly and called him brother. Lin Chi was puzzled that in such danger the other party was still smiling brightly. Xing Kun suddenly knocked Lin Chi unconscious and said, "Sorry, this scene is not suitable for outsiders to see." Lin Chi fell unconscious. A monster behind him emitted a disdainful voice in his mind. "A low-level being dares to steal my prey." Xing Kun turned around and clenched his fist, replying, "You are mistaken." Bandage around his hand burst open, revealing his mutated arm. He sneered, "You are the prey." The monster exclaimed in terror upon realizing something was wrong. It recognized the sign of the Flame Leader and became confused. Xing Kun launched another strike and said, "I was once the leader of monsters, so I am full of experience." The monster threatened, "We are of the same race, all belong to the king, do you want to seize power? A traitor must die." Xing Kun ignored it, biting into the spoils of war and laughing as he mentioned the king. He remembered the 3-eyed monster that had once been the final boss, and told himself he would devour even their king. The monster roared, "The king will not spare you." The scene shifted to outside the center. Deep Duong noticed the monsters weakening. He said they were no longer coordinating, as before, so they were easier to handle. Than Van asked about the situation. He explained that when high-level monsters appeared, the lower levels would coordinate closely. While blocking the monsters, he said that now they were scattered, which proved the second-tier monster had been defeated. Lin Chi was indeed formidable, making Than Van admire him. Shadows spread across the ground. Neep Duong signaled to go inside to check. He loudly called Lin Chi. Seeing that the second-tier monster had been defeated and the 3 children were safe, but Lin Chi had lost an arm, he was astonished. Dan Van joked that even he could be careless. Lin Chi irritably replied he had enough strength to defeat her. She laughed and said saving the children and defeating the monster was already impressive. Lin Chi held his wound tightly and said it was not me. Dan Van was astonished. Lin Chi recounted that someone had knocked him unconscious after defeating the monster. The two exchanged glances when he woke up. Lin Chi said he vaguely saw that person eating the monster's corpse. He had once released blue flames and Lin Chi had seen the face beneath the hood, so he would recognize him if they met again. Dan Van asked in fear whether he was a monster. Neep Duong explained that there were cases of monsters eating monsters, but if he were one then Lin Chi would not still be alive. He narrowed his eyes and listed that person was strong enough to defeat a second-tier monster and even attack a purifier. Neep Duong ordered a manhunt while Xing Kun had already removed the cloak and put on ordinary clothes. Walking while rubbing his full stomach, he heard the announcement describing a metal or special fire superhuman with antisocial tendencies who liked to eat aberration. Xing Kun yawned, thinking early evolution was the easiest. Now that he was full, it was time to go home. Seeing the residential area still lit, he halted because the building remained intact. He remembered that in his previous life he had returned at dawn, and then the entire area suddenly lost power. The blackout of the entire area dragged Xiao Yu into a vortex when her electric ability erupted beyond control. A loud explosion sounded, the building collapsed like a sandcastle, and 136 people died. Xiao Yu was severely injured and bore a scar on her face. Xing Kun looked at his phone and saw it was nearly 12 o'clock. Only 4 hours remained until that moment. Just as he thought there was still time, the lights suddenly went out. He was shocked because the event came early. In the room, Xiao Yu's hand trembled as she did not dare touch the phone. A bolt of electricity shot from her hand, causing the phone to emit smoke. She looked at the crackling purple current and told herself not to touch anything or the electricity would escape outside. Belongings around the room were all scorched. Xiao Yu panicked as she thought of her parents. Her body seemed imprisoned, unable to move or make a sound. She hugged herself tightly. Could this be the legendary state of losing control of superpowers? The electric current continued to surge into her body. Xiao Yu kept pleading for it to stop entering. If it continued, she would no longer be able to control it. She gritted her teeth to endure the pain without making a sound, fearing that if it erupted it would implicate her parents. Her entire body trembled violently as she whispered for help and called Xing Kun's name in despair. Suddenly, a noise outside the window made her raise her head to look. Xing Kun appeared by the window frame, reassuring her not to be afraid. He had arrived. Xiao Yu asked in astonishment why he climbed through the window. His voice turned serious as he said there was no time to explain and told her to trust him. Xiao Yu nodded reflexively and replied softly, "Okay." He jumped down and grabbed her hand, instructing that no matter how scared she was, she must not scream to avoid waking her parents. She shrank back because her body was filled with electricity. She suddenly realized that Xing Kun's hand had turned black and her electric current was flowing into it while he remained calm. The electricity around her gradually subsided. He said he could not touch her for long and asked for her forgiveness, making her even more confused. Suddenly, Xing Kun tossed her up like a ball and said to head to the rooftop. Wind whistled past her ears. Remembering his warning, she did not dare scream and only opened her mouth in shock. She hurriedly covered her mouth, panic rising in her heart as she thought she was about to fall. From below, a beam of light shot upward to catch her. Xing Kun caught her in his arms and gently told her to hold on tight. Two looked at each other. He secretly thought that devouring a level 2 monster had helped him evolve. He used the tail extension skill to elongate his arm through the rooftop wall as a support point. Using that, he held her and landed safely. As soon as they touched the ground, he urged that the electricity was about to erupt and told her to release it quickly. He pointed to the sky, signaling her to discharge it upward. Xiao Yu lowered her hand from her mouth and nodded repeatedly. She raised her head as electricity shot from her mouth and eyes straight into the sky with great intensity. Xing Kun let out a sigh of relief for having saved the situation in time. He smiled reassuringly, saying that nothing terrible would happen anymore. After a while, Xiao Yu said she was fine, then asked about his arm. He controlled his arm back to normal and calmly said that he had mutated but fortunately could still control it in his left arm. Xiao Yu pursed her lips as if she were about to cry. He quickly covered his mouth and softly scolded him as an idiot, telling him not to mention this to anyone. She worried because the world hated monsters. If it were exposed, he would be in danger, and seeing him smile made her even more annoyed as she said this was a serious matter. Kun softened his voice and said he only told her because she asked. He smiled and said that in this world, she was the only one he trusted completely. Yu suspiciously asked whether he had said this line to other girls before. He denied it and pointed to the sky saying that the bright light was beautiful. She pouted and refused to fall for the trick. The bright light drew closer. He guessed that the loss of control had caused a disturbance that attracted the research institute. Tunmin and Lo hurriedly ran up and said that there were two people on the rooftop. Likely the one who had lost control was here. Tunmin reassured them that he was from the research institute and asked who had caused the electric current. Yu admitted it was her. Praised her for doing well and requested to test her extraordinary sensitivity with a reagent. Lo took out a syringe and responded affirmatively. Seeing that the girl was unharmed and the boy beside her was also safe, Tunmin suspected that he might possess abilities as well and asked for a little of his blood for testing. She agreed. As soon as the blood entered the tube, it formed a small vortex, shocking him, and the vortex grew larger. Dazzling golden light flashed, blinding him, and he was astonished that her extraordinary genes had broken the record. Kun secretly thought that the little sister's reagent might have been wasted, since his own tube showed no obvious reaction. After a while, Lo exclaimed that his blood also had a reaction but extremely weak. Tunmin requested to take him back to the institute for further examination. Kun was stunned because he had thought he only possessed monster genes, then remembered the incident of once devouring a special monster. The scene shifted to the Nam and Gayat Gene Research Institute, Extraordinary Room number 13. Kun lifted his shirt for examination. Lo clicked her tongue and said that he had a record low extraordinary gene content of 1%. She blushed because despite having so little gene content, his body was still robust. He secretly felt satisfied as his physique had been enhanced after the mutation. Kun asked if he could put his clothes back on. He thought that having extraordinary genes would allow him to enroll in the academy, rather than being monitored for possessing monster genes. He asked whether 1% met the enrollment requirements. Lo said that as long as one had the gene it was sufficient, and even intended to help him put on his shirt, which he refused. She gathered the documents and told him to rest while she applied for his admission qualifications. He thanked her. As soon as she opened the door, she heard everyone discussing a new record of 95%, higher than the world by 2%. They rushed to watch the elemental resistance experiment of the world's top individual. Kun frowned, remembering how he had once despaired over possessing 99% monster genes in his previous life, then decided to go and watch. Research Institute was packed with people in front of the testing room. Yu stood inside the chamber while a high-voltage current of 500 V struck down, yet she remained calm. Everyone whispered that with 500 V, even 90% of first-level extraordinary individuals would find it difficult to approach her. They discussed the limits of endurance and guessed that she might reach 1000 V. Staff signaled to continue, and Yu nodded. At 600 V and then 900 V, she remained completely unharmed. It reached 1000 V, the crowd cheered. As it increased to 1200 V, they whispered in astonishment. Staff worriedly asked whether 2000 V caused any discomfort. Yu shook her head and said her body was still fine. Everyone admired that she had just awakened yet had already reached such a level, 2800 V. When it rose to 3000 V, she requested to stop, prompting them to ask whether she could no longer endure it. She explained that it was not the case but that there was still excess electricity. If it continued, she would lose control again. She feared that she might destroy this place. The staff turned off the machine and recorded the data as a minimum of 3000 V, with no upper limit. Kun wanted to enter but was stopped because she still had residual electricity and had to wait for it to dissipate. As he turned away, Director Fan and his grandson stepped forward and requested the door to be opened. The staff reminded them about the insulating equipment, but Vice Director Fan confidently said that this small amount of electricity could not harm him. Door closed, and inside came sounds of relief at having two people to assist. Han Shizzy smiled amicably and greeted Yu. She quickly told him not to come closer because there was still electricity. He created a fireball and said that fire would counter electricity. That man confidently stated that in this way, she would not harm anyone. Han Shizzy extended his hand, wanting to shake hands and introduce himself as her future classmate at the academy. Outside, Xing Kun pressed his face against the glass, watching with wary eyes at that intention. Xiao Yu tactfully declined because her hands still carried electricity, and it was inconvenient to shake hands. That man smiled and said it was fine, the future was still long. So I will speak briefly and get straight to the point, without disturbing your break time. He went on at length, saying that after the opening ceremony teams would be formed, and the team results would determine the amount of cultivation resources received. As the third young master of the Fan family, possessing 90% extraordinary genes, he wanted to build the strongest team and secure the best resources with the most outstanding teammate. Pan Shizhi smiled confidently as if victory were already in his grasp. Classmate Xiao Yu, I hope you will join my team. She nodded lightly and replied, it does sound quite appealing, thank you for your invitation. Xiao Yu frankly refused, I already have someone to form a team with. He curiously asked, the one who came here with you. She tilted her head and smiled toward the outside, replying yes. Xing Kun followed the testing staff inside, hopping as he walked and asking if he could go in now. Pan Shizhi showed disdain, the test reaction is weak. The data surely will not be high. The strong remain strong and the weak remain weak. Forming a team must be cautious or you will be dragged down. I hope you reconsider. Ignoring his words, Xiao Yu ran over and said with a smile, Xing Kun, from now on we are not only friends but also teammates. He smiled and nodded, of course. Seeing the two chatting happily, the vice dean called out, Pan Shizhi, there is something the academy needs handled, come along. He replied, yes uncle. Before leaving, he still turned back and said, Xiao Yu, I will go first. I hope you reconsider my proposal. Upon returning to the office, he said irritably, Uncle, a super genius with 90% extraordinary genes, I must secure her for the family. The vice dean shook his head, the girl has her own thoughts, waiting is useless. He tapped his fingers on the desk, his voice icy, if there is an obstacle then remove it. Phone rang and the caller reported, Vice Dean Fan, I have checked. Xing Kun's file has just been transferred over. His extraordinary gene ratio is only 1%, the lowest in history. He adjusted his glasses and muttered, 1% is no different from an ordinary person. Admitting this kind into the academy only wastes resources. The other hesitated and said the dean has permitted it, as long as there are extraordinary genes admission is allowed. He said angrily, does my word no longer carry weight? The other hurriedly replied that was not the case. After hanging up, the vice dean said, Pan Shizhi, no need to tangle with someone blocking the way, just make sure he does not appear before us. He smiled smugly, Uncle truly is brilliant. On the other side, after listening to Xing Kun finish, Xiao Yu asked, you have to eat your fill or you will lose consciousness. Is that a side effect from your left arm? He nodded, that is right, it even gives rise to improper thoughts toward prey. Her eyes lit up, then that is fine, there are plenty of bad people in this world. He crossed his arms and warned, you cannot act recklessly, thinking like that is very dangerous. The doorknob suddenly trembled slightly and made a sound. Tiu Lo walked in and reported, Xiao Yu, your parents have arrived and are registering outside. She said happily, my parents are here, that is great. She whispered to him, do not worry, I am very good at hiding people, it will not be exposed. Xing Kun wiped his sweat, is that even the issue? She stood up cheerfully and said, I will go share the good news with my parents. Before leaving, Xiao Yu turned back and smiled gently. It is truly good to be able to walk alongside you. She did not forget to say to Tiu Lo, thank you sister. She replied shyly, it is nothing. Seeing Tiu Lo as if she wanted to say something, he asked directly, senior sister, is there something on your mind? She said guiltily, sorry, your admission application was rejected. They said 1% extraordinary genes are no different from ordinary people. Xing Kun asked again, is it not enough to have extraordinary genes to qualify? Tiu Lo sat down on the bed, her voice filled with indignation. That is indeed the rule. I do not understand what the person reviewing the file was thinking. She clenched her fist. So what if it is 1%? So what if it is low? Who are they looking down on? I will keep applying for you. If once is not enough, then twice. Tiu Lo stood up and waved her hand. If twice is not enough, then I will apply until it works. He smiled faintly. Thank you, senior sister, but there is no need. The decision is not in our hands. If you help me, you will be implicated. Xing Kun thought there is still a way. Use his special ability to gain admission. MangaCapped Academy has sufficient resources. To become stronger, he must enter. He muttered that he was not afraid, but before he could finish speaking, Tiu Lo's phone rang. After listening to the call, she announced, the higher-ups say that considering you have extraordinary genes, you are given a chance to enroll. Xing Kun frowned slightly and remained silent, as if calculating something. Switching to Pan Shizhi, upon receiving the news he became furious. The flame in his hand flared violently. What is going on? He narrowed his eyes and asked. They actually gave him a chance to participate in the final trial. He threw the fireball to the ground. If one studies for a year without awakening, one will be expelled. The final trial was meant for weak students. What is the point of someone not yet enrolled participating? On the grass, several moths were scorched. He said disdainfully, useless thing. He stepped on them, they are merely weak moths. The vice dean called from inside the house, Pan Shizzy, come in. The moths this season are truly annoying. He said the final trial is handled by Jing Ji. Pan Shizzy frowned. Why would the chief dean do this? The vice dean sneered. He is warning me not to cross the line. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. He was already dissatisfied with us breaking the rules. If that boy passes, it will be a slap to my face, and if he fails, he still maintains his authority. Pan Shizzy gripped the cup tightly. He cannot be allowed to pass, otherwise the reputation of the Fan family and you will be affected. The vice dean's face darkened, his voice turning colder. He will not succeed. He said firmly, 1% extraordinary genes are not enough to step into our world. Looked at the butterfly on the glass and continued, I also will not give him any chance to advance. At the Nam and Gayat Gene Research Institute, discussions could be heard. Doing this only proves a waste of resources. The chief dean is unworthy of his position. In the next 5 days, the task is to inspect system safety. The two walked along the corridor. Lai Kong was so absent-minded that he dropped his phone, and his colleague asked what was wrong. He bent down to pick it up and said it was nothing, just slipped from his hand. Hurry up, there is still much to do. Lai Kong pressed his lips together, his heart pounding with excitement. 1 million is only the deposit. His eyes flashed with ambition. Losing his job would still be worth it. Lai Kong reported, boss, everything is done. The target has no special background. Tran An smiled with satisfaction. Very good. Tran An looked at Xing Kun's file. Participant number 18, male, 187 cm tall, extraordinary genes 1%, not yet awakened. He sneered, daring to challenge with 1%, a deposit of 10 million, a total of 20 million to buy his failure. The two burst into loud laughter. Once the job is done, they can change their lives. This mission must be completed. 5 days later, Tran An looked through the camera and saw Xing Kun, feeling delighted. He has finally arrived. He thought to himself to take a good look at this prey. But when he saw his exhausted appearance, he was surprised. This child. Xing Kun looked haggard and trembling, his eyes sunken and cheeks hollow. Tran An laughed inwardly. With that appearance, it will be hard to endure the trial. On the other side, Xing Kun was so hungry his mind blurred. In his head there was only one thought, so hungry. Sounds of laughter and chatter echoed around him. He only felt his energy nearly depleted. The gnawing hunger made him want to swallow everything whole. All the participants had not yet awakened their extraordinary gene. Lai Kong stood before the crowd and stated the rules. 3 hours, 3 dangerous challenges, 3 continuation cards are the conditions to return to the academy. He misspoke saying 17 people, then corrected himself, sorry I forgot. Lai Kong emphasized that there are 18 people. The dean added one more. Everyone was curious who it was. He said all eyes turned toward Xing Kun. No need to look, he is not from the same cohort. His background is unimportant. He incited the crowd, anyway it is all the same. Everyone is fighting for the 3 cards. The crowd was indignant. Adding one person reduces the chances. Unfair, he must have connections. Later we will use him as bait. He paused, clearly he had been targeted. Saliva dripped down as the craving surged. There are more targets now, but he cannot act casually. Lai Kong led him to room 18. This is your room. He asked if it was intentional, and Lai Kong smiled and asked what he meant. Xing Kun sneered faintly. Those insinuations just now. His hand touched the door and caught a strong fishy smell. He realized this scent could attract dangerous creatures. Lai Kong removed the microphone and mocked, you are quite sharp, but you know who you offended. He fell silent and understood it was the Fan family. He leaned close to the door and said, when the trial begins, everything will head toward you. Then he opened the door as usual. Unfortunately, this is a temporary room. The only alloy lock protecting you is broken. Lai Kong imagined danger surging in, power far beyond humans, nothing to stop it. A strange feeling rose in him. Your ending will be miserable. After that he pointed to the back. The only exit is there. He said slowly, there is a door at the back. Running out there will be safe, but it means giving up the trial. Lai Kong advised, retreat quickly. Those above just want to see you fail. It's not worth the risk. Quitting is the safest. We all benefit. Superiors satisfied, all 3 sides happy. After speaking, he turned his back and walked away, giving you 10 seconds to choose to stop. Watching Lai Kong's figure fade, Xing Kun called out, wait. He uttered something irrelevant. What if I said you were the more tempting bait? Eased, he curled his lips into a cold smile. Let's see how long you can hold out. The scene shifted to the central control room. Lai Kong knocked a few times. From inside came a voice, "Come in." He closed the door and reported, "Boss confirmed, all clear. The only way out for him is to surrender. I see him scared, speaking in a jumble already." Tran stroked his chin. Since the trial start the monster released, it would reach his room in about 10 seconds. He laughed, "I bet 100 yuan. He will quit in under 5 seconds. Lai Kong chuckled, "Then I guess he will raise his hand to concede after 5 seconds. In the pitch-dark trial area, only faint light from room numbers shone. The ceiling door slowly opened. Monsters above poked their heads down, roaring, looking indescribably fierce. They dropped down together. The loudspeaker announced, "The final trial officially begins." Tran, full of excitement, "Come on, let's count down for him." No one expected at 1. Xing Kun kicked the door, stepping out leisurely. Lai Kong's eyes widened. "What is this?" Seeing his calm expression, he was puzzled. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" 3 monsters rushed forward. Tran remained calm. "Don't worry, they will handle him soon. No one can blame you for drawing it upon yourself." Xing Kun hadn't even finished saying food when the monsters passed him and ran away. He clicked his tongue, realizing his half-monster blood made him kin, and his stomach growled. Lai Kong shouted, "Why did they ignore him?" Tran guessed they were drawn by the superhuman scent at the gate. He cursed in frustration, unintentionally helping him escape. This guy's superhuman genes are so weak the monsters didn't bother. Seeing Xing Kun pick up the golden card, he became even more annoyed. "Damn it." The card fell into his hands first again. He laughed confidently. "That card is not easy to keep. The final trial doesn't just have monsters. Wu Yin's second class just awakened unexpectedly during the monster storm in the mall." Tran said in a deep tone, "His superhuman psychic ability is very special." "Indeed," Wu Yin arrogantly said. "Move aside. The first card is mine." Hunger echoed in his mind. Tran remarked, "In this round Wu Yin is the toughest opponent." Wu Yin's eyes flashed. He declared, using a mental intimidation skill. Wu Yin confidently said, "Threatening the mind can make people extremely afraid." He smirked, nearly embarrassed, but then saw Xing Kun's distorted face, hair standing. He panicked, calling for help. Too terrifying. What's wrong with his mind? Sweat poured, body trembling like leaves in the wind. Wu Yin continuously retreated, letting out panicked cries. Blood oozed from ears, nose, mouth, body still shaking. He realized his mind was weaker than Xing Kun's. He had suffered countershock. Looking at Xing Kun, he shuddered. What's in that shell? He feels more monster than human. On the other side, the monsters gnawing on room 18's door like bones suddenly stopped. They all turned to look at Xing Kun. The scent of blood on Wu Yin attracted the monsters. He muttered, "Troublesome, they're coming." Xing Kun whispered to his kin, "I know you crave him, but sorry." He raised his hand. "I'm too hungry to resist. Let me eat first." Xing Kun's hand quickly pressed against the monster's stomach. He reassured, "I will handle it gently bit by bit." From his palm emerged a head with snake-like sharp teeth. He muttered quietly to avoid attention. The head bit the monster's flank, making it roar. He decided to drain their energy completely. The monster's blood was sucked forcefully, flowing straight into Xing Kun's arm. He closed his eyes, breathing in relief, finally absorbing monster essence after days. "Thanks, my kin." A loud roar startled Xing Kun to open his eye. 2 monsters attacked together. Xing Kun asked in surprise, resisting already. He raised his chin reproachfully. "I'm just having a meal, so not considered kin anymore." In the observation room, Lai Kong sat cursing at the screen. Awakened. "What doesn't matter, that kid will be handled soon." Wu Yin lifted his head in shock. This guy fought like that yet hasn't fallen. He sweated, recalling the previous monster scene. Seeing Xing Kun fight barehanded, without losing momentum. He evaded each attack as if reading a script. Wu Yin thought his earlier instinct was right. He is superhuman, still gliding under 2 monsters' onslaught as if holding them in his hand. Thinking further chilled him. Seems he instinctively understands each monster's move. Experienced as if fought for years, defeating monsters is routine. He sank to the ground, shocked. Just one hit could be dangerous. Yet he continuously hit weak points, but could he truly defeat them? Before he finished thinking, Xing Kun's strike on the neck made the monster spit dark red blood. Wu Yin spat out, "It's over." He turned nimbly. He silently admired, impressive. Another decisive punch. 2 monsters fell in turn. Wu Yin muttered, "Both defeated." Gaped. Perhaps that's why his mind is unusually strong. Must have faced countless monsters before. Lai Kong was also shocked. He can use that method to finish monsters. How? Tran responded calmly, still early. A group surrounded Xing Kun. He asked, "What are you planning?" Zhao Sheng straightforward, "Anyone in the final trial risks for the future. You backdoor to seize others' chance. Give the card, it's not yours." Wu Yin intervened. Zhao Sheng, don't provoke him, he's dangerous. Zhao Sheng mocked. Wu Yin, weak enough to fall without being touched. We once considered you a major rival. Ridiculous. He stammered. No, he really is. Zhao Sheng ignored the warning, said lazy words to the useless. Everyone surround, take card first then act. Goofy Hair reminded, agreed to take together then fair competition. Zhao Sheng nodded. Winner compensates loser. Goofy Hair laughed, thanks to brother Zhao guiding gathered group. Zhao Sheng turned to others, head poke. That monster is yours. He instructed not to let it interfere. Backdoor guy I'll handle. Head poke crossed arms. All right. Someone suggested, run, just lead it elsewhere. Head poke raised eyebrows confidently. Unnecessary, that guy killed two probably because these are faulty, maybe interfere. He leapt, muttering maybe just a hungry chicken. Poke calmly raised hand to block a hit. I also want to defeat one. Before showing off, heard crack, the arm was broken. The monster grabbed his bald head with momentum. It flung him away. Zhao Sheng scorned, truly brainless fool. Looked back at Xing Kun, seems only the two special ones were defeated by him. No sooner spoken than he saw him clench fists and charge. Xing Kun startled, realizing wrong hand used, must use right hand, left could be unbearable. His arm swung with tremendous force, thinking left arm completely mutated. Last time devoured second-class monster, achieved breakthrough. He recalled embracing Xiao Yu and leaping to rooftop, arm extended into 8-meter-long tentacles. He gauged his strength, at least 10 times stronger than normal people. Xing Kun looked at the calm expression on Zhao Sheng's face and felt a surge of worry. Even without transforming into a monster, he still possessed strength comparable to level 1. He tried his best to restrain the force of his hand. This punch was enough to stun the opponent. Going overboard would cause trouble. Reduce the strength a bit more, just a little more, it should be fine now. Despite holding back, Zhao Sheng still suffered greatly. Xing Kun looked at him lying motionless with concern, silently cursing himself for being careless. Zhao Sheng's younger sister called out to him in panic, and his teammates also shouted his name. He gently shook Zhao Sheng's body. Are you still conscious? Don't let anything happen. Then sighed in relief when he saw that he was still breathing. What a relief. Xing Kun let go, allowing him to fall to the ground, then asked casually, do you still want to continue? The companions behind rushed over, clutching their heads, and cried for help. Brother Zhao, save me. I accidentally angered a monster. Zhao Sheng weakly said he could not hold on anymore. Zhao Sheng grabbed Xing Kun's pant leg and pleaded, please save them. After this I will pay 50,000 as a helping fee. Afraid he would refuse, he hurriedly added, sorry for misunderstanding you as someone who got in through the back door. Your card is completely deserved. Only then did Xing Kun nod. All right. On the other side, Lai Kong shouted angrily. He despised the large but cowardly group of useless people. Tran An did not want to prolong things and immediately ordered to increase the pressure. Release monsters number 21 to 23. Person on the other side asked in panic if they should release them immediately, but he coldly replied to release them, leaving the other party no choice but to comply. Lai Kong said uneasily that the peak level 1 monsters numbered 21 to 23 were far stronger, and Xing Kun would find it hard to withstand them. Tran An calmly concluded that he would not die. He was likely close to awakening his ability, and stronger monsters would only stimulate that further. He then asked what they should do now, and Tran An slowly said that the barrier door between the experimental area and the release area had been opened. Tran An laid out a sinister plan: go to the second floor to activate the release door once more, and then destroy both the main and backup power sources. Lai Kong turned pale. If the power was cut, all the monsters would be released. He imagined them breaking their cages without the protection of the electric grid and shuddered. Monsters would pour down through the release door, and without power that door would not close. He calculated that there were still 15 level 1 monsters and 18 peak ones in the upper area. All of them would flood into the training ground. A horrifying scene appeared in his mind. A power outage meant the trainees would have difficulty escaping. Tran An coldly said that since they had accepted the risk to participate, danger was only natural. Lai Kong trembled as he asked to withdraw, but Tran An reminded him that this was the request of the Fan family. Taking the money without acting would lead to dire consequences. He further reassured him, I guarantee you will be fine. Seeing Lai Kong collapse in fear, he promised an additional 10 million and to take him out of the city. Will you do it or not? Faced with such tempting conditions, he gritted his teeth and agreed. The scene returned to the training ground. With only a few moves, Xing Kun defeated the monster. Zhao Sheng, though in pain, still praised him as formidable. It was hard to imagine what he had gone through to possess such ability. His face swollen like a bun, he gave a thumbs up and promised that 50,000 meant 50,000, even if others did not contribute he would handle it. Xiao Tao struck Zhao Sheng's head and scolded him for dragging her into this. Zhao Sheng cried out in pain. She lowered her head to thank Xing Kun for sparing them, and he gave a slight nod. As Zhao Sheng was helped away, he still called out that after the trial he would treat Xing Kun to a late-night meal. Xing Kun half-joked and half-seriously replied there was no need, I have just eaten enough. Suddenly he shouted a warning of danger. The monster leaped down from above. Zhao Sheng had not yet understood what was happening. When he looked up, he realized it was a monster. He hurriedly pushed his sister and teammates away, telling them to run quickly. Seeing the monster pin Zhao Sheng down, Xiao Tao screamed. Tears streamed down her face as she called for her brother, while the teammates stammered. Wu Yin wondered why there was a second release before half an hour had passed. Several others were furious that the rules had been changed without prior notice. Xing Kun realized that these monsters possessed an aura close to level 2. It was clear they were deliberately trying to prevent him from passing the trial. Through the surveillance screen, his gaze turned icy as if it could crush everything. The monster grabbed one of Zhao Sheng's legs and lifted him up. Xiao Tao intended to rush forward but was pulled back. They said Zhao Sheng was unlikely to survive and they had to run. Some people turned their backs and fled to save their own lives. Only Xiao Tao charged toward the monster, calling for her brother. She used her body to push it away and demanded that it release her brother. She was flung to the ground, and the surrounding monsters gradually closed in. Xiao Tao closed her eyes and pressed her lips together, apologizing to her brother. She thought that if she had to die, she would die together, when suddenly a strong force pulled her hand away. One who saved her from the encirclement was Xing Kun, who shouted that she was foolish. He even joked that if she had to die, she should at least choose a handsome man. Xiao Tao protested that it was her brother. He assured her that he would not let Zhao Sheng become prey, and told her to retreat first. Xing Kun threw her toward Wu Yin and told him to catch her. Wu Yin, who was running, was startled and wondered if he was being called. Xiao Tao fell into Wu Yin's arms, while Xing Kun analyzed that if the monster ate Zhao Sheng it would evolve, and to defeat it he had to use his mutated left hand. He sighed that this would be troublesome. Xing Kun stepped into the midst of the monsters and said release that person. Xiao Tao was stunned to see him facing 3 monsters alone. As the monster opened its mouth to devour Zhao Sheng, Xing Kun said coldly, do you think I do not exist? He struck its wrist and said could you give that food to me instead? In pain it released Zhao Sheng, and Xing Kun swiftly pulled him back and smiled, do not be angry. He threw Zhao Sheng out and said I will deal with all of you shortly. Zhao Sheng slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Xing Kun amidst the monster horde, he was astonished at being saved. He rolled around crying in pain, as if his bones were about to break. Xiao Tao ran over and hugged her brother. He said he had saved both of them, this great kindness she should. Before she could finish, she knocked Zhao Sheng on the head, causing him to cough up blood and cry out in pain. Zhao Sheng seriously said they had to leave the training ground immediately. Seeing everyone running toward their cards, Xiao Tao hesitated, but her brother told her not to continue the trial. He affirmed that something was abnormal this time, trust him. In the end, she had no choice but to support Zhao Sheng back to room number 6, murmuring all right. On Xing Kun's side, he slipped to dodge the monster's strike while grumbling, I already said, level 1 brats like you keep clinging to me whining about hunger all day. Xing Kun placed his hand on its arm and said calmly, only because I have not summoned the Triflame leader yet, if I truly use it. Seeing the tear appear on the monster's arm, he calculated, 10 seconds are enough to take one down, the consumption is still too great. He thrust his hand straight through its body. But I still have to evolve to level 3, I fear I need to absorb hundreds like this. Lifting the monster's corpse in his hand, he sighed with feigned regret. The path of evolution is truly arduous, just obediently become my food. Suddenly he looked up in surprise, the release gate opened again. The final drop indeed arrived earlier than expected. In room 6, Zhao Sheng muttered, compared to the future, life is still more important. This trial is far more dangerous than previous cohorts. When he pressed the retreat door button, the power suddenly went out, the space sank into darkness. Zhao Sheng pounded the door in vain. What is going on? Has the power failed? Xiao Tao trembled as she looked outside, her voice faltering, brother, look over there. In the gloomy night rain, monsters kept falling like rain. The scene was like hell on earth. Xiao Tao stammered, there are too many, they are pouring out of the release gate. Just as someone picked up a continuation card, one man took a full punch. Another snatched the card and shouted, it is mine. That man clutched the card tightly as the surrounding crowd rushed in, I must return to the Transcendent Academy. I want to awaken. The other screamed, I want wealth and status. I want to repay those who once bullied me. His eyes were etched with hatred, each word ground through clenched teeth. Suddenly a student was seized by a monster and dragged away right before him. He froze. How could there be so many? His hand tightened around the card as he retreated step by step. There cannot be this many. On the upper floor, Lai Kong stood looking down at the chaos, reassuring himself. The backup power has been destroyed. There is no turning back. If anyone is to blame, then blame Xing Kun. He sneered. If not for him, he would not have dared release all 33 monsters. Now there is a risk of receiving a heavy sentence. Below, Xing Kun looked up and smiled. The smile did not reach his eye. Lai Kong was disdainful. What are you laughing at? I am in the safest place. Soon you will be the one crying. He raised his hand in provocation. I should even thank you. Thanks to you I earned 10 million. He fantasized about leaving the country tomorrow to live a life of luxury. And you. Before he finished speaking, Xing Kun threw a monster's arm toward him. The arm brushed past his head, making him cry out in fright. Lai Kong laughed madly. Even throwing it you cannot hit. As soon as he finished speaking, the arm turned back and smashed hard into his head. He lost his balance and fell, screaming in panic. In the blink of an eye, Lai Kong fell into the midst of the monster pack. He looked at Xing Kun and begged for help. I will share the money with you. Xing Kun replied indifferently, there are too many monsters, I cannot even save others. He spoke in a pitying tone, it is already good that I have not pushed them toward you. Saying so, yet his hand still flicked them toward him. He feigned guilt. Oh, I was careless. You are about to become a delicacy. Lai Kong was attacked and immediately let out a shrill scream. The monster's eyes flashed with light. The tail behind it whipped violently, turned its head to sniff the scent of humans. Then it looked at Xing Kun, as if identifying a traitor. The others also roared, traitor, the traitor must be dealt with. He laughed, reaching level 2 has made you smarter. You must have seen me devour my own kind. Can we negotiate a bit? It seems not. Through the surveillance screen, Tran An silently evaluated. Dealing with Lai Kong in that situation was indeed not simple. He sneered, more than 30 are evolving. Even 3 pseudo-transcendents would struggle to survive. Tran An left the isolation room. He raised his hand to activate his ability. Infiltrating the metal system only required closing the final door on the second floor. His fist tightened with determination. The metal bars vibrated according to his will. The isolation door slammed shut. He was satisfied. In the second floor control room, 2 staff members lay unconscious. Tran An held a cup of water. He splashed water onto them. The 2 jolted away. He shouted loudly, explained clearly, why is there a power outage? The cameras and doors are all paralyzed. They clutched their aching heads and said Lai Kong knocked us out and destroyed both the main and backup power sources. Tran An became furious. Do not shirk responsibility. Restore the power immediately. Otherwise the rescue team cannot enter. Staff member replied, at the fastest it will still take half an hour. He urged half an hour is fine, hurry up. Than and Gok worried, what if he releases all the monsters? We should report to Than True to use strong measures. Tran An growled, using strong measures is very costly. Just say we suspect maintenance staff sabotage and request support. He ordered the power to be restored immediately. They could only answer yes. Turning his back, he smiled to himself, just wait another half hour. In the trial arena, cries for help echoed everywhere amid the chaos. Xing Kun unlocked his sleeve cuff and muttered, cut the power. Cameras stopped operating, the doors were sealed shut. His body began to transform. He was satisfied, then I can transform freely. He threw off his sleeve and shouted, come here, I will see you off. With a swing of his hand he used the Triflame skill. Several nearby collapsed. Xing Kun rubbed his belly and complained, I am truly too full. He punched away a charging monster. His energy surged because they had devoured many trial participants carrying transcendent genes. Even though he did not like it, he still accepted it. Whether monster genes or transcendent ones, they must be absorbed. Only by becoming stronger can I descend into hell to slay the demon god. The monsters roared, traitor. Xing Kun snorted coldly, killing intent revealed in his eye. While absorbing he said, I am calling my kin, not calling you. I am speaking to the true masters of these bodies. He smiled faintly, you alien parasites, I will sweep you away along with your king. Suddenly he realized his left hand was evolving. The energy was already sufficient. A red glint flashed in his eyes. Memories of his previous life surged. There are 3 stages of evolution. First is the brain. Monsters are like a communication network. Reaching stage 3 means controlling that entire network. His eyes burned crimson. This network connection must be severed immediately. A dense red network appeared beneath his feet. He thought to himself, if I can detect them, then they can also detect me. He struggled to keep his arm from being restrained, writhing in despair, but everything was already too late. On the opposite side, Zhao Sheng shouted loudly, "He once saved our lives. He is the senior brother I respect, and he was gravely injured for our sake. If we are brothers, we must uphold loyalty. We cannot seize things at a time like this." Xing Kun glanced over suspiciously, thinking of the lucky one who survived the trial. Ying Tian shoved Zhao Sheng hard and retorted, "We only cooperated for mutual benefit. Do not think you are truly the boss. After a few polite words you get carried away and rush forward, truly foolish." The crew-cut youth looked at Zhao Sheng apologetically. "Brother Zhao, what Ying Tian said also makes sense." He slowly stepped back. Luckily Xiao Tao caught him in time, she anxiously called out, while Ying Tian snapped that this was a rare opportunity. "There are only 3 advancement cards. In the end we would have to fight for them anyway." He immediately changed his tone. "We did not force him to fight the monster. He wanted to show off and got injured. Perhaps he wanted to play hero." Ying Tian's group shouted fiercely, "Brat, since you are seriously injured, hand over the cards wisely. Do not make us act. You must have gathered the other 2 cards. We need all 3. Zhao Sheng forced himself up, saying, "Xiao Tao, do not move. Let me deal with them. We cannot let them disturb our benefactor." Wu Yin behind him panicked and cried, "Do not go over there." He stammered anxiously, "Do not go. It will be dangerous, definitely dangerous." Zhao Sheng turned back cautiously, asking Wu Yin, "Did you sense something?" Seeing Zhao Sheng hesitate, Ying Tian impatiently urged, "Hand them over yourself." Not wanting to waste time, he threatened, "If you do not submit, we will take them ourselves." As his words ended, a strange object shot up from the ground. Ying Tian's body exploded into a crimson mist. The crew-cut youth's face was speckled red. He stared blankly, not understanding what happened. He could not believe the scene. Was he seeing things? Ying Tian's group had been torn apart. His whole body trembled, his voice shaking as well. "This is..." Looking at the colossal monster with thick hardened scales, he stammered in recognition, "It is a lightning earth dragon." The earth dragon opened its mouth wide, its oral cavity splitting into 4, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Its overwhelming aura forced Zhao Sheng's group to clutch themselves tightly, yet blood still seeped from their eyes, nose, and mouth. Before long, unable to endure the pressure, the 3 collapsed motionless. The crew-cut youth fared no better. He murmured weakly, "I." His eyes gradually turned white. "I saw it in the newspaper before." The paper showed an earth dragon and reported that a small southern village was destroyed when it appeared. The 4-star transcendent was absent. The suppression bureau and the village were wiped out. When reinforcements arrived, they could only drive it away. He fell to his knees. "It is over. What advancement cards now?" The earth dragon lashed out. Lian was eliminated instantly. No one in the trial base could easily escape. Xing Kun could not help cursing, "Damn it, the monster network has drawn something terrifying." Seeing it ram its head into the wall with a loud explosion, he sighed, "Slaying the king of monsters is truly a difficult journey." It charged straight toward Xing Kun. He raised his hand to block. He felt danger pressing close, the physical gap too vast, hard to withstand. He had to find a way to turn the advantage. His injured hand rapidly healed. Close range, Xing Kun realized what lay before him was only the earth dragon's tail. Time went back 2 minutes earlier at the parent waiting area. Ying Tian's mother clasped her hands, praying for her son to pass the final trial, promising 10 years of vegetarianism. Other parents were equally tense. Xiao Yu listened silently as people discussed mortality rates and whether to live safely as protected citizens or become transcendent to protect themselves. In the end, she could only pray for blessing. She felt uneasy, thinking the trial ground ahead had lost power for more than 10 minutes and had not recovered. Could it be part of the trial? Her sense of abnormality grew. She approached the staff, saying she was an admitted student and sensed a problem with the electricity inside. Hearing the word abnormal, the already anxious parents grew more uneasy. The 2 staff members pursed their lips in surprise, wondering how she knew. To conceal it, one shouted that everything inside was normal and told her to return, otherwise she would be escorted out. Xiao Yu calmly said her ability was lightning, so she could sense it. Before she finished, the other pointed at her, asking whose relative she was. "This place is for family only." Seeing she was young, the staff pressed further, asking who let her in. Suddenly, the space trembled. Everyone clutched their chests, crying out in pain. Xiao Yu also held her chest, puzzled why everyone felt pain simultaneously. "This place is too strange. Something happened." She gritted her teeth, enduring, linking the blackout and sudden pain, then concluding the trial ground must have encountered an accident. Seeing her rush through the door, the staff could only weakly try to stop her but could not stand. Xiao Yu quickly headed toward the trial ground entrance. She observed her surroundings, then determined the direction she needed. The maintenance chief shouted for everyone to restore the system because the children were waiting. The supervisor said the second floor door was locked, so focus on repairing the first floor. He frowned, thinking the pressure earlier passed through the reinforced door. It must be a terrifying monster. With the formation gate it is temporarily safe. Repair slowly and wait for reinforcements. Zio Yu suddenly appeared saying, "Let me try." The maintenance chief shouted, "Who are you to enter here?" and tried to drive her out. She pointed to her chest, introducing herself as a freshman with 95% transcendent gene, lightning ability and capable of restoring power. Chief thought it a joke, scolding that she had not enrolled or reached level 1, so where would she get electricity to restore the system? Get out. Zio Yu's eyes flashed with lightning. She calmly said she did not need internal electricity. As long as she was in the city, she could mobilize unlimited power. As she spoke, she showed them pink lightning twisting in midair, then gathering around her. The chief stared at the visible current. He touched it with his fingertip and was shocked numb. Looking at Zio Yu again, he recalled news of the 95% transcendent genius. It was her. Seeing the screen light up, he was flustered because she truly could open the trial ground door. But inside must be full of danger. He only worked here and did not want to risk his life. The maintenance chief immediately shouted for Zio Yu to stop. He sternly said her ability was unstable and could damage national equipment. She must not act recklessly. She advanced with lightning coiling around her, asking, "Are you going to stop me?" The chief put on a righteous face, ordering the repair team to restrain the troublemaker. They surrounded her, warning, "Do not rely on being a genius to act wildly." Though holding guns, they were wary of her power and only threatened. Chief coldly pointed, warning that another step and they would fire. On the other side, Xing Kun grabbed an earth dragon tooth, pulling downward, green flame bursting from his hand. Yet the tooth did not budge. He was shocked that it did not fear the leader flame. Two upper teeth suddenly extended, piercing into his arm. Xing Kun hurriedly withdrew. He looked at his cracked arm. He inwardly cursed. The black teeth were too sharp, strong in offense and defense, even draining some of his power. If bitten a few more times, his third evolution stage would collapse. The earth dragon swept its tail. He retreated quickly to dodge, telling himself he must avoid the black teeth. Now is the chance. Xing Kun raised his hand. A sharp object sprang from his palm. He shouted, "Piercing tail." It extended and wrapped tightly around the earth dragon. Though it could not pierce the scales, it was enough to restrain. He controlled it to pull himself close. He released green flame again, using leader flame to burn the exterior, hoping to reach the inner layer. Suddenly he stiffened, cold sweat pouring, a low groan escaping. Unexpectedly, black teeth grew across its body like a defense mechanism. He was shocked that teeth appeared on its body. With no choice, Xing Kun stabbed fiercely into its body, causing red liquid to gush out. He poured out all his strength, determined to risk it, increasing output to maximum. Xing Kun continued launching leader flame into the bleeding wound and shouted, "Burn." The earth dragon writhed violently in pain, trying to fling him off its body. In the maintenance chief's mind, he kept calculating. The superhuman prodigy who once shocked the entire nation was now just a first-year freshman, the scene enough to terrify him. Yet if he accidentally harmed her, the academy would surely hold him accountable. He couldn't fire recklessly. Heartbeat suddenly raced unnaturally. The maintenance chief felt uneasy, that rapid pounding returning. The armed men flinched, fingers reflexively squeezing the trigger, silently cursing their luck. Bullets left the barrels in an instant, followed by a series of continuous explosive sounds. Seeing the bullets all heading toward Zio Yu, the maintenance chief fidgeted. The guards were so terrified they lost control, truly lacking any courage. This time he would certainly be questioned. But when he saw the bullets skim past her without hitting, he exhaled slightly. Fortunately, no one was hurt. But he still felt uneasy. So many shots without a single hit, too coincidental. Could luck really be that extreme? Zio Yu muttered that reversing the current would generate a magnetic field. The maintenance chief understood. A strong magnetic field around her was deflecting the bullets. Watching the sparks coil around her fingertips, he couldn't help but exclaim, was this the power of 95% superhuman genes? Was she even still normal? The maintenance chief gripped the control device tightly, wondering how she could manipulate electricity so flexibly. Electricity wasn't his own limb. When he saw the device in his hand being drawn toward her, he was startled, even more incredulous that she stood firm against the terrifying aura in the training courtyard. Zio Yu used her psychic power to pull the gun and device toward herself. Only then did the maintenance chief remember. Those with many superhuman genes can withstand monstrous pressure better. Ms. Lick glanced behind and then announced that the power source had been restored. Zio Yu's gaze was icy, signaling everyone to open the door. On the second floor, Tran An and the other two clutched their chests, panting heavily. He held his head asking what happened inside, ordering them to quickly restore the state. Than and Gok checked, and reported to the supervisor that the electricity seemed back. Tran An asked repeatedly in surprise, was it really restored? Frowned thoughtfully, the second floor unfinished, yet the first floor team seemed reinvigorated, not only completing line 1 but extending to line 2. Never before had they worked so efficiently, outwardly remaining calm while requesting the surveillance camera feed. He smiled, saying he would open all front doors to rescue people. An felt frustrated, truly impatient. Than and Gok placed a finger on one of the 2 red buttons on the control panel. He looked at the thick, specially designed heavy door in front of him. On the first floor, Xiao Yu and the maintenance chief's team watched the door slowly open. She felt relieved that it finally opened. On the second floor, Tran An hurried toward the door release. On the first floor, Xiao Yu also dashed anxiously. Seeing the giant creature writhing in the training courtyard, she froze immediately. Xiao Yu had never seen it, horrified, asking what it was. Others stammered, unsure what it was. Only the maintenance chief recognized it, his legs going weak. His voice trembled, repeating Didaya, then out came a panicked shout. It was a earth dragon. Xiao Yu quickly scanned for Xing Kun, softly calling his name. A blue light flashed near the electric dragon, catching her attention. Xing Kun was attacking it with the leader's flame. Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with electricity, glad to have found Xing Kun. Too much electricity being drawn caused the South Gene Research Institute to lose power, plunging the space into darkness. Tran An looked down from the door release, muttering what was happening again. He stared at the sparks on the ground in surprise, not understanding why electricity appeared there. Outside the residential area, a zone plunged into darkness due to the blackout, contrasting sharply with the brightly lit area. The scene shifted to the Purge Corps headquarters, staff reporting to the commander via radio. A report came from the training base that all current was flowing to the center, overloading the high-voltage line. Suspecting freshman Xiao Yu lost control, but with the base's defenses it wouldn't cause major collapse. Commander Hai Long asked if the Purge Corps and rescue team had arrived. Staff replied that when the reconnaissance station detected unusual shocks and pressure, they had dispatched people. The commander ordered continued monitoring. Staff acknowledged clearly. Here, Xing Kun saw stones floating with electricity around him, and realized it was Xiao Yu's power. Somehow he felt relieved, as if he'd just completed an important task. Ignoring the pain as the black tooth pierced his hand, he held tightly to the earth dragon's body, thinking he must leave a mark before retreating. He kicked hard against its body, bouncing back, simultaneously launching the leader's flame at the earth dragon. Seeing a tear appear on its body, Xing Kun was satisfied that the attack was effective. Its arm quickly recovered. He ran to the person lying on the ground, calling Xiao Yu. Above, Tran An smiled slightly. The counter-family mission was indeed not simple. This one surely had secrets, but everything was about to end. The Earth Dragon's appearance was a godsend opportunity. As the Earth Dragon bent down to attack Xiao Yu, Xing Kun grabbed her and dashed. Tran An calculated that this chaos would erase traces of his actions. The Purge Corps still minutes away. If he eliminated him in that time, no one would know. Thinking so, Tran An ordered all superhuman-capable staff to block the Earth Dragon before the Purge Corps arrived, absolutely preventing it from harming outsiders and giving students a chance to survive. The other two immediately acknowledged. Golden psychic light flashed in his eyes, believing now no one could stop him. Hearing the shout behind, Xing Kun knew the Earth Dragon had been blocked by the base. Just wait a little longer. Spikes sprouted from his arms, red veins prominent. Xing Kun worried as third-stage evolution became fiercer, hard to maintain human form. Glanced back, body tense as danger closed in. Xing Kun's hand accurately grabbed the incoming metal bar. Tran An smirked, never expecting him to block it. Seeing his true form clearly, he stammered in horror. Seeing Xing Kun crush the metal bar like an orange, Tran An asked in astonishment, "What exactly are you?" His eyes glowed with mystical green. Looking at the shattered metal on the ground, he was stunned, unable to comprehend what power transformed it this way. Tran An recalled the 5 major attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He was puzzled. Even with wind lightning mutation or psychic, no power could make the arm become like that. Tran An transformed the door into golden metal bars, questioning if he truly was a superhuman. A crack rang out, the golden metal bar snapped. Bars gradually rose, his voice resounding regardless of who you are. Tran An swung his hand, shouting to bring him down. The sharp metals simultaneously lunged at Xing Kun. He raised his hand, red veins pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, appearing grotesque. Metal pierced his arm. Xing Kun smiled inwardly at the sneaky attack. Seeing him block with his bare hand, Tran An suspected the arm was not ordinary. He blurted, "Could it be you're a monster?" Then Tran An shouted, ordering the metals to continue thrusting. As the blue flame melted the metal, he froze, wondering what kind of fire it was. Monsters don't have elemental power. Could he be fire element? Thinking of that, Tran An realized monsters could also possess elements. He looked at the giant hand preparing to grab, remembering fourth stage monsters have elements but still hard to believe. Before Xing Kun's hand touched, a large explosion erupted around Tran An, white smoke obscuring vision. Tran An stepped back continuously, cloak tattered, asking in suspicion what you are. He speculated this one was neither human nor fully monster. Squinting, he couldn't kill him for now, but the figure was enough to deem a monster. His arm continuously changed, muscles swelling then retracting, red veins cracking then mending. Tran An told himself, just wait a few more minutes. When the Purge Core arrives, he will be dealt with. Meanwhile, Xing Kun gritted his teeth enduring the spinal purging, thinking third stage evolution fiercer than imagined, probably due to eating the Earth Dragon. Spikes grew on his hand like the Earth Dragon's. Xing Kun guessed it was Dark Fang's power. If uncontrolled, returning to human form would be difficult. He focused all his will to control the transforming arm. Opposite him, Tran An seized the moment to raise a sturdy golden shield, confidence filling his heart. That monster might be ferocious, but if he only defended then his shield would still suffice. However, his pride had not lasted long before a single sweep of Xing Kun's arm shattered the golden shield. His body was shaken as he stared in horror at the silently severed layer of metal. Watching blood drip onto the ground, Tran An thought in pain that merely being grazed by those black spikes had resulted in such devastation. He knelt down cursing, unable to understand what kind of monster it was. His shield could not withstand it even for a few minutes. Cold sweat soaked him as the sense of imminent danger closed in. Tran An was terrified that he would lose his life here. He tried to maintain a calm facade and advised sincerely, saying that he truly suggested Xing Kun should stay here, with his current appearance if he went outside. Tran An laughed sinisterly. Anyone who saw Xing Kun would try to eliminate him because he was a monster. Taking advantage of Xing Kun's distraction, he spoke while retreating. The purifiers would arrive soon. They would not spare Xing Kun. Even if he escaped, it would be useless because no one would help a monster. He laughed gleefully. Anyone who saw Xing Kun would want to deal with him. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly froze. Xiao Yu had stepped in front of him. Tran An exclaimed in shock. She raised her hand and shot a bolt of electricity toward him. He pointed at Xing Kun and shouted, "Stop, he is a monster." Xiao Yu did not hesitate at all, coldly replying, "He is not a monster." She took another step forward, stating clearly, "His name is Xing Kun." Tran An sneered, "Do you know what you are doing? That is betraying humanity." Xing Kun also stood behind, blocking his path. "If this world does not accept me." Mutated arm slammed down, causing the ground to crack. He said coldly, "Since you call me a monster, then I will carve out my own path." The arm continued to absorb Tran An's life force. His voice deepened, "You have already lost." He frowned, veins bulging on his face. Silent noises sounded outside as the Earth Dragon was attacked repeatedly. Xing Kun understood that the purifiers had arrived. He hurriedly shouted to her, "Xiao Yu, stay away, pretend you know nothing." He worriedly wondered whether his left arm could return to its normal form. But Xiao Yu was not afraid at all. She tightly embraced the mutated arm. Xing Kun softly called her name. He looked straight into his eyes and said, "If you must descend into the abyss, then I will go with you." Amid the perilous situation, that trust made him smile warmly. This was truly his Xiao Yu. The voices of the purifiers rang out urgently outside. Quickly rescue the survivors. Would Xing Kun's identity be exposed? The maintenance chief stood behind, calculating that 3 shields from a 3-star Earth-type superhuman might hold for a short time. He secretly thought that once the shields broke, he would escape amid the chaos. Just as he intended to retreat, the Earth Dragon had already charged toward him. Than and Gok cried out in panic. The maintenance chief stood frozen. Even 3-star defense could not withstand it. "We cannot resist." He shouted to everyone, "Where is the supervisor? Run." The Earth Dragon slowly opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. It lunged toward them, causing the crowd to scatter. The oppressive aura descended again. They collapsed, clutching their chests and groaning, unable to stand. Sharp fangs were only inches away. Gok despaired, "We cannot even run." Suddenly a loud noise sounded nearby. A beautiful girl holding a pink water hose appeared. Gok's hope rekindled. "Anyone is fine, save us." It was Shangyuan Kui. She looked at the monster and frowned slightly. An Earth Dragon. Water gushed out from the hose. She swung the hose, her voice full of irritation. "Who dares ruin my blind date?" Gok silently cried, "Is she going to cut down all of us?" But the water blade swept past without touching them. Than and Gok was astonished. Could this power injure the Earth Dragon? The Earth Dragon roared in pain. The scene of elements blending like spirits and demons was the sign of a 4-star superhuman, the life element. Seeing its wounds recovering, everyone seized the chance to flee. Than and Gok stared blankly at the person before her. She remembered that it was Shangyuan Kui, the strongest 4-star superhuman of the academy. She said, "Leave this place to me. You take the survivors outside and report the situation." She stood facing the Earth Dragon, instructing them to go save people. They nodded repeatedly. In the training yard, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Xiao Yu asked softly whether the arm could recover. Xing Kun replied that it needed time, then told her to hide first. Quickly slipped into a room. Seeing the purifiers arrive, she pointed in another direction and called for help. "There is heavy breathing over there." His arm swelled again, spikes growing longer. He told himself he had to suppress the 3rd-level power and restore his human form, then suddenly froze. He sensed the transformation caused by 1% of the superhuman gene since his rebirth. He realized they were absorbing the metal-type superhuman gene from the one he had just devoured. His eyes flashed gold. The superhuman gene had awakened. Calculated using the superhuman gene to stabilize the monster gene, guiding them so that his bones would evolve. The bones gradually turned dark. When the entire arm turned black, his strength increased significantly. Sharp spikes lengthened rapidly, piercing through the Earth Dragon's hard armor. Outside, Neep Duong thanked Xiao Yu for helping find 3 survivors. She gave an awkward smile. A loud noise echoed in the room, startling Xing Kun. Neep Duong and Than Ha looked toward it, suspecting a monster. Xiao Yu worried that he would be exposed. They intended to approach. She stopped them and told them not to make any noise. She pressed her lips together, thinking if he had to wander, then she would go with him. Two cautiously advanced. Neep Duong reminded them to be careful. Xing Kun stepped out, saying he had just regained consciousness. They sighed in relief, seeing it was a human. After checking, he reported that 5 survivors had been found. Xiao Yu whispered, asking if everything was fine. He nodded. He thought that although his bones had evolved like the Earth Dragon, his strength was still far inferior. Neep Duong announced that the Earth Dragon had been repelled, and they would now escort everyone outside. With memories of his previous life, Xing Kun understood that humanity was too weak. Only 4-star superhumans could confront the Earth Dragon. This Earth Dragon was only a small part of the demon god. The monsters deep beneath the earth were beyond imagination. He had to become even stronger. He told himself that to save others he must first become strong. He needed resources and power. To stand invincible with Xiao Yu, he had to conceal himself under the identity of a superhuman. He recalled that in his previous life, this place had once become a pile of ruins. At that time he had been a monster, wandering in search of survivors. The image of the bespectacled man staring at him resurfaced. The demon god rose from beneath the earth, clenched the opponent as easily as crushing a ripe tomato. In Xing Kun's mind, only one time point kept repeating, 1 year. He suddenly came to his senses and murmured that the time left for us was not much. Xiao Yu looked at the female student with an outstanding figure in front of them and asked sadly how long he intended to keep staring. Since entering the school gate, he had been glued to her. Xing Kun turned over with teary eyes, saying, 3060, what nonsense. How could that be? I have reformed already. What I meant was that time is urgent for another reason. She pouted with a half-doubtful expression. Oh wow. He observed the stream of freshmen enrolling, his voice lowering. In 1 year the world will change. Before that you must reach 5-star extraordinary as soon as possible. Xiao Yu raised her head and asked, 5 stars? Even the strongest person now is only at peak 4 stars. Humanity still does not know what 5-star power is like. She turned and grasped his hand. We must work twice as hard as for the college entrance exam. Xing Kun smiled and promised, trust me, I will pull you up. Xiao Yu blushed and replied softly, I trust you. Then she puffed her cheeks in mock annoyance, except for that line about the prodigal returning. Changed the subject and outlined a plan. Within 1 month they must reach 3-star extraordinary. Xiao Yu worried that her extraordinary gene was 95%, and she had heard that the higher it was the more resources it consumed, and they had no backing. While she was still muttering about resources, Zhao Sheng nearby waved and called out, Big Brother. He said that thanks to him, he, Xiao Tao, and Wu Yin had survived the trial and could continue studying at the academy. Afraid he might not understand, Zhao Sheng explained that the school had made an exception to admit all survivors, then bowed and forced the 2 beside him to do the same, saying this kindness would be remembered forever. From now on he would be their big brother and they would follow any command. Xiao Tao blushed and whispered that it was so embarrassing. Xiao Yu narrowed her eyes and asked how he had gained such a loyal boy. Had he evolved again? Xing Kun sighed and said he had changed. Zhao Sheng looked at Xiao Yu and asked, Big brother, who is this? He had wanted to ask during the trial but never had the chance. He introduced her as Xiao Yu, and she cooperatively raised her hand to greet them hello. The other three immediately stammered, Xiao Yu. They all shouted that she was the strongest freshman since the academy was founded, with 95% extraordinary genes, the highest in history, the genius Xiao Yu was speechless, saying that their shouting was a bit excessive. Zhao Sheng's eyes shone brightly as he said excitedly that Big Brother was indeed Big Brother, and that he and Xiao Yu in the legends turned out to be. The two froze when he uttered the words lovers. Both denied it in unison, saying how could that be. Xiao Yu jumped off the suitcase, and the two again spoke together, saying this matter was complicated and that she and this guy. He poked Xiao Yu's cheek with 2 fingers, and she also raised 2 fingers to block him, both saying in unison that they were just childhood friends. Zhao Sheng placed his hands on his hips and looked at the suitcase, asking who would believe that childhood friends would even share a suitcase. Wu Yin scratched his head and laughed, saying that since they were childhood sweethearts they should form a team, and he had a suggestion. He sincerely said that freshmen would have a 3-hour resource competition, each person receiving an initial share before competing for more, and asked if they could temporarily form an alliance, as he possessed danger sensing to help avoid experts. Wu Yin shyly added that this way they would not have their resources stolen, or rather they could steal from a few others. Zhao Sheng shouted for Wu Yin to be quiet. He scolded him for trying to harm Big Brother, and Wu Yin stammered that he was only. Zhao Sheng stepped closer and said that students like them were easily targeted, especially this cohort, as senior students had already warned them. He mentioned that a genius with 88% had been selected during the graduation screening and was now the leader of the freshmen, and their goal was to sweep up all the resources of those below 50%. Zhao Sheng frowned and said that those with genes below 50% like him at 39% found it very difficult to awaken. He added that his younger sister Xiao Tao was slightly better at 41%. Wu Yin awkwardly admitted that he was only just at 50%. Zhao Sheng firmly stated that they could not drag Big Brother down. Xing Kun and Xiao Yu exchanged a tacit glance and softly discussed the resource competition, noting that the first batch had arrived and that with a few adorable helpers, proper cultivation would save time and effort. He smiled dreamily, saying he could turn them into the strongest in the entire school, know the entire world just after them, and they would willingly help clear obstacles. She squeezed his hand and said that would be binding them with friendship. After finishing their discussion, Xing Kun spoke up and suggested forming a team, the statement leaving Zhao Sheng, who had been about to scold Wu Yin, stunned. He hurriedly said that Big Brother should not do this out of pity for them. He patted Zhao Sheng's shoulder and said it was not pity. He chose them because they were loyal and useful teammates, and hearing the word useful made Zhao Sheng even more astonished. Zhao Sheng was so moved that his eyes turned red as he called out Big Brother. Xing Kun spread his arms and said that if they joined his team their goals would change slightly, though inwardly he added that they would change greatly. Zhao Sheng loudly declared that since Big Brother valued them they would absolutely obey. He smiled as an idea suddenly occurred to him, saying that if someone happened to gather all of everyone's resources, Xiao Yu continued that then everything would belong to that person. Wu Yin nodded reflexively in agreement, then suddenly felt that something was off. Xing Kun laughed and said he was just joking, then told them to lead the way to the dormitory to store their luggage since they still had their first class in the evening. Xiao Yu nodded and Xiao Tao smiled in agreement. On the way, Wu Yin curiously asked Big Brother how much his extraordinary gene percentage was. He replied mysteriously that sooner or later they would know, and might even be shocked. Zhao Sheng said excitedly that Big Brother's gene must be very high. The group entered the classroom where the man on the podium introduced himself as Fa Luang, the instructor for this year's foundational course, saying he spoke frankly. He looked at the class and said that within 1 year anyone who did not awaken would be eliminated. Wu Yin with 50% had awakened the mental system ability of danger sensing, which suited his weak 50% gene. Fa Luang coldly continued reading 39% and 41%. Zhao Sheng happily raised his hand and said, Teacher Fa, I am here again, while Xiao Tao beside him softly responded present. The teacher pointed toward them and said that if they did not awaken within a year they would remain ordinary people for life. The class burst into laughter. Zhao Sheng also laughed and said he would try. Xiao Tao softly replied yes. Xing Kun quietly asked what was wrong with the teacher, and Zhao Sheng explained that those below 50% found it hard to awaken, so the teacher simply called them by their percentages. On the podium, the teacher adjusted his glasses and said that this cohort was quite special, and that they must have read the news. The person with the highest extraordinary gene in history was in this class, and everyone immediately looked toward Xiao Yu. Liuang spoke in a strange tone, saying that Xiao Yu's future was unpredictable, but what surprised him most was that there was someone with only 1% gene in this cohort. The teacher's gaze turned cold as he said that the 1% student was almost an ordinary person, and asked them to stand up so the class could get acquainted. Below, Pan Shizhi revealed a smug smile. The whole class began searching noisily, wondering who could be so low. Zhao Sheng murmured sympathetically that 1% was truly miserable and would surely be targeted, not noticing that the person beside him was standing up. Xing Kun stood up and smiled, saying Teacher Fa he had awakened the metal system, his words leaving Zhao Sheng stunned as he realized the 1% was Big Brother. Liuang was not too surprised, and calmly wondered whether someone with 1% could also awaken. The teacher adjusted his glasses and invited him to come to the podium to assist with the lecture. Xing Kun jokingly asked whether there was a reward, and Fa Liuang replied that after class he would receive an additional share of resources from the competition, prompting Xing Kun to smile and thank him. The teacher poured cold water on his excitement, saying that he should not celebrate too early, as having 2 shares of resources with only 1% might become his nightmare. He began to explain that extraordinary power consisted of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, lightning, and spirit, and that after awakening one could draw upon elements according to their genes, with elements temporarily stored within the genes. Images appeared on the screen as Xing Kun's voice rang out, saying that one must control the genes to retain external elements within the body. Fa Liuang added that when one could retain elements and allow the genes to function like a perfect battery, they would become a 1-star extraordinary. The teacher took out a heavy metal bar to illustrate. He raised the metal bar and said that the amount of elemental energy the genes could contain was limited. He snapped off a small piece as easily as breaking a biscuit, and estimated that 1% could only manage about this much. Fa Liuang handed the metal fragment to Xing Kun and said that throughout his life, he would only be able to control this amount and asked him to try. Pondered slightly, the power of elements felt both unfamiliar and familiar, something only high-level monsters possessed, and the final stage of monsters was extraordinary. The teacher told the class that everyone possessed a mysterious gene sequence, and whether one became a monster or extraordinary depended on which type that sequence belonged to. Liuang continued that fortunately they had already transformed into the extraordinary sequence, and that gene content determined their future. The higher it was, the more sensitive they were to elements, as the world was inherently unfair. The teacher gave an example that above 90%, each additional percent brought tremendous improvement, and that Shangyuan Kui with 91% could breathe underwater. Then looked at Xiao Yu and said that at present she was immune to at least 3,000 volts of electricity. The teacher's voice was filled with anticipation as he said that if someone were to reach 100% extraordinary genes, they might even ascend to godhood. Fa Liuang glanced at Xing Kun, his tone calm as he explained that the lower the extraordinary gene, the weaker the elemental perception. Below 20% there had almost never been a precedent of awakening before his appearance. Xing Kun asked in surprise, "Is that so, Teacher Fa?" He turned and muttered that if Xing Kun could not extract metal, he could provide assistance. Before he finished speaking, the metal rod in Xing Kun's hand glowed with a golden hue. He said, "Teacher, look, the metal in my body has already been extracted." Fa Liuang was stunned, not only successful but so proficient. His heart was shaken. Could it be that Xing Kun's awakening was not due to luck? Outwardly he remained calm and praised that either he was extremely intelligent or extremely fortunate. Several golden metal bars appeared behind Fa Liuang. He said, "Use your piece of iron. I will show you the gap between 1% and 80%. The metal bars gradually bent. He said this was precisely the scene of 80 people surrounding one person. They converged toward the iron rod in Xing Kun's hand. He emphasized that there was no need for complicated tactics. Overwhelming numbers alone were sufficient. Fa Liuang controlled his ability and said coldly that Xing Kun's strength was easily defeated. Those with low genes must understand their weakness and stand behind the strong. Students below each displayed different emotions. Xing Kun silently took note of this teacher. In his memory, Fa Liuang had once sacrificed himself to let students escape, a teacher worthy of respect. But Luang suddenly began to sweat. The students asked in surprise why he was sweating so much, while he trembled slightly as he sensed a strange pressure. Noticing the increasing offensive force, Xing Kun smiled and thought that the teacher was using his extraordinary gene to suppress him. Felt no fear and instead grew more confident. His gene was not easily suppressed. With his superior foundation, it was only natural that he remained unaffected. Thinking this, he reminded himself to stay humble to avoid drawing excessive attention. Pretended to release the metal rod, fell backward and cried out, "Teacher, I cannot hold on," inwardly teasing himself for overacting. Luang realized he had deliberately lost and felt even more displeased because he had not truly suppressed him. The students cheered and praised the teacher's prowess, mocking that a 1% gene dared to dream. But Luang withdrew the medal and thought he had nearly lost face. He smiled faintly. This child having secrets was quite interesting. Luang cleared his throat and thanked Xing Kun. The foundational accumulation segment ended here. He declared that the strong rule, this was the school's principle, and announced the preparation to begin the freshman resource competition. Wu Xing at the front confidently replied that he was ready. He laughed and said he only wondered whether Xing Kun was prepared. He had sounded quite bold this morning. Wu Xing crossed his arms and mocked Xing Kun for wanting to take all of everyone's resources, truly overconfident. He leaped over the table and said that wanting to gather all resources required great courage. Awakening with 1% was also commendable. He introduced himself as Wu Xing, 85% water element gene, then sneered that he admired Xing Kun for still existing with such a low gene. Pretended to be generous and invited Xing Kun to join his group. The crowd behind echoed in agreement. Those with genes above 60% had already formed a strong alliance. Wu Xing calculated that if Xing Kun joined, Xiao Yu with her record gene would also follow, and together they would execute the plan to seize all resources from the weak. He promised that resources falling into their hands would be maximized. Contrary to expectations, Xing Kun burst into hearty laughter. He spoke frankly that in the end Wu Xing only dared to bully the weak by relying on strength. Wu Xing's face darkened as he asked who Xing Kun thought he was. He turned away and scolded that Xing Kun was merely a 1% nobody unworthy of studying here, passing the trial only thanks to Xiao Yu's protection. Inviting him was merely to draw her in. Xing Kun continued to smile brightly, clearly having struck Wu Xing's sore spot. He turned back and growled to just wait. Wu Xing declared that the strong alliance would sweep away the resources of the weak. Xing Kun raised 2 thumbs and teased, "Keep it up, I support you in spirit." Feeling as if he had punched the air, seeing Xing Kun remain calm enraged Wu Xing and he stormed off. Ba Luang asked if he had deliberately provoked him, and Xing Kun replied that he had only spoken the truth. Ba Luang adjusted his glasses and announced that the freshman resource competition had officially begun. The teacher handed out slips to the entire class, instructing each person to come forward to receive their resource exchange voucher and then gather in the forest outside the school, then turned and handed Xing Kun 2 slips. "These are yours." The scene shifted to the forest at night. Ba Luang's voice rang out clearly explaining the rules. No one is allowed to leave the forest. Within 1 hour you are free to act based on your own abilities. Then he loudly announced the start. Zhao Sheng excitedly said, "Come on, gather with the boss." Wu Yin hesitated and replied, "I will not go over there." Zhao Sheng asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Wu Yin stammered, "I also have to think about my own future." Wu Yin explained, "Although I only have 49% extraordinary genes, I have already awakened, so I can be specially admitted into the alliance of the strong." Zhao Sheng said irritably, "The boss can lead us much further than that." Wu Yin stepped back and apologized. Xing Kun is indeed strong, but he only has 1%. How could he withstand the entire alliance? I did not expect to offend them right from the start. Zhao Sheng angrily cursed him for betrayal. Xiao Tao intervened saying everyone has their own ambitions and should not be forced. Elsewhere in the forest, a group surrounded Xing Kun and Xiao Yu, but the two still chatted calmly. The others mocked that being targeted by more than 10 extraordinary individuals and still able to laugh was absurd. Du Hong sneered that with 1% you can only laugh for now. "We will monitor you. When Boss Wu Xing returns you will not even have time to cry." Xing Kun smiled and nodded saying that is right. Bullying the weak does not take long. Du Hong snorted coldly, "That is a reasonable distribution of resources. What do you understand?" In another corner, a girl ran hurriedly while gasping for breath. She stopped, took a deep breath and said it should be far enough, temporarily safe. Suddenly Wu Xing appeared behind her saying the human body is 70% water. No one can escape my sensing. Hand over the resource exchange voucher. He used his water ability to envelop her head, sparing her from suffering. She struggled and said, "This is my resource." Wuxiang said disdainfully, "Blame your genes for not being sufficient to join the alliance." She suffocated and had no choice but to give up. After obtaining the voucher, he left satisfied while muttering, "Next one." After that, Wuxiang continuously used his ability to seize vouchers from other members of the Alliance of the Strong, surrounded those with genes below 50% and sneered that there was no escape. Wu Yin also joined them in attacking a male student and shouted, "Hand over the voucher." As Wuxiang moved, he was blocked by Pan Shizi, who asked if he had gathered enough. He replied in surprise, "I have not even looked for you yet. Your arrival is convenient." Wuxiang smirked and said, "Does someone who has not even tested his genes like you have THE Chinese letter to join the alliance?" Pan Shizi calmly replied, "Coincidentally, I want the same." He launched a fire ability to test whether you are worthy of being a subordinate. Wuxiang laughed loudly, "Subordinate, you are too accustomed to acting like a young master." He also unleashed his water ability in counterattack, thinking, "Do you believe you are a young master wherever you go?" Fire and water collided, creating booming explosions. Wuxiang frowned, thinking water suppresses fire, so why is it evaporating so easily? Those whose vouchers were stolen angrily cursed, demanding their return, and set a date to settle scores. Others whispered that they had already collected them all. The alliance mocked, "Who will wait for you to grow stronger? The strong oppressing the weak is the rule. If you refuse, then become stronger yourselves." The opposing group trembled with anger. "We struggled so hard to get in here." Du Hong excitedly said, "Once the boss returns, we will gather the remaining few slips." He sneered, 1%, "Are you scared yet? Without Xiao Yu, you would already be finished." Before he could finish speaking, he saw a flash of lightning. Seeing Xiao Yu standing quietly with eyes closed, Du Hong guessed that with her 95% genes, she must have done something. He rushed forward, intending to stop her. The punch he had just thrown was stopped by a hand. King Kun calmly asked how much longer was needed to complete the control. Xiao Yu replied, 1 minute. Du Hong exerted all his strength yet could not budge it. Cold sweat poured down as his hand felt like it was clamped by iron, and he grew uneasy about that 1 minute. The scene shifted to the school. The entire campus suddenly lost power. Fu Liang muttered that the electricity bill this semester would surely increase. He rubbed his fingers together, thinking that the finance office would have another headache. Returning to the forest, Xing Kun said that since they were already exposed, they might as well position themselves comfortably and prepare to shock them. He tightened his grip on Du Hong's hand, making him cry out in pain and shout for someone to quickly stop Xiao Yu. Du Hong yelled that she wanted to electrocute them to death. Another man scoffed and said they should first defeat the 1%. Xing Kun easily grabbed that man's hand, making him share the same fate, then asked why it had not been released yet. Xiao Yu said there was still one person not fully located. The man being held grimaced in pain and cried for help. Du Hong endured the pain and said that now they understood why he had warned them. He turned and ordered everyone to attack together, reminding them that his strength was immense. Du Hong reminded those who had awakened to use their abilities. Xing Kun asked if there was anyone else. Xiao Yu closed her eyes and replied that Wuxiang was approaching. The electricity had already diffused into the air. The current traveled along the tree canopies. She smiled and said she had found them. One water type and one fire type were fighting. Moments later, members of the alliance were struck by electricity and lay sprawled on the ground, their faces scorched black. Xing Kun announced that those with less than 50% gene should not be afraid. He had taken all their vouchers, their starting point remained unchanged, and they could still strive further. The others panicked and fled. He called out not to waste their effort. They had already been marked by Xiao Yu's static electricity. Even if they ran, they would still be shocked, and reminded them that this was the move she had mentioned in her previous life. Electricity shot from her hand. This technique was called lightning positioning. The electric current surged rapidly, piercing through each tree trunk in the forest. On the other side, the battle ended as Wuxiang knelt down in defeat. He gritted his teeth and said that this bit of fire could not defeat him. Pan Shizi laughed and said, "Very well, then let it continue." He raised his hand and created a gigantic flaming hand to seize Wuxiang. Wuxiang was tightly trapped inside, his water unable to escape the flame. Pan Shizi clenched his fist. Wuxiang was like a fish on the chopping block, being crushed and suffocated. Pan Shizi released his hand and asked if he could endure 1 minute. Wuxiang fell to the ground helplessly. He lay there thinking of Fu Liang's words, and bitterly realized that the gap was far too great. Pan Shizzy withdrew his ability and praised him as not bad, considering him to have passed, saying that he and the Alliance could become his subordinates. Covered in injuries, Wuxian growled, asking what he meant by passing. Pan Shizzy said that he was already a 3-star extraordinary and qualified to graduate, that Wuxian surviving within his flaming hand was already commendable. Wuxian asked that if he was already 3-star, why was he still studying? Pan Shizzy bent down and said that the resources they were competing for with him were merely trivial. He opened his hand and said that he had come on behalf of the Fan family to seek talent. They treated people according to strength and could help him grow quickly in this unjust world, asking whether he was willing. Wuxian thought for a moment and then replied, of course. He raised his hand and said that he wanted to join. Elsewhere, those who had fled were struck down by Xiao Yu's electricity and lay scattered across the ground. Seeing the bolts of electricity shooting straight toward him, Pan Shizzy was startled and realized the situation was not good. Streams of electricity tightly wrapped around his body. Wuxian was even more miserable as he was struck by the electricity and convulsed. A corner of the forest blazed with dazzling light, accompanied by a piercing scream. Pan Shizzy immediately used his fire ability to neutralize the electric current and loudly called out, Xiao Yu. Wuxian lay sprawled on the ground, trembling as he said he could no longer move. A rustling sound rang out. Xing Kun ordered Xiao Tao to take the opportunity to collect the resource cards, because they would not be able to move for an hour. Seeing Pan Shizzy still standing firm, he waved and teased that he was indeed not easy to bring down. Wuxian widened his eyes in terror and exclaimed that this electricity was truly frightening. Pan Shizzy still tried to call Xiao Yu with a glimmer of hope. She kept her response unchanged, telling him not to try any more as she could not join him. He narrowed his eyes and said no, he wanted to tell her something. He raised his hand and unleashed Scarlet Flame Hand. A gigantic flaming hand appeared, and he declared that he would wait for her to make the right choice. Seeing the flaming hand pressing forward, Xing Kun told Xiao Yu to retreat because she was not yet his opponent. He leaped up, his voice filled with excitement as he wanted to test his extraordinary power. The flaming hand slammed down, causing the ground to tremble and heat to spread. Pan Shizzy stood still, watching the sea of fire before him. But his intuition told him that the opponent could not be defeated so easily. Sure enough, Xing Kun rushed out with a piece of golden metal in his hand and teased that he rarely let anyone get close. Pan Shizzy frowned and created more fire, scolding him for overestimating his own strength. Gigantic flaming hand headed straight for his face, yet Xing Kun calmly remarked on his energy consumption. Such a powerful attack was still neatly evaded by him. Unwilling to concede, Pan Shizzy split the flames into two to surround him and declared that he had nowhere to run. He raised both hands and brought them together, concentrating as he shouted for them to merge. The two gigantic flaming hands immediately closed in to seize Xing Kun. Wuxian cried out that this was his true power, but doing so would harm others. Pan Shizzy coldly replied that he was not so easily defeated. He clearly knew that Xing Kun had once survived a harsh assessment. At that moment, Xing Kun tore through the sea of fire and shot upward. Wuxian stammered in panic that even Scarlet Flame Hand could not restrain him. Pan Shizzy still did not stop and waved his hand to summon Scarlet Flame Thousand Hand. Suddenly, many small flaming hands wrapped around Xing Kun, causing him to pause slightly. He looked around and commented that there was indeed more fire. Yet he remained composed and said that using Golden Edge at 1% was enough. He unleashed a move that created a beautiful arc of slashes, cutting apart all the scarlet flames. The scene left Pan Shizzy stunned as he thought that Xing Kun's practical combat technique did not resemble that of someone newly awakened. While he was distracted, Xing Kun slashed downward, but Pan Shizzy managed to dodge in time. He retreated and calculated that within the academy, no serious incident could occur. His gaze became cautious because injuries caused by extraordinary power were very difficult to recover from. He devised a plan to take advantage of Xing Kun being occupied with the small flaming hands to seize the metal fragment. In the blink of an eye, he firmly grasped the weapon and intended to use the advantage of 90% to suppress 1%. He revealed a triumphant smile, convinced that his plan would succeed. Pan Shizzy planned to strike directly at the extraordinary gene, making it difficult for the opponent to recover for a long time. The more he looked at Xing Kun, the more irritated he became, determined to remove the thorn before his eyes. When he touched Xing Kun's power, he was bewildered to realize that the opponent's extraordinary gene was not weak at all. The image of a 4-star extraordinary uncle appeared in his mind. Noticing the opponent's hesitation, Xing Kun pretended to fall and loudly praised Pan Shizi's prowess. This action left Pan Shizi himself bewildered, unable to understand what Xing Kun intended to do. Xing Kun sprang up and gave a thumbs up in admiration, leaving him speechless and unable to continue attacking. At that moment, the Vice Dean appeared, announcing that the struggle had ended and requesting the submission of exchange vouchers. The atmosphere became heavy, as everyone felt regretful. Only Xing Kun's team was cheerful, as he presented 78 vouchers, saying he had accidentally picked them all up. Vice Dean Fu Liang was satisfied, but reminded them that they had become a common target. Xing Kun confidently replied that they would live in harmony with everyone. Fu Liang asked whether Pan Shizi still had one voucher left. He searched his pocket but could not find it, muttering about where the voucher had gone. Xing Kun pretended to recall that he had seen it fall when Pan Shizi was defeated, causing him to flare up in anger. He extended the voucher to return it, making Pan Shizi tremble with even greater fury. He turned away and told him to keep it, yet inwardly swore that he would not let the matter go. In the resource room, Xing Kun distributed 60% to the team, equivalent to 42 tubes of precious essence. He said that understanding its value was good. When Xiao Tao called him Xing Kun, she was immediately reminded to address him as Big Brother. He asked what the matter was, and she frankly questioned why he did not eliminate Pan Shizi. He hesitated as she said that if he was already capable of winning. Xing Kun smiled and said that Pan Shizi was the young master of the Pan family. Achieving the goal of obtaining resources was enough. Zhao Sheng exclaimed that Big Brother was truly amazing. After walking for a while, seeing him following the two girls, Zhao Sheng reminded him that they were approaching the dormitory. Zhao Sheng pointed out that it was the female dormitory and that their rooms were elsewhere. Xing Kun pointed to the adjacent area and said that those with high gene levels would receive private rooms to avoid causing danger. Zhao Sheng had not yet understood when Xiao Tao blushed and knocked him on the head. He suddenly realized and called Xiao Yu sister-in-law. Then he bowed his head and wished the two of them a good night. Xing Kun was too lazy to explain and simply said that they were childhood friends. On the way, he said that he needed to teach her how to absorb resources throughout the night. Xiao Yu teased that he used to be carefree, and he argued that he had reformed and that now was the right time. Xiao Yu silently thought that he seemed to have changed a lot. As night fell, the dormitory echoed with Xing Kun explaining the emergence of extraordinary individuals and how humanity had begun researching that power. He sat opposite Xiao Yu, speaking in one breath that although humans had not created extraordinary power, they could extract energy from living creatures to refine it into life essence fluid, using it to replenish depleted elemental energy. Xing Kun finished cultivating a tube of essence fluid and remarked that it sounded like a species that sucked the life force of others. After drinking it, he showed a hint of disappointment, but when he actually drank it, there was no sensation at all, not even enough to fill his stomach. Even so, he reminded her of the resource department's advice that only one tube should be used per day for optimal absorption, then reassured Xiao Yu to use it freely and focus on leveling up quickly. Before she could react, he leaned in close with a provocative look, telling her to try releasing electricity to check whether the energy had been properly refined. Xiao Yu immediately tensed up and told him to step back because he was too close. Old memories briefly surfaced in her mind, making her clearly feel how much he had changed. He no longer lingered around the girls from before, he had even deleted their contact information. Since graduating from middle school, this was one of the rare times he had spoken to her so seriously. Seeing her silent, Xing Kun frowned and urged her to quickly release electricity. Not only did he speak, he also teased her by pinching her cheek, saying she was usually so strong yet now hesitated to act. The pinch hurt, she hurriedly stepped back and cried out. He did not stop, continuing to press forward until she lost her balance and fell. The two looked at each other in a strange atmosphere. He asked why she was standing there so stiffly. Xiao Yu awkwardly complained, asking why he kept touching her. Hearing that, he used his elbow to pin her arm down. The distance narrowed even further, close enough that their breaths touched. She quickly turned her face away, inwardly annoyed that he was reverting to his old ways. Embarrassed, she softly told him to get up because the situation was too strained. But he only smiled and said she smelled very good, making him want to eat her. Hearing that, she was startled and asked what strange thing he was talking about. The half-human, half-monster look on his face was revealed, frightening her, while he kept muttering about her enticing scent. Provoked, Xiao Yu immediately released electricity to push him away and threatened to teach him a lesson. In the neighboring dormitory, Xiao Tao saw the burst of electricity and exclaimed that people with strong energy should be housed separately. Even after being struck by electricity, Xing Kun calmly remarked that her energy was extremely attractive to a mutated being like him. Xiao Yu only sighed and gave a slight nod to let it pass. He took off his coat and said her electric source had shown signs of being refined in the right direction. She should continue developing. After saying that, he turned to go out. She tossed him a mask and reminded him to wear it if he was going to do anything shady. Before he left, she also told him to be careful. He smiled and replied that he was just going to eat something and would bring food back for her. When he left, she watched his back, blushing as she scolded him fondly. Fool. Xing Kun put on a hooded jacket and a mask that covered his face tightly. As he walked through the forest, he thought that he was currently a level 3 monster, strong enough to fight a peak level 3 with Lord-level firepower. Looking at his glowing, mutated arm, he believed that as long as it was covered, no one would recognize it. He assumed others would only think he belonged to a normal fire element. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar, yet unfamiliar aura that drew his attention. Immediately, he withdrew his state and concealed his Lord-level power. Then he focused on sensing deep beneath the ground. His heart suddenly pounded, as if reacting to unease. He realized it was the earth dragon he had encountered at the experimental base. It seemed to still be lingering around searching for him. He understood that using his power too much would allow the enemy to trace his trail. With a sigh, he continued walking, lamenting that tonight's dinner would not be easy to find. He muttered that there might be many other creatures underground that humans had yet to discover. He recalled that monster energy did not disappear but accumulated beneath the earth. Once sufficient, it would erupt into disaster, and in his previous life he had known clues about them. The scene shifted to the hazy perspective of a person. He woke with a headache and did not understand where he was. The man had been talking with his child when he was suddenly attacked from behind. He was drugged and taken onto a strange vehicle. Inside the vehicle were many others in the same situation. He woke in panic and asked questions, while the masked man blamed his companion for not using enough drug. The man kept crying for help, but the kidnappers paid no attention, only arguing about the dosage. Hearing that, Diane Man realized they had captured valuable merchandise. That man spoke in a calculating tone that the amount of monster genes in this person was very high, so his value was great. Leap Ung confirmed that he had awakened many hours earlier than expected, proving his gene ratio exceeded 80%. Diane Man laughed smugly, believing they could exchange him for many times the amount of essence fluid. However, that man remained cautious and demanded that the victim be silenced to avoid trouble. Suddenly, a heavy blow struck the roof of the vehicle, making everything shake. It was Xing Kun. He threw a punch that created a dent, then immediately leaped back. The speeding vehicle suddenly braked hard, nearly overturning. Two masked men panicked. The driver cursed as the engine stalled. That man told his companion to check the victim while he went out to deal with the troublemaker, just as Xing Kun appeared beside the vehicle door. Before Leap Ung could finish speaking, Xing Kun had already broken the door and grabbed Diane Man by the throat. He dragged him outside as if pulling an animal. Then he hurled him against a tree trunk, leaving him dizzy. Diane Man lay on the ground, muttering to ask who the other party was. Xing Kun replied coldly, telling him to guess for himself. Diane Man thought he had to eliminate this person, immediately unleashing a powerful electric attack. Inside the vehicle, chaos erupted as the victims tried to wake each other, while Leap Ung grew irritated because they were about to regain consciousness. The man begged, saying he had stabilized his mind thanks to the Salvation Organization. He wept about his broken family and his child waiting for him to return. Leap Ung replied coldly that his child was also on the list, then forced him to inhale the drug. The man inhaled the drug and gradually sank into a hazy state. Leap Ung said indifferently that this time there was no need to care about the dosage. In the forest, streaks of electricity flashed continuously. Xing Kun engaged in battle with the electric user. The opponent confidently boasted that he was a 3-star extraordinary. But that confidence wavered when he saw the blue flames appear. Both of them realized that neither move would easily overwhelm the other. But he could never rid himself of the habit of underestimating his opponent. He thought that tiny wisp of blue flame could not possibly harm him. The result was that Xing Kun taught him a lesson he would never forget. To the point he wondered what kind of monstrous power it was. The punch shattered the mask on his face. His hands were scorched by the blue flames until they burned with searing pain. He panicked and told himself it was only a small flame, How could it be so terrifying? Why was it unharmed while he was in such agony? Seeing Xing Kun approach, he hurriedly spoke. Are you planning to save those carrying monster genes? They only need a slight provocation to cause disaster. Eliminating them is removing calamity for the world. Using them is even more beneficial. You should withdraw if you do not want trouble. He could not be bothered to listen. He stepped forward and threw a straight punch into that man's face. Kidnapping is still kidnapping. Do not cloak it in righteousness, scum. Diane Man screamed in pain. What do you understand? There is good and evil in this world. So what if we capture people? Xing Kun coldly asked, shall I contact the Salvation Society for you? He hurriedly denied it. What society? I do not know. Pressed down with force from his foot and said, you wait for the right moment to alter the positioning data on the necks of those with monster genes, turning them into fake monsters to legitimize your action. Then sell them to the secret fan family base. Hearing this, he on the ground shouted, how do you know? But he only continued asking, how many innocent people have you captured? Diane Man tried to act stubborn. Who has time to count? I do this for the people. Soothing them only prolongs the transformation. If you want to end it, you must wipe them out. Xing Kun glared and repeated, shut up, answer when I ask. Memories from his previous life flooded his mind. The Salvation Society had been established about 3 years earlier, outwardly a place for those with monster genes to interact. In just half a year it organized nationwide assemblies. Then by some unknown means they were transformed and vanished one by one. After the matter was exposed, it was learned that they secretly recorded information and trafficked people to the fan family for experiments in exchange for life essence fluid and data. But the fan family erased all traces, only that a high-level leader once mentioned a transport route. Besides experiments, there was another purpose, to use them as nourishment for something beneath the earth. Without circling around, Xing Kun asked directly how many secret bases the fan family had. He answered curtly, one. Knowing he was lying, he increased the force until he cried out, begging him to stop stepping on him. At first he said one, then stammered and corrected it to 2. He lowered his voice in warning, lie to me once more and guess the consequences yourself. In pain he had no choice but to confess, saying there were many monster factories everywhere, but he did not know the exact number. He continued asking how many such places were around this city. He hurriedly answered only one, swearing he knew of only one location and was willing to lead the way. Xing Kun asked further what was beneath the ground, but he only stared blankly and asked if there were monsters down there as well. In the end he released him and said coldly, it seems you do not grasp any important information. Get up and lead me to the factory. He scrambled to his feet, outwardly cooperative but secretly planning a sneak attack, saying he would lead the way at once. He gathered electricity in his hand, forming a glowing mass, and roared as he attempted to strike back. Believing his hand was still usable and swearing he could not let the other live after seeing his face. Xing Kun turned around, casually blocking that electric hand, then said calmly, this place is not far from that vehicle. Shout louder and see if your brothers can hear you. Diane Man was horrified, wondering why he could catch his lightning with his left hand without even using the blue flame. What was different about his hand? At that moment his mask fell. Xing Kun looked at him and gave a faint smile. I trust the one fleeing and leading the way more than I trust you. Seeing the grotesque half of his face, Diane Man was speechless as he realized he had encountered an iron-skinned monster. His electric power was completely ineffective. His final scream echoed throughout the forest, carrying all the way to the parked vehicle. Inside the vehicle, Li Peng was still trying to drug the people with monster genes, saying coldly that if not for their valuable genes he would not have spared their lives. Sleep quickly before you transform. Suddenly he saw Xing Kun strolling out of the forest and his face turned pale. He had not expected Diane Man to fall so quickly. Clearly the opponent was not simple. Thinking that fleeing was the best option, he threw down the vial and dashed from the vehicle, determined to preserve his life first. If the transport was exposed, then so be it. The rescued man stuck his head out, gasping for breath before gratefully saying, you saved us. He looked at them and said, you have already been recorded as dead. The positioning on your necks has been altered to monsterized and eliminated. The deceiver is the Salvation Society. It is best not to let anyone know you are alive and do not return to the city. After speaking, he left. The man hurriedly called after him, but my son is still in the city. What should I do? Xing Kun pursued the fleeing Li Peng, guessing he would return to the base on the island beside Nam and Gayet, formerly Nam Sa City. 20 years ago monsters and extraordinary beings appeared. The weak were overwhelmed. Only after 5 years and a heavy price did humanity sweep them away and restore order. Since then Nam Sa became a dead zone. The Nam and Gayet purifiers established a new city with an extraordinary academy, gene research bases and various facilities. before long Leap Ung arrived. Xing Kun also followed, observing the desolate area yet to be rebuilt and realizing the Fan family had secretly constructed a factory here. It sounded ironic, but the real monster had indeed come to the monster's lair. Leap Ung entered the gate. Along the way, many chained monsters howled without end. The camera outside immediately turned toward him. He spoke to reassure them that it was him and not an attacker, only complaining that every time he came, he had to hear the screams from the front line. A voice from the camera replied that anyone who rushed in would be detected immediately. Even an invisible extraordinary could not escape the monster's sense of smell. Seeing that Leap Ung returned alone, the people inside suspiciously asked where Diane Man and the shipment were. Leap Ung irritably said he also wanted to ask them whether the information had been leaked. There was a saboteur and Diane Man had probably encountered trouble. He sensed something was wrong and withdrew first, telling them to open the door quickly so he could report to Boss Han. The voice from the camera remained cautious and asked whether anyone had followed him. He shouted back that he was a 3-star wind-type extraordinary, and no one could catch up with him unless the pursuer had an exceptional sense of smell. And even if someone followed him here, it would still be difficult to pass the front line, after which the rolling door was lifted. In those brief seconds, the camera seemed to capture a shadow flashing past. A guard panicked and said it seemed a dark figure had passed the first line of defense. Another yawned and replied that it was impossible if the monsters had not reacted, suggesting checking other cameras. Yet another worried that the intruder might enter through the ventilation ducts. He confidently walked straight through the monsters, thinking that with monster genes in his body, the level 1 creatures regarded him as their kind, then advanced toward the wall where the camera had many blind spots. Xing Kun smiled, knowing that he only needed to create a small hole to slip inside. In the operating room, a man irritably asked why there was still no new shipment as the materials had run out. Suddenly, the person lying on the table let out a frenzied cry. Boss Han frowned and asked why his throat had not yet been dealt with, questioning how they were working. The person beside him bowed his head and apologized, saying he thought the man was already immobilized, but Boss Han interrupted, explaining that once monster genes were separated they would quickly dissipate, and to transfer them to the second-level room they had to be handled correctly. He held the scalpel and said the genes had to be extracted while the subject was still alive, not allowing the specimen to stop breathing because the body was the vessel of the gene, and although losing limbs would not cause mutation, any sound would create trouble. As he spoke, he demonstrated the procedure and reminded everyone to handle the materials carefully so as not to affect other research teams. The man on the table pleaded that he would endure anything they wished to do to him. Even with the knife at his throat, he still begged them to spare his wife because the gene content in her body was very low, and she was unlikely to mutate. Hearing this, Boss Han glanced toward the back. The man followed his gaze and was stunned. He stared at the classified containers, falling silent for several seconds. In one of the boxes was a familiar head, causing him to tremble as he called out to his wife. Tears streamed endlessly from the man's eyes. Afterwards, he screamed and cursed that he would make them pay, and that they would never know peace. Boss Han coldly said that such words would distract the staff and lead to research failure, and if it were an important experiment, he would become a sinner hindering the progress of humanity. After speaking, he prepared to continue and reminded them to be meticulous, but as he brought the knife down, the lights suddenly went out. He paused and asked if there was a power outage. It seemed the entire factory had been plunged into darkness. Boss Han ordered an inspection of why the backup power had not activated. Then someone reported that the power lines had been cut, causing the entire factory to lose electricity. Before he could understand the situation, Leap Ung rushed in and demanded to know whether the information had been leaked leading to an ambush, and why the power had been lost like this. Boss Han pointed directly at him and scolded that he had been followed, and that the pursuer was also the one who cut the power. Leap Ung was stunned and stammered about the front line. Boss Han turned and shouted loudly, calling the guards to initiate level 1 alert. He pulled out his phone to make contact, thinking that he had to immediately report the mysterious intruder to his superiors. As soon as the phone connected, he hurriedly said that the monster factory number 3 had been breached. Before he could finish speaking, the phone was smashed by something that flew toward it. Boss Han immediately shouted that the intruder was here. Leap Ung echoed that the person had indeed followed them to this place with great boldness. Guards rushed over and asked for instructions. Boss Han ordered them to search for the intruder. Just as the guards finished acknowledging the order, they were suddenly yanked from their positions by an invisible force. Shadow slowly materialized, uttering disdain that both your bodies and souls reeked of an unpleasant stench. Xing Kun quietly wiped away his tears, telling himself that tonight's dinner had gained an extra dish. The chief steward sneered and asked if you had come for those with monster genes. They were originally a social scourge but had become useful in our hands. He gritted his teeth and cursed the ignorant meddler, deciding that capturing him as material would suffice. Those guards were merely wasting food. Faced with those words, Xing Kun remained silent as if he had not heard anything. Suddenly, two who claimed to be extraordinary guards rushed in. We have arrived. Finally, someone had come seeking their own dead end. Lip Ung charged forward enthusiastically, shouting that he would also join the battle and avenge Diane Man. Observing from within, the chief steward wondered who the intruder was, a purger backed by the director yet daring to storm the monster factory alone. Though his identity was still unclear, he believed his side would win with an early stage 3-star wind extraordinary, 2 mid-stage 3-star guards, and the secret medicine. Thinking so, his sinister expression deepened. Even if the opponent was 4-star, he would still be subdued, and he would extract all of that person's gene sequence. Lip Ung swung his arm, creating a whirlwind that wrapped around his fist. Mao coordinated by unleashing the Scarlet Flame staff. Doc En-Han simultaneously executed his move, doubling the power as the 3 attacks headed straight for Xing Kun. He dodged effortlessly, causing them to excitedly praise his skill, even boasting that the blue flame was insignificant before their laboratory. But in that excitement, the 2 fire users noticed something strange. Kim Mao looked at his weapon in confusion. Doc En-Han also muttered that something was indeed wrong. Lip Ung shouted in surprise that he had used Dragon Tornado. All 3 realized that their abilities seemed to have been swallowed by that blue flame. Kim Mao struggled to hold on, still unable to believe that their elements could be devoured. Doc En-Han guessed that he had used elemental self-detonation, which explained such power. Lip Ung was blasted into the wall yet insisted that he now understood this move. He stared intently, saying that injuries to bones and tendons required 100 days to heal. This move of yours was extremely reckless. Indeed, only in danger does one learn fear. Seeing Xing Kun approach, he provoked that only if you could strike a second time would he acknowledge it. The moment he finished speaking, Xing Kun's punch knocked him down miserably. The 2 fire attribute guards turned pale upon witnessing that scene. They looked at Lip Ung lying motionless, half of his body seemingly struck by a violent impact. Doc En-Han could not believe his eyes. Could it be that a 3rd-level monster was fighting a human? Nevertheless, they still underestimated him, believing the opponent was only strong at close range and could be restrained by keeping distance. Doc En-Han proposed that maintaining distance and preventing him from closing in would suffice. Confident in their plan, the 2 continuously launched flames toward Xing Kun. The chief steward observed carefully and realized Xing Kun's strength was unusual. His subordinates had all misunderstood. Only by cultivating an elemental constellation could one become 3-star, but not every 3-star could utilize a constellation. He had once studied the flames of the Fan family, and thus understood their nature clearly. Comparing the red flames and the blue flames, he was certain that the other party was not using a constellation. It was purely flame combined with a powerful physique. Returning to the battle, the red flames were completely devoured by the blue flames, throwing the 2 into panic. Xing Kun did not wish to prolong the fight. He dashed through each wave of fire. In the blink of an eye, he had already closed in on them. 2 hurriedly shouted to drink the scarlet fire seed, then swallowed the medicine. Doc En-Han lamented that he would need half a month to recover. The chief steward grew worried because the Scarlet Fire Seed was a trump card researched by the Fan family from the immortal flame beneath the earth, temporarily increasing the star level of fire user. The 2 guards' aura surged. The chief steward believed that power was enough to crush the intruder yet still felt uneasy. After being enhanced, Kim Mao fiercely challenged him to try breaking his 4-star Scarlet Flame. Xing Kun responded with a punch. The chief steward suspected that his flame resembled what the Fan family desperately sought. The Fan family studied the immortal flame to elevate genes beyond 90%, yet Kim Mao's end was no better than Lip Ung's. Doc En-Han was stunned as he witnessed his companion collapse. He was bewildered that even with enhanced flames they still failed. Before finishing his threat, he too fell under the chief steward's gaze. Only then did the chief steward exclaim that he understood. Seeing Xing Kun approach, he hastily deduced that your genes exceeded 90%, which was why your flame could devour and enhance your physique. He asserted that such power was no different from the immortal flame beneath the earth. Hearing this, Xing Kun immediately asked for the location of that flame. The chief steward eagerly replied that as long as you joined the fan family you would be led there. With such powerful genes, you would be highly valued and make great contributions to the world. He continued persuading him not to oppose them anymore and to become great together. The assistant trembled as he closed the door. Xing Kun coldly said that he wanted all of you to pay the price. The chief steward still used sweet words, saying the deaths of the guards did not matter and the fan family did not care about those people. Xing Kun repeated that all must pay, including the researchers. At the same time, the monsters outside flooded in and knocked down the assistant. He said that he had released all the monsters and locked the exits. They had no choice but to come here to seek prey. Closing in on the chief steward, he coldly asked whether it was fair that you turned humans into monsters only to be betrayed by monsters. He trembled and retorted that you were also human. He shouted that those with monster genes were merely scum. Using them for research to enhance the potential of extraordinaries was their final contribution. What benefit did it give them? Xing Kun placed his hand on the man on the operating table, saying that avenging his compatriots was only natural. His hand gently touched the man's face. He promised to destroy the fan family. Those words allowed the man to close his eyes in peace, while the chief steward screamed that you were insane. Extraordinaries were your true compatriot. Xing Kun grabbed his throat and lifted him, asking for the location of the immortal flame or he would regret it. As the monsters rampaged, the chief steward struggled to say that he should let him recall. He stammered that the flame was at, but Xing Kun interrupted that it was in the southern ruins, wasn't it? He asked in shock how you knew. He replied that he knew you were lying to stall for time, but part of it was true, such as that place being hot yet cold. Your expression was enough, and the fan family must have also learned of this place. Chief steward was speechless. Xing Kun said that you were waiting for reinforcements while he was also waiting for them. He analyzed that the reinforcements could not arrive in a grand manner, so they were likely 4-star extraordinaries. The chief steward panicked and asked what you intended to do. Facing that fear, Xing Kun smiled and asked him to try guessing. Being choked, the chief steward shed tears and asked what constellation you cultivated that monsters would not harm you. Seeing him trembling as if he had seen a ghost, he burst into laughter. That look of yours is no different from looking into a mirror and seeing a monster. You guessed it long ago, just as you are thinking. I know nothing about those elemental constellations. After saying that, he tightened his grip to finish him off and absorbed everything cleanly. After dealing with the ringleader, Xing Kun took a deep breath and thought, the dense scent of extraordinary genes is spreading everywhere. He quickly analyzed, this workshop is full of monsters. The opponent would certainly not be foolish enough to rush in directly. Moreover, there is only one exit. As long as I show myself, he can wait outside. Thinking so, he grinned with delight, happily rummaging around to see if there were any bargains. In front of him was a cabinet filled with tubes of blue solution, an entire cabinet of life essence fluid, the purity even higher than the Academy-issued type. The fan family is truly wealthy. Looking at the pile of essence fluid, he became even more excited. His reserves were only enough for Xiao Yu for a few days. Now there was a new supply. It would be a waste to ignore it. In another corner were 3 golden pills similar to the ones the 2 guards had used. He gathered all the scarlet fire seeds. After collecting enough spoils of war, he turned to the group of monsters. Now it is your turn. Consider it a side meal. In his mind, he briefly recalled his previous life. The feeling when monsters besieged the city still remained vivid. Removing his mask, he said with a smile, hello to all of you, come into my stomach. Before long, the entire group became a source of nourishment for him. When everything was done, he carried a large container outside. Now that he was full, he would take the rest back. His keen nose twitched slightly and he murmured, he has arrived. A voice rang out in front of him, I have been waiting for you for a long time. You let these creatures wipe out all the staff in the workshop. A bizarre purple-haired man appeared with an arrogant attitude. I must admire you for being able to witness such a grand feast. He sneered coldly and pointed, kneel down. Pressure from him caused the ground to crack. I have not even enjoyed it yet. I must capture you to vent my anger. Xing Kun stood amid the pressure and calmly said, so even a 4-star extraordinary has come. He recognized him as the one previously declared dead, an earth element awakened with gravity, responsible for 13 cases before being dealt with by Team S. Unexpectedly, the fan family still dared to use someone like you. Purple-haired man said smugly, you do pay attention to the news. He waved his hand and the earth and stones beneath their feet rose up. You know what it means to encounter me. Your nightmare has begun. A massive block of earth gathered above him. In a few hours you will be crushed by gravity. He laughed maniacally. You will scream like those before and beg me. Exerted his full strength, and the block of earth slammed down onto where he stood. Beneath the layer of earth, a blue flame erupted. In an instant, the fire spread widely, causing him to be startled. He frowned. Blue flames that can block a 1-star earth shield, so you are also around 3 stars, how interesting. He upgraded the gravity to level 2, exerting stronger suppression. King thought to himself, the lordly flame still cannot break the power of 4 stars. The gap is too great, perhaps I should try to lure him. He provoked him, you pervert, save your strength, or you will not be able to run later. He became even more excited. The more arrogant you are, the more I like it. As he spoke, he slammed the ground. The longer you endure, the more excited I become. But suddenly he paused for a few seconds. Beneath the ground, a blue light burst forth as Xing Kun activated level 3 burst, his left hand undergoing extreme mutation. The arm glowed and then shot upward. He was startled. How did this aura suddenly become so strong? He immediately erected level 3 heavy earth, an absolute defense. Stone shield rose up to block the attack. Xing Kun commanded, tentacles appear. In the palm of his hand, a small mouth filled with sharp teeth opened and then split apart. It lunged forward and latched tightly onto his back. He still laughed. It is merely scratching an itch. Are you trying to scare me? Under my gravity, you cannot escape. Xing Kun withdrew his hand and stepped back to observe. He mocked. Have you retracted your energy already, surrendering so soon? He secretly thought that he was using 1% of metal genes to envelop his entire body and stabilize the monster's power. Suddenly the ground trembled and he panicked. Is it an earthquake? Floor split open as something attempted to emerge. Xing Kun secretly hoped that the earth dragon would only focus on him, since the tentacle had already attached to his body. The purple-haired man turned pale. Something is coming up from beneath the ground. He used triple heavy earth to form a barricade to block it. A gigantic earth dragon burst through the ground. He was thrown away and grew furious. Before he could finish Xing Kun, he encountered additional trouble. He landed on the barrier, astonished at why it had appeared. Realizing it was an earth dragon, he understood why the defense had been shattered. He became even more bewildered when he saw that it seemed to be targeting him directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the enormous tail swept toward him. Earth Dragon opened its mouth in pursuit as he ran while doubting Xing Kun's earlier words. Xing Kun seized the opportunity to let the two forces confront each other and quietly withdrew. Carrying the container of spoils, he let out a sigh of relief. Tonight is temporarily safe. After moving some distance, he glanced back. The rest is for you to see how you will handle it. He swore to gradually expose the festering tumors of this chaotic era before the purifiers for eradication. At this moment, the group of extraordinary led by Shangyu and Kui had arrived at the building. One person reported that there were only 500 meters left. Shangyu and Kui said that only our team is enough. She said confidently while preparing to encircle and capture, "Tonight you will achieve the first merit." The team members whispered anxiously because it was an earth dragon. Even so, he still gave the order, the entire team take position. Captain Tong's gaze was resolute, 300 meters remaining. Distance gradually shortened, 267 meters, 206 meters, 150 meters, 88 meters, 12 meters. When the Earth Dragon reached the position, the entire team deployed their formation. 4 girls unleashed their strongest skill. Stone Flower Barrier and Meteorite Trapping Formation were activated simultaneously. Hong Koi asserted that last time there were too many people and they got in the way, which allowed it to escape. The thought still irritated her. Her superior had ordered her to secure the suppression zone, so if the Earth Dragon was not eliminated, she could not rest easy to look for her lover. This time she would definitely send it to the underworld. Suddenly Tong Dan shouted to stop. Someone had appeared in front of the Earth Dragon. Shangyu and Kui immediately ordered them to check who that person was. Quickly scanned with sound waves and reported that it was the criminal who had tortured and killed 13 women and had been sentenced to death. How could he be here now? Hearing that, fury flared in Koi, a death row inmate who caused the deaths of 13 women, then deal with him together. She immediately charged forward, aiming straight at the Earth Dragon and launched her attack. Blow after blow slashed down onto the massive body of the monster. Tam too saw the scene and thought a savior had arrived, wondering if they had come to rescue him. But very quickly he realized it was not as he hoped, his face pale as he stammered, not reinforcements but another group wanting his life. He hurriedly used defensive techniques, heavy guard 4th layer, 5th layer, and then absolute defense. Earth Dragon was battered by Shangyu and Kui, its mouth wide as it roared in pain. The impact was so strong that even Tam too was flung far away. The monster continued to howl miserably. Like a true warrior, Shangyu and Kui leapt up and swung the water pipe fiercely at its head. Her eyes burned with fury as she struck decisively. "Take another blow from me." Earth Dragon was basically suppressed by Kwang Koi. Tam too rejoiced. Luckily he ran into this group, even if they also wanted to kill him. He took the chance to slip away first, otherwise he did not know when he would escape that monster's pursuit. But while fleeing, he suddenly wondered what had happened tonight. If the mission failed, it would be hard to explain to old Pan Zhenwei. As he hesitated whether to leave or stay, a gigantic jaw suddenly burst up beneath his feet. Before he could react, Tam too was swallowed whole, horrified as he thought could there be another Earth Dragon. Shangyu and Kui looked over and frowned. There is still another one. At the same time, the Earth Dragon beneath her feet also emerged roaring, making Kwang Koi ponder what exactly this thing was. What did it eat? Was it an evolved mutant, as experts had said? Even though it had been slashed to pieces, its combat power was still formidable. She wondered why two had appeared at once, how many Earth Dragons were there in total. Moreover, how long was its true body? Seemingly no one had ever seen its tail. She turned to instruct her team to guard and restrain it carefully. Do not let it escape. "I will deal with it to the end," she said before leaping straight toward the monster's mouth. That sight made Tongdan shout in panic. "Shangyu and Kui, do not rush into its mouth. Its teeth are extremely hard." Her gaze blazed as she calmly replied, "Then let us see if it can bite me." Kwang Koi activated dragon transformation and rushed into the monster's throat. The whole team erupted in shock. Unbelievable. Is she only a 4-star transcendent? Her water dragon seemed alive, about to reach 5 stars. Yuazia is about to have a 5-star master. Shangyu and Kui is incredible. Earth Dragon was slain by her dragon slash. The whole team cheered. Success. Shangyu and Kui is truly outstanding. She excitedly thought she had cut off its path to survival. This time it surely could not recover as before. Let us see what secret it hides. She began measuring its length, 10 meters, 20 meters, then 50 meters, 100 meters, and still no end. This astonished Kwang Koi. Could a monster really cause a normal animal to mutate to hundreds of meters long? Though she wanted to continue exploring, she knew she lacked the strength. Going deeper would be dangerous, so she stopped. Her teammates kept praising. "We truly killed the Earth Dragon, the first in Huazia to do so. Sister Koi, has she reached 5 stars or is she still 4? She remained troubled inside. Was the Earth Dragon truly just an ordinary monster? Had she really ended it? The story shifted to the research base of the Pan family's immortal flame. Pan Zhenwei admired a giant cabbage while asking about the outside situation and the monster factory report. Assistant Lian replied that the factory in the wasteland had been completely destroyed. None of the research team survived, and even the Liberation members transporting goods were dead. Pan Shizi also heard that the assassin had gone missing. Intelligence said he was swallowed by an Earth Dragon. The factory was exposed, but the emergency protocol was fairly complete. Vice Dean Fan Kaomei added that all materials had self-destructed. They followed instructions to report to the suppression headquarters that it was merely a normal research facility. Many high-level leaders spoke for them. Now only penalties for unauthorized lab setup were discussed. He guessed at most there would be a verbal reprimand. Pan Zhenwei asked who was behind the incident. The assistant presented the last message from the factory supervisor before his death and recounted its content. After hearing it, the old man pondered. Blue flame, capable of devouring everything. Perhaps a high-level fire attribute transcendent gene user approached the immortal flame. Pan Shizi interjected, "That is the key to opening the eternal flower, the key to seizing the immortal flame." As he spoke, he manipulated fire in his hand to affect the giant cabbage, sighing that heaven favored the Pan family, 3 generations inheriting fire abilities, striving to research the strongest star chart. To unlock the eternal flower that contains the immortal flame, if one lacks a transcendent gene above 90%, then one must seize it by hand. Pan Shizi emphasized that the artificial transcendent experiment had progressed. Once they extracted this blue flame gene, as the eldest son with the highest gene of the Pan family, he believed he could use that key to open the eternal flame and make the family the #1 fire clan. The assistant awkwardly said they must first find that flame, and the world is too vast. Pan Zhenwei remained calm. They only need to track one transcendent. Ask the suppressors for assistance. He immediately instructed them to report to headquarters that their laboratory had been destroyed by a wanted blue flame user who stole precious materials and likely lured the Earth Dragon. The assistant obeyed and left to carry it out. Pan Shizi gently stroked the plant like a treasure and whispered, "Eternal flower, I will surely open you." He firmly vowed to seize the flame that belongs to it. This bud is not only enormous, its roots also extend deep underground without end. At a depth of 5,000 meters, beneath the immortal flame research base. Those roots reached here and seemed to pierce into the body of a colossal monster with blazing red eyes. The Earth Dragon that swallowed Tam-2 had appeared before the Earth Dragon King. It slowly opened its mouth, revealing a faint human figure inside. Then the unfortunate man was spat out, cursing in confusion, "Where the hell is this place?" Tam-2 looked around and noticed the sticky surroundings with a strong stench. He quickly realized he stood before the jaws of a colossal monster, crying out, "What is this? How can such a huge creature exist? What is its level?" The Earth Dragon King stared at its prey and coldly said, "Wrong." Tam-2 froze, not knowing what would happen next. Not making him wait long, the Earth Dragon released blue flame that erased him without a trace. Tam-2 completely vanished. The piece of flesh Xing Kun had attached to him fell. The Earth Dragon King stared intently. It swallowed that and roared he must be captured at all costs. Remember his scent well. Its sharp jaws closed with a grinding sound and a flash of light. The scene shifted to Xing Kun. He had returned to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, Xing Kun hid the spoils before Xiao Yu's bewildered gaze, saying resources must be concealed and used when needed to avoid attention. He calculated that the tentacle master likely realized the pursued was not him and must have taken what he left on that man. Xiao Yu ran out asking if he was back. He handed her a box telling her to buy late-night food, high-grade life energy source. 1 tube equals 5 or 6 from the school. He still worried if it tracked his scent and came, would it send stronger monsters or continue using Earth Dragons to probe? If still Earth Dragons, he could delay another year before eruption. Thinking that Xing Kun watched his friend's back and silently hoped things would improve. Even so, he kept pondering if the opponent acted first and gave him no time to grow, that would surely attract the suppressors and stir everything. If Doomsday is a malignant tumor, then perhaps letting the symptoms surface is better. While Xing Kun was still tangled in countless schemes, a strange movement occurred at the immortal flame research base. The eternal bloom trembled slightly. One outer petal slowly began to open. Immediately after, the other layers of petals unfolded one by one. A member of the research team saw the scene and shouted loudly, "Everyone come quickly, the eternal bloom has blossomed." Hearing the call, everyone immediately rushed over, curious to see if it was true. Man, excited, said, "Director Fan just left, call him back quickly. This is a major breakthrough." But before he finished speaking, a demonic force swept past, knocking him down right before everyone's eyes. The remaining two also had no time to react, their bodies torn apart by that mysterious power. A scar-faced man wielding a knife lunged to ambush someone nearby, and alarms blared simultaneously around him. As the blade touched the opponent's neck, the skin there suddenly hardened like steel, preventing the knife from piercing through. The girl in pink beside him laughed. "See, I told you, he has mastered the life element and activated golden body so quickly. The captain is truly unmatched," to which the captain merely smiled. "Don't flatter me." Clapped to gather everyone and spoke. "Finally someone dares to intrude. No wonder the Fan family gathered us. We are those who even the exterminators must respect." He excitedly announced, "Currently there are 3 4-star superhumans and 7 3-star peak superhumans." Ah Hung corrected him, "Captain, you're wrong, now there are 6 4-stars. Training here is extremely fast, just a little more time and all will reach 4 stars. Group behind sneered, "Let's just finish the mission assigned by the Fan family." The captain confidently led the charge. Regardless of who the intruder was, even an exterminator would not let them escape. Quickly assigned tasks. Team A, follow me inside to block an attack. Ah Hong said emotionally, "I miss the days of roaming freely." Team B was to confront the armed forces on the other side. The scar-faced man interjected, "Yes, surviving with struggle is tiring." Team C was responsible for controlling the staff, ensuring no one escaped. The group behind echoed in unison. Captain also instructed Arthur, "You scout ahead invisible. After receiving orders, you disappear immediately." As the team approached the base door, the captain reminded them, "We are here, do not underestimate. Anyone daring to intrude on this well-guarded place is no ordinary." After speaking, he used force to burst open the main gate and charged in. Everyone's face showed pride, burning out their insides. "We will sweep everything." Just 3 seconds after entering, the terrifying blue flame engulfed the group. The entire scene was witnessed by Arthur, standing invisible in a corner. He was so scared he dared not breathe heavily, covering his mouth to avoid making a sound. After witnessing everything, Arthur trembled as he recounted, "In an instant, all but me were gone." He fell before the Fan family members, voice shaking. Hiding his breath was the only way to survive and see everything. Arthur confirmed it was not an intruder, but monsters born from the eternal bloom. not humans transformed but the flower itself incarnate. Trembling, he continued, there were 4, they could become invisible and wield the immortal flame. They killed the golden body captain in an instant, even more terrifying than the earth dragons, then left the base without a trace. Arthur urgently shouted, Master Fan, we have caused trouble, they will harm many people. We must inform the exterminators immediately. His face pale, we cannot hide this, no one can conceal it. Han Zhenwei coldly cast a fireball at Arthur. I warned, anyone revealing this must pay. It's ridiculous for a condemned man to worry about others. He instructed his assistant, extract his superhuman genes. Do not waste them. The assistant replied, trembling, yes sir. Han Shizi excitedly said, look, everything is as planned. The eternal bloom stabilized and stimulates stronger genes. Just touching it causes obvious changes. Soon he will master the life element, reach 4 stars and have the immortal flame. Pan Zhenwei nodded but warned, be cautious until the barrier is complete. Do not touch it for now. Thought crossed his mind, the eternal bloom was already a gene mutator. I guessed this long ago, never expected it to become a living creature. But that is not important. What matters is it boosts superhumans. One day the Fan family will have a powerful enough team to dominate the world. Han Zhenwei gazed at the flower greedily, silently affirming this treasure belongs only to his clan. Back at the school dorm, some rooms were still lit. Xiao Yu was being stared at by Xing Kun. She asked, embarrassed, why are you looking at me like that? Do you intend to eat me? He replied thoughtfully, no, tonight I'm full. It will take 10 days to digest. By then the monster genes will reach level 3. Before going to 4, I need to boost my superhuman genes to 3 stars. He explained further, I need to stabilize monster genes with superhuman genes to maintain human form. But I have too few. Reaching 3 stars requires special methods. Silence fell. Xing Kun slowly reached out to Xiao Yu. He gently touched her cheek and softly caressed her beautiful face. His mutated arm suddenly appeared. Without a word, he placed the hand before Xiao Yu. Sharp teeth emerged from his palm towards her neck. He said, let's see if it works. She replied worriedly, remember to be gentle. Teeth touched Xiao Yu's neck. Xing Kun reassured, it will only hurt a little. As soon as it touched, superhuman genes in her body gathered around that spot. Seconds later she felt better. My superhuman genes have decreased significantly. Xing Kun smiled with satisfaction. The effect is quick. Continued, from previous electricity training experience, a special current will absorb and refine your superhuman genes, so freely absorb electricity. The manual says breakthroughs cover costs. Xiao Yu started absorbing electricity. He urged, absorb more. Tonight the school covers the electricity cost. Elsewhere at the school, the secretary reported frantically, Principal Qin, the power grid is abnormal. Electricity is out everywhere. Contrary to concern, the principal smiled. Our place just went dark too. In the silent space, only the ticking clock passed a minute. Secretary Duong asked anxiously, do you have any orders? Old Qin replied calmly, rest assured, the genius with the highest superhuman genes is breaking through. No problem, just the speed surprises me. Xiao Yu is more capable than I thought. Miss Duong warned, but the electricity cost will increase greatly. The principal sipped tea, said, even if it reaches millions, it's worth it. Humans are priceless. If excessive, Exterminator HQ will assist. Suddenly the phone rang. He looked and exclaimed, luckily it's a special line, otherwise we wouldn't have received an urgent call. Seeing the sign on the screen, Jingji knew it was from Exterminator HQ. He immediately answered, this is Jingji. Hearing the other side, he was shocked. What, the whole city lost power, all electricity diverted to the academy. No problem, our Xiao Yu is breaking through, and this time cost. What, need an application? MangaCapped Superhuman Academy under the Exterminator Division is in the special zone of MangaCapped City, residents along the main riverbanks, area 36.7 km2. The special zone, though an island, is near the city center of MangaCapped, 795.44 km2, the third largest city in Huazia, extremely bustling, consuming around 200 billion watts of residential power daily. Currently all city electricity is directed to MangaCapped Superhuman Academy, plunging the center into darkness. Current converged into Xiao Yu's body, 3 hours absorption equal to half a day's city electricity, comparable to a 4-star superhuman's energy reserve. The pink-haired girl at HQ was amazed. A newly awakened student already containing such immense elemental energy, unbelievable. Jingji explained, the higher the gene ratio, the purer, the more energy can be stored. They are like innate containers. More energy increases chance of promotion and fewer obstacles. He stated this is the secret global superhuman organization study. They push humans to genetic limits, a visible but hard to achieve path. Incidentally, teacher Qin asked how much electricity was used in 3 hours. The other side answered 56,034,751 yuan, making him choke on tea. The caller anxiously asked if he was okay. He quickly said fine, the tea was just too hot. At the headquarters, someone worriedly asked Director Jing, theoretically Xiao Yu's cultivation should progress smoothly. But what if an accident occurred? If the girl had not reached 1 star and her body could not withstand the energy, would his more than 50 million not be lost in vain? Jingji remained completely confident. How could that be? The girl had used up all the life essence of the entire class. Reaching 1 star was only a matter of time. If there were signs of waste, she would have already sought help by now. At that moment, Secretary Yang reported, Director, Xiao Yu requests an audience. Elder Jing paused slightly before saying, let her in. Xiao Yu entered with Xing Kun. She lowered her head to thank him for the support and apologized for the excessive electricity consumption last night that caused losses to the academy. Jing Ji laughed it off and asked, have you reached 1 star yet? Xiao Yu replied innocently, no, not yet. The answer cut into the principal's heart like a knife. Despite the disappointment, he still said he would teach her how to seal the absorbed energy. It should not have turned out this way. Xiao Yu continued, I have not finished speaking. Now I am already 2 stars. The principal was stunned. 2 stars. Jumped up in shock, so fast. According to calculations, it should take 2 more weeks to achieve. With such high genes, it should require time to refine. He immediately used his ability to examine her. Countless branches appeared surrounding Xiao Yu. She looked bewildered, unable to sense any movement, but instinctively felt they were extremely terrifying. When she touched them, the principal said he understood. Your extraordinary genes are vigorous, so the refinement speed has greatly increased. Retracting the branches, he explained there are usually 2 causes, combat or emotional agitation. Xiao Yu raised her hand and said, I was indeed very agitated. Jingji looked at her thoughtfully. Xing Kun smiled and interjected that she was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. He patted her head and said they had come to thank the academy, to request the star chart technique to advance to 3 stars. The principal burst into laughter. 3 stars is the graduation standard. You have just enrolled and already want to graduate. He said Xiao Yu already has a suitable star chart, but for Xing Kun to advance to 2 stars, he must allow his cocoon gene to metamorphose into an elemental gene. 3 stars require using elemental genes to construct a scientific star chart like the Fan family, after which personal skills can be developed. But your genes are too low, insufficient to construct a star chart. Xing Kun smiled and said he had an artificial extraordinary robot to assist, thinking it could help him break through to 2 stars. Jingji asked curiously, you know about this? Then again, if you follow the information, it is normal to know. He said the robot had been registered, but the information was later deleted because the technology was not yet perfected. He explained it is only effective for those with genes below 40% and consumes an enormous amount of life essence, so it is not worthwhile. Xing Kun remained resolute. I have plenty of life essence, and my classmates are also willing to help. The principal shook his head and told him not to exaggerate. Xing Kun smiled and replied that he had misunderstood. After thinking, Jing Ji said that thing consumes electricity no less than last night. Xing Kun could only say then he would take his leave. He pulled Xiao Yu away. She worried that if she could not retain the energy it would disperse and she would have to absorb it again tomorrow. He told her to try to persist. The principal hurriedly called them back. He said he would give him an opportunity. If his group of friends passed the supernova selection, then he would grant that robot armor. Xing Kun nodded repeatedly in thanks and promised to help the entire group be selected. Jingji reminded that there were only 3 days left. Xing Kun bowed and left. Secretary Yang worriedly said they would find it difficult to be selected. The national competition is held every 2 years. They are only first-year students. Even with Xiao Yu it would be hard to win, and the other 2 have not yet awakened. Jingji calmly said not necessarily. The secretary asked if it was because of Xiao Yu's talent. He replied no, it was because of Xing Kun. Initially Pan Zhenwei had even wanted to prevent him from enrolling because he only had 1% gene. The secretary nodded and mentioned the assessment. He said that despite low genes he still passed. He revealed that he had investigated the physical data and found abnormalities. This boy has a secret. The secretary was surprised and asked why he, who studies monster genes, was interested in extraordinary data. He said thoughtfully that he had assigned a difficult task. If the boy succeeded, then the school would lose nothing. He told her to return to work. The power outage incident had caused her overtime. The secretary replied that it was her duty. After she left, Jingji made a phone call. The person on the other end asked why he was calling so late. He greeted Director Chu. The other side teased why he was being so polite. Jingji said Xiaoyu's electricity expenses should be considered as his requested funding, otherwise he would resign, leaving Director Chu speechless. Next morning at the South Moon Academy courtyard, the crowd discussed that Lam Deem had a 90% chance of being a freshman and that everyone must be investigated. They must find Lam Deem, who had clashed with the purifiers and stolen the Fan family's data. Everyone responded in unison, understood. In the principal's office, Neep Duong greeted him. The school remains as steadfast as before. Jingji joked and asked how Lin Chi felt. Neep Duong reproached Lin Chi for speaking tactlessly. The two argued briefly before returning to the main topic. Jingji closed his eyes and told them to speak. Neep Duong said that besides serving as judges, they also had to find Lam Deem. The principal asked why they suspected he was at the school. Neep Duong told Lin Chi to explain. Lin Chi recounted that on the night of June 25th during battle, he encountered Lam Deem. He said he lost an arm but was saved by that man before being knocked unconscious. Upon waking, he saw the monster had been defeated and that man was absorbing black smoke. He guessed it was a newly awakened youth. Neep Duong said that if it were only that it would not be concerning. But yesterday, the Fan family reported that that man attacked their base and stole life essence, causing everyone there to perish. Neep Duong concluded that that man was becoming increasingly dangerous and could be a freshman. Suspected Lam Deem was indeed a new student of the academy. Lin Chi said they must drag him out. Jingji believed the reasoning was still somewhat forced. He sipped his coffee and remarked that they seemed very certain that that man was here. Lin Chi said after being knocked unconscious, he had developed a strange connection with that man. He affirmed that this type of connection would not be wrong. As soon as he entered the academy, he sensed Lam Deem was here. Neep Duong concluded they must capture that man and investigate all freshmen. Jingji thought for a moment before agreeing. They are training at the elemental field. You can go and take a look. In the field, the instructor said the school has many elemental and martial subjects. Anyone encountering difficulties can ask teachers or come to this field to train. Ba Luong explained that the ground is designed according to the cyclic 5 elements. This design makes extraordinary genes more active. Those already awakened cultivate faster. Those not yet awakened have a higher chance. He adjusted his glasses and reminded them to cherish the opportunity. Find suitable opponents because combat is the best way to enhance genes. Begin. Ba Luong finished speaking and immediately turned to leave, at the same time gesturing for Xiao Yu and Xing Kun to come closer to talk. The group of Du Hong saw the two leave their original spot and immediately paid attention to observe them. He curled his lips in a smile at Zhao Sheng, saying that your master had left, so we would take care of unawakened ones like you. He calmly replied that he would train with Xiao Tao, fearing that an accidental move might put them in an awkward position. Du Hong burst into mocking laughter, ridiculing that an unawakened person dared to speak so boldly, even threatening that resources and backing could not protect them forever. On the other side, Fa Luong held his forehead and sighed that the director had approved the unbelievable request of the two, and from now on he would personally guide them, but truthfully neither met the standards to join the supernova. He added that the minimum requirement was for the captain to reach 3-star extraordinary. Otherwise, without the precedent of Shangyuan, they would have been eliminated from the very beginning. In the past, Shangyuan Kui, while still a freshman, had defeated a 3-star examiner, so the standards were adjusted. Fa Luong adjusted his glasses and suggested they could join another team first, but Xing Kun's genes were too low and easily rejected. He immediately refused because he felt the current group was still fine. Teacher coldly remarked that the group consisted of a lost person, an unawakened one, and someone with only 1% gene. Suddenly his expression changed as he sensed a strange aura. Memories of the meal and the incident with Lin Chi resurfaced. He thought of the purger he had once injured. Perhaps that man had come. He reasoned that this was a completely matching gene resonance, meaning the opponent could also sense him, so he had to conceal himself immediately. Inside his body, the tiny golden extraordinary gene was surrounded by the massive monster gene. He decided to use them to cover it and sever the connection. Fa Luong continued persuading that even with the myriad swords constellation, with Xing Kun's current talent, it would still be difficult to cultivate before obtaining armor. Frankly stated that without a constellation one could not operate elements, just like lacking ingredients meant no dish could be cooked. He turned to Xiao Yu, telling her to temporarily act as captain and try using her full strength for him to see. She replied enthusiastically that she needed a little time to warm up and asked him to wait a moment. Seeing her overly excited, Fa Luang worriedly reminded her to attack upward for safety. Elsewhere, Du Hong threw a punch toward Zhao Sheng, issuing a threat that backing could not protect them forever. Suddenly, from Xiao Yu's position, a brilliant pillar of lightning shot into the sky, leaving him stunned. Everyone immediately turned to look, as the dazzling light obscured the surrounding figures. The lightning surged so high that the electricity across the campus flickered and went out. Du Hong instantly changed his attitude, turning to flatter Zhao Sheng as if he had never caused trouble. The Zhao Sheng brothers' eyes shone with admiration, secretly thinking that their sister-in-law was truly formidable. Xiao Yu anxiously asked if she had met the requirement. Fa Luang froze for a moment before nodding in confirmation. Outwardly he remained calm, but inwardly he was astonished. Just the elemental eruption was already this powerful. If she cultivated a constellation, she would become a mobile energy source. Suddenly a voice called from outside. Secretary Duong invited him out for a private discussion. Fa Luang followed, while Xing Kun kept his eyes closed, causing Xiao Yu to worry and ask about him. He opened his eyes and said in a low voice that the purger had arrived. After discussing, Fa Luang gathered everyone and announced the news about the purger. Enheep Duong asked whether Lin Chi had been found. He replied that the person was nearby but had just lost the trail. Lin Chi activated his ability, his eyes glowing gold as he confidently said he would find the opponent. He shouted and the surrounding metal immediately rose from the ground. The scene flashed back to 2 months earlier at a building. Lin Chi asked about the situation. Manhwa reported that the monsters had been safely led into the old building. After hearing this, he immediately requested the vice captain to withdraw. He urged her to hurry. Manhwa could only comply. She notified through the communicator, requesting everyone to leave the building immediately. Lin Chi activated his ability, striking the ground and causing the surrounding metal to be mobilized. Manhwa was astonished to see the steel being drawn toward him. Lin Chi used that metal to demolish the building. The attack made the entire structure tremble. Manhwa secretly admired his ability to achieve great results with minimal effort. The walls began to collapse. She realized it was the realm of myriad swords returning to the set. The building collapsed. Enheep Duong hurriedly ran out, cursing the troublemaker. He angrily said that he was holding back the monster for the newcomers to gain combat experience, and he would not spare anyone, even a team captain. Enheep Duong looked at Lin Chi with irritation, while he merely greeted him calmly. Lin Chi introduced himself as a student of the 25th cohort of Nam and Gayat, leaving the other two stunned. Enheep Duong recognized his name and wondered why he was wearing a captain's uniform. He explained that it was only a regular outfit without a logo. Manhwa muttered that it was his first appearance, so he wanted to make an impression. The scene returned to the academy in the present. Enheep Duong frowned and reminded him not to destroy the 5 elements training ground. Lin Chi replied that there was enough metal beneath it for his use. His gaze was filled with determination as he ordered the deployment. Golden metal fragments rose into the air, forming a gigantic spear. The freshmen were horrified upon seeing countless metal swords hovering above their heads. Xing Kun sensed the metal element within his body being probed and understood that the opponent was searching for a target. The metal bars converged toward him, as if forcing him to reveal himself. Inside, his golden genes surged to confront the monster genes surrounding them. He closed his eyes, calculating a way to suppress them without exposing himself. Looking at the gigantic metal spear above, he thought that he could not avoid it forever. An idea came to him. He whispered to Xiao Yu, telling her to stay away and trust him. He controlled the monster genes to disperse, allowing the extraordinary genes to be exposed for the opponent to detect. Lin Chi immediately pointed straight ahead, declaring that he had found Lam Dean. The metal spikes in front of Du Hong changed direction. All the iron fragments aimed toward a single direction. Seeing this, Xing Kun pretended to be panicked like an innocent freshman. Lin Chi remained unmoved, continuing the attack and declaring that Lam Dean would be captured for the previous incidents. Hao Sheng and Xiao Tao called out anxiously. Du Hong was astonished that Lam Dean, who was wanted as a fire element user, could actually be Xing Kun. He hurriedly argued that he belonged to the metal element. The metal bar rushing toward him suddenly slowed down and then stopped in front of him. He deftly dodged, astonished that he could clearly perceive their trajectory and structure. Suddenly, the metal layer before Xing Kun became more transparent, revealing every structural vein inside and leaving him stunned. Was it not merely a series of connected circuits once he could see through it like this? He suddenly remembered what Fa Luang once said, To scare the monkeys one must kill the chicken first, unless he could sense the elements of others and turn a cat into a tiger. King Kun lifted his foot and calculated that perhaps he could use his extraordinary genes to control the metal fragments beneath the ground to rise. He only needed to employ a bit of the metal element. His face turned cold as he gathered the metal fragments into a weapon similar to Lin Chi's. What had that man shouted earlier? It sounded rather foolish. Truly an arrogant man. With just a glance he could recreate Lin Chi's void celestial star sword exactly. However, he was not yet accustomed to controlling this replica, so it trembled continuously. Xing Kun softly commanded it to stay still. But Luong pushed up his glasses in astonishment. That was a move from the myriad sword star map. It could be executed with only a trace of the metal element. Could Xing Kun have learned it after watching Lin Chi use it once? But it was not a move one could grasp by sight, and he did not possess a star map. Duong pondered an evaluation and reminded Lin Chi that Lam Deem used blue flames while he was of the metal system. Lin Chi replied with certainty that his perception could not be wrong. Lin Chi waved his hand to control the sword and said who claimed that using fire must belong to the fire system. He swept his hand as the metal blades moved and asserted that with a bit of technique metal could also generate fire. The speed reached its limit as the metal blades spun into a circle, friction producing spark. Sword bodies glowed red from heating, and he called the move molten transference ignition. But Luong marveled at the fiery display, not only myriad swords returning to the origin, but causing each sword to ignite simultaneously. Lin Chi's controllability had truly improved after graduation. He suddenly paused, realizing that metal could indeed generate fire. Seeing Xing Kun standing still and gazing at the sky filled with red-hot swords, Ba Luong incredulously wondered whether his identity as Lam Deem was real. Was the freshman's status merely a disguise? Meanwhile, Xing Kun's eyes shone like headlights, fascinated by that skill and thinking that a lightning sword ignited with flames would be amazing. He wanted to learn it so badly. Lin Chi shouted tensely for Lam Deem to admit defeat. He controlled the rain of swords to descend, the sharp metal tips aimed straight at Xing Kun. Suddenly a voice rang out saying enough. Immediately the area was covered by a gigantic circle of water. The red-hot iron fragments gradually cooled, and all the swords were halted in midair. Duong was horrified by the powerful water element that neutralized myriad swords returning to the origin. All the students, including Xing Kun, were safe. Zhang Yuan stood in front of Xing Kun and said with displeasure that she thought they were only serving as selection judges. She narrowed her eyes in warning that Nam and Gayat Academy was under her protection. If they bullied the students, she would show no mercy. She wielded an iron pipe to drive them away. If they were referees, they should act properly and not cause trouble. Lin Chi still provoked, saying he was Lam Deem and told her to step aside. Duong reminded him to speak respectfully to his senior. Huang Kui laughed coldly with a darkened face and asked if he was telling her to step aside. He created a water dragon to intimidate them and said must a lady like her step aside. Today she would teach this brat a lesson. Just as she was about to act, Lin Chi hurriedly said he wanted to return to headquarters. Duong smiled bitterly, thinking he knew fear quickly this time. He looked at the water dragon that seemed to possess a soul and thought that she was about to reach 5-star transcendence. A single strike would be enough to defeat a 3-star senior. Seeing Lin Chi stop, he breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Chi then suggested that headquarters send another 17 or 18 people. During this, Shangyuan Qi's water dragon opened its mouth again, ready to charge. In her mind echoed Elder Qin's reminder to restrain herself. Her hot temper would only cause her losses, and as for her romantic fate, she anxiously asked what would happen. She withdrew the water dragon and asked if he had faked fire using metal to generate flames, then why they had not detected it at that time. Presented evidence that on the night the Fan family's laboratory was destroyed, she had been monitoring the school and no one had left the academy. Xing Kun felt secretly delighted upon hearing this, as it became his alibi. Duong put his arm around Lin Chi's shoulder to bid farewell, saying perhaps they were mistaken, and they should go prepare for the selection. The two left, and the training ground gradually fell silent. Du Tin approached and asked that managing the entire school like this must be very tiring for her. She yawned and said who had the time to monitor every day, but still. She nudged Xing Kun lightly and smiled, saying that according to her masculine intuition, he was not a bad person. Iou felt slightly jealous seeing this and coughed a few times. Huang Kui immediately ran over to hold Xiaoyu's hand, saying she valued her greatly and urged her to cultivate to 4 or 5 stars so they could punish those despicable men together. After she left, Xing Kun said they should return to studying seriously. Zhao Sheng approached and whispered that he heard the senior often encountered bad men, so her judgment of people was not accurate. Xiao Yu nudged him, implying that it was just normal then. Xing Kun narrowed his eyes and warned him not to speak sarcastically. Tonight he would bring Xiao Tao to Xiao Yu's equipment room to broaden their horizons. Zhao Sheng hurriedly replied, "Yes, boss." But Liuang thought to himself that this team participating in the supernova selection might create a surprise. Although 2 members had not awakened the talent of Xiao Yu, and the dark horse Xing Kun was very promising. At the registration point, he thought that although winning the championship was difficult, passing the first round was possible. This time his bet with colleagues would likely yield considerable winning. In the teacher's room, discussions arose that Miss Chu's team would easily win the championship. Someone said his team had a secret weapon, and news spread that Fa Liuang was leading freshmen to compete with them. Could first-year students even meet the registration requirement? Fa Liuang opened the door with a sly smile and greeted them, saying he was registering his team. He pushed up his glasses and said today's weather was truly beautiful. Surely luck would follow as well. The male dormitory curses rang out. "Zhao Sheng, you are truly lucky." Du Hong scolded that young master Fan wanted to recruit him and his sister into the 4th team of the Fan family. Did he know how great the benefits were? He boasted that each year the life essence fluid they received was even more than what Xing Kun had seized. The siblings almost used 2 tubes every day. Such rare good news. He said with disdain that an opportunity like this was something trash like him could hardly dream of, truly encountering a benefactor. Seeing Zhao Sheng remain silent, he pressed further, saying young Master Fan had a way to help them awaken, the very thing he needed most. Zhao Sheng asked coldly about awakening. He replied that it was a blessing of 18 lifetimes. His sister would repeat 1 year and he 2 years. 2 years without awakening meant such aptitude made it hard to pass again. Only by following young Master Fan would there be a chance to change their fate. Du Hong patted his shoulder in a condescending manner, saying his family's destiny was about to change. Zhao Sheng remained calm, but his voice turned cold, telling him to remove his dirty hand. Du Hong still smiled, saying, "Do not think having protection makes you arrogant." Zhao Sheng shouted for him to listen clearly. He shook off his hand and declared that in life he belonged to his boss, and in death it would be the same. Du Hong was stunned and exclaimed, "What?" He grabbed Zhao Sheng by the collar and shouted loudly. He cursed that Xing Kun had offended the Fan family and would lose everything and be forced to bow his head. He threatened that Zhao Sheng would lose the chance to awaken and would also face retaliation. Zhao Sheng only smiled with disdain. He kicked Du Hong hard in the stomach and said his boss was powerful beyond imagination. If he had the guts, he should fight him. If Zhao Sheng made a sound, he would admit defeat. Du Hong fell onto the bed and howled that if he remained stubborn, he would not sleep peacefully at night. Zhao Sheng provoked that it would be best not to let him wake, because once awake he would fight to the end. Du Hong furiously activated his power, his eyes flashing with golden light as he roared that Zhao Sheng was truly insane. He slapped Zhao Sheng across the face and lectured arrogantly. "From now on, every night I have to think of ways to pick a fight with you. Just thinking about it is already annoying. Trash with talent like yours even dares to act as if protecting his master." He did not cry out in pain, but instead laughed loudly, saying that if not for Big Brother, then I would have died long ago. In this life I vow to repay him. Zhao Sheng calmly stepped outside and said that I have business tonight. If you cannot defeat me, then I will leave first. We can settle the matter of victory and defeat later. He burst into laughter, thinking that he was afraid and making excuses to run away. "Hurry up and get lost, or I will make you lie there forever." His roar echoed throughout the dormitory. "Sooner or later you will harm yourself and your sister, you useless trash." In another corner, Wuxing glanced over and said, "Young Master Fan, that guy is nothing more than Xing Kun loyal dog. Trying to win their faction over will be very difficult." He merely smiled faintly and replied that he had hundreds of ways to deal with them. He had intended to be gentle, but they kept forcing him to be ruthless. The scene shifted to the female dormitory on the other side. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao stood in front of the door and knocked loudly. "Big Brother, we have arrived." Suddenly a hand reached out from inside the room, startling him. At the same time, a gust of wind swept past as fast as lightning. Xing Kun pulled the 2 still stunned people into the room. His face briefly showed fierceness. His deep voice echoed through the room, asking whether the 2 were ready for hellish training. They were startled and replied yes. He crossed his arms and seriously continued that next would be brutal training. "First, close your eyes." When Zhao Sheng chuckled, he asked in surprise what he was laughing at. Xiao Tao also turned to look. He raised the sock he had just taken off, and said, "I am afraid of accidentally opening my eyes, so I prepared this in advance." Then he intended to place the foul-smelling sock over his sister's head, causing her to shout, "Are you trying to harm me?" Xing Kun pretended not to notice and calmly said, "Stop it. Closing your eyes is not as important as absolutely trusting me." He narrowed his eyes and solemnly demanded that they entrust their lives to him. Zhao Sheng nodded in agreement without hesitation, and then turned to ask Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao calmly asked whether Xing Kun was Lam Deem. Zhao Sheng hurriedly reminded her to call him Big Brother, but Xing Kun frankly admitted that it was true. Zhao Sheng's eyes lit up with admiration upon hearing this. He turned to ask his sister how she knew. Xiao Tao explained that the purifiers would not come without reason. When Lin Qi called Lam Deem, she had paid attention to their reaction. She affirmed that the awkward reaction that day was only an act because she had never seen him truly panic. She also mentioned that Xiao Yu's reaction was too subtle. With their relationship, it was impossible for her to stand aside like that. Zhao Sheng exclaimed in amazement and praised his sister's intelligence. She immediately mocked that it would be very unfortunate if two people in one family were both fools. Xing Kun interjected saying, "You can call me Lam Deem, but do not say that my acting is poor." He admitted that he was the one who destroyed the Fan family laboratory and asked whether they still trusted him. Xiao Tao calmly said that without him they would have died, and that harsh assessment was probably aimed at him by the Fan family. Zhao Sheng nodded, finding it reasonable. Xiao Tao looked at him firmly and said that it further proved that the Fan family had problems. Their laboratory must be researching something dangerous, and she no longer had any other choice. He added that since her brother had chosen to follow him, he would not change his mind. Zhao Sheng joked that she should repay him with her body, making her shout for him to be quiet. She optimistically said that although the opponent was strong, the two siblings would do their utmost to assist, then shouted to begin the training and that they would do whatever they were told. Zhao Sheng echoed in agreement. Xing Kun and Xiao Yu took out 2 large bottles of life essence and told each of them to drink one. They agreed. Zhao Sheng picked it up and drank it all, saying, "I am finished." Xiao Tao also tried to drink it all and then held her stomach, complaining of discomfort. Xing Kun said it would be absorbed quickly. She asked whether it was primal life essence. He frankly said that it was indeed taken from the Fan family laboratory, and reminded them that they had already used more than half of the essence obtained. Zhao Sheng was so moved that he almost cried, while Xiao Tao instead felt worried and understood why he had demanded that they entrust their lives. He thought that drinking a large amount of primal essence before awakening was extremely dangerous. Perhaps he wanted to use the danger to stimulate their power. She anxiously guessed that he had learned this method from the Fan family laboratory and even used mysterious equipment, which was why he did not allow them to see. Xing Kun stepped back and waved his hand, asking them to close their eyes. Just as Xiao Tao was about to comply, she was suddenly struck on the back of the neck. Before sinking into darkness, she thought that this way she would not have to worry about opening her eyes. This method was more effective for her foolish brother. Xing Kun softly apologized for not being able to speak about the monster genes yet, and could only activate the transcendent genes in their dream. He quickly transformed his arm into a massive form and muttered, wishing them a hellish sweet dream. His targets were the 2 siblings lying on the ground. He controlled the small mouths to touch the backs of their necks, secretly thinking that Xiao Yu's transcendent genes were too powerful, so he had to be cautious. He smiled in satisfaction at the reactions obtained. As for the other 2 whose genes were weaker, he could influence them more deeply. Inside their bodies, the milky white transcendent genes were almost motionless. A segment of monster gene that he transmitted rushed down and merged with the transcendent gene chain. He looked at them with satisfaction as nightmares arose, causing the transcendent genes to erupt in self-protection. In Xiao Tao's dream, she wore pink pajamas lying on the grass and struggled to wake up, wondering where this place was. She looked at her blood-stained hands and clothes in panic. Sadness welled up as she realized it was the familiar nightmare again. The small teddy bear suddenly twisted and swelled, leaving her stunned. The giant teddy, as large as a building, drooled in front of her, making her scream. This dream was far more terrifying than before. Outside the dormitory, Lin Qi muttered that there was definitely something wrong with Xing Kun. Manhwa draped an arm over his shoulder and teased that he had come to peep at someone bathing. Lin Qi irritably said that Xing Kun's room emitted a strange aura. She laughed and asked if he was a dog. Lin Qi asserted that Xing Kun was Lam Deem and that he would find evidence in this selection round. Suddenly their walkie-talkie crackled, indicating an incoming call. they received an urgent notice from the purifiers that a major incident had occurred. Both of them immediately listened to the details over the phone. Manhwa hurriedly left upon hearing that the northern supply station had been attacked and that reinforcements were required. Tong Dan reported that the northern site was almost collapsed. The smell of blood was overwhelming, and no survivors or clear traces of monsters had been found. He reported that headquarters would conduct a thorough investigation and believed that with their strength they could protect themselves. He confidently stated that his transcendent senses did not detect any monster horde nearby. Suddenly Tong Dan sensed something unusual. He reported in alarm that something was rushing toward them very quickly from afar, the distance closing at an astonishing rate. The entire team immediately assumed defensive positions and asked where the enemy was. Tong Dan was confused because he sensed the monster was very close, yet could see nothing. Suddenly a blue flame ambushed them, prompting headquarters to shout for a situation report. The communication device slammed hard onto the ground, the person on the other end still urgently asking what had happened. A gigantic foot crushed it, rendering the walkie-talkie useless, leaving only faint crackling sounds. A female member was ambushed by a monster and fell. Song Dan panicked and shouted that Zio Lan was in critical danger, then immediately ordered everyone to scatter and set up the dragon trapping formation to preserve themselves first. Amai immediately rushed forward to counterattack, her fist driving straight ahead. She could not hold on for long, her arm was severely destroyed by the monster, blood gushing out endlessly. Amai was horrified as her arm was ruined before she could dodge, her trembling voice judging that this invisible monster was at least level 4. Then she resolved to stake her life and activated Crystal Dragon Trapping Chart Burst, using her own blood as the catalyst. She controlled the blood from her arm to form a cage imprisoning the enemy. Song Dan anxiously urged her not to do that because reinforcements nearby had already received the notice and were coming to help if they could just hold on a little longer. Mai looked at the captain and smiled, saying the blood cage would not last long. This invisible monster of at least level 4 was extremely dangerous. Despite being gravely injured, she still smiled to reassure them that they likely could not last until rescue arrived. And even if they did, those who came would hardly survive intact, and she herself would not make it. Amai weakly held her severed arm, apologized to her teammates, and said perhaps everyone would have to continue this path of cultivating the star chart with her. Her body gradually cracked from maintaining the blood cage, yet she gently said only if all of them used their blood to form a barrier with her could they preserve the captain's life. Her body turned into streaks of red bone that dissolved into the air, her voice lingering in the night saying he had always protected us, now let us repay him once. The other girls rushed forward to restrain the captain, demanding he stand still and surrender because even if he joined forces he could not resist them, while he roared that he was the captain and everyone had to obey orders. Two of them used their abilities to push him back, asking Song Dan to report to headquarters to send experts to handle the monster and not let other colleagues rush into danger. He could only shout no. Thrown onto the ground, Song Dan clenched his teeth helplessly and cursed inwardly. Watching the two teammates also vanish to block the monster, he blamed himself that if only he were stronger he could have protected them. He gripped his phone to make a call when he sensed something approaching, inwardly cursing that he had to report immediately, and a similar sound echoed from afar. Song Dan sprang up warily and realized there was not just one invisible monster but possibly 2 or 3, their speed slower so they were still behind. His face turned pale in despair, cursing inwardly not knowing where these monsters had come from and realizing the situation was far more serious than imagined. Gaining his composure, he clenched his phone and decided not to look for a hiding place, but to broadcast the warning immediately. However, as soon as he turned it on, the screen displayed an error notification. He understood that having left the range of the blood cage, the signal was affected by powerful elemental forces. He needed to go farther. Suddenly signs of movement appeared on the ground. Song Dan sensed danger and whispered that he had been discovered, urging the connection. He held the phone anxiously, pleading for it to connect. The old device emitted a few beeps with a no network notice, then finally reported a successful connection. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled at the screen because it had connected. Without delay, Song Dan informed headquarters not to send eliminators below 4 stars because there were at least 3 level 4 invisible monsters here, and behind him, a shadow had already appeared. After reporting, he felt lighter and smiled, his eyes flashing with a resolute blue light as he prepared to fight the monster to the death regardless of the outcome. The genetic patterns within his body became clear. Song Dan felt elemental power awaken, as a familiar blue shield appeared before him. He trembled with joy, knowing the one who arrived fastest was still Shang Guangkui. Guangkui ran over, seeing the scene. She apologized for arriving late. Song Dan reminded her to be careful of those monsters. She activated her transcendent gene, her eyes cold as she said they had retreated because they only intended to ambush for profit and did not want to fight her to avoid exposing themselves, and perhaps had more important targets. Switching to Xing Kun, who was in a mutated state, he judged that after becoming accustomed to transcendent power, humans grew delusional, thinking they could control monsters and the world because they had lived too peacefully for many years. Xing Kun used his transformed arm to hold Zhao Sheng by the waist, smiling slyly as he said they had to create some stimulation. Otherwise, when the accident struck a year later, they would be caught unprepared. Xiao Yu witnessed this scene and shivered slightly, reminding him to restrain himself and not go too far with them. Xing Kun teased back, telling her not to worry. If he could not restrain himself, the first one he would choose would be her, because she was more attractive. Xiao Yu rolled her eyes after hearing that and scolded him not to talk nonsense. Xing Kun explained he dared not mix monster flesh and blood into her because her transcendent gene would lose control, but the other two could try an extreme method since their gene levels were not high. She curiously asked what they were dreaming about. He observed and said Xiao Tao was having a normal fear response dream, while Zhao Sheng was different. Zhao Sheng twitched and muttered the word kill. Xing Kun realized deep inside he hid great fury. Suddenly Zhao Sheng sprang up, veins bulging on his face as he shouted he had to deal with you. But when he saw the two in front of him looking at him calmly, he immediately woke from the dream. Xing Kun laughed and congratulated them on awakening. Xiao Tao also just woke up. The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Both of them widened their eyes in astonishment once more. Xiao Tao pressed her lips, unable to speak, while Zhao Sheng burst into tears. He kowtowed in gratitude and swore to be a shield protecting Big Brother for life. Xing Kun waved his hand disdainfully, saying they were not qualified to be a shield yet, ordering them to advance because he had injected something into their bodies that kept the transcendent gene in a constant explosive state. Likened that state to when humans were about to be eaten, every cell standing on guard in self-defense upon sensing danger. Xiao Tao asked if that meant the transcendent gene was erupting, and he nodded, confirming it was almost so. Xing Kun opened the door and reminded them that there was 1 week left until the supernova selection. Within this month they had to reach 3-star transcendence. Reaching 2 stars now was not difficult. As for 3 stars, Xiao Yu would request a star chart from the principal. Xiao Tao was surprised because that was not simple. He did not explain further, only calling out that in the next few days they should not drink water but use life essence. Zhao Sheng looked at his hand in confusion, asking if he was dreaming and whether they had truly awakened. He felt the transcendent gene in his body surging, unlike the previous 2 years of study, rubbing Xiao Tao's head while praising Big Brother as righteous and generous yet extremely strong, and your judgment of people was truly accurate. Xiao Tao worriedly asked if Xing Kun intended to make them participate in the supernova selection. Zhao Sheng said blankly that they would do whatever Big Brother said. It was only a selection, then marveled at how amazing Big Brother was for even securing a participation slot. Xiao Tao reminded him that even though he was keeping a low profile after repeating the year this time, had he forgotten what he had done before? Zhao Sheng dodged the topic, saying he had merely beaten all his classmates. Xiao Tao shouted that it was good he remembered because in this selection they would face those very people. Zhao Sheng secretly thought it was fortunate he had awakened, and 1 week later the competition began. Du Hong was now holding a bottle of life essence and drinking with great excitement. The brown-haired guy curiously asked where he got it from, and he replied indifferently where else could it be from. He said it was Zhao Sheng's because that fool hid it in another pair of leather shoes, so he drank it and even smelled the scent, then was asked if he was not afraid of trouble. Du Hong sneered and said what was there to fear, he was only Xiao Yu's lackey. The life essence was probably obtained by flattery, while they relied on the Fan family, so they were of a different level, and dealing with him was an assigned task. After finishing, he threw the bottle away and mocked that after being beaten last time, Zhao Sheng did not dare return to the dormitory, and now no one knew where he was hiding. He also looked down on Xiao Yu as merely a pawn who Pan Shizhi could easily handle. If Zhao Sheng had not awakened, and he had acted seriously, then he would likely have been finished. Wu Yin passing by advised him not to underestimate them. Du Hong laughed contemptuously and said was it because he saw Zhao Sheng had a lot of life essence that he regretted betraying Xiao Yu and planned to go back to flatter her. He had seen many wind following people like that. Wu Yin coldly told him to check the school website because today was the supernova selection day. Du Hong opened his phone to look and said of course he knew. The event was grandly organized with cameras installed everywhere. Students could watch live via the school Wi-Fi or go to classrooms, and he was preparing to go. He and the brown-haired guy excitedly shouted that it had started, praising the MC as extremely beautiful. The other added that she was the previous season's supernova captain and an outstanding competitor. Unexpectedly, the MC was the trending Wind Element livestream hot girl, her voice introducing that the most overbearing team was about to announce the top 3 championship candidates. If there were no changes, the champion would belong to one of these 3 teams. That was Team 23 Crimson Flame. The screen showed Pan Shizzy's team composed entirely of 3 Starfire Element Transcendents who had completed more than 50% of their star charts, the most balanced and powerful lineup. Du Hong recognized Fan Thiu Jia, and Tu added that the former captain was Zheng Yu, who possessed 86% Transcendent gene, but according to the latest news, the captain position had changed. New captain was the prominent freshman Pan Shizzy, heir of the Fan family, who had reached 3 stars upon enrollment with 83% star chart and 90% Transcendent gene. Tu excitedly said on the livestream that this was a genius youth with a brilliant future, and let us wait to see his performance. Not long after, she beamed brightly and continued introducing the next segment. Tu moved to another part of the forest, where a formation was already waiting below, cleared of all grass and entirely composed of female warriors. She excitedly introduced that Captain Tram An is now recognized as the strongest in the school, possessing an 85% superhuman gene at absolute exterminator level, and using water-based abilities to train with myriad sword techniques. Famous for tearing apart Vu's blanket with a single sword, Captain Zich Veem 5253, would she manage to maintain her top spot in the school this time. Tu stirred the atmosphere from above and finally gave a bit of benefit to the female audience by introducing Captain Thiu Hoa's team, whose figures drew admiration from all. Then Thiu Hoa's team stepped forward, known to possess 4-star superhuman treasures, including the strongest sword and the sturdiest shield. Livestream viewers judged them as the true favorites for this year's championship. She soared high to announce the rules. As the MC of this supernova selection season, I declare round 1 officially begins. The arena is the jungle, 16 teams participate. If a captain loses the ability to fight, the team is eliminated. 6 winning teams advance to round 2. Moving to Du Hong's group, the 3 walked and discussed. The other 3 teams are formidable, already strong. How much more dangerous is the originally called most rebellious team? Wu Yin, did you watch from the start? How rebellious were they? Wu Yin sighed in explanation. They are all first-year students, only 4 of them, daring to compete for the championship with second and third years. Hence Tu called them the most rebellious team. Hearing this, Du Hong was astonished. The whole team first years, only 4, he immediately denied and irritably said, that's Xing Kun's team, right? How do they qualify for this selection? In the clear sky, the brown-haired boy interjected, Xiao Yu has a 95% gene, so breaking through to captain is normal. But Zhao Sheng and Zhao Xiao Tao are also in the team. Du Hong and the brown-haired exchanged looks in panic. Impossible to compete. Members must be awakened at least. He froze, then continued. Zhao Sheng has awakened already, so suddenly, and even if awakened, so what? Repeating 2 years to awaken with a 39% superhuman gene can still be easily defeated by me. Anyone can awaken, Wu Yin replied calmly. True, Zhao Sheng's gene is low and had to repeat 2 years, but that's why he has been at this academy for 2 full years. Even so, Du Hong argued stubbornly, so what Wu Yin said, he masters all superhuman-related subjects, right? He has practically studied to the point of risking everything. He added, perhaps you don't know this. Students from the previous cohort meeting Zhao Sheng had to address him as An Zhao. Elsewhere, a young man appeared with an excited expression. An Zhao, Xiao Tao, long time no see, unexpectedly meeting at this selection. He is Ma Tiu Long, captain of the Black Horse Flowing Star. Zhao Sheng's eyes widened in surprise, while Xiao Tao could only shyly cover his face. Tiu Long looked at Zhao Sheng and shouted, do you remember the day you left school? He thumped his chest with vigor. Back then you nearly faced off with each of us, so seeing you appear here. The others chimed in, as long as you're not in Team 53, our Team 52 will all converge. Tiu Long rubbed his neck in annoyance. You may join the selection, fine, and even gave your team a reckless name. He clenched his hand and said, thinking it through, we've decided to find an occasion to settle with you for old debts. 1 by 1 isn't that fair? Suddenly Xing Kun stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and smirking. Thin did well. I didn't expect you caused more grudges than I thought. He advanced nonchalantly, eyeing them with disdain. Only this few people, rather few, a remark that angered the opposition. First years, it's not your turn to intervene here. The faculty office, Teacher Loi Veem sneered. Teacher Fa Luong, do you really believe that first-year team can pass round 1? He smirked. Here are 6 teams of second-year students, totaling 30 people. He drew a sheet of paper and declared, I'm intrigued, 100 vials of original life elixir. Loi Veem slammed it on the table. I bet they will fail. Fa Luong sweated slightly but remained silent. The others placed bets of 50, 188, 200, 250, 300 vials of original life elixir in turn. Loi Veem mocked, if you lose later, you won't back out, right? Fa Luong bowed his head. If you play, you accept. Suddenly he asked, what does your team's name mean? Now no one wants to mention the 2 words apocalypse. Loi Veem teased, they mean to curse the world is about to collapse and call themselves saviors. Truly a green horse eager to race, called the most rebellious team not wrongly. At that moment Xing Kun's face darkened, lips slightly curved, silently calculating. Alone he cannot save the world. Before the end day comes, the surrounding fire must flare. To do so fuel is needed. Finally Xing Kun spoke, alternating combat. No, you overrate yourselves. He raised a hand in challenge, must charge together for it to be fun. Ma Tiulong's followers flushed with anger. They shouted, this first year is outrageous. Charging together is impossible. That's unfair. Tiulong gritted his teeth. This time we only came here to. Suddenly Tiulong paused a few seconds then whispered, I give in. Zhao Sheng immediately rushed forward and shouted, my big brother said it, if you want, charge all together. He laughed with excitement, let me see how much you've improved this past month. Ma Tiulong's group panicked, and Zhao. Before they could stop him, they saw him grabbed and struck in the back. Zhao Sheng did not hesitate to strike directly, elbow sweeping decisively. Within a few moves, he had brought the opponent to the ground, everyone staring in astonishment. The defeated lay on the ground, only able to say 2 words, wait. Zhao Sheng held his stance and shouted, charge together, this time no need to hold back. Could also use superhuman strength. Ma Tiulong on the ground quickly yelled, I give in. In the office a sheet was presented. Fa Luong grabbed it, the other stammered, I add, no I won't add. He snatched the sheet and coldly said, too late, let go. Another teacher looked at the screen and asked, who is that Zhao Sheng kid? Fa Luong counted votes and replied, perhaps the teachers only noticed superhuman strength, but martial arts teachers are different. Zhao Sheng, though only 39% gene, is extremely diligent, repeating 2 years with relentless effort. Beyond difficult superhuman power, in the eyes of martial arts teachers, he is a genius after learning, also enthusiastically guides others. Almost all peers had been taught by him, half-teacher, highly respected. Before the semester ended, he passed down experience, unsure if he would return. Those unwilling to engage in close combat had fallen, only Zhao Sheng remained standing. Loi Veem interrupted, no matter how skilled, it's only physical strength compared to other superhumans like eggs against rocks. 2 years without awakening shows poor talent, even awakened. How much counts besides Xiao Yu? Who else is notable? Fa Luong calmly said, but he has awakened, shall we bet more? Loi Veem smirked, I think as long as they beat the second-year group, they pass the round. The world grows peaceful, students differ. He glanced at the screen, except a few selected geniuses, the rest are greenhouse flowers, and young flowers will sooner or later become fuel for the strong. This only hastens their withering. At the arena, Tiulong stammered in explanation, and Zhao, we came to welcome your return, and also to see who you call big brother. Xing Kun sneered at his words, looks like you're deliberately provoking us to gang up. Tiulong frowned, recklessness must have limits, you've only become superhumans, doing this is nothing but inviting trouble. Anger flared like fire, if he wants it that way, we'll comply. Tiulong and his teammates surged forward, toward An and Zhao, sorry, our group will make you fail. They simultaneously activated their superhuman genes and charged, you just take over as captain. Tiulong gritted his teeth in threat, our superhuman strength can crush you easily. Zhao Sheng calmly raised his hand in challenge, that kid, my big brother is much stronger than me. He intended to stop, how can I replace my big brother as captain? Then suddenly a gust of wind struck Tiulong's neck. It turned out Tran Ha seized the opportunity to attack. The MC immediately announced per the rules, Ma Tiulong disqualified, Black Horse Flowing Star eliminated. He even mocked, these second years are cute. Tran Ha Duong's eyes cold with a smug smile. The group did nothing, the captain fragile as a doll, truly laughable. Dashed like the wind, opponents unable to react before he declared, next one. All were successively defeated by Tran Ha. 2-2 announced, Captain Ha Tiu En Heen defeated, Bai Duong's squad leaves the field. Other teams stared in shock, his speed too fast, nearly impossible to resist. This is the power of a third-year student. Above, MC22 excitedly narrated, Team 52 swept away by opponent's momentum. That person is Tran Ha 54. Using wind system like me, his speed is truly astonishing. Team elimination announcements rang out continuously. Captain Laon was defeated. The Crescent Moon Ticket Squad was forced to leave the arena. Captain Tong Ngok Chu was defeated. The Autumn Treasure Ticket Squad was immediately eliminated. Tran Ha swept past like the wind. Captain Ham Vu lost the match. The 5-star Ticket Squad had to withdraw. After finishing, Tran Ha shifted his target to Xing Kun's group. Your turn now, freshman. He charged forward violently like a raging storm. I enjoy teaching arrogant freshmen like you the most, while Xing Kun calmly stood in front of the two girls. In the distance, Tiu Long lay on the ground gasping, Brother Triu, is this the captain you chose? Tu was astonished. The once overbearing Mars squad was now in danger. Captain Xing Kun was about to be defeated. Tran Ha's hand was only inches from his head, preparing to strike. But at the decisive moment, Xing Kun slightly tilted his body and dodged cleanly, leaving him stunned. He seized the opponent's brief opening, raised 2 fingers and activated his extraordinary gene. Immediately, the ground cracked and sharp earth spikes emerged one after another. He merged into a gigantic spear that shot straight toward Tran Ha. He suddenly realized that his opponent had already channeled power into the ground beforehand. Before the thought finished, the spear had already pierced through his body like lightning. Tran Ha only had time to feel the pain before everything went dark, blood spraying from his mouth. Xing Kun calmly withdrew his power, muttering what was this move called again. Whatever, I will just name it Kidney Deficiency Star Sword. The MC shouted loudly that Captain Xing Kun had not been defeated. Tran Ha was the one who had fallen. He raised his head and called out, come here all of you. The ones who need real combat experience are my team members. He smiled coldly and looked up. Come down, the second years are a bit weak. You should be better, right? Tu shouted excitedly. Freshman Xing Kun was truly arrogant, daring to challenge the Sandstorm squad, a championship contender. Sa could not hold back and stepped forward, sneering, a freshman being this arrogant. Tiu Long regained consciousness, and weakly said the captain you chose is indeed unbelievably strong. Sa rushed forward using his extraordinary gene, shouting brothers, finish this freshman quickly and send him off the arena. Tu echoed that the Sandstorm strategy was to ambush when possible and gang up when possible. Xing Kun laughed provocatively, come here and be my punching bag. Sa thought to himself that this guy was not simple. Defeating Tran Ha was surely not luck. He analyzed that the speed of forming the sword was extremely fast, and he could see through the situation and accurately predict Tran Ha's move. His real combat experience seemed even greater than theirs, though hard to believe, since the order was given they charged forward. Laon had just launched an attack when an arm blocked him, causing him to be startled. Zhao Sheng firmly grasped his wrist and said, classmate Laon, the boss said the ones to be trained are us. Laon sneered, Zhao Sheng, you are only half an instructor, do not dream of stopping me. As he spoke, he gathered strength in his other hand and struck straight toward Zhao Sheng. Zhao Sheng did not dodge but counterattacked with Flood Dragon. 2 streams of power balanced each other. A dazzling blue light erupted. Laon arrogantly said, you only have 39% gene, yet dare to cultivate the Flood Dragon constellation like me and Shangyuan Kui. Your Flood Dragon is merely a snake. Zhao Sheng replied, the Flood Dragon is not strong just because it is large. Laon laughed provocatively, come and see the gap in our strength. Suddenly his eyes widened, his expression changing. Zhao Sheng charged forward like lightning, unleashing his full power to create a blazing red light. Laon retreated to defend, saying in shock, you are using blood instead of the water element, letting the gene refine your own blood. He gritted his teeth, merging the water Flood Dragon into his body to increase his strength. Zhao Sheng, I am not joking anymore. He remarked that although you are stronger, you have lost the ability to attack from a distance. If the Flood Dragon is destroyed, you will also be severely injured. Zhao Sheng laughed, as long as you strive there will be a response. He continued to charge forward, if you are weak, then risk your life. Elsewhere Tam Mok arrogantly said, Triu Zio Tao, the enrollment list did not have your name, which means you had not awakened at that time. He continued, yet in just 2 weeks you have already reached 3 stars. She was suspicious, even if only cultivating the constellation it was too unbelievable. How exactly did you do it? Zio Tao replied, I am easily stirred by emotion, remembering Xing Kun's advice. Tam Mok with vines wrapped around her body, Mok, a genius, Unfortunately, genes below 50% can only cultivate the vine constellation. She manipulated the vines to rise, saying you will always only fight with fists and feet. The mass of vines immediately descended from above toward Xiao Tao. Thanks to her keen perception, she dodged in time. As she dodged, she heard the pink-haired girl remark that her reaction was not bad. The vines sprouted red flower buds. Tam Mok sneered, quite good at dodging. The flowers bloomed, startling her. Why were red peach blossoms appearing? She had to cut the vines. The petals lengthened. Even though the constellation was less than 5% complete, the soft vines should not be able to bloom. Petals shot out to attack. She dodged in time and realized they were blood peach blossoms that drained blood. They rushed forward uncontrollably. Tam Mok shouted, "Triu Xiao Tao, are you crazy? Blood is not limitless." Xiao Tao panted, "My brother said if your genes are weak, then risk your life." On the other side, So-Sa faced Xing Kun and Mok, defeating Tran Lin yet still hiding behind women. Or was it just luck? "Stop dodging, I will give you a chance to prove yourself." In his mind, he calculated that he must make you afraid so that Lao Tu could ambush. Xing Kun laughed and replied, "Lao Luke saying that is not shameful. If you like being a man, then do it yourself." Lao Tu launched a sneak attack from behind but was discovered. A metal sword spike rose up. He panicked and retreated. So-Sa was astonished that he did not turn his head yet still dodged. He wondered if this guy was really only a freshman. Judging by his fighting style, he was not like a flower in a greenhouse. His experience even surpassed theirs. While they risked their lives for the supernova title, he was calm as if training his team. So-Sa was distracted. Xing Kun placed his hand on Xiao Yu's head and asked if she was ready, then told her to activate the constellation. So-Sa sneered, "What constellation needs activation?" But then he remembered that there was indeed a type of constellation that required activation. His expression changed. The perfect constellation in history was cultivated by only one person with 94% water affinity. After activation, it was called a domain. He looked at Xiao Yu, who possessed the highest gene level in history at 95%. She truly could cultivate that type. Power surged within her body, purple lightning coiling around her. A purple energy sphere appeared with a dense light grid. The constellation was officially activated. Xing Kun. Immediately after, a colossal pillar of purple energy erupted, the immense pressure causing the entire forest to tremble. The faces around were all stunned, and Lao Tu was equally shaken by that overwhelming aura. Zhao Sheng and Lan, who were engaged in battle, also paused and turned to look toward the source of the energy. The two girls fighting fiercely were momentarily halted by the scene. MC Tutu, who had been enthusiastically hosting, could only stare in astonishment. And Shizzy's group in the distance also turned their heads simultaneously to see what was happening. Before long, Xiao Yu appeared amid the mystical purple lightning surrounding her. Transcendent 3-star, Xing Kun constellation, completion level 1%. A leaf slowly fell and vanished the moment it touched the electric current. Everyone gazed at the swirling electric field around her in admiration. The ability to self-destruct anything that made contact, such power from a newly formed constellation, was truly remarkable. Lao Tu still spoke arrogantly. After all, she was merely a freshman who had just reached 3 stars. She waved her hand and countless sharp ice needles surged forward like rain. 44% ice constellation, ice needle rain. However, Xiao Yu stood still calmly, surrounded by a faint white electric veil. Lao Tu sneered. This passive defense might block a few needles, but could never stop the entire rain of ice. But in reality, the continuous ice needle rain caused no harm to Xiao Yu. She immediately closed in from behind to launch a sneak attack. Then what about this move? Lao Tu gathered her power into a massive and chilling block of ice, glacial spike. Not only did the attack fail to break the defense, it was repelled by the counterforce. A pillar of violet thunder shot back from the barrier. Her eyes widened as she exclaimed in shock how it could shatter the ice so easily, and how much electricity was contained within it. Lao Tu collapsed to her knees, her eyes still filled with doubt. She had only trained for a few days, yet her genes had become this powerful. This was the gap between a 95% transcendent gene and them. In contrast, Xiao Yu remained indifferent, glancing in one direction before softly calling, "Xing Kun." She immediately moved to his side, her voice trembling, "Save me, I will not move anymore." As she raised her hand, an uncontrolled surge of electricity shot out, startling even herself. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Xing Kun dodged the electric arc, and she awkwardly said that she had accidentally discharged it. He reminded helplessly, "You should learn to control your constellation properly." He added, "Take advantage of those two as sandbags for practice, and eliminate their captain as well. Their team is about to break our 6-match winning streak." Xiao Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. On So Za's side, the corner of his lips curled upward as he cracked his knuckle. He stepped forward. Lao Tu asked how to break the defense, so Za shook his head and said it was unnecessary. His gaze settled on Xing Kun. Defeating that captain would be enough. There was no need to care about the girl with high gene potential. Just follow the plan and deal with the captain first. Lao Tu immediately rushed toward Xing Kun with him at maximum speed. He replied calmly, "If you choose me, you will be off the stage very soon." Za laughed loudly. Many freshmen who had just enrolled were overly confident. Just like you, after saying that, he slammed his hand onto the ground. In an instant, the space was enveloped in blue light, so Za shouted flying sand. Lao Tu poured more power to unleash Ice Needle Rain, confident in seizing the initiative. "You have only enrolled not long ago. Let your senior teach you a lesson." He declared that one should not be too arrogant. He would not give him any opportunity. As soon as he finished speaking, he was blasted away by the counterforce. Xing Kun coldly told him to go back and train more. So Za stared with widened eyes in horror, wondering what kind of power this was. He rolled across the ground, shouting in disbelief at what had happened. Just as he stood up, a blue vortex closed in on him. Xing Kun's figure became blurred, causing him to panic and hastily unleash Ice Storm. Xing Kun grabbed his collar and asked why he thought his attack direction could not be predicted. He replied calmly that perhaps because of the constant provocations his combat skills had improved, but he could not eliminate them so early. So Za looked around for reinforcements, only to see Xiao Yu standing behind him, unable to understand where this freshman had come from. In the teacher's office, a voice rang out, stating that Xing Kun had a problem. Loi Vim said in a deep voice that a first-year student could not be like this. With genes at only 1%, it required thorough investigation. Liuang stood up abruptly and called out, "Teacher Loi Vim." He stated that even the principal had not spoken yet, so other teachers did not need to interfere, or perhaps he wished to consult the vice principal first. Those words caused him to fall silent. The room sank into a heavy silence. At that moment, the phone rang reporting that monsters were attacking Than True City. A yellow alert was activated, and pseudo-cleansers above peak 3 stars were immediately dispatched to provide support. Everyone hurriedly left the room. In the principal office, Secretary Duong asked what would happen to the selection. Bing Ji replied that the headquarters had instructed that there was no need to stop. Despite the incident, everything remained under control, and the remaining forces were sufficient to continue the competition. The competition was meant to train the students. They could not avoid danger forever. Sooner or later they would have to step onto the battlefield. The tunnel, Captain Tong Dan ran over and asked about the situation, and was informed that the invisible monster had been forced back inside. Tong Dan said angrily that if he had reached 4 stars earlier, when asked how many had entered the tunnel, the answer was 3. He rushed into the tunnel, recalling that he had once heard there were 4, meaning there might still be one more. While running, he wondered if only one remained. He called Shangyuan Kui, asking whether they had already killed 3, and she replied that they were only holding 1 while the other 2 had disappeared. Tong Dan was alarmed. There were 4 in total, meaning 3 were currently unaccounted for. He wondered what they intended to do. A flash of blue light appeared as someone called Shangyuan Kui for support. Tong Dan said to take this one down first since it could not regenerate on its own. Shangyuan Kui requested that Tong Dan track down the remaining 3 to avoid being ambushed. He responded and focused on activating his ability. Tong Dan touched his earpiece, and sound waves spread outward like ripples on a lake. Reflected images expanded through his mind like the surface of disturbed water. The sensing waves swept across the entire area, capturing every movement. He saw Shangyuan Kui engaged in battle with the invisible monster. His perception expanded further, revealing level 2 and level 3 monsters as well as mutated animals in all directions, while reinforcements were approaching in the distance. Gritting his teeth under the pressure, Tong Dan poured all his strength into the effort and finally determined the location where the 3 invisible monsters were hiding. The sound waves were quickly retracted. Tong Dan kept a stern face as he meticulously scanned each wave before falling into silence. After a while he froze and widened his eyes, doubt clearly written across his face. Tong seemed to collapse, dropping to his knees and shouting in despair, "Impossible, how could it turn out like this? Those 3 monsters are not here." His shrill cry tore through the air. Unease quietly flooded his mind. Then where exactly are they? The scene shifted to Nam and Gayat Transcendent Academy. Deep in the forest, other teams were still fighting fiercely when a massive surge of blue spiritual power poured out like a raging torrent. Seeing Zhao Sheng endure repeated blows yet still raise his head in provocation, Lauren clicked his tongue, thinking he has lost a lot of blood, endured so many attacks yet remains conscious, defeating him is only a matter of time. Suddenly his focus wavered slightly. Across from him, Zhao Sheng raised his hand to wipe his face. Lauren frowned in confusion. His transcendent gene is so strong it can be seen with the naked eye. What exactly is going on? Looking at the opposite side, though somewhat timid, his momentum was not inferior. Clearly only a low gene transcendent. Why has he improved so rapidly? At that moment both Laen and Tam Muk felt uneasy. If this speed continues, will he not soon surpass high-level transcendents like us? Another battlefield, the fire clash still raged, purple and green forces colliding in bursts of light. So Za frowned irritably, muttering, half an hour already and still not over. She is like a power generator. Is her energy endless? In contrast, Xiao Yu was relaxed, rotating her wrist and testing each move to coordinate with Xing Kun. Her cold gaze swept over her opponent, calm yet sharp. Look carefully. This is my magnetic field. Ao Tu muttered uneasily. Captain Soza refused to concede and retorted, she is just a top-ranked rookie. What are you afraid of? Xiao Yu struck silently, moves erupting in succession. The purple halo around her grew hotter as electric charge spread. She decisively thrust her lightning-charged palm forward, accelerating from the start. With intense focus she whispered, accelerate, skim the ground. In an instant Xiao Yu became a massive bolt of lightning slicing through the forest, charging before So Za and Tam Muk at terrifying speed. That man broke into sweat and exclaimed in shock, truly a human cannon. Xiao Yu halted before him and coldly declared, emergency stop, thunder discharge. Suddenly she paused, watching the lightning fade from her hand and murmured, out of energy. He landed lightly, calculating inwardly, electricity remains but only sustains core circulation, cannot release outward yet. Seeing this, Soza seized the chance and laughed arrogantly, then it is our turn. That moment a vague shadow swept past like a breeze. It was Xing Kun. He gave no time to react and struck the back of Soza's neck, ending the match instantly. Ambushed, that man pouted resentfully, that brat dared to sneak attack me. Soza collapsed dizzy to the ground. Xing Kun smugly said, even head on you could not defeat me. Above them, MC22 observed excitedly, unexpectedly Captain Soza of Team Wind Sand has been eliminated. Team Mars Mask becomes the dark horse and officially enters the top 6. The scene shifted to the hall where the preliminaries of the supernova competition ended before a large live screen. The brown-haired man chatted. Zhao Sheng advanced. Earlier you mocked him and wanted to solo. He hurriedly denied. Maybe you misheard. Lowering his voice he said, Wu Yin, you are joining Xing Kun's team soon. Can you speak for me to Zhao Sheng? Tell him I accidentally broke the life essence vial. I will compensate later. In another forest, Pan Shizzy stood in tense air, irritation on his face when mentioning Xing Kun. Tu flew above announcing the second round is about to begin. Only one team can become champion. Strength alone is not enough. Wisdom and luck are also crucial. The reward has been hidden somewhere in the arena. The first team to find it will win, or you may defeat a suppressor to obtain clues. Xiao Yu worriedly asked, we must win this time. You need that artificial transcendent equipment. But I am out of power. Natural recovery takes a day. He added, I can draw electricity from the whole city, but after charging I still need refinement, at least 2 hours to activate the core. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao approached calling boss. Xing Kun glanced and calmly replied, no need, you rest. Your match is over, now it is my turn. He thought once I reach round 2 the outcome is secure. Meanwhile Shizai smiled and Tam Hoa asked, are you acting alone? That man walked leisurely waving his hand, yes, split up. I will test my luck, you search for clues. After walking a distance, Pan Shizzy sensed something unusual. He quietly activated covert communication with his teammate. Through interference, a respectful voice reported the final reward location. 12 hours earlier Pan Shizzy spoke with the Vice Dean. He asked, you want the Supernova title? He replied, certainly. The Pan family is launching the 6th life essence. Closing his eyes he continued, I must become Nam and Gayat Supernova and aim for #1 powerhouse. So the Pan family continues dominating the regeneration market. Tran I added, not only that, we move closer to the world peak. He asked, does that not take 3 to 5 more years? He pointed downward saying, no longer, the eternal flower will accelerate progress. 4 petals fall revealing its soul, inside is blue flame, this will become a holy cultivation site, transcendent genes will evolve wildly within a month. Imagining the Pan family full of powerhouses, he happily affirmed they could possess hundreds of 4-star transcendents. The vice dean mentioned the one enveloped by blue flame. Father and son became the first 5-star transcendents of Huazia thanks to the immortal flame. Patted him, urging win the supernova title, be MVP, lead the team for the academy. With immortal flame you can become the strongest new star of Huazia, even the world. Tran I looked at the buzzing mosquito and said after father and son seized power suspicion lessened, we can quickly control Nam and Gai. Pushing the mosquito he continued Zio Yu and Xing Kun block the way, no need to recruit them, find a chance to eliminate them. He squeezed until the mosquito shattered, and calmly said take their genes as experimental material. Hearing that Chizai smiled sinisterly and licked his lips, I understand. Back to the present Pan Shizzy walked calculating, the reward is 300 meters ahead, a few steps more. As Pan family heir 1/4 of suppressors are secretly loyal to me, second round rules favor me. He smiled slyly, a red light flashed from the camera behind a tree. Before the public he must display ability, the forest holds many live cameras. Pan Shizzy activated Starfire, dark red flames spread through the space. Sparks slowly dispersed under his command, expanding, once spaced enough he prepared to probe. Satisfied he thought within 30 meters is safe, perform a few times and take the reward smoothly. He advanced calmly choosing the next position. Circling another direction, suddenly a figure flashed past, it was Xing Kun. Chizai looked surprised as Xing Kun approached with a smile, inwardly calling his name. Seeing him stroll casually he cursed inwardly he just arrived, lucky indeed. Then he reassured himself even so he cannot know the exact reward location, yet Xing Kun's eyes lit as he rushed there. The sight startled him, he is really heading there. Watching Xing Kun accelerate he was confused, running in the reward direction coincidence, impossible, such precision cannot be chance. His gaze darkened suspicion rising, could he know the exact coordinates? Pan Shizzy fumed, glaring as he thought this man ruins my plan again. Suddenly he smiled cunningly, so what if luck, a lowly man cannot change fate by fortune alone. Image of a guard beside Lin Chi appeared. The reward has a final guardian, internal information says he is a 4-star mental transcendent. Pan Shizzy chuckled, not only can he transmit information secretly but also launch mental attacks in the dark. He will never let Xing Kun reach the reward. He raised his head arrogantly, knowing that the reward could only fall into Fanny's hands, and thus to him. At Xing Kun's side, he inhaled deeply as if sensing a particular scent. To monsters, every superhuman exuded a uniquely enticing aroma. Paused, deep in thought, seeing the students among the trees as mere flickering lights while the eliminators shone like large lamps. This super rookie selection would elevate his status, and the last 2 eliminators would claim the reward. Xing Kun released his hold from his nose, the hint of human flesh making him swallow, the scent easy enough to locate, but he couldn't indulge freely. Securing the reward was the goal. He sat down happily and opened the chest, full of anticipation, knowing it would boost his superhuman gene to 3 stars and give the monster gene a chance to reach breakthrough level 4. When the chest lid popped open, he cheered as if first to arrive, only to find Lin Chi already poised to strike beside him. His eyes flashed gold, voice lowered, confirming it was Lam Deep, and his hands moved subtly to control the metal. Lin Chi shouted as the metal approached. Ambushed, Xing Kun merely dodged lightly, sighing this, you've got the wrong person. Guards below seeing Lin Chi move, panicked, wondering who he was and what Fan Thieu was doing. Pan Shizzy hiding behind a tree, hearing the commotion, was startled, thinking the eliminator had called Xing Kun Lam Deep again. Lin Chi swung his hands, commanding the metal, insisting to claim the reward he must pass his final trial. He would strip away all camouflage. He traced a circle with his hands and ordered the metals to retract, each piece immediately spinning toward Xing Kun. Rows of metal surged at him, the area blazing with blinding gold. The dust and light cleared, Xing Kun strolled in unscathed, murmuring thanks to his senior for restraint. Seeing him enter calmly, Lin Chi fumed, realizing last time he had sensed him. His techniques known, though he was Lam Deep, capturing him changed nothing. Pan Shizzy above frowned seeing Lin Chi halt, wondering what the relationship between the eliminator and Xing Kun was. He immediately ordered a roadblock. The guard smiled, acknowledging the command. Watching Xing Kun approach cheerfully, he calculated that the 3- and 4-star masters had left due to the golden monster alert. He, labeled 3 stars but 4-star in skill, now the strongest in the academy. The guard smiled slyly, avoiding large commotion within the school, simply holding him until Fan Thieu appeared. As Xing Kun entered striking range, he unleashed his ability, perfectly timed. He sensed the shift too but remained calm. Xing Kun passed him, thanking his senior for restraint, leaving the guard stunned as he did not stop. His expression darkened, planning. This super rookie was crucial for Fan Thieu. No mistakes allowed, whether detected by Lin Chi or his spirit harmed, failure was forbidden. Guard glanced at Lin Chi, clutching his head in frustration for not defeating his opponent. Fan's men observed silently, activating psychic skills, which Xing Kun felt but ignored. His eyes widened, heart shaken to the brink of bursting. Striking the hidden monster within him, the guard panicked, wondering what it was and why his spirit was so strong. Recoiling from Xing Kun's psychic backlash, he sank to the ground in fear, while Xing Kun was surprised, saying the attack had been absorbed. Xing Kun sighed helplessly. This was a mess. Keeping his identity secret now seemed impossible. He glanced at the golden orb and left it, thinking to claim it first. Xing Kun smiled, holding the reward and observing. It was a superhuman mechanical device created by humans. Target achieved, evolution could begin. Suddenly a wave of pressure struck, astonishing him to widen his eye. He raised his head, looking deep into the forest to sense the source of the energy. Quickly he noticed something unusual. What sign was this? Huge monster footprints marked the ground. Xing Kun assessed the underground aura as destructive. The plan had succeeded. Silently activating the reward in his hands, the orb glowed red. Moments later, it transformed into a glove. He thought, sorry humanity, saving the world can't rely on one person, it isn't my duty. Thus your piece is over. Deep in the forest, giant footprints etched, invisible monsters revealed. Many masters had left Nam and Gaiet's superhuman academy. Tong Dan closed his eyes, listening, saying he heard clearly. The three invisible monsters departed this path leading straight to Nam and Gaiet Academy. Suddenly he opened his eyes in horror, thinking they were trapped in tunnels, and with another ambushing monster, the entire high-ranking force had been drawn here. Tong Dan worried, saying it was bad. The academy was holding the super rookie selection. All new students gathered there, leaving almost no guards if the three monsters arrived, consequences unpredictable. He recalled the blue flame that had fought humans, imagining the worst, wondering if it was coincidence or a monster decoy plan. The latter was more dangerous. Tong Dan covered his face, trembling at the thought that monsters had independent intellect. Humans long underestimated their intelligence. He stood, shouting for all to hear, "This is a plot. 3 invisible monsters may have reached the academy. Students there in danger. Teams must return immediately." Kim Kang behind laughed, scared. "You overestimated the monsters or wanted a chance to retreat." Tong Dan hurriedly explained, "I really heard it." Suddenly he paused, sensing something, an enemy, as a blue flame raced toward him. The uncle reacted swiftly, knocking the flame aside. Kim Kang mocked, "Just reached 4 stars, should be careful, not caught off guard." The uncle scornfully crushed the weak spark, saying the monsters were failed human-gen mutations, mindless, evolved 4th-level monsters like ordinary beasts. Kim Kang proudly boasted he had fought the strongest level 5 monsters which took one eye, but their intellect was inferior. Fortunately their IQ was low, otherwise humanity could not survive. The uncle ran, saying, "Follow me, don't overthink, just sweep the area first." Tong Dan watched his back, wanting to call him back. Kim Kang was eager to engage. The uncle cursed in excitement. Level 4 invisible monsters are hard to detect, sub-4-star superhumans powerless. In another forest, a voice lamented, unsure of tunnel conditions, regretting not reaching peak 3 stars, thus lacking extended monster knowledge. Black-haired boy tapped his blue-haired friend, warning against daydreaming, "Just watch carefully." Blue-haired complained, "Monsters drawn to that selection, what about here?" He laughed, saying it was a joke. 5 years as an eliminator and had only seen monsters on TV. Our country controls monsters well, rare to appear again. The blue-haired friend laughed, "Wasn't that good? I wish monsters vanished from the world entirely." Before finishing, a green spark shot toward them. In an instant, the watchtower and 2 people were wiped out, leaving ruins everywhere. A student at another tower panicked, shouting Tower 3 was destroyed. They immediately used radios to alert all eliminators. The south under attack, enemy unseen, only protect the arena students. Monster advanced silently into the forest. Everyone urged teams to focus south. Switching to MC22, she said on livestream the second round of Super Rookie selection progressed faster than expected. In 5 minutes, Captain Xing Kun of Fire Star Team had claimed the reward. 22 excitedly commented that Fire Star Team was dominant this year, when radios suddenly requested all focus south. She froze, looking afar, heart racing, thinking an ambush by invisible blue flames. Hadn't high-level eliminators been deployed against these monsters? Could it be coincidence? 22 immediately activated Hidden Dragon skill. She closed her eyes to sense, the ability spreading quickly with the wind. In her view, the students panicked, fleeing in all directions. In another group, people stared in horror at the dust ahead, warning of something invisible approaching, be careful. Before reacting, the monster swept through, toppling all. Broken branches and flying bodies formed a chaotic scene. Tutu realized it was an invisible monster, according to reports 3, level 4 invisible monsters. Her expression turned serious. Hadn't forces arrived to counter them? Now ambushing the academy, she immediately reported the emergency on livestream, ending the competition here. Tutu's voice echoed through the forest, ordering all students to flee at maximum speed back to school for shelter. He ordered all eliminators to remain in the forest, absolutely not allowing the invisible monster to escape. Neep Duong also rushed forward to shield them. You all retreat immediately. Tutu's urgent voice rang out toward the academy. Headmaster Qin, please seal off the entire forest. Scene shifted to the office. Secretary Duong panicked. Headmaster Qin, although your power already covers that area, if you seal it now, the eliminators inside may not survive. She continued to advise, Tutu is still too inexperienced. We cannot follow her. Lao Qin interrupted. No, she is right. He spoke in a deep voice. I do not know how eliminators in other countries act. Here, no matter how dangerous the monster is, we must stand up to protect the weak. He looked toward the forest filled with signs of battle. If the invisible monster leaves this place, then not only will the immature students be in danger, but the civilians outside will also be threatened. The teachers and eliminators must hold this forest no matter what. Lao Qin unleashed myriad manifestations. Instantly, countless giant trees grew and sealed the entire forest. Everyone was astonished to see branches and leaves interweaving like a vast net, the forest moving like a living organism. A tree trunk suddenly wrapped around Xiao Yu, causing her to cry out softly. Other branches quickly reached toward each remaining student. They even reached the reward bunker, where Xing Kun was located. In the blink of an eye, everyone was thrown to the edge of the forest by those trunks. Xing Kun was also flung away, ironically crashing face first into Xiao Yu's embrace. She blushed furiously and shouted, your constellation. Xing Kun hurriedly explained, I was also thrown out by the headmaster. Gaining his balance, he stood up and questioned the writhing trees. Lao Qin, why are you throwing people around? Suddenly his eyes widened as he exclaimed, impressive. The entire forest was surrounded by layers upon layers of giant trees. The formation was grand and terrifying. His gaze darkened. I cannot sense many eliminators inside. My rank is still insufficient. Nearby, students whispered. They said all high-level combat forces were dispatched to the tunnel. Yet the monster came here. What will happen to those inside the forest? Xing Kun listened with burning anxiety. The strongest forces have all been redeployed. The monster exploited the gap. I must return immediately. On the other side, So Sa shouted, Headmaster, did you throw out the wrong person? I can still fight. He angrily swung his fist. I am a future eliminator. I have been mentally prepared since the day I entered the academy. So Sa gritted his teeth and punched the tree trunks blocking the path. Since I have faced it, I must fight alongside them. Tam Mok placed her hand on the trunk and said, Captain, let me try. I also cultivate the myriad manifestations constellation like the headmaster. I may open a small gap. She channeled her power, causing the trunk to part slightly. So Sa held his breath and waited for the result. He turned and said, your strength is not enough. I will go in alone. Tam Mok frowned. If you do not let me in, I will not open the path. Another threatened to expose his files publicly. Lao Tu also demanded to follow. He shouted, train more first. Tran Ha interjected, wanting to earn merit. He snapped, you were just defeated and still want to go in. Diet Su Ti approached. So Sa, lend us the path. He teased, can the weed elimination squad not open it themselves? She shot him a cold glance. Who are you lecturing? Be careful or I will deal with your roots as well. So Sa sneered, if you are not afraid, then go in. The Thiu Hoa group also arrived. Brother, so let us go together. The Tam Hoa group joined us too. In that scene, he chuckled softly. So Sa said, indeed my opponents all have spirit. I hope we will still walk out together in the end. Everyone entered one after another. In the distance, Xing Kun silently observed. He narrowed his eyes. I must go in as well. I need to use this artificial extraordinary equipment to reach 3 stars first. He silently hoped they would strive to stay safe. Turning to his team, he said, do not ask further, withdraw. Now is not the time. As he left, Pan Shizzy was also watching. A guard hiding in the corner called out, young Master Fan, come here. He said anxiously, young master, you should not stay here. Protecting you is more important. The monster is extremely terrifying. The headmaster cannot hold on long. Follow me. Suddenly Pan Shizzy grabbed his collar and slammed him against the wall, his voice cold. His gaze was full of pressure, making the guard shiver. A flame ignited in his hand. Why did you let Xing Kun obtain the reward? Guard trembled. What kind of flame is this? Merely approaching it causes suppression, as the young master already grasped the life element and reached 4 stars. Hurriedly explained, I did my utmost but was repelled, that Xing Kun is far too abnormal. Han Shizi muttered, he is abnormal. The eliminator accompanying him called him Lam Dean. Scene shifted to the dormitory. Xing Kun opened the door and said, sorry, I cannot rest yet. Guard outside for me. Do not let anyone in. Zhao Sheng replied, rest assured. Entering the room, he calculated the urgent timing. He must reach 3 stars and then raise the monster to 4 stars before returning to the arena. He touched the reward, intending to use the artificial equipment to correct his genetic flaws and then construct the constellation. Looking at the bracelet glowing brightly, then turning gray-silver, he frowned. Just activating it slightly consumed 1 bottle of life essence. This thing consumes far too much. He looked at the container of life essence, thinking that the way to recharge the bracelet was by using life essence. Opening a bottle and drinking it, he used his gene to channel the energy into the bracelet. After sensing it, he sighed, at least 30 bottles are needed, truly costly. The image of the monster gene within his body suppressing the extraordinary gene appeared. The essence of the extraordinary gene could not prevail. He panicked. He could not recharge the energy. What should he do now? Scene shifted to the forest. Tutu sat on a tree muttering, the battlefield is sealed and the signal is lost. If I cannot livestream, then I will record a video. She started recording. Hello everyone, I am Tutu. I am about to face an extremely dangerous invisible monster. While observing, she said, I may not survive tomorrow, but I hope I can still say goodbye. First, I must find the monster's location. After observing for a while, she discovered combat in the distance and exclaimed, over there. Looking into the screen, she smiled, I will take you flying with me. Suddenly a force swept through, the phone in her hand shattered. She was also blasted far away. Her body slammed heavily onto the ground in pain. The force did not stop, causing her to crash into the tree behind her. Holding her injured arm, she coughed. If I had not raised a wind wall in time, I would have been finished. Now I cannot record anymore. Above, Lao Qin controlled the monster while saying, Tutu, there are 3 invisible creatures. The one that attacked you can fly. I am surrounding it but cannot hold it long. She looked up. Headmaster, you said the others are restraining one underground. I will support them. It must be dealt with quickly. Struggled while saying, there is one more whose position I cannot determine. You must find and restrain it. I am 4 stars but I am holding 2 at once. He warned, if the remaining one escapes myriad manifestations, no one will be able to stop it. The academy will be in danger. Tutu replied, I understand. I can only restrain it, but it is too difficult. Her face turned pale as she thought to herself, several ribs must be broken. If anything happens, the compensation money will be enough for her sibling. Then she activated her ability and flew upward, determined to risk everything. With the support of her wind element extraordinary genes, Tutu shot into the air and extended her graceful arm to execute the hidden wind technique. Streams of wind rushed out at astonishing speed, probing throughout the forest. She grew anxious as she still could not find that monster. Could it be that this invisible type truly had only 3 individuals? Suddenly her eyes widened, shining with the characteristic blue of the wind element, a trace of shock flashing across her face. Tutu panicked upon seeing several wall-breaking leopards charging in. She worried for the students. This was bad. These competitive youngsters had underestimated this monster. The situation was worse than expected. She immediately flew over and shouted loudly, retreat outside at once. Just moments ago these kids were fighting fiercely among themselves. How had they suddenly united on the same front now? Oza led the group of students. Behind him were the candidates who had just been battling. She tried to persuade them that this was not a place they should come, yet she felt uneasy about that strange aura. The invisible monster appearing at this moment was truly beyond expectation. Her expression changed when she sensed that aura. Even with her left hand intact, it would be difficult to evacuate so many people in a short time, truly troublesome. Tutu quickly calculated that, for now, the only option was to find a way to disrupt its senses. Suddenly Soza and the others simultaneously unleashed their attacks in front of her. Windstorm and Triple Metal Star Thrust appeared in succession. He gritted his teeth and said that no matter the conflicts between them, they still understood the situation. Stepping in here meant they were prepared to go beyond their limits. A stone pillar rose to block the monster, so Za shouted for everyone to go all out against it. Tutu anxiously cried out no, because she herself had experienced that terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, the girl beside him and so Za's arm were blown apart. He was stunned, thinking that even his strongest shield locked onto himself could not withstand a single strike. He looked down at his arm, horrified to realize that he had lost one. Tutu rushed over, pulled him into the air and snapped that he understood now. This was not an opponent they could handle. Everyone focus your minds and she would assist in the retreat. Despite being injured, Soza still tried to say that it was fine as he still had one arm left. It was indeed no exaggeration. Its strength was truly terrifying. When he was set down on the ground, Liu Hoer appeared and said that Senior should not persist. Facing such a monster, even the strongest purifier might not be safe. Hoa suggested that those with strong combat power like them should assist. At least there would be a chance to turn the situation around. Tam Muk also nodded. If the seniors fell, they might not survive either. As academy students, they all bore the same responsibility. Ayat's senior sister activated her ability while looking at Tutu and said that Senior Tutu should give the order and lead them to fight to the end. Tutu helplessly closed her eyes. These foolish children. Today they might all lose their lives here. She took a deep breath and issued the command that they must find a way to force it to reveal itself. The entire group immediately launched a coordinated attack toward the monster. Shouts of response rang out but were immediately followed by a crimson scene of blood splattering. It seemed their attack had not achieved the desired result. The scene shifted to the tunnel entrance, which was also stained red. Someone shouted loudly, "Shangyu and Kui, have you gone mad?" A blue light flashed within the tunnel and an urgent voice rang out telling her not to charge in like that. At this moment Shangyu and Kui alone rushed deep inside. Kim Kang reminded that even an extraordinary physique might not surpass the monster, not to mention it was invisible. Nevertheless Kwang Koi still advanced firmly, her gaze unwavering. The invisible monster suddenly attacked. Kim Kang sensed it and shouted for her to return. Doing so was no different from throwing herself into danger. Shangyu and Kui drew her weapon and executed the blood dragon blade, slashing fiercely at it despite her injured arm. The old man shouted for her to return. Being so reckless would leave no chance to advance to 4 stars. She must use long-range abilities to deal with it. Clutching her painful arm, she still replied that Kim Kang old man grew more cowardly with age yet remained stubborn. She looked at the monster and said she trusted Tong Dan that this was its conspiracy. Even a hint of doubt meant they could not gamble with the students' lives. They were their future. Yet they also could not split forces to retreat or it would escape and wreak havoc. Voice became resolute. They had to resolve it as quickly as possible and return. She would concentrate her blood energy to prevent it from hiding. Once exposed, it was still only a 4th-rank monster. Her face darkened and her voice lowered. Only then could they rely on its true form to find its weakness. Shangyu and Kui was stunned by its grotesque appearance. Unclear what species it had evolved from, the monster immediately charged to attack. She swiftly dodged. Tong Dan said with a trembling voice that he had read all monster records yet had never seen this type. Perhaps it resembled creatures from ancient time. He stammered that it was too large, resembling a triceratops. At that moment the monster tail swept toward them. Kim Kang angrily blocked its tail. How could it be a triceratops? Shangyu and Kui and Tong Dan hurry back to save the academy. Now that it had revealed itself, only 3 4-star transcendents like them were enough. They would go all out to defeat it. Struck painfully by the tail, he still said that if it truly was a mutated triceratops it would be a major problem. It indicated that previous human research was flawed, and perhaps they had greatly underestimated the monster. The scene shifted to Xing Kun dormitory. He stood in the room muttering that if the monster genes had devoured all his energy. He pulled down his sleeve and said then do not blame him. Life essence fluid was originally refined energy from living beings to nurture life. Monsters absorbed humans and converted them into energy to aid evolution. Within their genes was stored a vast amount of life force. Xing Kun looked at the monster genes clutching the vial of life essence and thought he could not stop them from seizing it. He controlled one monster gene to fly up and seize one of them. The monster gene was brought into the iron ring, and Xing Kun's voice sounded preparing to load into the mechanical extraordinary equipment. Afterwards the monster gene was crushed and transformed into life energy. Outside, Xing Kun transformed his arm, placed it into the bracelet and smiled, saying it was successful. The bracelet emitted a golden glow as all internal mechanisms activated simultaneously. He observed the digital equipment fragments, feeling that this time was somewhat different from before. The bracelet quickly transformed into a pair of golden robotic gloves. He smiled with satisfaction, saying that as long as it worked it was fine. Xing Kun tested the gloves. They could transform and simulate extraordinary genes to support star map cultivation, and he was already highly proficient with star maps. He calculated with satisfaction that by activating artificial transcendence, he could achieve strength comparable to 3 stars. Xing gaze lowered and his voice deepened. Next, he would take 3 stars as the center. He issued the command to evolve, and the monster arm immediately swelled. He continued to push forward, accelerating evolution, and using the final portion of energy, his body gradually lost control as wing bones protruded in a grotesque form. The sounds outside drew Zhao Sheng and Xiao Yu attention. Inside, Xing gritted his teeth to seize dominance. "You are merely my monster genes, I am the master." He shouted that all who resisted must be erased. Within his body, the monster genes were forced to disperse into energy. Xing looked at his mutated arm and shouted, "Obediently evolve according to my will, 4th rank monster." The scene returned to the forest where the students were still struggling against the invisible monster. Many had been seriously injured, yet their efforts finally yielded some results. Tu pointed toward the fluctuation ahead and shouted loudly, "It is right there, temporarily restrained." Liu Hoa assumed a battle stance with his golden extraordinary gene. Diet's senior sister observed intently, while Tu reminded them that there was only one chance left. Liu Hoa formed a sword and charged forward, activating all transcendence as the star map on the blade erupted, ignoring the limit his arm could endure. His eyes widened with veins bulging across his body, unleashed the strongest sword strike of this life. Suddenly, the blood vessels in his arm burst open, and crimson sprayed outward. He swung the sword down at the monster location, the shock force nearly shattering his arm. Beside him, Diet's senior sister raised her hand high to control the myriad sword star map. Countless swords floated around her. Blood seeped from her eyes, ears, and mouth, yet she coldly ignited the blood essence. Flowing blood merged with the sword light, forming a heavenly sword assault that shot forward. Tu was astonished by those body sword and blood sword techniques. Though they were only students, they risked their lives to unleash such power, at least enough to force the monster to reveal its true form. She was tense as a drawn bowstring, not daring to relax for even a single breath, thinking that even if everyone fell, at least it would help the principal lock down its position. Suddenly, Tutu's eyes widened, her heart surging with turmoil. What was happening? The monster was completely unscathed. It had not even revealed its true form. She was stunned to think it was still safe and sound. A deafening explosion rang out, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. She panicked, thinking it was over. Even after exhausting all their strength, they still could not stop its advance. The overwhelming, oppressive pressure engulfed her, making Tu understand that there was no way back. Her eyes darted around, searching for its traces. Where had this monster appeared from? Even humans could not detect it. Truly terrifying. When it attacked, Tu managed to leap back in time, bitterly thinking she had once deluded herself into believing she controlled the situation. She gritted her teeth and poured out all her strength, painfully realizing the price of arrogance was too great. She seemed to sense life formed from the wind element. A surge of wind power rose from her body. She told herself it was too late, but she could save the students behind her if she self-detonated before collapsing. The wind element wrapped around her. She was determined to blow the students as far away as possible. Her eyes glowed with a pale blue hue. Her power erupted to its limit, only hoping that at least one person would survive. Sorry. Just as she was about to sacrifice herself, her head suddenly throbbed as if fate were dragging her into a dark abyss. A hand grabbed her hair and yanked her backward. She angrily shouted to let go. Who dared to pull her braid? Xing appeared just in time, speaking in a deep, calm voice. It was not yet time to risk her life. Tu stepped back and angrily asked who he was. Did he know what he was doing? She snapped that if they missed this opportunity, everything would be doomed. She narrowed one eye and said irritably that everyone would be torn apart. The monster attacked again, a huge explosion erupting before them. Tu was astonished to find herself unharmed. It turned out Xing had stood in front, using his mutated arm to block the blow. She recalled that invincible, invisible monster. Every time it attacked, they suffered heavy losses while it remained unscathed, yet now it had been stopped. He looked at Xing with deep suspicion. What kind of power was this? Even a 4-star metal-type transcendent would struggle to confront it head-on like this. Xing coldly exerted his power, while Tu tried to recall who he was. Controlled the flames spreading through the air to counterattack. She recognized those blue flames. Tu cried out in shock, asking if he was Lam Dean. He shot her a cold glance. Are you trying to arrest me? She suddenly remembered the one who had destroyed the Fan family laboratory and caused the massacre of 48 people. Her face stiffened, a wanted criminal. Xing said coldly that if she did not want trouble, she should lead the others away immediately. He turned around to continue confronting the monster. Do not block my way. The monster was forced to reveal its true form, with sharp fangs and spikes covering its body. The students rushed over in fear, asking senior sister, what kind of monster was it? Tutu replied she had never seen this type before. It had always concealed its strength, now fully revealed it was even more terrifying. She urged everyone to retreat quickly. Staying would only increase the danger. If they retreated, they said they would take the injured out and then return to assist. Tutu reminded them that Lam Deem was a wanted criminal. They replied that they did not know who Lam Deem was, only that the person who saved them was alone fighting the ferocious monster. In the dormitory, Zhao Sheng anxiously called out for the boss. Zhao Yu reminded him not to disturb. Xing Kun was resting. Zhao Sheng fell silent. Heavy footsteps echoed from the dark staircase. Pan Shizi approached and asked Zhao Yu why he was standing in front of the door. He needed to see Xing Kun because the school had business with him. He said someone had seen Xing Kun enter here, so he asked them to call him. Zhao Yu crossed his arms and coldly replied that Xing Kun was resting. What was the matter? He sneered, saying he was still sleeping at this hour. The school wanted to ask a few questions about the selection award. He warned that if they did not cooperate, his qualification could be revoked and his equipment confiscated. Zhao Yu glanced at the guard beside him, guessing he was a perjurer, and replied that they should wait until Xing Kun woke up. He spoke sternly, demanding cooperation because it was a student's duty. The guard said amicably that they only needed to answer a few questions. The school still trusted them. And Shizi braced his hand against the wall and said that if he was injured, he should let a doctor treat him. It was better than staying in the waiting room to heal on his own. Xiao Tao hid behind Zhao Sheng and asked who he was to represent the school. They had never met him. Xiao Yu replied indifferently that if they had doubts, they could invite the dean to speak, and anyone who dared disturb Xing Kun's sleep would face his wrath. Suddenly, someone in the courtyard shouted that the dean had left Enhat La Van Chuang. There were many casualties. Someone said Lam Deem had appeared in the competition forest, that wanted criminal. The name Lam Deem flashed through Pan Shizi's mind. He softened his tone, saying the dean was in critical condition. This minor matter should not disturb him. He questioned why they should have cooperated, yet they were blocking the door like this. Yu replied coldly, so what? His hand already activating a technique. And Shizi also ignited with blazing red flames, saying then he would go in and call him himself. Flames surrounded him, while Xiao Yu let purple lightning coil around his body, responding with a cold sneer. Back in the forest, Tutu was still thinking about who Lam Deem was, the one who destroyed the laboratory and caused the massacre. Hiding behind a tree trunk, she irritably thought that the one who had pulled her hair was actually a criminal. Had he come here just to seek death? Finally, she rushed out, telling herself that after all he had saved her and the students, she could not leave. She activated her spiritual power, determined to assist, at least to extinguish some of the flames to give him a chance. Suddenly her expression changed as she shouted, "Wind Fury!" The gale howled. Before her eyes, Xing Kun fiercely launched a direct attack on the monster. He leaped up to avoid the flames and then struck down heavily, causing the monster to stagger. Tutu secretly marveled at the peak 4-star power, the blue flames and the black armor on his left arm, a completely different fighting style. Her eyes widened as he engaged in direct close combat and overwhelmed the monster. It was not just physical strength, but also superior skill. Xing Kun shouted, "What are you still doing here? If you hinder me, I will throw you far away." The monster seized the opportunity to attack, but both of them dodged in time thanks to their agile movements. Tutu shouted that it had revealed itself. They would protect themselves and not cause him trouble. She silently cursed that detestable Lam Deem and said not to underestimate her. She was also assisting him. At that moment she channeled wind power, surprising Xing Kun as the winds rose violently. He shouted loudly, then kicked off the wind and shot upward. At that very moment he was lifted into the air by Tutu's technique, facing the monster directly. When reaching a suitable height, she quickly reminded that it could not fly, so they held the advantage in the air. Xing Kun glanced at her and replied coldly that her reaction was quite fast, but he was not impressed, so she would likely die soon. Tutu angrily shouted that he dared to look down on her. At that moment the monster opened its mouth to swallow them both. He came up with the idea and told her to use the wind to push him straight into its mouth. She panicked and exclaimed into its mouth for real, then silently cursed this unpredictable man. Xing Kun affirmed that was right and told her to send him in. Tutu immediately adjusted her technique to push the two of them off course to avoid the attack, her teeth still clenched as she cursed the detestable wanted criminal. After that she followed his instruction, gathering a powerful gust to push him toward the monster and shouted, "Go." He rushed straight toward the glowing mouth of the beast, and in an instant closed the distance. Just as he was about to make contact, it spewed out a violent blue flame. Fortunately, Tutu promptly redirected him to dodge by a hair's breadth. He even praised her for controlling the force quite well. Moments later, Xing Kun appeared once again right in front of the beast. He transformed into a streak of lightning and dove into its mouth, then pierced straight through its head at astonishing speed, even remarking that the power of Dragon Fang had fused into the bones of his left arm and fingernail. In that instant, he tore apart the beast's body and told himself that this evolutionary path was truly accurate. Even without fully erupting, it still maintained its form and possessed enough strength to pierce a fourth-level monster. Tutu was stunned by the sight. She had not expected him to bore through the monster's head. His combat style was so bizarre that she could not guess which star chart he cultivated. From its mouth gushed a stream of thick black blood, clearly indicating its pain. The monster's eyes widened as a ferocious golden-orange light flared up. It tensed its body and stood upright, then roared loudly as if tearing through space. On another side, Jingji controlled enormous tree branches to tightly bind it. A few seconds later, he widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed that something was wrong. Before his eyes, the monster pierced through each tree trunk as if they were paper. Other trunks continued to surge forward in an attempt to restrain its fury. But before long, it shattered everything and tore through the barrier to rush outside. Inhuk Duong reflexively covered his face. The two of them realized in terror that this was the pressure of a fourth-level monster. They were worried because 3 invisible monsters were simultaneously releasing their pressure. Tutu was also blasted away by the shock and cried out in pain. Only Xing Kun remained calm, raising his head to observe and muttering that this was not merely ordinary pressure, but also carried the aura of a king. Within the bodies of these creatures existed the power of the monster king. The corner of his lips curled up with excitement. It was exactly what he needed. Tutu fell from above, her head aching as if it had been violently split by a blade. It felt as if an invisible blade was tearing apart her extraordinary gene chain, falling freely amid dizzying pain. The power within her was in chaos and could not be used. She had to stabilize it quickly. Thinking this, she bit her lip and tried to release her spiritual energy. But all efforts were futile. She realized in panic that she could not stabilize it. As she was about to hit the ground, she discovered that she was falling onto the head of another monster, its blazing red eyes right beneath her feet. She struggled in vain and thought that if she could not escape, then at least she would blind one of its eyes. Before she could resist, it had already seized her arm tightly. She could only curse it as detestable. It continued to restrain her other arm and both legs, leaving her completely bound. With her limbs immobilized, she roared that if it dared to swallow her, she would self-destruct and drag it down with her. But her strength was still insufficient, and the storm dissipated. She gritted her teeth to endure, knowing she could not yet fully control her extraordinary genes and thus felt powerless. Beneath her small body was a pitch-black mouth filled with sharp teeth gaping wide. That moment pulled her back to the dark memory when she once shouted for her younger brother to run away, her heart tightening because the boy stubbornly insisted on saving his sister. At that time, a beast appeared behind Yang Yang, causing her to warn him in panic. The boy was so frightened that he burst into tears. Her face turned pale as she could only scream in despair. At that moment, their father rushed over and unleashed an attack to block the monster while shouting, "Do not touch my child." Tutu called out in horror, "Father." The monster bit into his shoulder, causing him to cry out in pain. That memory made her choke with emotion, as she thought she was about to follow her father to the other world. Just when she thought she would be swallowed, the image of Xing Kun rushing to save her repeated itself like the year when her father had appeared. She stared at him in astonishment, her eyes still filled with panic. Xing Kun suppressed the monster while removing the vines from her. She hurriedly shouted for him to run lest he be implicated. Coldly asked who needed worrying her. Tutu froze as she looked at him, unable to say a word. He glanced at the monster, then mocked that this prey was quite delicious. The state of hunting and devouring prey was different. He said with contempt that her food chain had been severed by him. Immediately he threw Tutu far away without hesitation. From a distance, only her voice cursing him as a bastard could be heard. Although she landed safely, she was still furious at being thrown away. Xing Kun paid no attention, touching the monster's body, then laughing arrogantly that it was huge, but he was even tougher. That action made the monster even more enraged. Tutu worriedly shouted, "Lam Deem, be careful." He remained calm and threatened that it could not escape and should prepare to be thoroughly chewed by him. He raised his mutated arm, his black fangs gleaming. In just a moment, the thorny vines on its body began to crack and shatter. The thorns swelled and twisted, while its mouth condensed into a sphere of energy. Tutu was astonished to see blue flames igniting within the monster's body. Xing calmly tore off a tentacle and absorbed it into himself. A clear expression of delight appeared on his face as each piece of flesh merged with him. But before he could completely devour it, the monster's body suddenly vanished and the thorny tentacle shattered. He looked at the remaining part and guessed that it had escaped. Hidden behind the massive vines, the monster gathered all its strength to launch a counterattack toward him. He had to lower his body to dodge and thought that to fully absorb it he must defeat it first. Releasing 4th level power would be sufficient. Seeing Tutu rushing over, he asked why she had returned and whether she wanted to be prey again. She replied that she came to help. He raised his hand to block her forehead and scolded her for being so stubborn, telling her not to get in his way and to leave quickly. The memory from years ago resurfaced when their father, despite being severely injured, still smiled and patted her head, telling her to obediently leave and that he would return shortly. Though she reluctantly complied, she still stood silently behind him, watching his figure and softly reminding him to return safely. Father. Xing was walking when he heard her call. He startled and turned back to reply briefly, "Got it." At that moment, her face clearly showed confusion mixed with emotion and gratitude when she heard his response. Not long after, as if suddenly realizing something, her eyes reddened and widened in shock, her lips tightly pressed in embarrassment for accidentally calling him father. Immediately afterward, she murmured shyly in a teasing tone, "How annoying, I am leaving now." Tutu did not dare linger even for a second. She quickly turned away in embarrassment, while Xing watched her back and reminded her that if those people tried to return, remember to stop them for me. From afar, she awkwardly replied that she understood, but as soon as Tutu disappeared from sight, Xing revealed a subtle smile beneath his mask. Father. After walking a fair distance, she could only cover her face and lament to the heavens out of sheer embarrassment. She truly had no face left. Tutu looked up, her cheeks flushed red, and shyly admitted that perhaps their Tutu had fallen in love. Recalling that moment, the guard advised young Master Fan to leave because Jingji's myriad wooden net could not hold much longer. Once the monster beneath the river escaped, the people in the academy would hardly remain safe. Hearing that, he merely smiled calmly and replied that they should wait a little longer. He still needed to verify Xing identity for his uncle. Returning to the present, Pan Shizzy calculated that the Fan family needed Lam Deep's extraordinary gene sequence. If his uncle could decode its principle, he could surpass the current 90% limit. At that time, the extraordinary quality would increase, and as for him, anything above 90% was not particularly remarkable. This Lam Deep was something he had personally secured. Maintaining a courteous demeanor, he placed a hand behind his back and said meaningfully that your talent is indeed not bad, but the time you have been an extraordinary is still too short. You have exhausted your energy during the competition, so at this moment, no matter how good your aptitude is, recovery will be difficult. Lacking energy is your greatest weakness, do not be stubborn. At that moment, Zhao Sheng could not hold back and stepped forward to mock him, saying that he had been pretending to be arrogant with one hand behind his back all this time. My sister-in-law is not easily intimidated. Pan Shizzy paid no attention to the provocation. He merely manipulated the flames to form the scarlet flame seizing hand. Flame had already approached Zhao Sheng's face, yet he still shouted loudly that what kind of man clings to others shamelessly like this. He sneered and waved his hand, saying, "Since when did insignificant insects like you dare to shout in my face?" Immediately, the giant flaming arm under his control swept straight toward the Zhao sibling, knocking them backward. Pan Shizzy shouted Scarlet Flame, and as soon as the words fell, the flaming arm increased its pressure and pressed closer to both of them. After showing off, he did not withdraw his magic. Instead, he aggressively controlled the flaming hand to spread wide as if to devour everything. Pan Shizzy continued to unsettle Xiao Yu, saying that he knew she could absorb lightning elements from the insect cocoon and even cause Nam and Gaiet to lose power, but here there was only his fire element. Your lightning element is no different from air right now. You are as weak as still water and cannot absorb anything. Faced with these pressing words, Xiao Yu hesitated briefly. Pan Shizzy curled his lips into a cold smile and declared that she did not have enough strength. As soon as he finished speaking, he forcefully pushed the flaming arm toward Xiao Yu, saying, "What could you possibly use to stop me?" He mockingly advised that it would be best not to resist because he did not wish to injure her, but staying too close to the scarlet flame hand for too long would be unbearable. Pan Shizzy advanced with the advantage toward the door, saying that she could not absorb lightning elements now, so she lacked the power to repel his scarlet flame. At the critical moment, Xiao Yu suddenly released a bolt of electricity, using one hand to push back his flame. Though the electric current was small, it struck Pan Shizi's hand with extreme precision. He was forced to stop and turn his head, only to see his flames pierced effortlessly by Xiao Yu. Pan Shizi was astonished and could not understand what had happened. He asked in disbelief whether she could still absorb lightning elements from the outside. Xiao Yu did not respond much. She continued firing electric sparks and coldly said that occasionally she could still touch the air. At this point, repelling Pan Shizi's magic was no longer too difficult for her. She only needed to touch a trace of lightning element for it to gather and merge into her body. Elsewhere at the Purifier headquarters, staff members panicked as they reported that the Extraordinary Academy was drawing electricity on a large scale again, plunging the entire Purifier city into darkness. Pan Shizi suddenly recalled Vice Dean Fan's instruction that in the future he must help the Fan family elevate their extraordinary genes beyond 90%. The greater the quantity, the higher the quality. While he was distracted, Xiao Yu rushed forward as Star Core erupted into action. Yet the old man's words about the unimaginable transformation in quality still echoed in his mind. For such power, even the strongest extraordinary would seem insignificant, just as Xiao Yu demonstrated when she pierced through the scarlet flame hand. His expression darkened as he raised his hand to resist Xiao Yu's pressure, gritting his teeth and muttering the words lowly. In an instant, crimson flames surged again, burning through space as both sides charged into battle amid towering fire and flashing lightning. Suddenly, the two separated, and the aftershocks of their power gradually dissipated. Xiao Yu was stunned, thinking that only a few minutes had passed yet so much electricity had been consumed. Perhaps she should find a move that used less energy or try referencing his scarlet flame hand. She raised a finger forming a small sphere of lightning hovering at its tip, and said, perhaps like this, Xing Kun's satellite. He thought to himself that her star core was the painstaking achievement of Huaxia researchers, yet she could modify it at will without losing control. Either her star chart was more than half perfected, or she had an exceptional understanding of the lightning element. Pan Shizi wondered if she was looking down on him. A genius praised since childhood had become an ordinary person in her eyes simply because of talent. Memories of the research room surfaced when the Vice Dean said that only by integrating the eternal flame into extraordinary genes could the number of gene chains increase and the likelihood of surpassing 90% become very high. At that time, one could harmonize with the eternal flower and even coexist with it, but this method carried hidden dangers. Wait until your father finishes preparing, then bring the eternal flower that you refined to him. He will advance to a 5-star extraordinary and endure risks better than us. Pan Shizi smiled and replied, yes, uncle. Returning to the present, Xiao Yu suddenly shouted that the satellite had exploded, while he became even more convinced that integrating the eternal flower into extraordinary genes now could surpass 90%. The more he thought about it, the more Pan Shizi sank into contemplation with an intense desire for a breakthrough. At that moment a green flash appeared, the air suddenly fell silent, leaving only a strange pressure descending from above. He hurriedly turned outward, his heart pounding. Xiao Yu also sensed the anomaly and softly exclaimed that the ground was shaking. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng could not withstand the pressure. They could only clutch their heads and scream in panic. The monster's rampage meant Jing Ji's myriad wooden manifestation had been broken. The guard transmitted a message advising young Master Fan to retreat since there was no need to linger, and escape would be difficult anyway. He immediately understood, and the two turned around and left the place at once. Just after leaving the forest, Tutu followed Xing Kun's instructions and shouted loudly for everyone not to go there anymore. Going would only create more trouble. An indescribable worry rose in her heart. She glanced back at the forest and silently prayed that the detestable Lam Deem would be careful. At Jing Ji's position in the forest, he was still struggling to restrain the beast, looking at the broken vines as he sighed in exhaustion, saying he could no longer hold it. Lin Qi descended rapidly from above, quickly approaching the target. The three invisible monsters had already merged. After observing, Jing Ji realized the monster had grown significantly stronger. The aura it emitted felt eerily familiar. It had once been the only time when all elite extraordinaries risked their lives to win. A colossal 5th-tier fusion monster was now truly threatening the academy. Just as he was about to launch a full-force attack, a voice from afar called out, demanding the mission be aborted and ordering Lin Qi to return. He ignored the command and still charged forward, saying there was no time left. He would take it down at all costs. To buy time for everyone, the one who suddenly blocked Lin Chi was Xing Kun. He leaned close and whispered that there was still time. All eyes turned toward him as Xing Kun forcefully knocked Lin Chi back, and Enhat immediately called out his name. The man asked in astonishment who that person was. Lin Chi kept muttering "Lamb deep," leaving him stunned as he exclaimed that the wanted criminal had actually saved them. Xing Kun, however, irritably questioned whether the creature had secretly come here to fuse and evolve. As he attacked, he observed that it was evolving into a fifth-tier monster. This type required absorbing a massive amount of life force. It should not have been fully fed yet, which meant it was consuming the king's power that he had just infused. The enormous mouth of the earth dragon slammed down again, but fortunately Xing Kun dodged in time. Everyone around exerted all their strength to erect the earth cage to block the monster. The layer of earth and rock couldn't hold it. Enheep Duong rushed forward to pull Xing Kun away, then said to Lam Deep, "He is very strong but still not enough to face it. Its power far exceeds ours. For it, even a grand prison is like thin paper." While Xing Kun was still dazed, guessing his intentions, he heard him continue that Lin Chi must have watched too many animations and fantasized about heroic sacrifice. "Are you planning to imitate, but daring to rush in and save someone at a critical moment proves you are not evil. You will temporarily cancel the pursuit order. In the face of this disaster we are allies, so we must overcome this trial together." After hearing this, Xing Kun calmly replied, imagining a bit too much. At that moment the monster surged again. A series of giant trees suddenly rose to block its attack. Someone shouted, "It's stop, it's the wood power of the Qin Academy head." Everyone looked up to see Jing Ji exerting all his strength, channeling the dry wood power. Branches kept growing rapidly, wrapping tightly around the enormous electric dragon. The crowd cheered excitedly. "It's restrained, the head still has strength." But Jing Ji's expression was far from relieved. No matter how strong he was about to lose control. The monster struggled violently, making him shout, "Shangyu and Kui, I know you have returned, don't just watch, take action." Behind the monster, Koi appeared, casting an attack while replying, "Head, don't rush, I am waiting for the right moment." Her eyes fixed intensely on the combined monster. An extremely powerful water dragon attack cut through the air straight at the roaring creature. The monster and surrounding trees were cut apart. Everyone cheered again, finally causing it harm. Old Qin exclaimed in astonishment, "Shangyu and Kui has improved again, with Lam Deem too, enough to counterattack." He quickly coordinated the formation. Everyone in position, Koi and Lam Deem lead the attack. "I still do not fully understand the enemy's abilities. Listening carefully below, protect yourselves. The immediate goal is to pierce its body. We and the others will clear the way at the crucial moment. Do you understand?" Group replied in unison. Enheep Duong shouted loudly, shielding teammates with his body. The sharp-toothed tentacles surged again. Everyone looked at each other and shouted, "It's coming, charge." But Xing Kun suddenly stepped forward, using his monstrous arm to firmly grasp Huang Kui's shoulder. He startled and shouted, "What are you doing?" He coldly replied, "Have you arranged this for me?" Koi then noticed the giant arm on his shoulder, thinking, "This power is terrifying, I cannot break free." He threw her back and stepped up to face the sharp teeth, stating plainly, "You cannot resist Vuong's power. If it roars, your superpowers will be lost." That action left everyone stunned in fear. Xing Kun charged straight at the monster, coldly, "Do not block my way, look carefully." As he finished speaking, the monstrous arm pierced deep into its throat. He thought, "I did not want to show off, but to stop that era, this was necessary. To change the future, not only must I grow stronger but everyone must progress." One eye flashed brilliant blue, to show them the true strength of the monster. His left sleeve tore apart. He resolved to unleash the fourth-tier monster power. Seeing the aura from Xing Kun, everyone turned pale in shock. This power is terrifying. Shangyu and Kui gritted her teeth, asking, can his strike surpass the monster? What kind of superpower is this? Jingji was also stunned like his student, his voice slow, it could be said. Just like a fourth-tier monster, Xing Kun's left arm completely transformed into a giant, terrifying beast. For that form the wide mouth spoke, the traitor must not exist. Xing Kun raised his head in reply, "You have no right to speak." He lifted his huge hand high and unleashed the chief's fiery fang. Two tentacles plunged down again, blue flames erupted fiercely. The monster, powerless against him, roared in fury. Xing Kun immediately flew up to counterattack. A heavy strike slammed directly onto its head. It unleashed the violent flame without hesitation. Blue fire exploded from inside the monster's head, creating an intense shockwave. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. His arm pierced its head. The blue flames burned fiercely, yet the wound was smaller than expected. But seeing its changing state, they quickly realized not good. It is self-healing extremely fast like an earth dragon, even its defense far superior. Tail suddenly swept, hitting Xing Kun. Everyone panicked and called Lam D. An explosion rang out. He was thrown to the ground like a bullet. Huang Kui worriedly asked if he was okay. Xing Kun jumped up replying, its offense and defense are extremely strong. More importantly, it can regenerate, even causing injury is useless. When Vuong's power is large enough it will recover immediately. He blocked a tentacle then said, and there are stronger monsters, more numerous than imagined. Jingji, hearing this, asked in confusion, do such things really exist? He replied in detail, leaving him silent and worried. Huang Kui shouted, Lam Deem, talking about that now is useless. We continue to coordinate, there may still be hope. Xing Kun coldly replied, no need. His eyes ignited with undying blue flames, asserting, now I will show you how to defeat them. Remember, to protect the world, your future must be stronger than me now. Hearing this, Koi exclaimed in shock, what? Xing Kun ignored, unleashing blue flames while loudly declaring, learn what a domain is. His arm blazed with brilliant undying fire. Old to young, everyone stared in amazement, a domain. Xing Kun said nothing more, silently deploying in his mind, using monster genes and souls of 2 lifetimes, temporarily employing the strongest skill of the previous life lord, domain, swallow the captive. Blue light spread everywhere, Shangyu and Kui observed intently. Before they could recover, everyone was engulfed by the domain, horrified. His domain covered all. Lin Chi raised his hand to the air, asking if everyone could feel it. Looking at his hand, he said, the metal element in the air has vanished. Jingji also noticed, not only metal but all elements were consumed by the domain. Now the space only retained his fire element. He hurriedly instructed, do not let the elements in your body erupt or they will be consumed. Little Lamb paled analyzing, he has become the overlord within the domain. Here I cannot resist, only way is to stay away. Shangyu and Kui smirked, replying, you are wrong, there is nowhere to run. The moment the domain closed, we were already inside his mouth. At this time Xing Kun's domain also enveloped all monsters. Seeing the monsters roar in fear, unwilling to attack, Enheep Duong and the others asked in astonishment, could it be trying to escape? Someone explained it cannot escape this domain, the edge is like teeth, anything touching is swallowed. Watching it struggle, Xing Kun continued to burn with blue fire and declared, three-headed monster, you cannot escape. As the domain shrank and pressed, everyone marveled, it is trapped. Little Lamb asked in confusion, once the domain covers an area, is it hard for any creature there to escape? Someone shouted, the domain is gradually shrinking. The flames grew more intense, continuing to burn the three-headed fused monster. The scene resembled a fiery hell, devouring a gigantic monster. Enheep Duong widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock, truly terrifying, I wonder what Lam Deem's domain is called. Perhaps I should name it Demon Devouring Flame Domain. Principal Qin shot him a reproachful glance. Enheep Duong slacks off in class and still does so as vice captain. Stop marveling and observe carefully. This opportunity is extremely rare. He hurriedly nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement. Jingji calculated silently. Lam Deem's domain was extremely powerful. The enemy had no time to react before throwing itself into the flames. The monster's regeneration speed was slower than the rate of being burnt. He looked at Xing Kun and thought to himself, it was indeed as expected. Old Qin suddenly recalled 20 years ago, the moment when humanity's elites fought a decisive battle against the monsters, when a 5-star monster defeated 5 top powerhouses. At that time he stood far away and could not see everything clearly. He clearly remembered that the monster's domain was identical to what Lam Deem was displaying. Both domineering and violent, especially Xing Kun's left arm seemed to want to devour everything. Xing Kun roared inwardly that he was starving. The monster genes were not strong enough while the infernal prison consumed an enormous amount. He told himself that if he did not replenish energy immediately, those small humans would not be able to endure. His gaze locked onto the level 5 monster as he said in a deep voice, become my dinner. The monster rapidly shriveled under the flames and roared unwillingly. You are only 4 stars, how can you open a peak 5-star domain? Xing Kun sneered, why don't you guess? The monster's consciousness gradually faded, and before dissipating it still tried to shout, impossible, that is the power bestowed by the king. With its last remaining strength it roared, it would never fall into the hands of humanity. As soon as the words ended its body disintegrated into energy and was completely devoured by the left hand. Xing Kun said coldly, you have no right to choose, and then commanded bite. He slammed his hand down, and Flame Devour surged even more violently. The domain retracted and a pillar of blue flame shot straight into the sky. The monster was completely swallowed in the light. The spectacle left old kin and everyone staring upward in astonishment. In the academy, the pillar of blue flame covered a vast area. Zio Yu and the dormitory group watched in a daze. The group of students near Tutu stammered, "Is that Lam Dean?" Farther away, the young master of the Fan family suddenly shouted from his car, "Stop." He hurriedly opened the door and stepped out to observe. Watching the flames gradually fade, Pan Shizzy frowned. Such a terrifying aura. If I sensed a little more, I might gain some insight. A subordinate said, "There are probably not many students left who can sense this aura. In the future, the academy will only be able to rely on Dean Fan. Young master, let us return." Pan Shizzy's face darkened in thought before he softly responded. On Xing Kun's side, he returned to human form, clutching his stomach and laughing bitterly, almost starved to death and now overly full. He took a deep breath to regulate himself. He had to wait until digestion was complete. He thought that if he could grasp the power of the king, then he would. Before finishing the sentence, the ground beneath his feet cracked open and glowed. On the earth, a subterranean dragon burst out in front of him. Seeing 3 subterranean dragons appear in succession, he understood that they had sensed him. Yet he still raised a finger in provocation. "I just ate my fill, come and try if you dare." The subterranean dragons roared in anger, causing earth and rocks to scatter. Before he could react, another attack struck, making him startle and turn around. Shangyu and Kui appeared, charging in with the water dragon sickle. He unleashed decisive strikes without holding back. At the same time, countless branches reached out. Xing Kun recognized it as one vine myriad thing. Jingji also appeared, using the skill Skypiercer to shield him. Enheep Duong and Lin Chi joined the battle. "We are only 3 stars, but we must still give it our all." Lin Chi unleashed Burning Star and shouted loudly, "In the future, I will definitely become stronger than them." Xing Kun smiled inwardly. Shangyu and Kui together with the dean and himself should already be enough. Before he could finish thinking, countless small tentacles with tiny teeth wrapped tightly around his feet. Angered, he slashed them apart. It turned out the invisible monster had not completely died. But those small tentacles were only bait. A tiny mouth suddenly bit into his neck. Startled, he realized this was bad. It was the monster network. He was dragged into a separate space, like a hazy water surface. Before him was a gigantic set of dense teeth. He recognized that this was the king. Several streaks of golden light rushed toward him, making him curious. Using all his senses to perceive, he immediately understood. He said, "The loser intends to use the king's power to ambush me." After speaking, he inhaled deeply and swallowed the golden aura completely. He declared, "Once something enters my stomach, do not dream of taking it back." In the dark space, the words "royal authority" echoed as black smoke surged. The smoke formed the face of a gigantic monster, which said that was not something a small human could withstand. Its crimson eyes blazed as it demanded, "Hand it over, and I will allow you to return to the king's embrace." It threatened that if he did not hand it over, there would only be annihilation. Xing Kun remained calm. "This power is called royal authority. If you lose the king's bestowed gift, you must be very afraid." He stated clearly, the flame demon god, one of the 5 demon gods under the king's command, was startled and asked how he knew, while simultaneously launching numerous streams of smoke at him. He thought calmly, "Because in a previous life I once stood above you, how could I not know?" Then he pulled down his mask and smiled provocatively. "Now I will destroy your royal authority." He glared and said, "Let me see how you will take it back." The flame demon god furiously launched relentless attacks. "If you will not return to the king, then die. I will crush your soul." It roared that it would turn him into ashes. As the energy surged, he replied, "I possess the soul of 2 lifetimes," then swallowed all the surrounding aura. The demon god was horrified and left speechless. Xing Kun sensed that the monster network had shattered. Watching the smoky face gradually crack, he thought that after absorbing the royal authority, he would become the new leader. Like a queen ant ascending the throne, he would no longer be controlled. At the same time, outside the forest, the 3 subterranean dragons also disappeared. Shangyu and Kui asked if they had fled. Where was Lam Deem? Jingji replied that he had left. He pondered that although he was wanted this time, he had saved them and the entire academy. Heap Duong and several others ran over to report that Lam Deem said there were many more monsters like this. Jingji replied whether true or false today's events and that speculation. It was time for the whole world to know the truth. While no one was paying attention, Xing Kun quietly returned to Zio Yu's dormitory, his mind filled with thoughts about how a new queen ant only appeared when the old one had died. That he was like a newly born queen ant, while the old one had not completely disappeared. Taking off his tattered clothes, he looked at his body and affirmed that he now possessed independent power, like a new king of monsters. On the surface, the monster power seemed to have changed little, but in reality it had undergone profound transformation. After dressing neatly, he stepped outside. Outside, his friends were already waiting. Xing Kun thought to himself that he could now build a monster legion that belonged solely to him. Seeing him, Zhao Sheng said, "Big brother, we do not know if we imagined it, but just now Xiao Tao and I felt something very strange in our body." Two of them looked utterly confused, as if something inside them had just awakened. Xing Kun stepped forward and patted Zhao Sheng on the shoulder to reassure him, "It is nothing." He said it was the seed of hope of the world that had just awakened, but in his heart, he briefly thought it could also be a seed of despair. At the Pan family residence, Pan Shizhi lowered his head beside the eternal flower, sighing because he had failed the selection and brought shame to the family. That man irritably said that he should have found a way to deal with Xing Kun earlier. Pan Zhenwei stepped forward and placed a hand on his nephew's shoulder to comfort him. "Do not blame yourself," he said. Who could have expected that he could resist the mental eruption of a fourth-level psychic transcendent, something not even a freshman could achieve, and he was also likely to be Lam Deem. He turned to ask Xiao Lam, "You once had close contact with Lam Deem. Did you notice anything special about him?" Xiao Lam, anxious with sweat covering his forehead, said that his face was completely covered, and only the blue flame was visible and extremely powerful. He spoke quickly and excitedly, powerful to an unbelievable degree. His fire domain seemed capable of burning everything. The surging emotions almost made Xiao Lam shout, if you had witnessed it with your own eye. Realizing he had misspoken, he lowered his voice and said that Lam Deem was far stronger than them, and his aura was extremely strained. He affirmed that he had never felt such a presence on anyone before. Pan Shizhi looked at him with a cold gaze. Xiao Lam broke out in sweat, thinking to himself that the young master of the Pan family looked truly terrifying. He hurriedly added that Lam Deem could be a first-year freshman, and might also be hiding his true strength. Pan Zhenwei interrupted, saying that it was clear and instructed him to prepare. He announced that there was already news about Lam Deem's whereabouts, and requested Xiao Lam to participate in the pursuit. Then he instructed Pan Shizhi to temporarily set the matter aside and focus on absorbing the flame within the eternal flower to help his father break through to 5 stars. Pan Shizhi silently looked at the flower bud. He said that only by doing so could they reverse the situation caused by the invisible monster. That man reluctantly replied that he would do his utmost, understanding in his heart that the purpose was to enable his father to confront existences like Lam Deem. The eternal flower could accelerate cultivation but also harbored the risk of mutation. As he absorbed it, he weighed the pros and cons. Suddenly the gap on the flower bud slowly closed. Pan Shizhi was bewildered as the entrance of the eternal flower closed, preventing him from obtaining more flames. That man was furious because just when the family and he needed the flame, he was obstructed. A cold voice echoed beside his ear, "Do you want to take my flame?" Pan Shizhi looked at the flower bud, wondering if it was because he had absorbed too much and could now communicate with it. The bud said that to obtain the flame he must provide a person carrying monster genes. The scene shifted to Xiao Yu's dormitory. While bathing, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten to bring her clothes inside. She stuck her head out and saw Xing Kun sitting outside, hesitating about how to retrieve her clothes. Xing Kun sat there declaring that half of this room already belonged to him and muttered about his meager kingship. From inside the room, Xiao Yu's voice rang out saying she had forgotten to bring her clothes. He calmly told her to come out and get them herself, saying that she used to run around the house while bathing. Xiao Yu blushed and scolded him, saying that was when she was a child, and told him to quickly hand over the clothes. He grumbled but still used a small tentacle to bring the clothes in, telling her to temporarily wear his shirt first. He put on his shirt and shyly stepped out, thinking in her heart that he had done it on purpose. Seeing that he was still muttering like someone lost in thought, she became even more annoyed because he was not paying attention to her at all. Curious, she approached and asked what he was doing. Xing Kun turned to her with a serious expression and said that he wanted to transmit his genes to her. Xiao Yu was shocked and asked what he had just said. He pressed her against the wall and explained that it meant transferring his genes to her. She misunderstood, her face flushing red as she warned him not to speak nonsense. He did not realize it and even urged her on, saying it would only hurt a little like an ant bite. He reached out intending to embrace her, telling her to endure it for a moment. She became furious and released electricity toward him. He shouted that if he continued to speak nonsense, she would deal with him. The electric current illuminated the entire room. Xing Kun hurriedly ran outside and breathed a sigh of relief for narrowly avoiding the attack. Only then did he calm down and reflect on his own impulsive actions. He knew that he could grant kingship to other creatures in exchange for power, but since the consequences were unclear, he could not test it on Xiao Yu. He decided to find another experimental subject first. Just then his phone vibrated. A message from Xiao Yu told him not to wander around anymore because the doors would soon be locked for the night. He thought that perhaps due to rebirth, he felt that she had changed. He looked at the screen and recalled that in his previous life, she often teased him. He replied that he was going to find a mouse for experimentation and received a series of question marks in return. The scene shifted to a nearby forest. An unfortunate mouse was chosen by him to test his power. It immediately transformed, its eyes glowing red, muscles bulging, and teeth becoming sharper. Just as Xing Kun thought the mouse might not be able to withstand it, it exploded. He realized that something was wrong, a vigilant glint flashing in his eyes. He immediately launched an attack toward the source of the disturbance. Staring into the empty space, he asked who was there. A shadowy figure stepped out and greeted Lam Deem, its blood-red eyes fixed on him. Xing Kun silently observed the entity before him. The person revealed himself as Principal Qin. He said that he knew the one before him was Lam Deem. He reassured that he bore no ill intent and had come to find him for personal reasons. Xing Kun pretended to be bewildered and asked who Lam Deem was, acting as though he did not understand what he was talking about. He hurriedly tried to slip away. "Respected Dean, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave? I need to recharge my energy. Goodbye, sir." Old Jing angrily shouted for him to come back. Xing Kun stopped in silence. Jing said slowly, "Remember, if I do not nod, you can forget about stepping into the Super Gene Academy. Whether you are Lam Deem or not does not matter. Can you not sit and chat with this old man for a while? Take it as a thank you gift. I will give you some life essence." Xing Kun turned around with a sly smile. "Respected Dean, I am indeed not Lam Deem, but being able to chat with you is already a great honor." Old Jing waved his hand and told him to sit down. Continued, "The night Xiao Yu lost control of her power, I noticed you. The record of the highest and lowest transcendent gene in history appeared at the same time." Xing Kun leaned against the tree listening. "What caught my attention was not your mere 1% transcendent gene, but the health report from Namangayat Institute. Your muscle density is 2.45 times that of peers. Your metabolic rate reaches 4.244, 3 times that of an average man." He shrugged and replied, "I knew I was quite tough but did not expect it to be that high." Teacher Jing waved his hand again and continued, "Although I serve as dean, I still pursue my own research topic." He manipulated the tree trunk and asked, "Is this strength enough?" "Anha," he commented. "The left shoulder is good, but add a bit more." Old Jing complied and shook his head. "You really are not polite." He went on, "I specialize in researching monster genes and those who possess them. They differ from transcendents. They are a group with mysterious mutated genes. Once awakened, they are easily overwhelmed by instinct and transform. Records show that before awakening, transcendents are often clearer-minded than ordinary people and physically stronger. Those with monster genes also display similar traits. They possess superior muscles, rapid metabolism, and most noticeably extraordinary stamina. The higher the monster gene ratio, the more evident the traits." Hearing this, Xing Kun felt uneasy. Old Jing mentioned his own indicators. He grew more anxious. "The report shows you possess monster genes while also having transcendent genes." Jing Ji said directly, "That is why I stopped Fan Qin I from canceling your qualification and gave you the chance for the final assessment. Although not directly tested, I am almost certain you carry monster genes." He proposed, "Now follow me for additional tests." Xing Kun immediately stood and refused. "That would consume too many resources. Dean, I have something to do, so I will leave first. Please have someone deliver the life essence to my place tomorrow." Jing Ji said, "The essence is right here. All the plants in the academy are created by my ability. The night the Pan family laboratory was destroyed, I detected Lam Deem appearing twice nearby. He buried many things underground, likely the life essence." Struck at his secret, Xing Kun trembled and asked, "Are you planning to be a thief?" Seeing his tension, Old Jing reassured him, "Do not worry. You dared risk yourself to save the academy, so I trust your integrity. I mean no harm. Given my understanding of the Pan family, what you did to their lab is not a bad thing." He continued advising, "I know you do not want to reveal your monster genes. In this world they are tightly controlled, and you are even more special, so you could easily be forced into experiments. Do you remember at the 5 Elements arena I helped you secretly? I was the one who told Shangyu and Qi to conceal your presence the night the Pan laboratory incident occurred. Old Jing added, "Tonight I also sent Lin Chi to spread false information about Lam Deem outside Nam and Gaia. So even if the suppressors investigate the academy, they will struggle to trace you. I will continue to support you in the future." After a moment of silence, Jing Ji said, "About 5% of the population carries monster genes. They cannot control themselves like you, so they are implanted with tracking chips. Humans fear they will lose reason, and they themselves live in fear of transformation, enduring prejudice and suspicion daily." His voice grew sincere. "I truly want to know how you control the monster gene, because I hope that 5% can regain normal lives." After listening, Xing Kun still shook his head. "Unfortunately, I am not Lam Deem. Thank you, Dean, for trusting me with your research. I am deeply grateful, but I must leave now." He raised his voice. "If a way to control monster genes is not found, this world will not be peaceful. No matter how powerful abilities are, they cannot protect loved ones." Words made Xing Kun pause. He replied, "Perhaps Lam Deem has a method to help them control monster genes." He turned back to look at the deans seriously, but from humanity's standpoint that may not be good news. It could make them more fearful. The question startled Jing Ji. Saving them could make humanity afraid. Xing Kun continued, "Dean, what do you think monsters are?" Old Jing replied, "Suppressors see them as transcendents who lost reason, but I see them as a race we do not fully understand." His hand clenched as he said, "You are truly clear-headed. Humanity is like an anthill. Lam Deem could be the king of another colony." Jing Ji replied, "To save an ant, you must move it to another colony." Xing Kun added, "One ant causes no fear, but what about 100 or 10,000 or even 5% of humanity? Lam Deem will eventually become the king of those with monster genes." Seeing his attitude, Jing Ji thought about how frightening such power could be. He sighed, "Are you worried about that? If you save them, humanity will fear and reject them. If not, they will lose themselves and transform." Old Jing lamented, "This truly puts you in a difficult position. I cannot choose for you. But whatever you decide, as Dean I will support and assist you." As if waiting for that statement, Xing Kun asked, "Are you serious?" Without waiting for a reply, Xing Kun rushed forward and hugged him with a bright smile. "Dean Jing, since you said that, then please handle the Monster Gene Academy matters. I heard Lam Deem is very interested in recruiting the Monster King's subordinates." Old Jing was stunned. "So you agreed?" Xing Kun did not answer directly and said, "I guess he is about to form a new legion," inwardly calculating that royal authority could be granted in exchange for power, but if only natural activation occurs, the numbers will not be large. That night at the Pan family base, Pan Shizi's subordinate secretly bound a group of people and brought them in. He asked, "Young master, where is this place? Why did you ask me to bring people with monster genes?" Pan Shizi snapped, "Shut up." In his mind, Pan thought this is the archive in the dark corner of level 13 beneath the immortal flame, also where I meet the eternal flower. At that moment the eternal flower appeared through the cracks. The subordinate stammered in panic, "This is..." He collapsed in fear and trembled. The eternal flower. The blue flame swept over and engulfed the people who had just been brought. It seemed unsatisfied, roaring repeatedly, "Not enough, too weak." It then chose a body as a vessel and stood before Pan Shizi scoffing, "Too weak to endure, they cannot bear my power." It demanded, "I need true warriors, not these fragile bodies." The subordinate stood frozen in shock. Flame demon god stared at Pan Shizi with blazing red eyes within the blue fire and commanded, "Take me to find someone with monster genes strong enough to endure me. I will grant you power far beyond your current state." As if bewitched, he immediately bowed, "Yes, Lord Flame Demon." The subordinate could not believe his eyes, his mind in turmoil over what he had just witnessed. His young master Pan communicating with a monster, his eyes filled with horror as he looked at Pan Shizi. Late at night, Xing Kun finally returned to the dormitory. As he reached the door, he heard Xiao Yu shout, "You are only coming back at this hour." Holding a whip, she stood in the room, angrily asking where he had been wandering. He stammered, "If I said I was talking with the dean, would you believe me?" Xing Kun thought the scene felt like returning late and being caught by a spouse. Xiao Yu swung the whip repeatedly. Xing Kun yelped, "I was only late. It is not that serious." She snorted coldly, "I will deal with you first, then talk later." Hearing that he was startled, "What did you say?" Xiao Yu stopped and replied concisely, "For you to inject it." Her face flushed as she spoke softly. "Since childhood, no matter how troublesome you were, you never made excessive demands of me. Because of monster genes, you have no choice now. I understand you, so if you do not say it, I will take the initiative." Saying that, Xiao Yu gently pulled down her collar and hesitantly said, "Here, go ahead." Without hesitation, Xing Kun extended a tentacle and bit into Xiao Yu's neck, startling her. Xiao Yu widened her eyes and asked, "What is this?" Ding Kun retracted the tentacle and explained, transferring monster genes to you. Your transcendent genes cannot integrate with my royal gene. So Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao cannot either. Only those with monster genes are compatible. Xiao Yu ignored him and walked away silently. Ding Kun asked in confusion, are you going to sleep? Blushing, she climbed onto the bunk bed and replied, I am sleepy. This time Xiao Yu seemed to withdraw into herself. She covered herself with a blanket, confused and wondering what she misunderstood, wanting to sleep and forget everything, as he really changed lately. Next morning at the Nam and Gayat dormitory. Upon waking, Xiao Yu saw Ding Kun staring intently at his phone and curiously asked, who is that girl? He replied, the granddaughter of Dean Jingxi. In the photo was a beautiful long white-haired girl, the top student of the Monster Gene Academy. Aside from Ding Kun, she has the highest monster gene ratio in Huazia at 92%, named Gong Xion. The scene shifted to the #1 suppression city hospital. Someone was reaching out to press a button on a vending machine. Just then someone else approached, not to help but to sneer arrogantly, wondering how long you'd fumble. If your hands and feet are like that, you'd better stay home. Do you realize how troublesome you are, wasting society's resources? I'm in a hurry, he said, pushing the wheelchair aside, making Yang Yang panic. What are you trying to do? Ding shoved the boy aside forcefully. Move. The boy shouted angrily again, that's my drink. The bald man bent down to pick up the can, sneering, did I steal it? After speaking, he twirled some coins in his palm and casually threw them toward Yang Yang with a hateful expression. Here, take it back. The coins rolled on the ground, clearly knowing the boy couldn't pick them up, yet he did it deliberately. The boy's face reddened with anger, teeth clenched, shouting, who do you look down on? I'll teach you a lesson. Someone rushed over to calm him. Relax, it's a small matter, he's already paid. Don't get worked up. Bad mood isn't good, yet Yang Yang still yelled, get out of the way. The other held the wheelchair firmly, stopping it. Veins on Yang Yang's forehead bulged. He cursed in frustration. The staff hurried to reassure, all right, I won't pursue it. My duty is to take you to test the danger level of monster genes. No trouble can occur. Hearing this, a Ding smirked, testing danger. Only those with over 80% monster gene need this. Anyone below must wear a safety ring, so the temper was due to being a monster. Before leaving, he spat venom. Truly a waste on society. I'm off, don't want bad luck. He hadn't stepped away when a spark streaked across his face. Something slammed into the wall behind, making a loud noise, startling the bald man. He turned slowly, stammering, what coin was that? Turning further, he saw Xiao Engai dart forward like lightning, his face paling. She shot another coin at the wall right by a Ding's face. Staff shouted in panic, Xiao Engai, stop. What are you doing? As class president set an example, don't stir trouble. Xiao Engai shrugged casually. It's a small matter, don't stress, I didn't touch him, just returning his money. Yang Yang looked at her in astonishment, stammering, class president. Xiao Engai didn't stop, grabbing another coin, stepping forward. Her strike came swiftly before a Ding's eye. The coin grazed, then embedded in the wall. She said, 3 cents back to you. 3 coins lodged deep in the wall. She laughed. 1 cent rolled at his feet. Want me to pick it up or bend down yourself? Ding trembled, pale, hurried. I'll pick it up. It's my fault. I was careless. Please forgive me. Backing away as Xiao Engai snatched the drink. That's Yang Yang's. Hands off. I'm strong. Don't make me slip. She introduced frankly, I carry the highest monster gene in Huazia, Kung Xiao Engai. If I lose control, you're in danger, so try to behave. A Ding trembled, apologizing repeatedly, promising to be good. Xiao Engai turned to push the wheelchair. Let's go or we'll be late for the test. Yang Yang, hurry, don't lag. Staff sighed, hoping they wouldn't cause more trouble. Pushed along, Yang Yang said sadly, class president, carrying monster genes like us must stay calm to reduce the risk of possession. But I can't, even trying I can't stay calm. I fear failing the test. Probably must wear the safety ring. Later my identity will be revealed. Everywhere will be cautious. If I lose control, the collar injects poison, ending everything. Despite his gloom, Xiao Engai remained cheerful, pinching Yang Yang's cheek teasingly. That makes it even more fun. She continued rubbing his face, saying that way you'll be free to do as you like. Yang Yang blushed. Class president, stop rubbing, you're making me. Xiao Engai laughed heartily, silly, heart racing already. He hastily retorted, don't dream. The elevator opened, Xiao Engai still teasing, cheer up, good mood is healthy. Yang Yang blushed again, please stop, she laughed, enjoying, let's see if you're embarrassed. Over at Ding Kun, before leaving he said to Xiao Yu, go to school. The director took a leave for me. I need to meet the strongest monster gene carrier in Huazia. Xiao Yu clung to his arm whining, I want to go too. He was surprised and worried, what coming along? In the hospital elevator, Zio Engai suddenly asked if everyone felt the temperature rise. Someone said no. She doubted herself. Then a male friend asked if worried about the danger test. Do we four need the safety ring? Elevator reached the 18th floor. On the way, Zio Yu grumbled, white hair, white fur, purple eyes, just my type. Flirt. King Kun overheard and asked, what did you say? Zio Yu grumpily replied, this punishment city is too remote, waiting ages for the bus to Hospital 1. He explained superhumans attract monsters easily, so fewer people at concentration points is better. But strangely, the bus should have arrived half an hour ago. Just as he finished, the bus appeared. Zio Yu pointed it out. Xing Kun inhaled subtly, sensing something off. The masked driver spoke through the device, spotted the target. He stood at the station, ready to execute the mission. Zio Yu asked sharply, did the bus lose control? Xing Kun stepped in front, saying a 4-star superhuman was inside. He immediately activated his Gene Assist glove, slicing a piece of metal from the station's sign as a weapon. Metal shard enlarged, then struck the oncoming bus. The bus split instantly. The 4-star inside panicked. No firepower, as the master fan said, yet felt the metallic system's force. Driver panicked, thinking perhaps only 3 stars, but why like this? He assessed the move as ordinary, just some metal element yet amassed such sharp energy. And so solid, thinking this, he jumped from the vehicle. He ignited a red flame in hand toward Xing Kun, thinking he couldn't rely on the bus to finish. Completing the mission would require effort. Thanks to Hua Vin Hang's cultivation these days, strength had increased just right to test. Immediately the special skill erupted, a red flame spread wide. Awaiting results, he saw a streak of light, realizing the flame was severed. In a moment, the light from Xing Kun cut through him like lightning. He fell, shocked, still unable to believe it was only 3 stars. Xing Kun looked at the glove, marveling at this artificial gear, containing 9% of superhuman gene he had refined. Not natural, but better than none. 10% could build the initial 10,000 sword star map, enough to wield power. After handling the masked man, he called Lao Qin, director. I accidentally took down someone at the bus station, obviously not a good person. The line got angry. How could you cause such trouble so soon? Xing Kun seriously asked him to handle it and take him to Hospital 1. Sensing activity there, Lao Qin agreed immediately. Zio Yu whispered, a street assassin like him could be monster food. Xing Kun replied he hadn't digested enough gene. No worries, probably just a pawn of the fan family. Director couldn't trace much. He still felt uneasy until reaching the hospital. He recalled last life at this time, obediently doing the danger test on Zio Engai's advice, only failing without incident, yet today an ill omen lingered. At the hospital, a nurse held the evaluation board before Zio Engai. Sighing, her strength tripled normal, abnormal, meaning the monster gene greatly affected her body. Though her emotions remained stable, I'm sorry. As the gene safety inspector, I'm responsible for humanity, cannot pass her, marked as failed. Zio Engai remained calm, wittily comparing herself to an imperfect bag with too many tadpoles, probably fine. The nurse said too many could be a problem. Zio Engai pulled her collar slightly, confidently saying, not overflowing, all controlled well, waiting in the hallway when the phone rang. Upon hearing it, she smiled brightly. Grandpa just thought of you and called. On the line, Jingji asked if you're as happy as usual, passed the test yet. She promptly replied, of course not. Lao Qin sighed, she's straightforward, trust me, you'll be fine. Said someone would come later, you must obey, they can help control monster genes. Only 1 slot, Zio Engai marveled, so impressive. Hearing this, Jingji reminded her to speak properly and cooperate. Just then she saw Yang Yang and asked, Grandpa, only 1 slot, so few. As if he had guessed his granddaughter's thoughts, he shouted so loudly that the phone nearly burst. There would be many opportunities in the future. Kung Tiumi, what exactly did you want to do? She smiled in response. There would still be chances later, but right now someone needed that slot far more than she did. When Tiu Engai said that, her gaze was fixed directly on Yang Yang, who was sitting curled up in a corner. Lao Qin shouted again, Kung Tiu Engi, your situation was very dangerous. You needed this slot more than anyone. He ordered her to use it first. She immediately replied not to worry. Her self-control was very strong. She could endure it. On the other end, Jingji could not remain seated. He stood up and said she carried the most monster genes. Something could happen at any time. If anything happened to her, how could he face his deceased daughter? Tiu Engai softened her voice. Grandfather. Father once said she resembled him the most. If he were in her position today, he would certainly not hesitate to give it to someone in greater need. She could not tarnish his lifelong honor. Lao Qin remained resolute. Kung Tiu Engi. This time no matter what you must. Before he could finish, the call had already been disconnected. Grandfather could only sigh helplessly. He lowered his head and murmured. He could not decide either. Xing-kun, Tiu Engi was like an angel, please choose her. Back at the hospital, Yang Yang irritably shouted, if you want to look then look straight. He pulled down his collar to reveal the bracelet and growled. Just because he wore a shackle did they see him as a monster? Did they think he could harm humanity? His two friends hurried to calm him, but he still roared. He would not become a monster, nor would he bow to this world. Just then the phone rang. It was his sister calling. Yang Yang immediately gestured for silence. He lowered his voice and calmly replied, sister, he was fine. The checkup was done. He was going to watch a movie with friends, so she did not need to come. However, Tutu had already arrived at the hospital gate. After hanging up, she returned to her live stream. Everyone, was the flight here interesting? Besides all of you, the person who just called was the one she loved most. Today would end here, goodbye. With that adorable appearance, Tutu drew attention wherever she went. At that moment, a strange incident occurred at the hospital. The ground seemed pressed by an invisible force, causing the earth and stones to crack apart. Tutu had just flown past when she heard the loud noise and curiously turned back. Before her eyes was a shocking scene. The ground trembled violently. The walls cracked as if struck by an earthquake. She wondered what was happening, why she was being lifted so high. Very quickly, she realized the entire hospital was sinking. Suddenly, she remembered her younger brother. This was bad. Yang Yang. Ceiling shook, stones above fell continuously. She worriedly exclaimed how many meters the hospital had already sunk, truly dangerous. Another large rock swayed and was about to fall. Tutu said the wall was collapsing as well. Rocks kept falling in chunks. She looked up and saw the critical situation. The hospital was about to be buried. She heard cries for help below, save me. Looking down, she saw 5 people still there. Tutu immediately cast magic. She called out wind. A stream of green wind appeared weaving through the rock crevices. She hovered in the air using her power to block the falling rocks, rescuing a couple taking shelter on the staircase. Wind rushed to shield the brown-haired man, then moved to the red-haired woman holding the rock above her, finally lifting the stone off the black-haired young man. After handling it, Tutu gathered the rocks together and shouted swirl. She exerted all her strength to push all the rubble far away. Rocks crashed down loudly, glass shattered everywhere. Everyone followed her to escape. The rocks were piled outside. Everyone was temporarily safe. The man and the couple tried to reassure his girlfriend. Tutu looked toward them. The woman trembled in his arms. He placed a hand on her shoulder and said not to be afraid. The purgers would protect them. Hearing that, Tutu turned and told them to leave quickly. They should handle the rest themselves. She had to go elsewhere. The brown-haired man asked where she intended to go and suggested going together for safety. Tutu replied awkwardly that she had to go to the 18th floor. The brown-haired man froze. The 18th floor of Than True Hospital No. 1 was the monster gene diagnostics department. Only those with abnormal signs went there. He panicked and shouted that she could not go there. It was useless to enter now. Those people had surely already transformed. Tutu firmly denied it. Her Yang Yang could control himself. She did not notice the chip on the woman's neck glowing red. Everyone immediately realized and fled. The sound came from the locator chip of a monster gene carrier. That woman was about to transform. The brown-haired man urgently asked Tutu to kill her. It was the responsibility of a purger. She frowned and replied there was no need for him to remind her. If the woman lost control and transformed, she would handle it. The man and the couple continued to comfort Doan, urging her to restrain herself and not give up. Strange veins appeared on her neck. Doan gradually transformed, her eyes blazing, her body twisting and tearing her clothes apart, her mouth widening to reveal sharp teeth. The man beside her also began to deform and cried out no. Surrounding people panicked, retreating and then fleeing. They shouted that the man was also a monster. Tutu softly said sorry. After speaking, she quickly subdued the couple. The brown-haired man trembled and said she had seen the situation. Even those with normal genes were transforming, let alone the 18th floor. She did not need to go there. Tutu replied irritably to stop talking. She had to go. There were surely still people who had not transformed. The hospital had purgers protecting it. Follow her and she would help find them. Rescue would arrive soon. Rescue vehicle sped forward. Xing Kun sat in the back calling to tease Dean Nam and Guyet that his vehicle was too slow and it would be dark by the time they reached the hospital. The dean replied that this was not the time for jokes. The hospital had just sunk. Xing Kun was surprised. The dean confirmed it had collapsed into the ground. He said headquarters was investigating. The subsidence area was very large. The The hospital had not collapsed, but the situation was critical. Casualties were not yet high, aside from a few gene carriers who had transformed. Hearing this, Zio, Yu, and Tiu to look down anxiously. The green vehicle continued running. The dean stated they were sending a diving team through the water system to rescue people, hoping Xing Kun would accept the mission to save Tiu Engi and the students of the Monster Academy. He believed they could hold on until he arrived. Xing Kun pondered that in his previous life there had been no such subsidence. Along with the ambush he had suffered, there must be something suspicious. He replied he understood, but requested to bring Zhao Sheng and Triu Zio Tao along, and to borrow one more person. The dean asked who. At a restaurant, Zio Tao stopped her brother from continuing to eat. Brother, something was wrong. She said seriously she could not feel full no matter how much she ate. She had just eaten 30 buns. If this continued, she would become Triu Dai Dao. Seeing him silent, she asked how much he had eaten. Triu Than, his belly round and swollen, still said that at this rate they would go bankrupt. Strangely, even though he felt ready to burst, he was still hungry. Zio Tao explained that the transcendent genes in her body had increased sharply, so she drank a vial of life essence to stabilize. He repeated life essence. Triu Than's eyes turned red. He angrily remembered the thief who had stolen one of his vials. He said he had to retrieve it. Zio Tao hurriedly stopped him to wait. She advised that now they not only ate more but were also stronger. He should be careful not to cause major trouble. Seeing he would not listen, Zio Tao could only call out to him. Wu Yin stood in front of Triu Than to block him. Brother Triu, wait, I have something to say. He said seriously to leave Xing Kun's team and follow him. Triu Than, eyes red, pushed him aside and told him to move. He was very hungry and not to block his way. Wu Yin continued to persuade him that although he had won the supernova title, it did not guarantee true strength. His awakening was thanks to Xing Kun giving him many vials of life essence. Triu Than ignored him and stared at the gray-haired young man. Wu Yin added that Xing Kun had openly opposed the Fan family, and such actions would not end well. He said they were only ordinary people. Even after awakening, they could not compare to those with both talent and backing. At that moment, the gray-haired young man stepped forward to provoke. A student with only 39% transcendent genes dared to touch his people. Wu Yin added that Wuxing had been supported by the young master with many vials of life essence, and was condensing his star map. He was the chosen one, and Triu Than could not compare. Wu Yin looked at the gray-haired young man and asked if he intended to return the life essence fluid on behalf of his subordinate. He immediately retorted, asking if Wu Yin had a problem with his head, saying he dared to offer it, and asking if Wu Yin had the courage to accept it, while shaking the vial of green liquid in front of him. Wu Yin anxiously advised that Zhao Sheng was only being told this out of respect for their years of friendship. But Zhao Sheng did not respond and instead gathered his strength to launch an attack. The opponent immediately raised a water sphere to block it, and sneered that he should break this layer first before talking. Wu Yin raised his voice, saying this was real life and not a fantasy film, and that they should not delude themselves into thinking a miracle would save them. As soon as the words ended, Zhao Sheng suddenly pierced through the water sphere, his punch crashing down and sending the young man tumbling with a bruised face. Wu Yin muttered that Zhao Sheng truly did not listen to him, while Zhao Sheng looked at his own fist in astonishment, wondering why it was so powerful. Fortunately, he had stopped in time. The one who was struck still could not believe he had lost and stammered that it was impossible. Wu Yin continued, saying that winning a single match did not guarantee entry into that group, and that he might merely become cannon fodder. Just then, Shang Yuan Kui appeared at the entrance of the shop and called out Zhao Sheng and Zhao Zio Tao. She said she knew they would be there and told them to come along because Xing Kun had summoned them for a mission. Zhao Sheng retrieved the 2 vials of life essence fluid and looked at her, while Kui could only stare in astonishment. Wu Yin stood frozen and the people around were also stunned. Shang Yuan Kui, the strongest transcendent of the academy, had actually taken the initiative to seek out the Zhao Sheng brother. His expression darkened and his heart filled with gloom. Qiu Min was indeed correct. An ordinary person like him could only struggle to survive. They would eventually fail and become sacrifices crushed by those in power. On the 18th floor of the hospital, Tiu Engai stood with her hands on her hips looking at Captain Tiu and asked why he was always as tense as a drawn bowstring. He stepped back and looked at her warily. She smiled reassuringly and told him to relax and not act as if he were about to go into battle at any moment, saying that they would not easily turn into monsters. Captain Tiu frowned vigilantly and replied that they were ticking time bombs and he could not afford any negligence. He continued that everyone on this floor carried monster genes and that no matter how small the amount, if they were bitten, there was still a risk of transformation. He emphasized that there were also nurses and doctors who were important to society and whose lives were precious, and that they could not be compared with those carrying monster genes. After hearing this, Tiu Engai stopped smiling. Captain Tiu looked at her and said that if he had the authority to decide, he would rather become a villain and eliminate all people carrying monster genes. Tiu Engai frowned and replied that he was truly ruthless, then sighed softly. She turned around and pulled down her collar to reveal a necklace with an embedded chip, cheerfully showing Yang Yang that she also had this collar, and that when they took the subway later he could rest assured because she would be by his side. Yang Yang blushed and asked why she said that. Tiu Engai pinched his cheek and laughed, saying there was nothing to be shy about and that it was even more exciting. He said that they still had loved ones behind them, and that as long as the sky had not fallen they had to strive to control themselves. Suddenly the entire floor trembled and Tiu Engai had not yet finished her sentence about cultivating inner calm. She exclaimed in alarm, wondering if it was an earthquake and why gravity seemed to have disappeared. A large boulder fell and created a huge hole in the ceiling, making her fear that the building was truly collapsing. Large and small rocks continued to crash down and the ground shook violently. Yang Yang and Tiu Engai were thrown into the air, and she cried out before gradually losing consciousness. In the darkness, the emergency lights flickered. Tiu Engai regained consciousness and frowned as she wondered how long she had been unconscious. Captain Tiu ignited 2 flames in his hands, and Tiu Engai asked what he intended to do. He replied sternly that in such an incident they were a danger, especially her, and that even the collar might not be able to restrain her if she lost control. Tiu Engai tried to reassure everyone, telling them to remain calm because she would activate her load reduction mode. She placed her hand on the floor and said that they had received special training and would not easily lose control, whereas his agitation would only worsen the situation. Yang Yang tried to steady his breathing while another person cried that they could not endure much longer. She reproached Captain Tiu for pushing himself into danger. As soon as she finished speaking, a monster appeared behind Captain Tiu and bit tightly into his shoulder. He was stunned because he had not realized that a person with weak genes would transform more quickly. Captain Tiu was brought down by the monster, and someone shouted that the captain was finished. Yang Yang trembled as he warned that they had to leave immediately. He was a 3-star, and if the monster finished absorbing him, it would become even stronger. He pointed toward the nurses' station with bulletproof glass and told them to hide inside because they had weapons for self-defense. 2 nurses holding guns looked at them with frightened eyes. A young man shook his head, saying they would not allow them to enter. He looked behind him and saw monsters swarming while a wall blocked the rear, leaving them with no escape. He said in despair that even if they managed to restrain themselves, they would eventually be bitten and transform. Tiu Engai said seriously that it was not safe here, so they had to take another course of action. Eyes flashed with blue light as she clenched her fist and gathered strength. She slammed her fist onto the floor, causing it to collapse, suggesting they try going down to the lower level. Everyone was astonished. Tiu Engai cut them off and told them to jump after her. The group leaped down and Yang Yang asked how she had done it. She smiled and said that activating semi-mutation mode was enough. She pointed the way and said that even without wearing the 3 wolves, she could still maintain control and would not lose herself. Someone reminded her that she might not be able to control it next time. She replied that it was fine and told everyone to focus on finding a way out. Another person worried that the collar activating would be dangerous. She reassured them that she knew and urged them to follow her while maintaining their composure. Outside the hospital, an orange-haired nurse supported the deputy director as she introduced herself as the deputy director of Qing Tru Hospital No. 1, saying that they had been fortunate to survive. The building had sunk into the ground, but its structure remained balanced. She expressed concern that careless excavation of the earth and rocks would cause a real collapse, and that balance had to be maintained before rescue operations. Fortunately, the water supply was still sufficient. She stated that beneath the water there were 2 points that could lead into the hospital, and that 2 purification squads, each with a specialist in the rock or metal element, would be assigned to enter those points. The greatest danger was that monsters could appear in the water and from the gene carriers within the hospital. She said that each rescued person would be rewarded with 10,000 yuan and a vial of life essence fluid, thanking them for their support and noting that there were only 2 slots, hoping that the team leaders would register quickly. Xiao raised her hand and said that the Mars descending team would register. The deputy director was surprised and remarked that the name sounded unfamiliar, asking if it was a new team. He smiled apologetically and thanked them but expressed concern for everyone's safety, hoping that a more experienced team would register. The nurse leaned over and whispered that only they had registered. She widened her eyes and pushed up her glasses. The deputy director said sadly that the hospital's reputation was so poor and blamed her own incompetence. The nurse reassured her that it was because the monsters in the previous battle had been too powerful. The academy's elites had not yet recovered, and even 4-star generals had struggled. The deputy director regained her composure and said there was no more time and that rescue must begin immediately. Xiao corrected the team name and she remarked that they were not ordinary, entrusting the mission to them and thanking them even if they had to split into 2 teams. Xiao replied that they were ready. After finishing the arrangements, Xiao made a call saying that they had secured the 2 slots and that there was no need to block anyone anymore. Half an hour earlier, the 2 roads leading to the academy were calm with clear skies and gentle winds. Shangyu and Qi stood blocking the entrance of the hospital and declared that anyone wishing to join the mission had to pass her first. The bespectacled man replied that they would withdraw and that she must have her own reason. Elsewhere, Xing Kun stood in the middle of the street and smiled, saying that the hospital's subsidence surely concealed hidden circumstances and that for everyone's safety they should not participate. However, they did not listen and continued advancing toward the hospital. Xing Kun smiled faintly and said that last time they had helped him buy time. His hand, wearing a golden glove, emitted blue electricity, as he thought that he could not allow them to enter a dangerous place. Electric current pulled long steel bars to form a barricade across the building. A dazzling flash of light appeared to block their path. He continued erecting barriers that forced them to stop. He withdrew his power and smiled politely, telling them to listen to him and asking why they insisted on competing for the mission with him, saying that he had done this for their safety. The crowd looked at him with killing intent. Someone remarked that this was the rising supernova. The masked man in red said that this blonde brat was courting death. Another mocked that he must have cheated to gain his title, and a gray-haired woman warned that he would be taught a lesson. Standing amid the field of steel, Xing Kun waved his hand and laughed, saying he was only joking and that his senior brothers and sisters were too frightening, and that they should not fight recklessly within the academy. He drew a circle on the ground and suggested that since the academy had no dispute resolution event, anyone who stepped out of the circle would lose. A dangerous glint flashed across his face as he said that, although he had blocked their path, they could still attack together, and that he would not claim they relied on numbers to bully the few. The orange-haired youth covered his eyes and lamented that this man was extremely annoying. Deep Hand said there was no need to escalate matters, and that drawing a fair circle would suffice, adding that the person who had sparred with him last time could not even withstand. Deep Hand stepped forward with his hand glowing orange and looked at Xing Kun seriously, assuring that they would not rely on numbers to bully the few and that he wished to experience the junior brother's sword. His scar-laced arm tightened around the sword hilt, slowly sharing with his junior brother that when cultivating the myriad sword star diagram one must take extraordinary power as the axis, condensing killing intent into a sword. As Deep Hand spoke, he rotated his sword to draw a circle beneath his feet, a halo of light rising to envelop his body, reminding that the sword need not be too large since the bigger it expanded the more extraordinary power it consumed, and the harder it was to maintain. He gripped the sword hilt firmly, and said in a deep voice that the most important thing was to find the point of balance. His stern gaze fixed on the opponent, the glowing sword still in his hand, cautious because his sword was nearly unstoppable. Xing Kun smiled politely, expressing thanks to his senior brother for the guidance. He activated magic through the glove and said he had only just grasped this move. The others he had not yet had the chance to copy and learn. As his words ended, he created 2 massive golden iron swords, excitedly saying that now his extraordinary genes were more abundant, so he wanted to try pouring all the remaining metal into forging to see how large a sword he could create. The gigantic sword descended. Xing Kun gently caught it and raised it with both hands as if it weighed nothing. The terrifying weight caused the surrounding ground to crack. Deep Hand was stunned, thinking even the ground had shattered. He widened his eyes, realizing that when catching the sword Xing Kun had relied entirely on pure physical strength without using any extraordinary power. The gray-haired girl beside him was also too astonished to speak. The orange-haired boy and the others gaped in shock. How could an ordinary pseudo-extraordinary body possess such strength? Xing Kun revealed an excited smile and asked if they were ready. Deep Han paused briefly, trying to predict Xing Kun's direction of attack. Could it be that he intended to? When he saw Xing Kun swing the greatsword like a gigantic club, he could not help thinking that Xing Kun was treating the sword as an iron staff. Everyone looked up at the sword's trajectory, the orange-haired boy awkwardly saying that the larger the sword the harder it was to be accurate, but Deep Han could still control it. As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Han rushed forward to cast magic, shouting sword body star diagram slash. Xing Kun lowered his body and Deep Han's sword was instantly split apart. He cried out in shock that it was broken. Deep Han looked up at Xing Kun's greatsword and realized that its main body remained intact and heavy. He thought to himself that Xing Kun's reaction was too fast, lowering then lifting in an instant to preserve the structure. The onlookers frowned in confusion while the orange-haired boy turned pale at the sight of that mass of iron. A thought flashed through his mind that Xing Kun intended to sweep all of them, and indeed Xing Kun swung fiercely, causing them to only manage a cry before scattering. Xing Kun looked at them with sparkling eyes full of delight, softly uttering wow. The entire group tumbled onto the ground. Xing Kun raised his thumb confidently, saying he hit them all. They scrambled to their feet, the orange-haired boy grimacing that, although they were not injured, it was too embarrassing. Xing Kun continued spinning the iron mass in his hand, the orange-haired boy astonished, thinking that club was the most overbearing weapon in the circle-drawing game, and that Xing Kun could even swing it again. Cam An angrily intended to rush forward to teach Xing Kun a lesson. The orange-haired boy could only shout encouragement. Half an hour later, Xing Kun laughed while recounting his achievements, his eyes still glued to the phone, saying that the more he fought the smoother it became. The entire army had fallen and he then left. Turned back to thank the senior brothers and sisters for holding back, and promised to repay them soon with a surprise. Everyone watched him leave with murderous gazes, wondering what trick he was planning this time. Suddenly the hospital loudspeaker announced that Purifier Tong Min had established rescue routes at the operating room on the 11th floor and the restroom on the 6th floor, requesting survivors to proceed there if safe. Inside the shelter room, Lam Dao was overjoyed while Tiu Engai reminded everyone to remain silent. Chen Fei trembled in the corner. He peeked through the door crack to observe, and reassured everyone to wait for rescue here. Turning back, she said that many purifiers were protecting the hospital. Tiu Engai noticed Chen Fei trembling while clutching his chest, affirming that they would eliminate the monsters outside. Chen Fei anxiously broke into sweat, asking why along the way they had only seen the escort captain and no other purifiers. He trembled and concluded that something must have happened. Tiu Engai smiled to reassure that perhaps they were only delayed. Suddenly a loud noise sounded from behind the door, startling Tiu Engai. Lam Dao worriedly asked if his loud voice had attracted monsters. She replied that perhaps they had only passed by. Chen Fei began to mutate, veins bulging on his neck and the chip emitted a red warning glow. Lam Dao advised him to stay calm. Tiu Engai also encouraged him to hold on a little longer. Chen Fei tearfully called out Class Monitor. His body transformed, teeth and claws gradually protruding. He choked that this fate seemed to have been predetermined. When the transformation was complete, Chen Fei struggled to say sorry and hoped everyone would continue to survive. Noise outside the door grew closer. Tiu Engai looked toward it in panic. Lam Dao warned that Chen Fei's monster gene had reached 84% and he could become a level 2 monster. He suggested going outside, but Tiu Engai opposed because there were still many monsters. Yang Yang decided to personally hold Chen Fei back. Yang Yang looked at the deformed Chen Fei and said, "Class Monitor, take Lam Dao away." He asserted that he was at high risk and his leg was inconvenient. If he stayed, he would only die, so he would risk holding Chen Fei back. Suddenly a blue flame flashed. Yang Yang had not finished speaking. The flame pierced through the floor, creating a deep hole. Lam Dao was horrified upon seeing the blue fire. Fire quickly extinguished. Someone said Chen Fei had likely fallen below. Everyone looked down into the deep hole in confusion, not understanding what had happened. Someone exclaimed whether a purifier had come to rescue them. Was the action so swift? The group leaned down to look. Lam Dao analyzed that monsters below level 4 did not possess elements, so the blue fire could be from an extraordinary. He reasoned that if it were a level 4 monster, they would already be dead, so below must be rescue forces. Lam Dao was still worried because the pit was too quiet. Perhaps they did not dare make noise just like them. He intended to jump down to investigate because he thought it was a shortcut to the rescue point. Yu Engai panicked and told Yang Yang to hold him back. Yang Yang pulled Lam Dao back and scolded that fortune was not so easily obtained. Tiu Engai said bitterly that they were inherently unlucky, so the escape route might be a trap. Lam Dao still argued that it could be an extraordinary, using blue fire like at the academy. Tiu Engai pulled him up, reminding that even if someone used blue fire, monsters could as well, so they should not act rashly. Pulled back, Lam Dao trembled, and said seeing Chen Fei transform before his eyes had frightened him too much. Burst into tears, saying he did not want to become a monster and thought no one would save them. Tiu Engai lifted the corners of his mouth, forcing him to smile. She winked and told him to focus on her. Even a fake smile could trick the brain into creating positive feelings to prevent falling into mutation. Lam Dao nodded, though tears still lingered. Yang Yang approached the door and said the outside was strangely quiet. Perhaps the monsters had left. Looked through the door crack to check. Outside was a dense gathering of gigantic monsters. Yang Yang hurriedly closed the door, saying they could not go out, and fortunately they had not been discovered. Lam Dao panicked, saying they were trapped, unable to go up or down, but the purification operation could not abandon the hospital. Realized they had not seen any purifiers. The corridor was abnormally quiet, filled only with monsters. He briefly felt doubtful, then reassured himself. Tiu Engai encouraged Yang Yang to take deep breaths, while Lam Dao feared that if he mutated, the collar would deal with him. At the radiology department on the 4th floor, those trapped below finally gathered with the group of survivors above. They rejoiced at meeting more people and felt reassured. Tutu widened her eyes in astonishment. Was rescuing people really this smooth? Could it be that all dangers had already passed? Suddenly a voice rang out. Isn't this Captain Rabbit, the most outstanding of Nam and Gaia? Were the people on floors 1, 2, 3 brought down by you? Well done. Then we don't need to go down anymore. 2 transcendents, 1 man and 1 woman approached. The brown-haired man said the hospital crisis had been resolved and now they only needed to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Tutu showed a puzzled expression and asked if everyone had truly been rescued. And what about the other monsters? The brown-haired man laughed and said it was also thanks to luck. When the academy incident occurred, they were inside for an examination, so they reacted in time and cooperated with the hospital security to rescue people. The out-of-control individuals had been dealt with. Tutu repeated, the hospital security team. He smiled and replied that they had never encountered such a major incident, so they were exhausted and resting over there. The security team lay piled on top of each other as if in a deep sleep. Hearing this, Tutu became even more suspicious. Everyone was resting. Bent down to look at her and said gently, you are tired too, right? With us here you should rest for a while. In his mind, he secretly activated his ability. His body flashed with a purple glow of a 4-star mental transcendent, spiritual suggestion. Around Tutu it seemed as if thoughts echoed. Everything was finished. She felt relieved. Her fatigue faded. This place was safe. Close your eyes and rest. But Tutu blinked and remained clear-headed, smiling as she replied that she did not need to rest. If everyone had been rescued, then where was the group on the 18th floor? The brown-haired man narrowed his eyes in confusion, thinking to himself that the hypnosis was ineffective. Could it be that she had already reached the threshold of 4 stars? The blue-haired woman spoke. The 18th floor could not be reached. The hospital structure was special, and the area related to people carrying monster genes was located on the west side of the 16th floor. An image of the hospital layout appeared with the monster gene area at the center. She said that when an incident occurred, the protective layer of the 15th floor would close, and the staff would enter safe rooms to await rescue. Tutu asked what about the ordinary people and patients. Lian replied that if she meant those carrying monster genes, then she was sorry. They had to prioritize the majority. She asked if Tutu wanted to go to the 18th floor. Tutu did not respond and instead turned and ran away. She said the corridor was blocked, so she would find a way from the outside. This place was left to them. The 2 transcendents' expressions changed, revealing their intention to use force to stop her. The blue-haired woman said coldly that the hospital collapse had to be announced as minor damage. Tutu could not ruin young Master Fan's plan, so they were forced to deal with her. Outside, the chief rescue commander hurried forward to greet the deputy director and reproached her for arriving early, saying he had already stated that 1 hour was needed to stabilize the structure. The deputy director replied awkwardly that he had said at least 30 minutes would be enough. Colleagues buried under the rubble were in life-threatening danger and needed immediate rescue. He shouted loudly, am I the chief commander or are you? Do you understand safety better than I do? Acting without proper preparation, if something happened, who would take responsibility? Continued that the purifiers and security were sufficient to handle the situation, and there were also 3 purifiers inside, so nothing would go wrong. The deputy director tried to interrupt, but he cut her off. He angrily scolded her not to obstruct things here any longer. Suddenly Xing Kun stepped forward beside the deputy director. his cold gaze fixed on the man's shiny bald head, causing him to stammer as he asked who he was. Threatened that if anyone met with disaster because of the man's sluggish rescue efforts, then how would that head take responsibility? Would it split into two if chopped down? The chief commander gritted his teeth, thinking where this brat had come from, acting excessively. He needed to be taught a lesson. Behind him, the shadow of a gigantic dog suddenly appeared. He stood stiffly, drool unconsciously seeping out. King smiled and asked why he was trembling, even drooling. He shouted for him to move aside so they could enter. Terrified, he stammered no. Shangyu and Kui walked past and cast a cold glance, saying that if he said another word they would deal with him. He hurriedly changed his tone and invited everyone in, mentioning that 2 body-type specialists were waiting. The chief commander watched the group enter with worry, wondering what had just happened to him. After taking a few steps, Xing Kun suddenly stopped and said, "Oh right." He turned and asked if the Fan family had instructed him to do this. He responded blankly, "Huh." He looked at Xing Kun and pretended not to understand, asking what he meant and urging them to hurry inside to carry out the rescue mission. Xing Kun merely smiled faintly and said, "Then I understand." The man felt bewildered, thinking what he understood. From this moment, the first mission of the Doomsday Star Harmony Squad officially began. Tutu dashed swiftly and disappeared behind the wall. The blue-haired man followed and pretended to ask if she intended to go through the elevator, his hands still gathering power, with the brown-haired man behind him. The blue-haired woman smiled and said unfortunately, that place was already completely blocked. Understanding her urgency to save people, they would help her. They moved forward but could not see Tutu anywhere. The blue-haired woman asked in surprise where she had gone. Suddenly Tutu appeared above them and spun to launch a surprise attack, saying in such a quiet space like this, "I can hear every tiny movement of you. It is obvious that you intended to ambush me." She immediately wrapped a wind cord around the brown-haired man's neck. He pulled him closer and asked what they had done to the security team and what their scheme was. He curled his lips into a smile, and even while being restrained, still turned his face toward her. Activated his ability, his eyes turning a brilliant purple as he stared directly at her. Tutu was struck by the move and felt a sharp pain, struggling to resist as she realized this was a 4-star mental burst. He had concealed his true strength. She understood that they truly intended to eliminate her, and the blue-haired woman coordinated to launch a sneak attack. Tutu widened her eyes and fortunately managed to evade in time. She curled her lips and unleashed the ultimate technique, Celestial Sword Constellation. The blue-haired woman continuously unleashed attacks aimed at her, making it difficult for her to maneuver Primordial Water Severance. He thought the power was too strong. If it touched her, she would surely be torn apart. Tutu's expression became serious as she realized that the woman was also a 4-star. Why had so many experts suddenly appeared? The brown-haired man once again cast mental confinement toward her. Before she could react, she was already restrained. The blue-haired woman prepared to deliver the finishing blow, smiling as she said such an adorable girl was someone everyone would want to cherish. But since she did not know her place, it had to be this way. She executed the move, Heavenly Piercing Strike. Her eyes flashed with an eerie light as her lips murmured crystal. Burst, a stream of blue light shot out. The beam pierced the ground, creating a deep crater, and blasted Tutu away. She clicked her tongue in praise, saying Tutu was indeed a supernova of the upper class, progressing at an astonishing speed and already reaching the threshold of 4 stars, but now her hands were bleeding and her clothes were tattered. She prepared the final strike and said Tutu had crippled her own hands to preserve her life. Her bones were surely shattered. Without hands, how could she fly? She said coldly that she would pierce Tutu's head and create a scene, as if monsters had caused it so that her relatives would be recorded as martyrs. Tutu gritted her teeth and endured the pain, murmuring that it was not over yet. She gathered the last of her strength and flew straight down into the mouth of the crater to escape from them. Brown-haired man shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Chase after her." The blue-haired woman hesitated and said, "But that is the area sealed by young Master Fan." He rebuked her for creating the hole that allowed Tutu to escape inside and urged her to deal with it quickly. If they hindered young Master Fan, they would be finished. The two of them leaped down into the crater. The blue-haired woman asked what exactly young Master Fan intended to do. The brown-haired man replied that he was also not sure. He stepped on a tree root and cried out. The brown-haired man told her to ignore it and quickly find Tutu. She said Tutu was severely injured and might have already died somewhere. He said whether alive they must see the person, and whether dead they must see the corpse, unaware that the tree roots behind them were quietly closing the mouth of the crater. On the other side of the group, A complained that the arrangement was unreasonable, dividing them into two teams. He said there were 4 people on this side, including Shangyuan Kui, the strongest, while the other team only had an unknown captain. Xiao Yu sneered that perhaps he wanted to send them away to play the hero saving a beauty, who was also the director's niece, and that the other team was led by a girl. Was surprised, Xiao Yu smiled and told him to clear the path for rescue himself. Shouted that this was his responsibility, and then circulated his inner power to deploy the Rock City constellation. Hu Songying also poured her strength into the wall, creating a powerful beam of light that drilled through the passage, transcendent awakening parting mountain. A burst out laughing after opening the reinforcement route. Xiao Yu standing beside him clapped repeatedly in praise. He was truly outstanding. Figures of the survivors gradually appeared on the wall. A turned his head to reassure them. Everyone stay calm. All of you have been rescued. Do not panic. Remain in place and await instructions. The Doomsday Spark Squad come over here to coordinate with me in case monsters appear. Silently calculated, their side had sufficient personnel and even Shangyuan Kui, so he felt quite at ease. He only worried about the condition of the other team. On the other side, the captain of rescue team number 2 had just cleared another route. She announced inside that the path was open. A member of Doomsday Spark burst into tears of joy. Finally, they were saved. She turned back intending to call Xing Kun to help widen the exit, only to find that he had disappeared. Come over here and give me a hand. She shouted angrily, where did everyone go? Captain crawled out while grumbling, this side already exhausted me alone, and now you are playing disappearance. A victim hurriedly reassured her. Captain number 2 has worked hard. I can sense that no one here carries monster genes. Nothing like that will appear. Please focus on rescuing people. Hearing this, she immediately shouted back, what were you doing crawling in there pretending to sense things? Sense what? I will definitely report this. The people around were surprised to see Xing Kun appear. They whispered among themselves, who is this person? It seemed he was not here earlier. He walked over to the group of guards lying down, tried to wake one up, then dragged another man's leg close to his nose and shouted loudly, guard, wake up quickly. Guard finally opened his eyes. Xing Kun grinned and said, get up and help with the rescue. The man, still drowsy, muttered, all right, but why does it smell like salted fish, just like at mealtime? In the blink of an eye, Xing Kun vanished, leaving the guard bewildered. He eventually ignored it and shook the others. Where did that guy go? Never mind, everyone get up. Xing Kun went deeper inside, calculating as he walked. Kung Tiumi was likely on the 18th floor. Put his hands in his pockets and headed toward the elevator, but the area was completely blocked by concrete and rubble. He sniffed as if sensing something. It seemed the elevator could not be used. The only option left was the stairs. Suddenly Xing Kun turned back to check. Something was wrong. There was a scent of extraordinary genes over there. He discovered a large pit with clear signs of battle. Xing Kun smiled. This scent was very familiar. Go take a look. With that, he stepped straight into the pit. In the future, there had never been such a risk. Could it be that Fan Jia had done something? After walking for a while, he saw tree roots blocking the path. He frowned slightly. How strange. He continued pushing aside the roots and went deeper. His expression puzzled as he muttered, has the infernal flame demon god also intervened? Could it be cooperating with humans? Did my past actions cause some kind of butterfly effect? Resting his chin in thought while looking at the roots, he wondered what level of effect could make the infernal flame demon god lower itself to join hands with plants. It sounded unbelievable. Thinking of this, he laughed. This was like a stomach negotiating with a crayfish during a late-night snack. Or maybe just steam that crab too. Truly amusing. It is not easy to catch me. Suddenly, the roots opened a horrifying mouth and tried to snap at Xing Kun. He was startled. Had it discovered him? Countless carnivorous plants instantly sprouted around him. Xing Kun muttered, the good news is I do not need to find Fan Jia's laboratory to dig out the infernal flame demon king underground. He has revealed himself. He leapt to dodge the attack and added, the bad news is I can hardly handle him. A forced smile appeared on his face. Thinking of the infernal flame demon god made him shudder. It was a monster hidden deep underground. Without reaching level 5, victory was nearly impossible. Even in his past life as a level 5 overlord, he might not have succeeded. He thought of Xiao Yu, Zhao Sheng, and Xiao Tao. He had originally believed it was resting in Fan Jia's laboratory, planning to wait for his evolution, and for Xiao Yu to reach 5-star extraordinary before confronting. He retreated uncomfortably while saying, now the infernal flame demon god is right before me. It will not give me time to grow. The carnivorous plants closed in, he dodged while speaking. It even colluded with Fan Jia to cause trouble outside, but its cooperation with plants was inherently very strange. He avoided a lunging tentacle. Their speed was fast, but compared to that terrifying body they were still weak. Suddenly he stopped, the plants surged forward, his right hand prepared to unleash power. Then he concluded it had not fully recovered and did not dare to use its full strength, perhaps fearing detection by this world. Xingkun curled his lips proudly, speaking while casting a spell at this very moment. He repeatedly waved his hand, creating sharp magical blades that slashed toward them. Your monster race is not strong enough to resist the entire world. If you were, you would not have waited a year to destroy everything. The plants began to strengthen and mutate, revealing their true nature beyond a mere plant shell. Xingkun shouted, "You are here, yet you have not touched those weak people. Even the extraordinary guards were spared. You must be targeting something more special." Red lines appeared on the tentacles, their number increasing. Xingkun stood below and laughed arrogantly. "Does Kung Tiumi carry powerful monster genes? I am truly a handsome and intelligent opponent." As soon as he finished speaking, his body also changed. Half of his face was covered by a mask. The extraordinary power here could hardly cause real damage. He spoke seriously, his hair turned blue and 2 red horns grew from his head. "Then let us try the form of a level 4 monster after obtaining King's authority." Black armored azure flame. His body fully mutated, his left arm transformed into a monster arm with long claws, azure mixed with darkness. Xingkun pulled his collar higher and shouted, "Remove the disguise, reveal the mutated form." He swung his monster arm, creating sparks of flame that shot straight at the enemy. The eye behind the mask turned blazing red, a dark aura spread outward. The attack hit the target. A beam of light from his hand blasted the opponent and sent it rolling away. Xingkun smiled faintly in warning, "In this state you cannot stop me," but immediately after he was slightly surprised. The monster still stubbornly advanced to grab him. The overwhelming number made him exclaim in astonishment. He flicked his hand to dodge, not expecting the infernal flame demon god to use such a delaying tactic. After speaking, he punched through a wall to create an escape route and retreated. He could not let it latch onto him. He had to avoid contact with too many tentacles at once and head straight to the 18th floor. He continuously used force to break through multiple walls, piercing through layers of concrete. Although he kept punching a path forward, his sense of direction gradually became confused. He told himself he was about to get lost. On the other side of the wall, the blue-haired woman struck Tutu's abdomen with delight, forcing her into a corner. "You refuse the path to heaven yet rush toward hell. Why insist on going to the 18th floor? A younger brother does not have to be blood-related. Pretending to be a young handsome boy is my specialty." Tutu collapsed in pain, her torn clothes covered in dust. The woman angrily grabbed her face with a large hand before striking again. "Obediently repent." She continued coldly, "You should be grateful to be an extraordinary. Someone related to monsters only drags others down and will be abandoned sooner or later. He pushed you into danger." The brown-haired man lost his composure and muttered to finish quickly and leave. There seemed to be strange movement, but the woman only laughed loudly and asked if she regretted. Tutu disdainfully spat directly in her face. A sharp spit sound echoed. The woman became furious and tightened her grip on Tutu's head, making her grimace. "I abandoned those troublesome relatives long ago. That is the difference between you and me. That is why you must fall beneath me." As she prepared to unleash a finishing technique, the sound grew closer, startling her slightly. The wall behind Tutu was suddenly blasted open. Xingkun rushed in and exclaimed, "This scent is very familiar." He pulled Tutu toward him while knocking away the blue-haired woman's hand. He mocked, "Oh, I have found a faster way to reach the 18th floor." She shouted in shock, "Who are you?" Xingkun glanced at her. "Were the injuries on my transportation tool caused by you?" Calm expression on her face vanished. She panicked and unleashed her ultimate move toward him. "Damn it. Another extraordinary dares to intrude into the forbidden area. Die." Heavenly Sword's passion descends. A blue beam shot straight forward accompanied by explosive crystals. Xingkun let out a soft exclamation. Holding Tutu with one arm, he raised the other to block the attack and deflect it. "It seems my previous display of a domain helped you somewhat. Unfortunately, you used it in the wrong place." His monster arm grabbed her hair. She was horrified and had not finished speaking when the explosive crystals were twisted off course by that bizarre left arm. He used the heat from his arm to render her unable to resist, saying that last time the one who used the domain was him. She cried out in pain. Xingkun spoke coldly. "Wherever I wish to go, I will go. It is you who chose the wrong path." The brown-haired man stood there stunned in fear. Xing Kun smiled slyly, thinking of replenishing energy along the way. Outwardly it looked like burning, but in truth he was secretly absorbing. The man recognized him and gritted his teeth, shouting, "You are lamb deep." Xing Kun replied, "Cooperating with monsters and betraying humanity, I advise you to turn back and reveal their conspiracy. I can let you leave safely." The man gathered his strength, his palm emitting purple light as his spirit surged. He immediately turned and fled, muttering, "What a joke, I would never dare betray Fan Jia." The man's expression suddenly changed. A monster from earlier suddenly appeared and lunged at him. He screamed in terror. "What is this?" Xing Kun said coldly, "Foolish. You are merely plants allied with monsters. Extraordinary power is a great lure. How could they ignore you?" After speaking, Xing Kun carried Tutu and left the mouth of the pit. Time to retreat. He pinched her cheek lightly to wake her. "Hey little rabbit, wake up. Open the door for me nicely." Little rabbit opened her eyes, her cheeks flushed with shyness. "I'm fine, just a bit embarrassed." She widened her eyes, her face red, looking at him in surprise. It seemed every time he was in danger, he appeared to save me. "If it's him, I will open the door." Xing Kun immediately put her down, muttering, "What nonsense are you saying? Deduct some merit points," thinking to himself he is not easily fooled, then said, "I have something important to ask." The little rabbit replied, "I also want your help. I need to reach the 18th floor. Xing Kun looked at her lying on the ground, said straight, "I need the method from last time when you sent me flying to reach the 18th floor." She smiled brightly, cheeks pink. "No problem, but my hands are broken. I can only use my legs to channel wind power, not proficient enough to lift both of us at once. You must carry me." Xing Kun looked at her helplessly, replied, "I see you have other intentions." Suddenly a monster lunged. The little rabbit jumped onto his back, said urgently, "It's coming, carry me quickly." Xing Kun only managed to say, "Hey." Her soft body pressed against his back, making him flustered. She smiled mischievously. He turned in despair, thinking, what is this feeling, almost wanting to call for help. Xing Kun carried her, hands holding firmly to prevent falling. She used her legs to send both of them flying, swoosh. She asked, "Is it enough to just fly upward?" He replied, "Yes, if anything blocks us, I will break it." The ceiling began to crack under Xing Kun's power. He broke through the wall, then jumped to avoid the monster. It still clung persistently. "Earth and rocks shot from the pit," she said. "There's the same type above." Xing Kun looked at her seriously, realizing she was exerting herself. Each time she passed through the floor, she pushed wind upward. The two coordinated smoothly to escape pursuit. He thought to himself, she can quickly find the optimal path. He looked at her tired on his back, asked if it used a lot of energy. She panted, said the previous pursuit drained a lot but still okay. She opened her eyes determinedly, saying she couldn't collapse before saving her brother. Xing Kun looked at her, said, "I will give you some extra strength." She blinked, asking what. Face suddenly blushed bright red, eyes wide in astonishment, exclaiming, "Hey." Xing Kun's hand touched her thigh. She felt embarrassed inwardly, thinking, what is he doing so strange? He looked at her while transferring part of the monster's energy into her body. Power activated her superhuman genes. Monster energy passed through his hand. She was very surprised, face redder, heart pounding. Energy surged in her body, strength rising noticeably. She continued accelerating, sending them both flying, leaving a streak of blue light, thinking secretly she liked him so much. Elsewhere, the fire flame demon spoke. "As expected, the traitor has fallen here." The world knelt respectfully, saying, "With your information I identified the target." Unexpectedly, Lam Deem turned out to be a monster. He continued, "After learning he took the throne, likely to seek those with strong monster energy. From that I inferred the true identity and set this trap." Fire Flame advanced, pointed at his head, said, "Do well and there will be reward. I will awaken the power within you." Saying this, touched his head, casting magic. Blue flames appeared. Vitality of the world surged, blue and orange flames intertwined. Fire Flame ordered to lure prey. The world immediately complied with a sly smile. She added, "Lure the prey, then deliver the decisive blow." On the other side, many strange plants appeared to obstruct. Fire Flame laughed, revealing a terrifying form with black body and red eyes, said, "You are the first subordinate. I expect you to evolve into Lord level." She stood with hands behind back. The world disappeared, awaiting the next result. Fire Flame schemed, "From start to finish, I will still be the winner." Outside the gap, not only monsters but plants as well. Yang Yang panicked, eyes wide. He said to the two, "Outside there are moving plants blocking the path." Lam Dao called Xiaomi to see if the pit had anything strange. Seeing Xiao Engi not paying attention, Lam Dao called back. She was preparing to break the wall, said escape through this pit was impossible. He broke the wall to escape. Lam Dao asked in panic why, Yang Yang also astonished. Xiao Engi reassured, then looked outside to see writhing tentacles. He stepped back horrified, asked what is this, what's in the pit, Lam Dao more scared. He said it's plants. She looked at him helplessly. These are not trees but dangerous tentacles. Yang Yang intervened, we are surrounded. Lam Dao wondered why so many appeared. Yang Yang back to the door, breathing fearfully, monsters still blocked outside. Could they just wait to be surrounded? Suddenly Pan Shizzy appeared among the tentacles. Lam Dao recognized him as third son of the Pan family. Zio Engi called his name. Lam Dao rejoiced, thinking he came to rescue, thanked repeatedly. He smiled, told them to wait, who to save, Lam Dao asked surprised. The world turned pale, smiled cunningly, raised hand to cast magic, saying indeed I am the purifier. But are you humans or just infiltrated anomalies, monsters that can cause harm? Despised who has time to save monsters, Lam Dao denied but was cut off. He snapped fingers, magic struck sending him flying. Zio Engi ran shouting. The world smiled wickedly, said don't rush. He cast magic, tentacles wrapped Zio Engi and Yang Yang tightly, saying no one can escape. Continued laughing, you are still valuable prey. Xing Kun in lamb deem form carried the little rabbit flying, breaking the ground. The world heard and turned saying he arrived. Laughed disdainfully, finally understood why lost to someone like him. It turned out he was awakened. Xing Kun calmly looked at him, thinking his identity was exposed. She on his back was surprised, wondered when they knew each other. His right eye glowed blue, saying now I am awakened too. He smiled, then unleashed the monster to attack, saying now it's fair. She was shocked by this power. He thought it resembled monster ability. Suddenly she was thrown down by Xing Kun, screamed. Concentrated force throwing her elsewhere, told her to think how to save people. She complained but agreed. She flew to where Yang Yang and Lam Dao were tied, smiling asked if they were okay. Lam Dao pleaded for help. Hearing that she immediately turned, saying she would rescue them. She paused from the battle aftershock, thinking just a collision made such a loud sound. He looked up in astonishment, wondering if this was a battle of superhumans. The tentacles tightened around Yang Yang, its horrifying mouth opening to swallow him. Yang Yang looked at Tutu in despair and shouted, "Sister, there is something very strange about these tentacles." At the same time, Lam Dao was nearly dragged away. He said in panic that they wanted to devour them alive. Tiu Engai angrily grabbed the head of a tentacle. You want to bite me? I will crush its head, but something was wrong. Tutu frowned, a green light spread around her body, to block all the tentacles at once without injuring anyone. Only by entering the 4-star transcendent realm and using the life element could it be done, but she had only just reached that threshold. In an instant her face flushed red, her pink pupils turned into heart shapes. For some reason she believed she could do it. The image of those bright deer-like eyes and the memory of Lam Deem's gentle touch made her heart race. The transcendent genes throughout her body seemed to explode. Tutu spun in midair, determination surging. This was the power of love. The wind element within her roared, dragon of wind love descent. Tens of thousands of whirlwinds swept through and crushed the tentacles. She shouted loudly, "This move is love whirlwind." Yu Engai, who was holding a tentacle, widened her eyes in admiration. It is truly an 8th-level wind. The sovereign sneered, "No wonder I lost to you before. It turns out it was only thanks to luck and borrowing the power of monsters." He raised his deformed arm. His palm split open into a mouth with sharp teeth and a blue core inside. He said, "Now I have it too. The monster has granted me power far beyond your kind." Rushed forward and pressed that palm against Xing Kun. The monster on his hand opened wide and swallowed the glowing blue core. That was the flame demon god, an existence humanity had never clearly witnessed. He looked at Xing Kun and smiled sinisterly before calling out the name of the move. Flames roared. Xing Kun was briefly surprised. This was a supreme technique of 4th-level monster power. Pan Shizzy cast magic. Blue flames erupted and engulfed Xing Kun, burning him. He adjusted his tie arrogantly. "You do not understand the 5-star monster siege 20 years ago. This move once defeated 17 4-star transcendent beings, and this is only the first move the flame demon god has granted me." He continued to mock, "And what were you granted, a weaker body or that hair color changing trick?" Xing Kun pushed himself up. Sovereign's arm split in two. He sneered, "Too weak." 2 hands reached out to grab Xing Kun. "Now that you have entered the trap today, there is only death." Xing Kun replied calmly, "I want to give you a chance to live." The sovereign attacked while speaking, begged the demon god, abandon that weak power and follow the flame demon god. "As the heir of the Pan family, I am very generous." He sneered, "Just hand over the flame demon god's royal authority and everything will be erased. You should be grateful that I value talent." His eyes glowed blue as he cast magic. I will bring everyone to the pinnacle. But his heart wavered. Even after the roaring flames strike, Xing Kun still held on. Could it be due to the same fire attribute giving higher resistance? Xing Kun shouted angrily, "You are doing something foolish." He dodged the attack and countered, "That is dragging humanity into the abyss." The sovereign looked at his mutated arm and pondered. He was shocked when the black bone spikes easily cut off his monster arm. Xing Kun said coldly, "A hunter does not cooperate with his prey." Xing Kun rushed forward and shouted, "You are acting as a lackey for monsters. They will devour all of humanity. Do not say you never thought of that." His punch slammed into Pan Shizi's shoulder. "Humanity will suffer because of you." He roared, "What right do you have to lecture me? Since gaining this power, I have known it clearly." He unleashed his full power, red and black energy swirling around him. "Humanity will perish sooner or later. If I can trample the majority and serve monsters, then so what? Even helping them build human farms is acceptable. Human society will exist to serve me and the monsters. I will save the world. I thought you would understand and join me. That is why I gave you a chance." Xing Kun stepped back. Xing Kun replied, "After all that talk, have you not already served the monsters?" The sovereign paused. He said calmly, "I do not like to degrade myself," calculating in his mind to use the constellation to channel monster power, but his strength was too little. Xing Kun jumped up and grabbed his shoulder. "You will die because the monster power is devouring your transcendent genes." He said, "I can remove the part of the power that does not belong to you. As a human, I give you a chance to turn back." He gritted his teeth. "I do not need to live as a mortal." Xing Kun placed his hand on his shoulder. The sovereign struggled. "You are draining my power." He lost control and shouted when his monster power was absorbed, "I originally wanted to let you live. Now do not blame me." The tentacles gathered into a gigantic monster, its mouth wide open. He roared, then died. Xing Kun looked at the grotesque amalgamation with brief shock. The sovereign went mad. The fish has taken the bait. 1 hour earlier, the sovereign held a photo of the target. "This time I must seize the body for my lord. I cannot fail." The photo was burned. He prepared the second target, Xing Kun. His subordinate reported that Xing Kun was heading to the #1 hospital and then died mysteriously. It was highly likely that he was Lam Dean. Prayed to the demon god, "Please begin fishing by collapsing the hospital." He thought to himself, just to collapse the hospital requires going 100 meters underground. His current body is too weak. What exactly happened to him? When she exerted force, her arm immediately burst into flame. The sovereign despised that body. It could not withstand the flame demon god's power even with slight overload. He looked up. One hand could only create a small black sphere. The demon god must have a backup plan. Perhaps another arm must be sacrificed. The small black hole suddenly shone brightly like a miniature sky. The sovereign shuddered, a small sphere creating a gigantic black hole. Is this only the surface of the demon god's strength? If the body were strong enough to withstand it, perhaps this move would not need preparation. When the earth and rocks began to fall, he panicked. The hospital was about to collapse. Sovereign saw her about to do something and called out, "Flame demon god, my lord. These are the people carrying the monster genes you requested." The demon god pointed and granted them abnormal evolution. Immediately a person grew tentacles from his head. He cried out in pain. Numerous people below knelt and screamed as tentacles burst through their flesh. The sovereign looked at the scene in horror and exclaimed, "It is unbelievable." Demon god directly transformed them into tentacle creatures, letting them burrow into the rock walls to keep the hospital from collapsing further. Thinking of that, his face turned pale with fear. Back to the present, the sovereign sneered, "Humanity cannot win. I will stand above countless monsters. Only I can help humanity survive. Go die." He charged forward. His eyes were filled with hatred, as if bearing a deep grudge. From within the tentacles came Xing Kun's voice, "You are merely a delusional narcissist." Broke through the encirclement and rushed out. When facing monsters, you would surrender before fighting. Returning to 80 years ago, you were only a traitor. The monsters opened their mouths and lunged forward. Pan Shizi shouted, "Survive their jaws first before speaking." He immediately surrounded and tore at him, but Xing Kun's eyes blazed with light. His arm was covered in power, an aura swirling around him. A ring of energy appeared, protecting him from the attacks. He rushed forward and gripped the sovereign's face tightly, mocking, "Your fishing technique is not good enough." But his eyes remained stubborn, showing no intention of retreating. Xing Kun could not hold back and cursed at him, risking his life for a monster like this. He truly had something wrong with his mind. He laughed confidently, "You do not understand the power of the demon god. As long as I still have value, he will not let me die." During this, he could only shake his head, truly beyond saving. But immediately afterward, the situation made him freeze in shock. The circle erected by Xing Kun began to crack, and a small black point appeared beneath their feet. He was surprised. Could it be that the barrier had been broken? Very quickly, he noticed that strange black point and wondered what it was. Outside, the black point was like an eclipse dyeing the sky crimson. It was the infernal blade. A century ago, when monsters besieged the city, Namangayat had once fought back with all his strength but was crushed by this thing both physically and mentally. Humanity called it infernal fire. Now it appeared once more. Both sides sensed that a life-and-death battle was imminent. The T said proudly that this was the power of the demon god that drove humanity to despair. He used his tentacles to tightly bind his limbs. Whether it was you or your companions, none could escape. All would vanish from this world, while on the other side, Zhao Sheng and his group were still struggling against the monster. That monster seemed to have its power stimulated, continuously overwhelming its opponent. The T's voice echoed, "No one could stop me from prolonging this existence," and the vines were also cut apart by him. Zhao Sheng suffered a heavy blow, blood gushing out. Even while still restrained, Xing Kun continued to closely observe the black point. Finally, he decided to slash directly at the black point to prevent it from devouring everything. The black blade immediately struck down. He silently calculated that after absorbing the royal authority, the black blade had become as sharp as the fangs of an earth dragon. The infernal blade moved slowly, and the blade passed through it. But even so, it could not be stopped, nor did it waver in the slightest. He laughed loudly. "I already said that humanity cannot defeat monsters." His eyes lit up. "Your stupidity has chosen the path of self-destruction." A thin golden light wrapped around Xing Kun's hand. He calmly replied that the one who was wrong was you. His hand began to mutate. "You have underestimated humanity too much. Even monsters have moments when they must feel fear." He extended his hand toward the black circle, declaring that monsters would have to fear the transcendent. The T sneered upon seeing him charge toward the wall. "Are you not planning to escape? Acting is useless. You cannot escape. The tentacles will tighten around you." Xing Kun gave a faint smile. "I never intended to run. I was only thinking. Monsters and the transcendent share the same origin. Monsters dominate because their starting point predates humanity by thousands of years." He replied that even if the potential of the transcendent was limitless, it had nothing to do with your mere 1% of genes. Suddenly, the T paused as if realizing something. He stared intently. The fire element on Xing Kun's body seemed somewhat abnormal. Previously, the flames of Lamdim carried chaotic bloodlust, like a life form out of control. Now it had become more stable, as if tamed by an iron general into a disciplined army. The 1% metal element was controlling the monster flames, causing the demon god's tentacles to become disordered and accelerate. Could it be that monsters were truly afraid of the transcendent? If so, would not all his schemes become meaningless? Outside, A was directing the evacuation. "Everyone do not push. You will safely leave the hospital." With Shangyu and Kui protecting them, there was no need to worry too much. She still sat there calmly. I pulled her to a corner. "Chief Shangyuan, may we talk for a moment?" He awkwardly said that she looked too fragile, then quickly corrected himself. Why was she here when the monsters were about to flood in? Shangyu and Kui glanced toward Xiao Tao and said were they not still there. I was worried because the monsters from the restricted zone might even include second tier 1. They were only new students and had never faced monsters before. I said he understood that she wanted to train them, but this intensity exceeded their endurance. The monster charged over. A cried out in panic that it had arrived. He ordered everyone to retreat and not confront it head-on. He reminded them that the monster was far stronger, and since they specialized in elements, they had to keep their distance. Zhao Sheng circulated his inner power. His gene percentage was only 39%. He decided to charge straight at the monster. With the Blood Flood Dragon, he chose direct close combat. Everyone was astonished as he knocked the monster out of the air, but it was instead startled with concern. Seeing the monster use blood vines to counterattack, A warned that it was a second-tier creature far more powerful. IOU coldly pointed and uttered a single word, "Lie down." A violent surge of electricity shot straight at the monster from her hand. I was stunned by that sight. He turned to Shangyu and Kui and asked if they had truly only just awakened. This was no longer ordinary progress. She replied that they were not her team members. She had come because their captain had asked the principal to persuade her. Just as she finished speaking, a massive tremor occurred. A shouted as they were pushed back. He ran over to remind them to be careful due to their lack of experience. Erected a barrier of sharp stone and told them to rest. Defense is my specialty. He realized that the monster still retained a trace of humanity, seemingly not entirely second or third tier but a special evolved form. The spiked barrier was easily pierced by it, and A was horrified. He wondered if it lay outside the 5 evolutionary systems, then shouted, Crystallize! Immediately an ice wall locked the monster's arm. Gritted his teeth, having used nearly all his strength, his body was about to overload. Before he could finish the thought, the ice wall was already shattered. Was sent flying, even earth crystallization could not hold it. Trembled as he realized it was still evolving. Quan and Gon immediately unleashed Water Serpent to assist. The water snake coiled around him and pulled him away. Thanked her and pleaded for Shangyu and Kui to save the students because the monster might reach the 4th tier. She calmly said that her mission was not to protect them. I came to protect you. A was stunned and asked if she would not fight the monster. As he spoke, he suddenly looked over and could not help but be astonished. Another sound suddenly rang out. Oh, the power is back. The electricity is really back. Stop standing around and climb out quickly. Quan and Gon spoke calmly. Earlier someone had already confirmed there was no need to worry about the safety of that team. Especially Xiaoyu, for now no monster can take her life, even those lurking in the shadows. If something appears that threatens Xiaoyu's life, I will have to restrain her to prevent her from accidentally harming others. That is why I am here to protect you. Hearing this, someone blurted out in shock. That is terrifying. Mentioning Xiaoyu, Huang Kui continued. I am also curious to see with my own eyes the transcendent who even monsters fear as you describe. Widened his eyes at her, a new transcendent losing control to the point of harming others. Do you think she is a nuclear bomb? No matter how talented she is, she has only just begun. Where would she get such an abundant source of superpower? Just as he finished speaking, a massive force swept across. Turned pale and fled, such power, and it is only the aftershock outside the zone. Shangyu and Kui shouted, move quickly, evacuate everyone from here immediately. The flickering lights made him break into a cold sweat. This is terrifying. Why do I feel like the hospital is activating a self-destruction mode, as if it is counting down to claim lives? Shangyu and Kui frowned and asked, is this not a mitigation zone? Why is there an electrical malfunction like this? Seeing Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng being blasted away, Huang Kui was stunned. Even teammates could not avoid it. Let me see what is really happening. After saying that, she released her snake to scout the situation. Looking at Xiaoyu now, Shangyu and Kui clicked her tongue. She is not just like an atomic bomb, she truly is a real bomb. In her mind, the thought kept echoing that she must stop Xiaoyu, otherwise she might harm those around her. Indeed, that statement was absolutely correct. Hearing Xiao Tao lament that he almost died and praise his sister-in-law's power, Shangyu and Kui thought the two of them were also heavily affected. Even though she tried to restrain her power, injuries were unavoidable. The principal once said the star damage was Lam Deem. But even if it was Lam Deem, how could he nearly prevent the two from continuing their studies at the Transcendent Academy and grow stronger so quickly? On the other side, Zhao Sheng made up his mind. We're still far behind big brother and sister-in-law. We must work harder. Shangyu and Kui still felt this growth rate far surpassed her own in the past, truly unbelievable. Looking at the monster, she silently judged that Xiaoyu's mitigation field could neutralize all lightning elements. Anything entering the area would be counterattacked. The monster's arm trembled as if electrocuted. When it pulled its hand back, the fingers were charred to the point that the white inside was exposed. Shangyu and Kui could not help but admire the overwhelming effect. She continued observing. Inside the monster's body, there seemed to be something driving its continuous evolution. If it reached the level of the invisible monster that appeared before, it might be able to pierce Xiaoyu's mitigation field. At the same time, Xiaoyu's condition was unstable. The field was at risk of collapsing. Once it shattered, it would erupt like a massive explosion. She became interested, able to eliminate all lightning domains. Then let us test it. She used the water element to seep everywhere for experimentation. As she finished speaking, her hand had already extended through that layer of force. As she stepped inside, Shangyu and Kui asked in surprise, Xiaoyu, has your transcendent gene gone berserk? Why is it so scorching? Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, senior sister Shangyu and Kui. Recovering from surprise, the girl smiled brightly. Senior sister is indeed as reliable as Xing Kun said. With you protecting me, I can fully unleash my power. Losing control must be because I was too excited. Her face darkened. This girl is standing here waiting for me to clean up the aftermath, expecting me to handle the mess. Despite saying that, she still looked up to observe what happened to that monster. In the blink of an eye, it has reached level 4. Xiaoyu remained silent. She immediately circulated her inner power and shouted at the monster, suppressed. Shangyu and Kui was startled and shouted, if you keep forcing it like this, are you planning to flatten this place? Quickly withdraw your power. Xiaoyu replied anxiously, senior sister, I cannot pull it back. Shang Yuan Kui frowned and rotated the artifact in her hand, unsure what Xing Kun had done to the girl. He launched an attack, then so be it. I cannot stand by and watch you endanger those still alive underground. That tube began to merge with Xiao Yu's power, looking just like a giant straw. Shang Yuan Kui immediately held it in front of Xiao Yu, quickly draw back 90% for me. The girl was stunned, what, swallow it back. She explained that is your transcendent gene chain, quickly retrieve all your power. Xiao Yu immediately complied, her cheeks puffed up from containing her own energy. While exerting her force, Shang Yuan Kui calculated silently, keeping 10% of the electricity should not disrupt the ground balance. The tube gradually extended outward, while the monster outside continued staring at her. Immediately after, a burst of light erupted, and the shockwave sent rocks and debris flying in all directions. Passing by Xiao Yu, Shang Yuan Kui thought to herself that it was probably fine now. She turned to her junior and said, with such a high transcendent gene ratio, it is not surprising. Shang Yuan Kui continued explaining, the elements of transcendence are not ordinary matter. Each attack consumes them completely, like a massive explosion. You can imagine them as children. Each element is a child that goes out to play and returns, gradually growing stronger. Step by step they will transform into life elements. When you achieve that and complete your star chart, you will naturally advance to a 4-star transcendent. Do you understand? Xiao Yu replied vaguely, I think so. Shang Yuan Kui grew annoyed, even Lin Qi understands yet you are still confused. Truly like carving rotten wood. You claim to be a genius with 95% transcendent genes and this is your understanding. Let me explain more clearly. Xiao Yu spoke rapidly, it is simply about retrieving the elements. According to Newton's law of gravity, attraction is inversely proportional to the square of the distance. When centrifugal force balances gravity, a satellite will orbit the Earth steadily. Shang Yuan Kui was stunned, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Yu lifted her chin and replied, I am explaining the principle of satellites, senior sister. You were bad at physics and math before, were you not? Hearing that she felt annoyed, this new girl is not adorable at all. Observing Xiao Yu's breathing, she noticed the mitigation field was gradually transforming. Shang Yuan Kui glanced at the monster and wondered about the tentacles wrapped around its body. She was shocked, are those vines, no not plants but biological tentacles? The monster's scent is unmistakable. The sight sent chills down her spine. What is supplying it with energy? It is evolving again. Observing closely, she realized the killing intent was directed straight at Xiao Yu. She stepped forward and shouted, this is a monster that fears transcendence. You fear Xiao Yu continuing to grow, do you not? Shang Yuan Kui's eyes flashed as she stared at the monster, but you are far from surpassing me. A ferocious roar echoed beneath the academy. Even if you try to run you cannot escape. Before Pan Shizi's astonished gaze, those tentacles were swiftly severed. He was stunned, unable to understand why the power he once took pride in was cut so easily. Observing carefully, the T-Lian silently deduced that this must be the power of a star chart. Xing Kun spoke, the infernal flame was only a means of expulsion. The true purpose is to eliminate potential transcendence. He angrily shouted, nonsense, infernal flame has never appeared. Do you think you can say anything you want? He calmly replied, believe it or not as you wish. But in his heart, he clearly remembered that in his previous life, the infernal flame first appeared to destroy Shang Yuan Kui. And in this life it is because of him. Thinking this, Xing Kun shouted loudly, then come. His powerful inner force was immediately summoned. He attempted to use transcendent methods to activate monster power to break the infernal flame. Monster element star chart, 99% monster gene, 10,000 sword star chart, fire star. Immediately afterward he attacked the black circular opening. Remembering what Uncle the T once said, what is a star chart? It is a battle formation, gathering scattered abilities into a unified whole, a technique that maximizes power. At that time he asked if monsters could use it and the uncle was surprised, monsters. Then explained that theoretically monsters from level 4 that can manipulate elements can also deploy it, though no one knows the real outcome. Whether monster genes or transcendent genes, the power of a star chart depends on the total gene quantity. If a star chart possesses over 90% gene concentration, it will undergo a great transformation. Returning to the present, he thought the demon-bestowed monster gene he possessed was only 10%. Seeing his explosive power, he could not help but feel suspicious. Xing Kun, exactly how many percent of monster genes do you have? Calculated silently, the transcendent gene had finally forced the monster gene into forming a star chart. Previously, the transcendent sword belonged to metal, now the monster sword carried fire. With his current strength, this was the limit. Treat it like a bomb and detonate it. As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his attack. The stellar flame sword erupted instantly and shot straight into the pitch-black opening. His power surged like a vortex, drilling continuously yet still unable to fully penetrate. Seeing this, the T sneered with contempt, truly unaware of your own limits. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden force swept across, leaving him stunned. Everything exploded in all directions, his body was flung upward. The T cried out in shock, this is. Faced with the scene, he trembled as he looked at his mutated arm and the lingering shockwave of the collision. On this side, Shangyuan Kui poured all her energy into controlling her weapon, unleashing the serpent dragon assault with fierce determination. Blue energy flared around her, the dragon blade moving relentlessly, leaving the opponent struggling to breathe. Under that terrifying pressure, the monster roared repeatedly, its sharp teeth snapping toward her. Amid the heated battle, rocks suddenly cascaded down, forcing Shangyuan Kui to freeze in surprise and awe. She frowned, muttering that she had controlled herself to avoid damaging the structure. Surely it wasn't her fault. From below, a loud shout rang out, "Who's causing trouble? Do you intend to bury us alive?" Above, Lin Chi was still busy evacuating the crowd. "Hurry, leave here immediately." Looking at him, the T silently marveled, never expecting Xing Kun to possess such formidable power. Even the shockwaves alone caused severe destruction. Fortunately, the infernal flame demon's tentacles held firm among the rubble. Seeing the rocks blocking the tentacles, he realized without them the underground hospital would have been destroyed. As the bright spot shrank, unease stirred within him. Could infernal flame have been defeated? But then the fire flared again, letting him exhale in relief. "I was overthinking. Infernal flame can't be extinguished so easily. It's only temporarily reduced." Thinking so, he taunted the monster, saying fear is just an act. "Few threats to change fate. I already gave you a way to live, yet you push yourself into danger. Go reflect down there." Xing Kun spoke calmly. 10,000 sword assault. The T blinked, asking what he just said. Continued, "The more extraordinary the jealousy, the more monsters, the greater the sword condensation. Try to guess how many more I can create." He still doubted, laughing mockingly. "Even if you exploit monster jealousy, you can't generate that many swords." That self-satisfied look, Xing Kun merely smiled slightly. Immediately he shouted, "Fire stars!" Instantly hundreds of beams like sword tips shot into the pit, making the T wonder just how many monster jealousies he possessed. He broke into a sweat. Could it be that 10% of the monster jealousy granted to him was because 90% of extraordinary jealousy was full? His extraordinary jealousy was only 1%, meaning 99% belonged to the monsters, making him effectively a monster. Pan Shizi's expression changed. Outside, the ground shook violently from the battle below. People were startled. Was that an earthquake? Surely some incident occurred. Vice Director hurriedly suggested the chief increase reinforcements, but he shouted back at her, "I am commanding this rescue. My experience is enough to handle it. This is a simple mission." The previous shockwave was normal. Adding people wastes national resources. He only hoped to buy time for Fan Shao. He continued to shout orders for the Vice Director to stay calm and not intervene. The tremors grew more intense, causing commotion. Some stammered, asking if it was a strong earthquake. He loudly reassured them. Suddenly someone saw a figure emerge and shouted, "Someone's out, Chief. What are you waiting for? Rescuers assist immediately." The T emerged like a survivor. 99% monster jealousy turned out to be innate talent. Ironically, the reason he lost to an unknown. He recalled being arrogant inside, claiming he had the infernal flame of the demon god, but as soon as the words left his mouth, the pit cracked open. He glared at him with venomous eyes. "You really caught a lucky break. In the path of ruin, a chance to reverse appears." He laughed wildly. The Fan family was favored by luck, now backed by the demon god. "Don't dream of defeating me. Come here." Just as he finished, he froze. The infernal flame demon stood right behind Pan Shizi. He ran frantically, thinking no one would be foolish enough to face the infernal flame, having already spent half their strength. Now confronting the demon god would be too reckless. "My goal is to get the monster gene carrier away." Finally finding a chance to escape, he reached the large pit. Upon entering Tutu, he was startled as Lam Deem called. Xing Kun praised her skill for saving everyone. As he touched his cheek, she was surprised. He praised her yet touched her face as if rewarding. Actually, he was feeling the veins in his neck to transmit monster genes, the power quietly spreading. Xing Kun asked how many people she could lift. Tutu was amazed her hand had healed. Extraordinary jealousy surged in her body. She believed she could take everyone away. He urged, "That's perfect, we must leave now." Tutu let out a small sound. Xing Kun asked what was wrong. She thought her hand healed, no need to carry him, but said quietly it's fine, and they left together. The infernal flame demon commanded the traitor's strength to be drained. The game could end. Instantly, the two necklaces on the Yang sisters glowed simultaneously. Zhao Sheng worriedly asked his sister, "Aren't level 4 monster skins very tough?" He scolded him for not paying attention in school, recounting 20 years ago when level 5 monsters were still level 4 attacking the most populated north-south cities of Tianzhu. Cameras captured the army in despair. A level 4 faced 3 divisions with 300 rocket cannons, yet charged straight without retreat. The army planned to destroy the city with missiles. It evolved to level 5 and showed no fear of heavy firepower. Zhao Sheng shivered. That power was terrifying, meaning. He looked at the monster and sighed. Shangyuan Kui was even more formidable than rocket cannons. Xiao Tao was thrilled. Witnessing his senior sister fight gave reassurance. People said any man seeing her would turn and run. Zhao Sheng was surprised by her beauty and competence. Xiao Tao scolded him for being foolish, precisely because she was exceptional. No man is worthy of the senior sister, only blame men for being inadequate. Shangyuan Kui coldly told the monster, "I am the greatest threat. Stay away from my junior sister or face the consequences." The monster's eyes glowed red, its fierce gaze locked onto Shangyuan Kui. In an instant it lunged, startling her briefly. She angrily raised her weapon. "How dare you attack Xiao Yu, ignoring me, treating me as non-existent." A sly smile spread. "Xiao Yu, junior sister, go find another to train. Because this one must be defeated today." She spun the straw in her hand. A force shot out like 1,000 blades, making the monster pause for a moment. Its eyes flared with aggression, as if to devour the opponent. Its sharp teeth opened wide, gathering fierce internal power. Xiao Tao brothers shut their eyes in fear. Zhao Sheng immediately understood it was the monster's aura. Despite that, Shangyuan Kui stood calmly. The energy in its mouth rose, preparing to strike decisively. Red veins appeared, signaling its imminent attack. Tor's terrifying voice flamed riot. Red eyes flashed like a bottomless pit. Shangyuan Kui showed no fear. She charged with pride. The red pipe thrust into the monster's mouth, preventing it from releasing power. She smiled slightly. "Want to spit fire? I've seen this move, not so easy." The small figure boldly blocked the monster. "Your mouth is sealed, go." Seeing her dominate the monster, Zhao Sheng realized the rumors were true. Xiao Tao widened his eyes, asking if any man could see Shangyuan Kui without fear. She looked at the monster gasping on the ground and muttered in boredom that it still had not exploded, and there were even more of these tentacles. Perhaps she should add a bit more energy to finish it. "Let me cut them all down," but she suddenly paused when she realized the number was abnormally excessive. It glared fiercely as if revived. Shangyuan Kui was startled, truly troublesome. Suddenly behind her, a plump pufferfish shot forward. Shangyuan Kui exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of fish was this?" Like a missile, it pierced straight through the monster, and shouted loudly that satellite number 1 had taken it down. The fish leisurely circled the target, freely bombarding, without the slightest hesitation. It turned out that Xiao Yu had taken action. She remarked that the lightning element was indeed terrifyingly powerful, seized the moment before it recovered to finish it off, but her technique looked rather childish. Xiao Yu said seriously that it was not allowed. "Senior sister Shangyuan, we must be extremely cautious." She asked in surprise why. Xiao Yu continued that she sensed the lightning element beneath the ground being drained. There was something else here. Extremely terrifying, Dun Dun shouted for Xiao Yu to be careful as it was coming again. Xiao Yu anxiously said this place was about to collapse. Wang Kui looked at the cracked ground and could only lament their misfortune. The scene shifted to Xing Kun. He carried the little rabbit while walking and calculating, like maintaining balance while cornering a vehicle, using monster genes to stimulate her extraordinary genes and keep them constantly surging. She blushed, thinking that Lam Deem's hand placed at a sensitive position made her heart race. Everyone was lifted into the air along with her at the same time, causing inevitable commotion. Xing Kun calculated that the building was collapsing, but the direction of the fall seemed to guide them back. He said to ignore it and keep moving forward as he would clear the path. She responded softly. Suddenly Yang Yang behind them clutched his chest in sharp pain and let out a low groan. Little Rabbit turned back anxiously to ask how he was, then looked toward Tiu Engai. She nervously asked if the safety collar was about to lose control. "Do not worry, we are about to get outside, calm down." Xing Kun's other eye suddenly flashed as if sensing something. He quickly said that there was a problem with the safety collars on their necks. Inside was filled with the monster genes of the flame demon god. Tiu Engai turned pale from the pain. Seeing her like this, he suddenly thought that perhaps he had already lost from the very beginning. Aberrant tentacles grew from the necks of Tiu Engai and Yang Yang. She screamed in agony. Xing Kun urgently thought this was bad. These were people carrying his genes, then reassured that he could save them and told them to trust him. He told the little rabbit to leave quickly. Sensing the danger, she hurriedly agreed. She shouted loudly as she activated wind element power. But at that moment they were enveloped by a tremendous force. Xing Kun sighed that they indeed could not escape. The little rabbit looked at that figure in shock. Why was her head burning with blue flames? He replied that it was a monster no one could defeat. Hearing this, she shuddered. Could she really be a monster? Aside from the unusual head, the rest of the body was completely human. Genes within my body trembled like mice before a cat, unable to resist, unable to flee. Breathing became extremely difficult. Xing Kun told her to calm down or they would fall if she kept trembling. She snapped back to her senses. He continued that he was fine and now they had to defeat her. Behind them were his younger brother and the others. The flame demon god stared intently and said in a gloomy tone that the game was over. She said she was about to obtain a body capable of containing her power. The little rabbit worriedly called Yang Yang. She smugly added that pretending to be human was truly enjoyable. Thanks to that, she had secretly devoured extraordinary beings to replenish her strength. The little rabbit wondered if Lam Deem was conversing with her. Xing Kun pulled them behind him and said coldly that he was sorry, but she could not touch these two. This action surprised her, and the flames momentarily faltered. He looked at her and said, "Flame demon god, buried underground for so long, did you think humanity had not progressed?" He recalled the Dean and those who had persistently researched for 20 years to save those carrying monster genes, finally creating a type of vaccine. That vaccine could prevent monster genes from invading the brain for a brief moment, although useless against those already fully mutated. But that was enough. Thanks to that moment they would choose to stand with us and fight. After hearing this, the flame demon god merely sneered disdainfully. Suddenly her right leg emitted an eerie glow. Little Rabbit was horrified to see her left leg explode and then distort. Observing more closely, she cried out in shock that it was transformation. Flame surged skyward as she roared, devouring flame inferno. From the sea of fire emerged shark-like fangs rushing toward Tiu Engai. They were drawn in again. The little rabbit panicked and called her younger brother's name. Xing Kun told her to assist and try to keep him from being disturbed. She replied seriously that even if she had to risk her life, she would not let anyone touch him. Xing Kun circulated his inner power. The flame demon god showed brief surprise. Her eyes flashed like a volcano about to erupt. Tiu Engai gritted her teeth and endured. Her body gradually lost control as if being eroded by something, her consciousness fading. Was this the feeling of mutation? Was there no escape? Voices of scorn echoed in her mind. She remembered her grandfather's words to remain strong and wait for him to save her, to stay optimistic and love life. At that time, she had only responded perfunctorily. In her heart, she cried out, "Grandfather, I am sorry, I cannot wait any longer." At that moment, a powerful hand seized the tentacle and tore it apart. Xing Kun returned to his normal appearance, no longer Lam Deep. Tiu Engai thought to herself that he was the Lam Deep her grandfather had mentioned. The fanged maw opened wide again. The flame demon god roared, "Traitor, what right did you have to snatch from me?" He looked at her with contempt and replied that it was based on this. He stood proudly in front of the two of them. He transmitted his voice to the flame demon god. "In the previous life you could not destroy my soul. The human soul is far more resilient than you imagine." Exposed that she feared being revealed before the king had sufficient power to awaken. She did not dare to launch a full-scale war before the king awakened for fear of human resistance. If the king blamed her for ruining the plan, then what? Therefore she hid among humans to devour extraordinary beings. Having her weakness exposed, she roared that she would crush him. Xing Kun said he could only protect and transfer power to one of the two. Yang Yang asked blankly if it was only one person. It meant that one of them still had a chance to live, so let the class monitor receive that power. In truth, Xing Kun had already separated his soul from his body while still carrying the little rabbit. She shouted to encourage Yang Yang to hold on as Lam Deem would save him. On this side, the flame demon god also took action. Her eyes widened as they locked tightly onto him. The tentacles immediately shifted direction toward Tutu. She cried out in horror. It turns out all the tentacles in the hospital belonged to her. She instantly launched a counterattack, determined not to let it interfere with Lam Deem. However, everything went beyond expectations. The tentacles did not attack her but shot straight toward Lam Dao behind, startling Tutu. Before anyone could react, Lam Dao had already transformed into a monster with a horn protruding from his head. Tu stood frozen in shock at the sight. Impossible, with the last remnants of consciousness, Lam Dao shed tears and shouted, "Do not think of turning me into a tool to harm others." Tu looked at him in anguish, tears falling uncontrollably. Lam Dao shouted loudly, asking her to protect the class monitor and Yang, then struck the tentacle himself, causing blood to gush out. Tu could only stand there helplessly, choking out no. Flame Demon God shouted angrily, "I granted him power and yet he resists." Sovereign vied for credit, "Demon God, my lord, allow me to deal with her." He raised his hand and circulated his internal power. Scarlet Flame Kai hand erupted. The blazing red hand enraged Tu as she shouted, "Pan Shizzy, so the one hiding in the shadows is you, how could you assist the monster?" He laughed disdainfully, "What are you pretending for? The thing you are carrying is also a monster." Tu used wind power to block the attack while replying, "He is a human who can control his power. You are the traitor who sacrifices your own people." Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in fury. The sovereign mocked her as empty-headed, then unleashed Scarlet-Faced Hand in combination with Scarlet Flame Hand. On the other side, Tiu Engai shouted, "Who allowed you to decide on your own? I am the class monitor and I decide." But when she struck down, Yang became as soft as mist. Xing Kun explained, "This place is like a mental space. The power of both sides is equal and can only agitate each other." Xing Kun snapped his fingers and asked if the two wanted to negotiate. Yang hurriedly shouted, "Wait." When he fainted, Xing Kun sighed, "Let the fool sleep first." Tiu Engai was astonished that a single snap had caused Yang to collapse. Xing Kun remained calm and made a light joke to ease the tension. Tiu Engai laughed and said, "We are truly compatible, as if we have known each other for a long time." She thanked him for risking his life to save them, and asked if only one person could be granted power, then what would happen to the other. Xing Kun replied that one could retain consciousness when transformed into a monster, to avoid being possessed by the demon god. Tiu Engai asked whether they could return to being human later. He said perhaps a way would be found. She then asked if they could defeat the demon god. Xing Kun answered frankly that it was impossible at present, but they could risk escaping. If pushed to the end, he still had a trump card. She asked what if the demon god found a suitable host with monster genes. He replied that no one could stop her then, but if she failed to find one, she would suffer the consequences. Tiu Engai suddenly realized she did not know his name. He replied, "I am Xing Kun." She thanked him and praised him for surely working hard to become so strong. He humbly said it was also thanks to a bit of talent. Tiu Engai said if the demon god fought decisively, the transcendent beings would still have a chance, but ordinary people would be in danger. Xing Kun showed helplessness. She proposed to share the burden because living forever in a monster form was too cruel. He thought to himself that she was indeed still the little son from his previous life. Outside, Tu was being tightly constricted. The sovereign said that escaping now was still possible. Despite blood seeping from her eyes, she was determined not to let Lam Deem be hindered. Her strength could not match his. An explosion sounded, causing her to cry out in terror. Sovereign transformed the tentacles into a sharp drill, saying disdainfully that there was no way out. Tu was drenched in sweat, blood seeping from her 7 orifices as she looked at him in horror. Suddenly, a familiar hand gripped the tentacle tightly and crushed it. Sovereign stared at Yang in shock at that power. "How could it be you?" His legs mutated further, and he delivered a powerful kick. Sovereign was kicked away like a ball. Yang shouted, "Do not bully my sister." Seeing her younger brother safe, Tu joyfully called his name. Yang shed tears as he scolded Lam Deem and the class monitor for being foolish. He said in despair that the one who should have sacrificed himself was him. Hearing that, Tu froze and wondered could it be that Gong Xioni had. Flame Demon God launched tentacles toward Tiu Engi, laughing triumphantly that she still won. Yang angrily gathered his strength, preparing to charge forward. His legs accumulated internal power and glowed with blue flames. He shot toward Tiu Engi like a spark. Tears fell, his fist ready as he shouted, "Return the class monitor to me." But it was too late. That body was empty, with only torn clothing remaining. A hand gripped his face tightly. "You are also a royal subordinate, but you have followed the wrong master." The flame demon god in the new body looked at him with disdain. He looked at his friend being controlled in helplessness. She hesitated to act, a trace of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Then, as if tossing aside a small object, she flung Yang away. She raised her hand and declared that she now possessed a body of limitless energy and unleashed infernal chain lock. Tu anxiously called out to her brother. Xing Kun said this level was not yet dangerous. She irritably asked what to do. He replied, "Wait." She was surprised. Xing Kun recalled Tiu Engi's proposal, though risky. She said, "Do not hesitate, and if it fails, please lead everyone to escape." The infernal flame chain attack was unleashed. She laughed loudly because of the new body. The flame demon god suspected that the consciousness of the body's owner still remained. Xing Kun was startled because she also realized that. A black ring appeared at her fingertip. She said, "Consciousness resides in the brain, does it not?" And she opened her mouth and swallowed it. She thought that when the brain was destroyed, the consciousness would also disappear. Cracks appeared across Tiu Engi's body. Tiu Engi's head exploded. Xing Kun cried out in horror, "No." He immediately unleashed myriad Starfgar swords in retaliation. The incoming power made Tutu worry whether Lam Deem would harm Tiu Engi. Tentacles sprouted densely from that body, appearing grotesque. It seemed he intended to destroy the body to preserve her dignity. Xing Kun said that body no longer belonged to Tiu Engi. Two mutated arms grew further. She said disdainfully that human consciousness was too weak to deserve this shell. She appeared before him and said the remaining energy was insufficient to escape. Xing Kun was astonished at her speed, even though this body had not yet reached its peak as in the previous life. However, he quickly regained his composure. Xing Kun swung the star sword to block her attack. Instantly, the flame demon god tightened her grip on his hand, roaring that no monster was allowed to covet the throne, return the kingship and all monster genes at once. Xing Kun glanced at his arm, silently assessing that this power was indeed worthy of a level 6 monster, nearly invincible. Knowing it would be difficult to escape unscathed, he decided to relinquish part of his strength and loudly called for Tutu to retreat. He severed the arm that was being restrained. Tutu looked on in panic. Xing Kun reassured her that as long as the heart remained, the limbs could regenerate. She swallowed that arm and laughed disdainfully, believing that bit of flesh was insignificant. Xing Kun told Tutu to find a way to withdraw while she worried whether they could escape. At that moment, a violent explosion erupted, separating the two sides. The flame demon god hissed that since the Transcendents had killed her general, they must repay with their lives. Tutu was astonished to recognize that on the opposite side were Shangyu and Kui, and the top freshman Xiao Yu. Xing Kun hurriedly pushed her away. Tutu asked in confusion whether Lam Deem no longer needed her wind assistance to fly. He calmly replied that he could temporarily hover using firepower, telling her to bring Yang Yang to Shangyu and Kui. Tutu immediately complied. The entire scene fell into Xiao Yu's gaze. Her face darkened as she looked at him coldly. He charged forward. Tutu realized in alarm that Xiao Yu seemed intent on attacking Lam Deem. Despite his strength, Xing Kun could not help but shiver under her imposing aura. He coughed lightly and said she was only transferring energy to him, urging Tutu to rescue her younger brother and agreeing to let her withdraw the wind power. His next action caused the flame demon god to pause and observe. Xing Kun loudly declared that since she had swallowed his arm, he would take something else from her in return. Dragon star diagram formation of Shangyu and Kui swept over, causing her to cry out in shock. Shangyu and Kui unleashed the water wind scythe while questioning Lam Deem about Xiao Engi's condition and demanding an explanation after the matter was settled. He agreed calmly, while taking the opportunity to devour the tentacles. Xing Kun coldly stated that he would also claim the energy source of her monster general. Within the monster spiritual realm, he saw Chen Fei Ha and realized that he was the general of the flame demon god. Chen Fei was surprised to hear his name called, asking if he knew him. Xing Kun replied that he was Xiao Engi's classmate, inwardly apologizing for causing his early mutation. Chen Fei was bewildered that he still retained consciousness despite becoming a monster. Xing Kun smiled and said it was because he was fusing with him, startling Chen Fei. He sincerely promised that if he did not wish it, he could find a way to help him restore his human form in the future. Chen Fei asked in astonishment whether he still had a chance to continue living, but living in the form of a monster. He shook his head in refusal, saying that possessing consciousness while bearing a monster body was even more terrifying and would lead to rejection by humans. He lamented that he could not integrate since his mother passed away, and when he learned he had 84% monster genes, those around him had treated him as an outcast. Thanks to the class monitor encouragement, he managed to persevere, but if he completely transformed, he could not continue studying with them. He added that he sensed the class monitor was in grave danger. Chen Fei extended his hand, asking Xing Kun to absorb him to save the class monitor and wipe out the monsters. His figure gradually faded. Xing Kun struck his hand in agreement as a pact. He accepted and immediately returned to reality. The new power erupted and struck straight toward the flame demon god, his strength clearly increasing. She mocked that such a small flame was insignificant. She asked disdainfully whether he intended to offer more power to her. Suddenly, the arm behind her underwent a transformation that startled her. A strange red arm grew out, leaving her astonished. Xiao Yu said solemnly that she would become an obstacle to block the flame demon god and buy time for everyone to recover. Xing Kun hurriedly stopped her from acting recklessly, worrying about the high chance of failure and reminding her that he had promised her grandfather to bring her back. He asked whether she could still return if she had already been possessed, asserting that only she could accomplish this. He pointed at Lam Dao, who was unconscious, asking whether they were supposed to rely on him. She added that Lam Dao still had a chance to recover according to his words. She smiled and said that as the class monitor she would not abandon her friends, and hoped Xing Kun would grow stronger to save the world and then bring her back. In the end, he agreed that he would do his utmost. Xing Kun instructed that although he would not transmit power directly, he would help her avoid being completely controlled by the flame demon god. He reminded her to conceal her consciousness within the monster gene sequence and accept the power he would send to become her nemesis. Because she had agreed, the mutated arm appeared. That arm delivered a powerful blow to the flame demon god's face, yet she merely sneered. Immediately afterward, she seized the wrist that had just attacked her. She violently tore the arm away and shouted, driving the intruder out of her body. She then turned and roared, searching for the traitor, but the surroundings were empty. Looking around and seeing no one, she realized that Xing Kun had already withdrawn. Outside, the investigation team reported that most survivors had been rescued, but Shangyuan Kui and several others were still trapped, causing public outrage and demands for rescue. At that moment, the police loudly announced that Shangyuan Kui and Team Tin Hoa had safely emerged, leaving the commander stunned. The commander asked about the situation, and Shangyuan Kui grabbed his collar, demanding that he contact headquarters because there was an important matter to report. Xing Kun instructed Xiao Tao to take Zhao Sheng to receive their reward and behave politely. She was surprised but nodded. He told Tutu to bring Yang Yang back to the academy, saying he would ask the dean to secretly provide treatment. Afterward, he and Xiao Yu went to meet the dean to recount everything. He presented the details so that Jing Ji could fully grasp the situation. Although heartbroken, Jing Ji remained calm, and Xing Kun apologized for being unable to bring Tiu Engi back. Jing Ji clenched his hands, suppressing his emotion. Then he relaxed inside, accepting the reality. He said that his granddaughter had always risked her life to save others, just like her parents who had sacrificed themselves for others. He affirmed that he did not blame them and was willing to provide support if needed, hoping they would bring that kind child back. Hearing this, Xing Kun and Xiao Yu simultaneously promised that they would accomplish it. He hurriedly reminded them not to make requests beyond the capacity of this old man. Xing Kun smiled and replied that he would be measured. He said in a deep voice that even with combined efforts it would be difficult to confront the Fan family, because they were extremely powerful and controlled the leading source of life essence. Xiao Yu asked whether it would be possible to seek support from the Eliminator headquarters to restrain the Fan family. He recounted that they had once captured an ancient three-horned monster and intended to trace the earth veins, but many forces had secretly obstructed them. He said that tangled interests lay behind the situation, and it was far from simple. Xing Kun understood that the previous apocalypse had also been partly caused by humans, and Jing Ji emphasized that they could not force the flame demon god into an early great battle and must instead engage in a covert struggle of wits. To avoid alerting the mysterious forces behind the scenes, they were compelled to secretly contact trustworthy individuals and gradually build a long-term plan. At that point, he clenched his fists tightly, for now they could no longer rely on external support. Then he asked Xing Kun in a stern voice how the monster would act according to his understanding, and whether he had any plans. Xing Kun glanced over lightly. If the flame demon god could not yet drain Kung Tiumi completely, then let her absorb more energy, perhaps it would help achieve their goal. Realizing he had almost revealed something, he coughed a few times and said that in fact the goal of the entire monster race was the same. Carrying memories of 2 lifetimes, Xing Kun clearly understood that they existed to offer energy to the king, devouring both ordinary humans and superhumans, and the more superhuman genes they possessed, the more abundant the energy source. The upcoming nationwide supernova tournament was no different from a grand feast for the flame demon god. He silently recalled that in his previous life a disaster had occurred here, young geniuses had perished. and the media only reported it as a monster riot while the details were concealed. Jingji asked curiously, "What about you? Do you need to accelerate your cultivation? What are your plans?" Jing Kun replied that for now they should not worry about him. The progress of a superhuman was always tied to elemental stimulation. When water is full, it naturally overflows. For example, Shangyuan Kui, if she were dropped into the deep sea, her growth rate would certainly surge. When she was still 3-star, she once did so and nearly became prey beneath the ocean. And now even the river water within the city was no longer sufficient stimulation. I am not talking about Shangyuan Kui. Do you not realize that the person beside us who can grow the fastest is Xiaoyu? She asked in surprise. He explained that the modern era was different from the past. Elemental energy was as dense as water and existed everywhere. At that point, Xing Kun revealed a sly smile. Jingji hurriedly tapped the table, reminding him to put away that greedy expression. He continued speaking. The supernova tournament would be held in Tan Than, where the largest nuclear power plant in the country was located. Hearing this, he trembled and broke into a cold sweat, hurriedly telling him to stop. Xing Kun maintained his inscrutable smile. Do you not wish to witness with your own eyes the nation's first 5-star superhuman? The Thunder God was personally nurtured by you. Jingji sighed. What you need, this old man fears he may not be able to provide. Afterwards, he instructed Secretary Tiu to bring Xing Kun an original stellar chart from the Stellar Codex. She was astonished that it was a perfect stellar chart based on the optimal superhuman gene sequence. Raising his cup, the dean said in a deep voice that was correct. For others, O held no meaning, but this original copy could help Xiaoyu better understand the stellar mark. Tiu hesitated and asked if it was truly necessary. Jingji said to provide maximum support according to his needs. She was startled and asked what about the matter of the nuclear power plant. He waved his hand and told her to prepare O for him. Submitting an application would take too much time. Tiu replied yes and then left. As soon as the door closed, Jingji immediately picked up his phone. However, the person on the other end saw his number and hung up without the slightest courtesy. He persisted in calling. Old Chen, it is me, Kin. But before he could finish speaking, the call was cut off. Many people in succession refused as if afraid of being associated with the Fan family. Finally, someone answered and scolded him harshly. Ever since you snatched 2 men from us, we became enemies, and now you still dare to call. She exhausted herself for you and died early. What scheme are you plotting this time? Jingji could only say that his student needed a large amount of electricity, that he managed the nuclear power plant of Tan Thai, to allow the girl to participate in the tournament and assist with charging, and when necessary to temporarily cut off civilian power, as this matter concerned the fate of humanity. The person on the other end shouted that he was insane and hung up. He continued calling in the hope of helping Xing Kun bring his granddaughter back, but time and again it was futile. Another person answered and said there would be no cutting of civilian power. If he wanted cooperation, then 1 billion with no bargain. Jingji was embarrassed that his academy did not have such an amount of money. The other party said goodbye. He hurriedly tried to hold him back, saying fine, he would find a way later, but the person still hung up. He rubbed his aching temples, wondering how many more calls he would have to make before it was over. He dialed another number and muttered that brat Xing Kun truly knew how to torment an old man. Jingji messaged Xing Kun that time was limited and begged him to definitely save Tiu Engai. On the other side, a resounding slap rang out. Pan Shizzy of the Fan family was at a crucial moment. I am about to become a 5-star superhuman. Do you understand what it means if I seize the position of chief commander of the Eliminators? At this time, I need elemental energy, not your antics. He shouted that you even caused trouble at the hospital on your own. How many times have I told you that whatever you do must be clean? How many times must the family clean up your mess? Beaten until his lips bled, Pan Shizzy instead let out a resentful laugh. He argued that both he and his father were acting for the future of the family. Jan Tian pointed at him and scolded, what do you mean for the family? If it is for the family, then you should obey and refine the immortal flame using the eternal flower. Helping me become the first 5-star superhuman in Huazia is the truly important matter, not staging tricks. You have disappointed me. Even while being beaten, he remained stubborn. Without me, you would not have the immortal flame to become 5-star. He stood up and looked at his father with contempt. Then let me say it directly, you are merely a useless man. Jan Tian was stunned and shouted, you unfilial son, what did you say? His uncle panicked and urged him to apologize quickly. He said coldly, how should a useless man be dealt with? You already set the example for me back then. Jan Tian was shocked, not expecting his son to change so quickly. Memories surged back when the imprisoned woman gently called the boy the T to leave this place. He asked in confusion who she was as he still had to go to the research room. The woman choked with emotion saying mother is your mother, forced to bear children for the Fan family. Only you survive. Because my genes were strong I was compelled to give birth to outstanding children. I can no longer endure it. She held her son's hand and told him to leave this hell, but behind her, a ferocious gaze appeared. The old man said coldly that she was mad and useless. She screamed, Fan Jan Tian, you devil. Jan Tian said that useless people should become ashes, and her body burst into flames before the child's eyes, leaving only his scream. That scene haunted him for many years and could never be forgotten. Returning to the present, Jan Tian growled that if you do not repent I will extract the immortal flame from your body, and consider the resources spent on raising you wasted. His uncle advised him to calm down, but Jan Tian shouted that you are the one who is foolish. How did you educate him to become like this? Burn one of his arms as a warning. A great flame surged forward as Jan Tian used crimson-faced hand to strike his son, and shouted for him to kneel. He sneered and used his mutated hand to block it. I am not wrong, so why should I kneel? Jan Tian looked at him with contempt, twirling his finger as he regarded this person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Tentacles sprouted from his arm and attacked simultaneously. Another hand restrained his uncle. Jan Tian asked in astonishment, what is this? And the uncle was also stunned, asking what happened to your arm. He laughed, the one who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth is you. You do not understand this world, beloved father. You want the immortal flame, do you not? Then take it, the tentacles tightened, rendering the old man unable to move. His uncle panicked, the T, what are you doing? That is your father. Jan Tian said coldly, so you encountered a fortuitous opportunity. No wonder you have become so arrogant. He replied that he was the one closest to reaching 5-star, as the flame demon god appeared before him. He laughed, is this an offering for me? Jan Tian was secretly horrified by her incredible speed. Looking at the girl before him, he could not understand why Jing Ji's granddaughter would. Her hand pressed directly against his chest, causing him to tremble at the terrifying power. He realized that this strength did not belong to a human, and said that she was not Jing Ji's granddaughter. T introduced that this was the eternal flower you all coveted. He was stunned, so that was the case. His uncle trembled, the T, release him, that is your biological father. He looked at his father coldly, seemingly enjoying this moment. He laughed and said that someone with genes like mine must be a delicacy. His uncle cried out in alarm, no. His uncle suddenly understood that everything had been calculated beforehand, hurriedly requesting the extraction of the immortal flame and for everyone to withdraw, asking whether he had already planned it. He broke into a cold sweat and asked as the air, do you know what you are doing? He smiled calmly despite being covered in blood, and replied that he had never been as clear-headed as he was now. He said helplessly that initially Jan Tian wanted to stimulate the family genes, and the uncle remained suspicious and investigated the family of his mother. He replied calmly that the uncle should not be nervous, which made him even more uneasy as he could not fathom the thoughts of his nephew. The arm struck by Jan Tian had gradually recovered. He said coldly that he and that woman had absolutely nothing to do with each other. Do not think he did everything because of her. How could that be? His father's death was inevitable, not only because he was no longer valuable, but also because sooner or later he would stand in his way. Such a conservative way of management, the future would surely ruin the plans he had for the family. Uncle, over the years you have raised him no differently from a biological father. He cast a meaningful glance like a warning. He believed that when his uncle understood the whole story he would stand on his side. The uncle was stunned after hearing it. What? He raised his hand and continued. The Fan family would become the master of a farm dedicated to raising humans. As long as his uncle agreed to join, they could continue researching the extreme limits of humanity. The old man panicked. Pan Shizzy, this idea is far too insane. You will push the entire Fan family into the abyss. He calmly replied, Uncle, you are mistaken. He is the only hope of the Fan family. Otherwise, the entire clan would have long become food for monsters. No matter how powerful the family is, once the demon god wants to erase it, how long does Uncle think it would take? In the end, the old man had no choice but to give in to his nephew. He smiled in satisfaction. As expected, you are still his dearest uncle. He continued to declare that starting tomorrow, every day they would offer 1 3-star transcendent to the Flame Demon God. The old man was stunned. What? Flame Demon God's face revealed greed. She showed a sinister smile and said 1 is not enough. She wanted 3. He replied that it was understood if they could not find them outside, they would temporarily use the loyal members of the fan family as substitutes. They must never let the demon god go hungry. They would endure until the supernova competition in Tan City and then bring her there for a feast. Shifting to the school's training ground, in the future they would all have to face monsters. Even level 1 creatures possessed strength 5 times that of ordinary humans, therefore physical training was mandatory. The students were forced to hold horse stances, each of them trembling as if about to collapse from exhaustion. A voice rang out, the stronger the body and soul, the higher the chance of awakening transcendent genes. Everyone must complete their daily training quota. A frustrated student pointed at Xing Kun and shouted, "Teacher, why do those two get to sit separately like that? They are even eating comfortably. Are we just supporting characters? On what basis?" He fumed. "Look at that guy's face. Even smiling at others' suffering, truly detestable." The teacher explained that they were the supernovas of this cohort and were assigned specialized instructors. Their curriculum was naturally different. They were currently waiting for their team's personal mentor. He was still unconvinced. "Training like this is more fun and effective with many people. Our group training is even better than theirs. There is nothing to be jealous of." At that moment, Shangyuan Kui walked over from afar with a bright smile, greeting teacher Shangyuan. She replied to call her senior sister as before. Students exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. Shangyuan Kui. The blonde-haired student shouted angrily. "Having the genius girl Xiao Yu is acceptable. Xing Kun relying on a woman is somewhat understandable. Why do the so-called useless siblings Zhao Sheng and Triu Xiao Tao also get a share? Teacher, he wants to report them. They did not return to the dormitory last night. Who knows what they were doing outside?" The teacher sighed. For the past 2 days their Doomsday Mars team has been on a mission. It is said they even received rewards. Look, they are back. Everyone turned to look. The Xiao Tao siblings were chatting and smiling brightly. Zhao Sheng shouted loudly, "Boss, the mission is complete." They asked the vice dean to exchange all the money for life essence fluid. Xing Kun praised with satisfaction. Xiao Tao did very well. The quantity seems quite large. Then he stood up and greeted cheerfully. Everyone keep it up. They would head off first. The group complained resentfully. How is Zhao Sheng so strong, carrying that many barrels at once, and most importantly they are all life essence fluid, something we struggle to get even one bottle of. Each barrel has 50 bottles. There were 54 barrels just now, so the total is. Teacher spoke to calm them down. "All right, focus again. Continue training." The crowd became noisy again. "Teacher, why are we not allowed into the 5 elements arena? It stimulates transcendent genes more easily there." The teacher replied that the arena was under repair these days. At the 5 elements arena, Huang Gangan said that before the supernova competition begins, this place would be reserved exclusively for their training. He looked at Xing Kun and asked for a detailed report, and also the tuition must be paid in advance. The dean said the academy has been short on funds recently, so he must cover it himself. Xing Kun was speechless about that old man. Shangyuan Kui looked at the 2 siblings worriedly. According to calculations, he should get half a barrel of life essence fluid. Is it safe for them to drink continuously like that? Xing Kun smiled and replied that not drinking would be more dangerous. They would not be able to endure it. Shangyuan Kui was surprised, really. Seeing her reaction, he said, "Senior sister, he had another special item for her as a mission reward. She could rest assured she would suffer fewer side effects than them." He took out a small monster sprout and said he could control monster genes. That blue flame was not transcendent but the power of those creatures. If senior sister felt uneasy, he could share half of the life essence fluid with her. Hearing this, Kwang Koi finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was just as she had guessed. She tried touching the thing in his hand. Can it really control monster genes? It truly arouses curiosity. Suddenly, the small monster bit her hand. Huang Koi felt his monster genes invading her body, stimulating her transcendent genes to react. She wanted to see what exactly he had done. It slipped into her mysterious transcendent gene chain. Within the 91% transcendent, it also discovered 9% that was ordinary. Shangyuan Kui clearly felt something clinging tightly inside her body. She restrained herself and said she had to stay conscious to accept the sensation of a parasitic creature inside her body. Xing Kun explained that this was originally how monsters of level 2 and above absorb humans. most of the energy lies within the transcendent gene chain. This type of direct invasion can drain a person in an instant, but his monster genes only stimulate transcendent genes to evolve faster and do not cause harm like other species. Shangyuan Kui shivered, never expecting to receive such a bizarre reward. After that, the three of them sat down. Xing Kun recounted the entire situation, and the current circumstances were exactly as such. Huang Kui realized that Kung Xiaoyu's body was temporarily possessed by the flame demon god. She would certainly recover her power soon. The national supernova competition in Tan City would very likely turn into her feast. They must grow stronger before it begins. Xiaoyu's plan involves essence and nuclear energy. Shangyuan Kui looked at Xing Kun and said she also had a method for him to try. He asked in surprise what it was. She proposed a bold suggestion to eat her. Xiaoyu was shocked and shouted, "Senior sister, are you crazy?" She quickly explained it was not meant literally. The higher the level of monster genes, the stronger the stimulation to transcendent power. That is why Xing Kun's genes have such a strong effect. Conversely, her transcendent genes might also stimulate his monster gene. Of course, it was not in the literal sense. Just a few strands of hair, nails, or a bit of saliva carrying transcendent aura would be enough. Xiaoyu smiled mischievously. Then there is no need to trouble senior sister. Her genes might be more compatible with Xing Kun. Why is he still standing there in a daze? He glared at Xing Kun angrily. "You scoundrel." When she saw him weak in the hospital, she already wanted to nourish him. "Come taste a bit of this specialty." He was startled. A fish eating a human? What trick is she planning now? As if to retaliate, she removed her shoe, lifted her foot, and told him to come and bite her toenail. Xing Kun's face darkened. "Put that foot away. Drinking things like saliva is already his limit." Hearing this, Xiaoyu froze. A thought flashed through her mind and she asked, "What about bodily fluids?" She immediately shouted, "You pervert, be quiet." She would stuff this foot cloth into his mouth. Xing Kun panicked and shouted for the foolish fish to stop. She turned to ask senior sister to help hold him down. Huang Kui immediately exerted force to restrain him. A man like him deserved punishment. Xing Kun's mouth was forced open. Xiaoyu approached and told him to open wide. He asked in despair what she intended to do. Sweat poured from Xing Kun. He begged the foolish fish not to go too far. Suddenly a fishy smell hit his nose and he froze. What was this? His entire body stiffened, realizing that what he had just swallowed was blood. Xiaoyu calmly said to drink it and not waste a single drop, otherwise she would really stuff the cloth into his mouth. Since childhood they had grown up together, their fates were intertwined, they would share blessings and hardships alike. Seeing him hesitate, she added that she could also do many things for the sake of both of them. Sacrificing a little blood was nothing. Then she shouted again, "You scoundrel, did you hear that, Xing Kun?" He suddenly grasped her hand tightly. His intense reaction startled her slightly. It was only a little blood. Painful memories suddenly surged into Xing Kun's mind, as if they had happened just yesterday. Suddenly his arm showed a mutation. Xing Kun panicked and held her tightly. Xiaoyu anxiously called out, "Xing Kun, what is wrong with you?" From a distance, Huang Kui noticed the abnormality and shouted, "Xing Kun." The Xiao Tao siblings were also forced back by the surge of inner force. Zhao Sheng was even thrown away. He cried out in shock, "Boss." It seemed that at this moment, he could not control the surging power within him. At the dean's side, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately stood up in alarm. Not only there, the students in the stands also felt it. Everyone murmured in confusion, "What is this?" The pressure of a monster. Turning to Xing Kun, he held Xiaoyu even tighter. In this life he would never let her be harmed, he would protect her at all costs. Warm emotions welled up in her heart. Xiaoyu blushed and gently complained not to hold her so tightly. She was also moved and wrapped her arms around him in return. It was only a few drops of blood. A moment later he gradually came to. Xing Kun blinked in confusion and asked, "Hey you idiot, why are you hugging me?" Trying to take advantage of the situation. Xiaoyu pushed him away irritably. "Damn it, you hugged me first." Xing Kun was stunned. Why can't I remember anything? Must have been a reflex of the body just now." Huang Kui calmly said, "Those were words of lousy guys, but if what you said is true, then Xiaoyu's blood or wounds strongly stimulated you." On the other side, Xing Kun frowned. "You idiot, what are you laughing at?" "I don't allow it," Huang Kui continued. "You can," he interrupted. "No, joking, right? Don't use Xiaoyu's blood to excite me. I don't have that twisted taste." She shook her slashed hand in front of him. "I know your habits well." Suddenly Xing Kun screamed the moment he saw it. "Oh my god." Xiaoyu immediately jumped back. "You lousy thing, don't tell me you are aiming at me." His eyes were blood red. Xing Kun looked at her, saliva dripping like a starving man. Huang Kui immediately struck hard at his face, shouting, "Wake up." Xing Kun flinched, holding his face. "Heavens, Xiaoyu's scent is truly intoxicating. Shangyu and Qi forced a smile. Using Xiaoyu's blood to trigger power is dangerous. Next you must control your craving. You don't understand what she means, Shangyu and Qi explained. Don't you want to become stronger as fast as possible? Then you must complete 100% of the essence as soon as possible. Now we have your monster genes and a large amount of original life fluid, so practicing essence can be accelerated in ways others cannot. Back at the training ground, the teacher urged, "Hey, get up. Continue training without reaching your limit. The superhuman genes hardly evolve. Those who haven't awakened must try harder, get up. Without double effort you'll never catch up to Xing Kun." And a voice spoke, "Not right, sir, I disagree. Even trying harder cannot catch up with shortcut takers." The teacher realized, "You are UZ, Team 23 Scarlet Flame, former member but gave the spot to Pan Shizzy. Others are students who chose to work for the Pan family after graduation. No matter what you want, get out, don't affect the lessons." UZ smirked, "So what, am I not allowed to talk to juniors? Or are you afraid the academy's bad deeds will be exposed?" The blondes interjected, "What bad thing, sir? What exactly happened?" UZ sneered, "Still don't know. It's like putting a private child in by backdoor and removing geniuses. Must keep it hidden." The teacher angrily shouted, "UZ, don't talk nonsense. Don't spread false rumors," he replied, "Rumors. If not the dean, how could someone nearly without superhuman genes reach the final round, without connections, with 1% of genes how climb to top rookie? Victory was just luck picking artificial superhuman gear first. Where are they now? If you don't say I'll tell. They are occupying the 5 elements field." Students murmured, "Really, sir?" He replied, "Yes, but there is a reason." UZ continued, "Anyone wants to reason, advise them to withdraw from the National Super Rookie Contest. Follow me." The teacher hurriedly blocked, "Stop, the academy doesn't allow you to disrupt." UZ pushed the teacher, smirking, "You only teach basic knowledge to freshmen, can't stop me. After giving way to young Master Pan, I got countless opportunities." The teacher was astonished, "You've reached 4-star superhuman already." UZ added, "That's why I want to claim justice for him." Switching to your group, Kwang Koi explained, "Practicing essence besides understanding. Hardest is placing superhuman genes correctly and arranging precise points. If misplaced it causes internal damage, but monster gene bearers have superior recovery, thanks to large original life fluid giving many chances to correct errors." Even if everyone looks exhausted, Kwang Koi calmly said, "Just release a little blood and it's done." He turned and asked Xing Kun, "Can you handle it? You look like a starving beast." Behind UZ's group charged, Xing Kun, "Today I'll show you the price of being unworthy." He turned, saliva dripping, eyes cold, said, "Hungry." Calling that night, UZ took a call. Even young Master Pan planned to leave Southern Moon Academy. "Is it because of that, Xing Kun? I will call everyone to report to the dean, surely to claim justice." On the other side, the Tay replied, "No need, I have a better place, Rose Academy. UZ, you come too," he said. "Rose always loses to Southern Moon, but if young Master Pan joins, this year will reverse." UZ excited, "If the master calls I go," the Tay said, "Help me with something." UZ seriously replied, "Go ahead." He lured, attracting more people to Rose. Back to the present, he looked at Shangyu and Qi's group, knowing any action is too late. Can't help young Master Pan regain contest spot. So just defeat the pathetic to expose Academy's dark side, then claim big rewards from young Master Pan, pull more people to Rose. Xiaoyu panicked seeing him advance, quickly pulls Xing Kun back. Losing control will cause major trouble. UZ exerted power as expected. Xing Kun was hidden to fool everyone. "Today you'll be revealed." He slammed the ground, "I will destroy all your support." UZ determined, "Today must show everyone your true strength," immediately erecting a fire wall. Xiaoyu's group was astonished. Zhao Sheng hurriedly said, "Wait, we came to help you." UZ grinned, "Shangyu and Qi's senior sister. We are just mingling, don't intervene." She paid no mind, taking medicine while signaling to ignore. UZ advanced, "Freshman fights teacher, seniors duel your teammate. That's the fair way," just said and stood before him. UZ mocked, "Don't blame me for the strong bullying the weak. You are Southern Moon's super rookie, must represent school nationally. How can you lose so easily?" He hadn't struck yet, he unleashed a fire barrage. Xing Kun calculated, the opposing team has fire defense system. This move doesn't kill but burns clothes, causing loss of face. UZ gasped. Panic filled him. What happened? How did it break a selection move and easily defeat the opponent? Could it not be others' carelessness but really exceptional? Yet he felt something wrong. Why do its eyes seem to devour me? UZ was knocked down, crawling for help. "Everyone help me." But his teammates were knocked away. UZ stunned. He stared at Xiaoyu in horror. She broke the fire wall, and who knocked back the fire eyes was Zhao Sheng. Those vines were strange. Zyro Yu ran and slapped Xing Kun's face. You idiot, calm down. Yu was flustered. Had they really just awakened? One brutally defeated was him, young Master Pan's mission. Not fail. Xing Kun suddenly woke, shouted, awake, it hurts, don't poke my nose. But Yu still shouted, see, this is the Dean's gift to them. They seized all resources, look, there is original life fluid, no reason Dean gives so much, clearly buy it. That's why they grew strong fast, everyone understand, the academy is rotten at its core. Teacher shouted, cutting in, Yu, what nonsense are you saying, there's no easy cultivation. Wu Yin frowned, but teacher, before he was weaker than me, now reaches what I always wished. Teacher slightly surprised, not so Wu Yin, everything has a reason, they tried very hard. You are blinded by ambition, effort, yes, I also tried, but how did they beat strong people while I stand still? Yu saw Wu Yin hesitate, knew the moment had come, he smiled triumphantly. He interjected, yes, they stole resources meant for you, stole your future. The students led on became furious. So that's it, academy unfair, want to report but fear the backing power. Reporting is useless, Zhao Shengtense asked, brother, what do we do now? He calmly replied in a low voice, what does it matter to us, let them just do our own work. Yu began to exert himself to recruit, everyone knows, that is why Pan Shizi left Nam and Gayat to study at Rose Academy. I also decided to follow young Master Fan, even the Fan family has welcomed me. Young Master Fan has promised that as long as you go with him, each person will receive an additional 30 bottles of life essence every month, meaning you can use it for cultivation every day. Following young Master Fan means having a future. After hearing this, the students' ambitions surged. Is that true? Then that is wonderful. Gradually people began to ask to join. Senior brother Yu, can I follow you? He happily replied, of course. Xing Kun had already turned away, but upon hearing this still paused to think. Following young Master Fan meant following Pan Shizi. Could it be that he was deceiving people into becoming sacrifices for the flame demon god? Thinking this, he turned back and walked toward Yu. Seeing him, that man sneered, what is it? Did my words hit your sore spot? He leaned toward his subordinates and whispered, block him for me. Young Master Fan will reward you further. They nodded in agreement. Yu turned to the students. No need to speak with those who came through the back door. Follow me outside and I will explain in more detail. He secretly worried. The task of recruiting people to Rose had been completed. He only needed to leave here. One person who rushed forward was lightly flung away by Xing Kun like a feather. Clearly he intended to stop this. Another person immediately rushed up to assist upon seeing this. Those people were fundamentally not his opponents. Xing Kun struck once and all of them collapsed. Yu was startled by that momentum. How could he be so strong? He charged forward. Yu hurriedly gathered his strength to block. Shield quickly cracked. Yu could not believe it. How could this be? Xing Kun punched through the shield, fragments scattering everywhere. His hand gripped Yu's throat, causing Yu to turn pale from the strength. Xing Kun pondered with a grim face. The flame demon god was acting. Just now he wanted to recruit people for Pan Shizi. Looking at the still hesitant students, he thought he could not let the demon god devour too many. He had to persuade them. He shouted loudly, if simply drinking a large amount of life essence could make one strong, then Pan Shizi would have been invincible since childhood. He would not have failed the supernova selection and fled in the night. Yu shouted to release him. Xing Kun ignored him and continued persuading everyone not to be deceived. Sweat poured from Yu, but he still forced a smile. Who knows what scheme you have? Your team also advanced rapidly thanks to life essence. Release me. The academy does not charge tuition. Everyone has the right to choose a better place. No matter how strong your backing is, you cannot stop others from choosing BETTER Chinese letter. Seeing his stubbornness, Xing Kun sighed, I have already advised you. The rest depends on each person's fate. But he also could not let the demon god benefit. The small monster in his hand lightly bit Yu. He had to leave a mark. He released his hand. Yu cried out in pain. What did you do? Xing Kun replied calmly, sorry. My nails were too long and accidentally scratched you. He suddenly laughed loudly. Everyone has their own aspiration. To any friend leaving the academy, I sincerely offer my blessing. Yu retreated warily. What are you planning to do? Xing Kun smiled, just a handshake to say goodbye. He secretly remained on guard. He must be trying to keep people here. He had to withdraw quickly. Yu shouted loudly, anyone who wishes to follow young Master Fan to enjoy glory and wealth should follow me. Once this opportunity is missed, it will not return. We leave immediately after the handshake. Boss Hung, I am sorry, I must go to Rose. Everyone's expressions were complicated. Kun shook hands with each person in turn, everyone frowned in pain. He smiled apologetically for using too much strength. Someone grew suspicious why he had to hold so long. He replied, I cannot bear to part from everyone. Thus he shook hands with one person after another, verbally wishing them all the best. When it came to Wu Yin, Kun advised that since they had nearly become teammates, he hoped Wu Yin would not leave. Wu Yin lowered his head and said he was only an ordinary person who wanted an easier future. Knowing he could not keep him, Kun could only wish him luck. Wu Yin replied, thank you. Teacher came to console him, losing 30 students. I have also tried to persuade them. Those who want to leave cannot be kept. You did very well. Every year other academies come to recruit. Kun called out after them, wishing they would live a little longer. Inwardly sighing from exhaustion due to implanting too many monster genes, the teacher misunderstood it as him cursing others. A week later, Kun called Jingji. The dean drugging the entire academy with monster genes was indeed a masterstroke. He said, I only followed the instructions, transferring them into our camp so that when mutation occurs, they would not lose their sanity. When someone truly mutates, how do you intend to explain it? Jingji replied, just be greedy. Yang meets the conditions to replace you in participating in the experiment. It is a pity we cannot cut you open. Kun was surprised. Are you targeting me? The dean said he had already sent Yang out as blue flame to attract purification. What is your purpose in finding Lin Qi? Although his swordsmanship is strong, he has not reached level 4 and cannot help much. Kun replied, perhaps he will create a miracle. While speaking, the phone screen suddenly went dark. Kun shook it out of battery. He realized the surroundings were also pitch black. Oh, the power is out. The lights came back on. Kun shivered while looking at the flickering bulb. He suddenly remembered Xiao Yu and immediately turned around. Returning to the room, he opened the door and asked if it was finished. She softly affirmed. Xiao Yu said she had placed the extraordinary gene in the correct position and completed the structure. Unlike before when it only activated temporarily, now it would operate on its own. Once completed, it would activate automatically and could not be stopped. Previously, it had less than 2% energy. Now it multiplies based on that and uncontrollably absorbs surrounding electricity. She looked at him sympathetically. Now I understand your feeling. I am so hungry. Pink electricity ran around her hands. Xiao Yu wanted to drain all the electricity of Nam and Gaia. She suggested perhaps finding an area with thunder and lightning. Kun stopped her. Do not underestimate heavenly might. Facing lightning could easily cost your life. You are now like a mobile lightning rod. Do not think about thunder anymore. You can use the electricity of Nam and Gaia. Just then a shadow flashed past. Kun turned back. The dean had just finished a phone call and arrived here. Jingji said the surge in electricity costs led me to you. He told them to follow him. He had already called Zhao Sheng to wake up. Kun asked where they were going. Jingji instructed that there was no need to bring luggage. It would be sent later or new ones would be bought. I will pay. Kun wondered, was it not scheduled for next week? He was sweating. The situation does not allow it. Xin Cheng has agreed to supply electricity during the supernova competition. Arriving a week early is even better. The dean urged them to leave. A car had already been hired. Flying now risks a crash. The tickets had originally been booked. Kun reported that Xiao Yu's condition was unstable. She generated electricity wherever she touched. Devices malfunctioned. The car could easily break down. Jingji covered his face. If it breaks, we will buy another. I will pay. Hurry up. Xiao Yu laughed. The dean is too generous. I will try to control myself and not absorb electricity along the way. Jingji interrupted. No, just absorb with full force. Do not waste time growing stronger. I can handle it. On this trip you will face monsters never seen before. I will help with all my strength. I hope you win. Kun said confidently, victory will belong to us. We will bring Gong Xiaoni back. On the side of the flame demon god, he soaked in a sea of fire and complained that the quality of food had declined. The apostle hurriedly said, apologies, my lord. The lone knights around Nam and Gaiet have nearly captured them all. I have also prepared fan family death warriors and several extraordinary freshmen for cultivation. Demon God stood up and said, if this place runs out of food, then we will go to Xin Chang. I sense there is a king there like me. Perhaps he can help resolve the minor troubles of this body. Calling the day, they took over the hospital. Tutu once mustered all her courage to ask Lam Deem what she and her sister should do to repay him, even half-jokingly suggesting offering herself in gratitude and asking to know his true identity, promising to keep it secret. Xing Kun merely smiled and said there was no need for repayment. Since Yang Yang was her younger brother, he could not hide it from her, then immediately transformed his appearance, leaving Tutu stunned as she realized he was Xing Kun, the junior disciple 2 cohorts below her. After that, she went to director Jing Ji to request to serve as the senior sister leading the Spark of Apocalypse team to participate in the supernova competition in Tan Than, as she was already a 4-star transcendent and knew Lam Deem's identity. She also informed her fans that she was about to undertake an important mission and could not livestream regularly, though in her heart she only hoped to meet Lam Deem again, or more precisely Xing Kun. Thinking about meeting him, her face flushed and her heart pounded wildly. Indeed, the person she liked the most was still Mr. Lam Deem. She told herself to stay calm, and before the end of summer she would definitely try a sweet older sister-younger brother romance. Just then, a voice called for sister-in-law to get on the vehicle. During this, Tutu froze as if turned to stone. The relationship had not even begun, yet she was already being called sister-in-law. Xing Kun was surprised to see Tutu acting as the driver. Xiao Yu had to remind her that her jaw had dropped, and she quickly said she was fine. She turned back and solemnly promised to bring the entire group safely to Tan Than and fulfill her responsibility as the team leader. Xing Kun reminded her that this trip was dangerous as warned by the director, and they might lose their lives, so senior sister did not need to risk herself with them. Tears streamed down her face, yet she resolutely said that even if she were a moth flying into the flames, she would have no regrets because it was her own choice. She also said that from that day, both she and her younger brother had placed their trust in him, leaving Xing Kun flustered before the vehicle started, and she loudly announced their departure. On the road, only their vehicle was moving, causing Tutu to wonder why everything around them was completely still. Xing Kun explained that Xiao Yu was absorbing electrical power, so all other vehicles including generators had immediately shut down. Zhao Sheng was delighted that the road was clear and unobstructed. Xing Kun forced a smile and reminded them to remain cautious, because although Xiao Yu tried to control it, he might still accidentally drain the electricity of their own vehicle. Sure enough, the vehicle suddenly lost momentum and crashed into a barrier. The vehicle was flung into the air, making everyone scream as they were about to fall into the abyss. Zhao Sheng panicked and asked what they should do. Xiao Yu apologized while Xing Kun remained calm and said it was fine. Tutu, with a determined gaze, said to trust her. She used wind power to lift the vehicle, determined to bring the group to Tan Than as quickly as possible. Everyone marveled as the vehicle rose into the air, but Tutu said they could not fly for 700 kilometers and would have to land once things stabilized. Elsewhere, a report announced that the monsters from the north and west had been guided to the designated position. Southern side had 2/10 more than expected but was also nearing the location. Cracks appeared in the isolation wall, and the mission of gathering the monsters was completed. Eli, satisfied, ordered all eradication agents to ensure safety and withdraw. The group below responded in unison, understood. Eli descended and explained that they had lured the monsters beforehand to ensure safety for the upcoming supernova competition. She reminded Tianxing that if the monsters flooded into Tan Than, his father, the commander-in-chief, would also have to bear responsibility. Tianxing confidently stated that he was the top candidate for the strongest transcendent and would handle everything properly. He said that the nuclear power plant was already prepared, providing the entire city's electricity along with his life thunder apex. Boasted that even Shangyuan Kui would find it difficult to withstand this single slash, and Eli teased him for being overly confident. She even joked that she would return to upload a video to gain views. Tianxing drew the heavenly blade star chart with a solemn expression. Hidden thunder appeared, and flashes of lightning sparkled continuously. He guided the electricity into the blade, preparing to unleash his move. The power source from the plant was immediately released. Lai excitedly exclaimed that it had arrived. But from afar she saw an object flying toward them and was surprised to realize it was a vehicle. Tianxing asked where the vehicle came from. Eli reminded him not to strike it by mistake and then suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Tianxing turned pale and said he had lost power and no longer had enough strength to eliminate all the monsters. Eli did not believe it because Tan Than possessed the most powerful power plant in the country. Tianxing affirmed that the electricity had been completely drained by that vehicle, leaving her astonished that someone could absorb more electricity than him. The monsters had already closed in, and Eli called for them to attack with full force together. 2 of them flew up to assault the swarm of monsters. Many were cut down, but due to the lack of electricity, they could not deal with all of them. Eli worried that there were still hundreds left and asked Tianxing if he could unleash the previous move again. He said there was not enough electricity to replenish his power. Eli complained that if they slipped into the city, the consequences would be severe. Tianxing irritably asked who exactly was inside that vehicle, but was determined not to let the monsters advance into Tan-Than. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Yu was anxious, because he could not control the powerful current he had just absorbed. King Kun reassured him that someone was merely borrowing electricity to fight the monsters. Though he secretly regretted the wasted power, Xiao Yu asked what they should do since they had disrupted the plan. Xing Kun smiled and said that Tutu was still on the vehicle, startling her because below were the two strongest transcendent beings of Tan-Than. He encouraged her not to underestimate herself because she was very strong, causing Tutu's heart to race. Below, Eli and Tianxing were still struggling because the monsters were too numerous. Eli suggested burning their blood for a desperate attempt, and joked that after finishing he would have to treat her to grilled skewers for half a month. At that moment, they saw the vehicle falling into the midst of the monster horde. Tianxing said that absorbing so much electricity and fainting was not surprising, then showed annoyance at having to fight monsters while also rescuing people. However, the scene that followed astonished them, as the monsters were violently blasted away in all directions. Tianxing recognized it as the Wind Dragon Star Chart, the Flood Dragon of the MangaCapped team. Eli was surprised because this was clearly a 4-star wind-type transcendent, and she wondered where MangaCapped had found such a powerful person. Tianxing also found it strange that the person who had drained the electricity causing the vehicle to fall was completely unaffected. At this moment, Tutu's tears fell as her heart pounded wildly with an indescribable feeling. Her fighting style also became chaotic, causing the wind to scatter everywhere. Zhao Sheng realized that Tutu's mood was unstable. Xiao Tao worriedly said that the director had hired them as cannon fodder. Xing Kun told Zhao Sheng to support him for a moment and that he would return shortly. Xiao Yu responded that it was understood. He planned to dive deep into the ground to search for additional power. Tutu's tears streamed down as her heart beat faster, and she felt an even stronger urge to cry. She stomped forcefully in midair, her emotions bursting forth into sobs. She lost control, her power also erupted violently. The monsters were relentlessly battered by the wind and scattered in disarray. Eli was astonished by that powerful aura. He realized they had come from MangaCapped and wanted to meet this new powerhouse. Tianxing also agreed. The two discussed the terrifying electricity absorbing ability of the MangaCapped team. Tianxing recounted that Station Chief Ho had once said that this team had spent 1 billion to purchase backup electricity, and had warned to keep them far from power plants, because they possessed the ability to drain all electrical power. Eli was completely speechless, not to mention this unbelievable level of electricity consumption. Station Chief Ho, known for his gentle nature, reacted unusually this time. Could it be that in his youth he was once driven into a corner? Who exactly needs such an enormous amount of electricity? Among the second and third year students of MangaCapped, I do not recall any outstanding lightning element talent. Tutu took a deep breath to calm herself and stepped forward. Senior suppressors Lai Tianxing and He Lai, greetings. Sorry to trouble you to assist in clearing the monsters. I am Du Tutu, team leading senior of MangaCapped Transcendent Academy, bringing students to Bin City for the Supernova competition. Eli smiled brightly in response. You are team leader Tutu who won 3rd place in the Supernova 2 years ago. Now you have advanced to 4-star Transcendent and reached our level. Your talent is truly admirable. Perhaps you will become the first 5-star Transcendent of Huazia. Being praised like that, Tutu could not help but blush. It is nothing. I only happened to encounter a bit of opportunity. I laughed heartily. You are too modest. We must also thank you for helping us handle those troublesome monsters. Let me take you to your resting place. I truly want to meet that genius. Even the power supply of Thunder God Station in Bin City was drawn away. At that moment, Xiao Yu's group was also brought over. Eli continued, they are here, it is them. They look unfamiliar. Why are there only 3 people? Is anyone injured? Take me to check. Xiao Yu tightly shut her eyes and complained that was terrifying. It is the first time I have seen so many monsters. It was truly horrifying. Zhao Sheng stared in a daze. What is wrong with sister-in-law? Why is she speaking strangely? Could the shaking ride have choked her voice? Xiao Tao whispered. Xiao Yu must have been truly frightened. She almost lost control of her electricity absorption earlier. Seeing her in such distress, He Lai immediately stepped forward to comfort her. Do not be nervous, everything is over. Xiao Yu still felt uneasy. No, I am still trembling. I am about to lose control again. As soon as she finished speaking, she finally lost control and her power erupted outward. Tianxing was startled. The city grid of Bin City has been drawn entirely here, this girl. He realized in shock, she does not need to activate a star chart nor use a weapon as a medium. She does not even need to utilize her transcendent genes to mobilize such a massive amount of electricity. Only then did he lie suddenly understand. I know who she is. She is not a second or third year student, but a freshman who enrolled this year. Eli continued, in the laboratory she once surpassed the lightning endurance threshold of 95% of those with transcendent genes. Shortly after enrolling, she was granted a spot in the supernova competition. Tianxing added, the electricity entering her body seems to vanish. Her energy demand is astonishing. Could she be cultivating the legendary magnetic core? Eli stepped forward, the magnetic core, with such violent absorption she may have already completed its structure. Her talent is truly terrifying. Thinking of this, Eli felt even more shaken inside, if that is truly the case. He said to Tianxing, as long as she remains within Bin City, no matter the distance she can still draw electricity. Station Chief Ho likely cannot exert his power anymore. If we force them away from the power station, the damage will be even greater, because electricity jumping across distances will silently destroy all equipment along the transmission lines. It seems we can only arrange another place for them to stay. She must be MangaCap's trump card this year. It seems the Supernova Championship will be hard for others to claim. Suddenly a cough sounded from the rubble. Xiao Yu gradually stabilized. She smiled lightly, finally regaining her composure, then said, "It is fine now, I have regained control." Tianxing continued, "It is good that you have control. Station Chief Ho already informed us of your condition. What happened just now was an accident." He asked seriously, "During this period you should stay in my house closest to the power station." Hearing that, Eli's face darkened and she could not help but ask, "Who is that person?" At that moment Xing Kun walked over cheerfully and said, "Sorry everyone, I had something urgent to attend to, I am late." Tianxing looked at the smiling young man in front of him and was startled. What is going on? Is this an illusion? Why is such a powerful pressure emanating from him? Tutu noticed the unusual expressions of the two and asked, "Seniors, why do you look as if you are facing a formidable enemy?" Tutu quickly introduced, "Junior Xing Kun, quickly greet seniors Lai Tianxing and Eli. They are top powerhouses of Hua Zia, on par with senior Shangyu and Kui. Seniors, this is team leader Xing Kun of the Doomsday Stellar Fire team representing MangaCaped in the Supernova competition. He is also a freshman like Xiao Yu." Eli finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that is the case. MangaCaped truly has abundant talent this year. Now that everyone has arrived, go rest first. I will take you to your residence by flight. Tianxing waved his hand and added, "I heard your team only has 4 members, while others usually have 5. Xing Kun replied, "That is correct, we only have 4. Perhaps the remaining one will join another team." Tianxing nodded, "Then let us go." Soon the group flew up, and he had already begun planning for this supernova competition. Bin City is guarded extremely tightly by the suppressor headquarters. Suppressors can be seen everywhere, and no strange aura can be sensed on the streets. In such a tightly defended place, an abnormal state still exists. How exactly did the supernova catastrophe in the previous life occur? Perhaps monsters are hidden underground, but with this level of protection, the headquarters could not have failed to investigate thoroughly. Unless, like MangaCaped, there was once a high-level family secretly colluding, the cause must be found as soon as possible. Before long, everyone arrived at Lai Tianxing's villa, the #1 powerhouse of Tan City. Xing Kun said, "Although the storyline has changed slightly, I have given you many real combat training. I still have some matters in Tan City. While I am away, Senior, though, will act as your sparring opponent." Only then did Tutu understand why they were trembling so much. He sighed inwardly, "In name I am the team leading Senior. In reality I am merely Lam Deem's assistant. I wonder when I will be able to stand proudly beside him." Xing Kun turned to Xiao Yu, "Silly fish, it is your turn," she replied. "Got it, you show-off star." Immediately Xiao Yu closed her eyes and focused on sensing the energy flowing within her body. Soon she said, "Done, I have disabled all electronic devices around here. The surveillance cameras are gone, everyone can train freely. I will take the chance to absorb more electricity." Too worried. "Is it alright to damage someone else's villa like this?" Xing Kun explained, "Do not worry, the dean has already informed them. They are mentally prepared." Then he turned to Xiao Yu and said, "Silly fish, begin." She replied, "Fine, you annoying show-off star." Xing Kun said to the two behind him, "Zhao Sheng, Xiao Tao, are you ready?" Zhao Sheng shouted, "Big brother, come at us. I am not afraid." Xiao Tao also nodded, fully prepared. Tu looked at Zhao Sheng and laughed inwardly, still daring to say he is not afraid. This captain's style is truly exaggerated. As if facing a powerful enemy, it seems Lam Deem's training methods are very strict. Jing Kun removed one sleeve and said to her, "Senior though, watch carefully. From now on just maintain this intensity." They recover very quickly. As he finished speaking, his other arm transformed. His arm turned into massive tentacles that swept fiercely toward Zhao Sheng's group, creating immense pressure. Tu was secretly astonished. This level is enough to endanger lives. No wonder the cameras had to be destroyed. Lam Deem has grown stronger again. Truly fascinating. Jing Kun calculated silently. The energy accumulated from monsters is already abundant, but to reach level 5 he still lacks a crucial condition. In his previous life, he devoured to the limit of a 5-star transcendent elder, recalling that it was likely when Shangyuan Kui was on the verge of danger-resisting infernal flame that he broke through. In this life, walking a different path, he must find another opportunity to evolve. He glanced toward Xiao Yu. Perhaps he should study the state of a 5-star transcendent when Shangyuan Kui was near death. It might be an elemental domain. Jing Kun pondered. This is a realm that neither of his 2 lives has truly reached. Xiao suddenly said, "Show off star, I sense the villa's owner Lai Tianxing is outside." He asked what is he doing. She replied, "He is trying to compete with me for the electricity." Immediately his arm returned to normal. "All right, Tu, I will leave this place to you." She was slightly surprised. He thought to himself that he must investigate all deceased freshmen. The falling star disaster in Tan City should begin with the rather reclusive Lai Tianxing. It is very likely that behind the disaster is a powerful family that had long aligned with monsters and remained hidden. Meanwhile, Tianxing was exerting himself to draw electricity and muttered, "I refuse to believe I cannot surpass a little girl in this." But reality exceeded expectations and made him frustrated. Could it be that he truly could not compete? Jing Kun calculated according to the dean's feedback. In Tan City, only the Lai family of Lai Tianxing has the capability to conceal people and monsters, while Tianxing reminded himself to stay calm, not to reveal tension, and always maintain a composed demeanor. Jing Kun's expression darkened. The idle persona of Lai Tianxing is truly burdensome. Such naive behavior makes it seem unlikely he would betray humanity. Seeing him staring at a cat and even preparing to draw his sword, Jing Kun was momentarily startled. What is he planning? Suddenly the cat reacted violently, its body trembling as it let out a frightened cry. Tianxing thought it was asleep and unaware, so he hurried over to hold it. "You are safe now." Afterward, he discreetly extended the green light to allow an elderly woman to cross the street safely. Jing Kun continued observing. When meeting fans, he could not hide his smile, and the female students cheered continuously. He evaluated that being a star yet remaining approachable, even queuing to buy grilled food, truly the type who likes to maintain a simple image. Suddenly a warning surged in his mind. Stay restrained, do not waver. He still bears great responsibility. Even while concealed, Jing Kun remained steadfast, raising his hand to cover his face. He could not let trivial things distract him. Seeing him secretly glance at a girl, Jing Kun felt disdain. Just as expected, this kind of shallow person is easily influenced. He frowned. Perhaps he is unaware, and it is the family behind him that harbors different intentions. But with Lai Tianxing's position, if the Lai family truly betrayed humanity, he cannot be ignored, or perhaps the Lai family has never betrayed humanity. Watching Tianxing mysteriously leave carrying a bag of food, he could not help but feel curious about where he was headed. What surprised Jing Kun the most was that Tianxing's stopping point was right at the border area of Xinshi. She told herself, just as expected, the Xinshi border was always guarded by exterminators. The dense control network was more intricate than she imagined, making everything even more puzzling. After all, how did the falling star disaster occur? If monsters hid under the river, even current technology would struggle to detect them. Tianxing handed over a bag of food. "Here's the roasted dish you like." She was surprised and asked if it was bought from my favorite stall. Lai immediately darkened, quickly realizing the problem. "Tianxing, you're being followed." He flinched and paled. "When did I get tracked?" Lai made a probing move. "If even you didn't notice, then the opponent was certainly no ordinary person." Jing Kun quietly stepped aside. Lai was a wind-type superhuman, and indeed, even invisibility couldn't evade his wind perception. If Li Tianxing hadn't noticed in time, she would have been in more trouble. This way most suspicions could be dismissed, while Lai, with normal origins, relied on skill to rise, unlikely to be involved in a disaster like a falling star. She hurriedly said she would block his retreat. Even hidden, any movement would make noise. Tianxing said coldly, as long as he exposes a flaw, I will ensure he has no further chance to appear. He stood calmly, stopping here tonight. Breaking the encirclement slightly to raise their alertness wouldn't hurt. Suddenly an alarm sounded. Eli's wind orb swept past but found no trace. He was shocked. Could the Xinshi border have installed a local seismic warning system? The sound persisted, and Tianxing guessed a large creature was approaching. An urgent voice called out, Senior Li, a convoy is entering Xinshi on the other side, possibly the Rose team. Tianxing was surprised. Why didn't they take the highway with the military guarding it? The young man replied that they had warned them of many superhumans to disperse the monster's attraction. Li added, now we cannot track the follower, the other side is more urgent. This alert level is likely die long, the Rose team is in danger, we must assist. Tianxing felt annoyed by the piling trouble. Eli shivered slightly, exhausted from yesterday, hoping it won't be too hard. Tianxing, I'll force the underground entity to appear, protect the Rose team and block it outside Xin City. Tianxing responded decisively, of course. Only after they left did he reveal himself. Rose team, underground tremors. It seemed they were truly probing the sublayers. Disaster-causing monsters shouldn't hide so deep. Could it be Fan the Chi and Fire Flame Demon God? Could they have dragged Dai Long and monsters from underground and been discovered? He wanted to see for himself, although he guessed Fire Flame Demon God would temporarily restrain itself for the supernova feast, so conflict wasn't certain but in case of incident. Suddenly a hand reached forward, startling Xing Kun. The hand touched him, his face immediately changed. Fire Flame Demon God had appeared unknown when a cold voice said, don't be tense, I will gently turn you into my nourishment. Xing Kun remained calm, saying Xiao Gong, then corrected, Fire Flame Demon God. Her hand gripped his throat, choking Xing Kun, veins standing out. She tore the skin on his neck, and blood immediately gushed out. Pain surged, he clenched his teeth, thinking he had been careless. Fire Flame Demon God had a body and could appear openly and still remain invisible, a power originally separated from her monster form. Without rapid body recovery, he would have been in danger earlier. He scowled at the woman in front of him, secretly weighing whether to engage in battle. But that was almost impossible. Fire Flame Demon God arrogantly struck again. Knowing he was no match, Xing Kun immediately chose to retreat. Yet thinking carefully was useless. Her speed far exceeded his. Could she have recovered to 7th tier, this demoness body was truly frightening. The thought darkened his expression. The situation truly hung precariously. Seeing her lunge uncontrollably, he understood the only chance to survive was to attract attention. Even possessing Xiao Gong's body, Fire Flame Demon God was unlike ordinary humans. Any close look revealed differences. Even if not suspected, major movement would cause chaos. Once revealed, humans would be alert, and her master would not overlook it. Therefore, she restrained herself temporarily. After the strike, his body was flung aside. Everything went as planned. She deliberately pushed him into the empty forest. She also silenced him with fire at his throat, making it take time to neutralize. He needed 2 exterminators outside the forest to notice the anomaly, at least enough disturbance. Fire Flame Demon God was pleased, dining here without disturbance. Then she cast Devourer Flame Prison. Her mouth opened wide, flames surged. I said you can't use fire now. He raised his hand, sensing the situation clearly. Even burning the forest was impossible, truly troublesome. It seemed she guessed his plan, smiling with satisfaction. From her back, new arms sprouted, time to eat. He forced himself to say it's not tasty, it's poisonous. Xing Kun silently called the golden elements around, respond to the summoning of the golden element master. From the earth, sprouts of golden light emerged and converged. He formed a large sword. Fire Flame Demon God applauded. Undeniably, I still don't know what kind of monster you are. You can also control superhuman power. She looked him over. Tianxing saw the anomaly and asked. Eli replied, I sense changes in the forest. I used wind element to probe. Tianxing immediately reminded to be careful. Watch your feet. The ground cracked, beneath flickered blue sparks. Tianxing stared horrified at the emerging creature, truly Dai Long, and there were 2. Can't worry about the other side, Eli, I'll block them. You bring the vehicle to safety. Eli also tensed, nodding in agreement. Back at Xing Kun, Fire Flame Demon God easily countered his move. A mutant monster like you only knows to use a bit of power. She said disdainfully, merely a leftover among monsters. Xing Kun coughed, hoarsely replying, you don't know, even leftovers can be tiny. Immediately he gathered inner strength, severing one of her arms. Yet Fire Flame Demon God was unafraid, mocking, oh I'm hurt. In the sky, a strange phenomenon appeared. She noticed the flicker of golden light. Xing continued, "This is my superhuman 4-star power. Superhuman genes activated, golden elemental life strengthened. Light condensed into a sharp small sword, flying like an arrow." Fire Flame Demon God did not stay still, using her mutated arm to block. She said coldly, "Your superhumans are insignificant. That bit of metal is useless, just a final struggle increasing my interest." Saying so, she could not restrain her desire, lunging at his body. Xing tensed briefly, exerting full mutant power. His arm immediately sprouted spines, stabbing straight at her neck. In an instant, the entire arm was covered with blue spines like a porcupine. Seeing him struggle, Fire Flame Demon God sneered, eyes full of contempt. "Fool." She squeezed him tightly as if to prove the ruler's power. "You are unworthy." She swung, leaving long tears on his body. Xing arm detached from his body. Fire Flame Demon God said, "Return the throne to me." She looked at him like a defeated foe, then coldly ordered it return. Despite being in a weak position, Xing smiled calmly. "Perhaps you don't yet understand the rules of the superhuman domain." Hearing this, Fire Flame Demon God froze briefly, staring at him. Xing continued, "Superhuman 4-star life element can operate according to simple logic even separated from its host, unlike fireworms." His voice hoarse but firm, "Not only fire elements can generate life." In Xing mind flashed memories of Lin Chi's human star, vibrating, accelerating, scorching the lightning sword. The sneering smile of the fool still echoed. On this side, Tianxing was fiercely battling two creatures that had just emerged from underground. He swung a lightning slash, the electric arc tearing across and instantly splitting the bodies of both monsters apart. Eli could not hide her admiration. Tianxing was indeed the man closest to the 5-star transcendence threshold in Bin City, his strength growing at an astonishing rate. She glanced toward the forest on the other side. The fire had already erupted. It was the disturbance she had sensed earlier. Tianxing spoke in a low voice, "Eli, help me restrain them. Try to capture a ground dragon alive for research." She was slightly startled before replying, "Ah, all right." On the forest side where he was, the flames continued to spread, growing increasingly fierce. That disturbance finally drew the attention of the Flame Demon God. She glanced around with disdain. "No one paid attention to you at all." That indifference made her let out a mocking laugh. Immediately after, the Flame Demon God charged straight toward him. "Your tricks have been used up already." Her two mutated arms were ready to seize Xing, while he still stood motionless without any reaction. Suddenly, another arm grew from behind her, forcefully striking straight into the face of the Flame Demon God. Only then did Xing speak. "I advise you not to put everything into your mouth. You have already eaten too much of my left hand just now. If you had swallowed all of me, then I would concede, but you only nibbled a few fragments. It would be a waste not to give you indigestion. Even though you are much stronger, this body originally belongs to my faction." The Flame Demon God became furious, rushing forward to seize his throat and roaring, "This body is mine." At the same time, the fire in the forest was completely extinguished, and the trees gradually returned to their original state. For some reason, Xing felt satisfied. He calmly looked at her and said, "It is here." Just as he had predicted, she was worried about being discovered and clicked her tongue softly. She leaned close to his face with a sly smile. "Keep your portion for now. Next time I will savor it." Xing looked at her without showing the slightest fear. The Flame Demon God sighed, truly ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. After that, she retracted her two mutated arms and returned to her normal form. The person who appeared was Eli. She immediately asked, "Captain Xing of Nanhua, why are you here?" Xing replied somewhat awkwardly, "Greetings, Senior Purifier Eli. I came to pick up a teammate who once said she would join another team. It is her." Eli was astonished. She went with the Rose team and was not on the wind-resistant vehicle. "Why is your team member with another team and even arranged to meet in the forest like this?" Eli landed on the ground, her gaze full of suspicion. "You did not do this intentionally, did you?" Hearing this, he stammered, "She and I once had a misunderstanding. This young lady got angry and joined the Rose team. I am apologizing now." "Apologizing should be done in a secluded place. I am also uncomfortable in crowded areas. The Rose team is not as straightforward as our team." The young lady could not endure it and got off the vehicle to call me to pick her up. "Right, Gong Xiaoni." Flame Demon God paused before saying, "Ah, that is right, but I feel our team is somewhat tired. The Rose team seems more stable." That statement left Xing and he lay momentarily stunned. Xiaonai continued, "If the team is tired, then you men must work harder. Otherwise, you will not be able to keep female members." Xiaonai consciousness realized that her body was being controlled by the Flame Demon God as she left. Xiaonai said goodbye with reluctance. I will wait for you to become more steadfast. Watching her figure gradually disappear, he felt regretful. It was difficult to meet again, yet it ended with such a strange conversation. But rest assured, I will grow stronger and bring you back. Eli adjusted her glasses and revealed a mischievous smile. Do you think I would believe that? Ning Kun felt guilty and hurriedly stepped back. Of course Senior would believe it. As he spoke, he ran off. Thank you for tonight. The forest suddenly catching fire shows that your Bin City fire prevention is not good enough. You need to work harder. Tianxing also arrived. Unfortunately, they did not capture the ground dragon. He asked Eli what happened. She analyzed that he went missing and then the ground dragon appeared, followed by the abnormal forest fire. Nan Yue competition team secretly arranged to meet someone not from their team in this forest. There must be some connection. Time passed quickly. 1 week later, the first preliminary round of the Supernova began with 358 teams. Arena number 3, Nanyue Doomsday Mars faced Shanyu City New Super Search. Zhao Sheng was bewildered. Boss, you are not joking, right? This is the Supernova, the national tournament for transcendental students. Such an important competition, yet we are only 2 weak students. Our total transcendental gene is only about 80%. Xing Kun glanced over. Where is Xiao Yu? It takes full effort to control her so she does not destroy the equipment. I still have to investigate. If you do not go up, then we can only forfeit. At this point he gave a sly smile. It is fine. Losing will not kill anyone. In short, I will leave it to you. Believe in yourselves. Then Xing Kun hurriedly left. Chief referee shouted loudly, Team Doomsday Mars, if you do not enter the arena you will be declared defeated. Zhao Sheng was startled and responded while running up, we are coming. The referee was surprised. Nanyue only has 2 people. Xiao Tao answered awkwardly, yes. Other contestants were dissatisfied. Only 2 people and not even carrying weapons. Who are you looking down on? So what if they were top 3 last time? They must be taught a lesson. Zhao Sheng tilted his head and whispered, Xiao Tao, boss trusts us. It will definitely be fine, let us go. A walking Xing Kun calculated. The preliminaries last 2 days divided into 16 arenas. Each arena has 6 matches per day. The catastrophe of Starfall cannot coincide with the opening. At least not in this first round arena, but Bin City is coastal. Could it be monsters from the sea attacking? That is unreasonable, although the media in the previous life rarely mentioned the catastrophe of Starfall. If sea monsters attacked, then the Bin City purifiers during the competition would not have been caught completely off guard. He wandered around investigating but discovered nothing. He could only temporarily set it aside due to the lack of clues. Thinking this, he licked his lips. Let us see the quality of this monster feast. There is so much food, but humans cannot be eaten. Just watching will suffice. At the same time, he discovered another room. Oh, this place. Inside, the crowd was noisy. The Void City team is truly arrogant, sending only 1 person. Quietly listened to their discussion. If we enter the next round at noon, then the 1-man team of Void City will be our opponent. He intends to fight 1 against 5. It is said he defeated the internal team alone to obtain the spot. He is the demonic child recently found by the Wen family. Xing Kun looked at that solitary figure. Whispers surrounded him. The demonic child. At 5 years old, he accidentally used transcendental power, causing his parents misfortune. He thought to himself, this person exudes a dangerous aura like Jian Shu Qing, attractive yet poisonous. Could the catastrophe of Starfall be related? According to rumors, he awakened transcendental power at 5 years old. Just how high is his gene? It is said he disappeared afterward and was only recently found by the Wen family in Fragrant City, but his index has not been announced. Referee asked again, you choose to fight quickly. I do not understand why Void City only sent you alone. You can choose 1-on-1 for 5 matches best of 3. When Wang replied no need, a quick fight is faster. Everyone was stunned. Faster. They thought he was too arrogant. The opposing group rushed forward, appearing aggressive. The referee shouted, I have not yet announced the start. And Wang lowered his gaze. Then he raised it, a trace of cold sharpness flashing. Yet his body had not moved at all. Those people had already collapsed onto the ground, their limbs twitching. The referee was astonished. Before he could finish speaking, they were already defeated. When Wang asked indifferently, may I leave now, the referee was flustered. She steadied herself and announced the 1-man team of Void City Victoria. The audience was shaken. His strength far exceeded the rumors. No one saw clearly the move just now. What is his transcendental gene percentage? Even more terrifying than the child who once had the highest gene, exceeding 90%, would cause mutation. Yet mental type transcendence rarely surpass that threshold. Could it be the theory of ultimate power? Xing Kun thought to himself, this person is as attractive as a dangerous delicacy. Following him might uncover clues about the catastrophe of Starfall. Suddenly, when Wang stood before Xing Kun, people around whispered in fear, would he make an impression or cause trouble? The one who caused his parents misfortune at 5 years old would surely not hesitate to act. Van bluntly exposed him. Are you planning to cling to me? Do you think I am so attractive that you want to devour me? The crowd hurriedly stepped back. Heavens, it is rumored that Van can read minds. Could he really be reading thoughts? What is this talk about being delicious and eaten? It sounds terrifying, truly perverted, and enough to give people goosebumps. Hearing this, Xing Kun's face darkened. Do not slander me like that. How did I become a monster that specializes in eating people? Van asked in confusion. For the past few days there has always been a voice wanting to devour me. Was it you? Hearing that, Xing Kun fell into thought, a voice that always wanted to eat him. At that moment a voice called out, Van, do not hesitate anymore. After the competition returned to the hotel, the crowd whispered that it was the team instructor of Husao City. That helmet looked quite strange. Van immediately replied yes. Xing Kun looked on and thought that if he could truly read minds, then could that voice be the flame demon god. But she had only appeared last night, while he said he had heard it several days earlier. Only monsters crave superhumans. Van was likely an important link to uncover the truth behind the falling star disaster. On Xiao Tao's side, the referee asked whether the siblings chose a team battle or another format. Xiao Tao quickly answered, solo, we choose solo. Zhao Sheng was still hesitating. When I choose. He stepped forward to stop him. Let me fight first, I am better at defense. You take the chance to observe and find weaknesses. At least we must win one match and cannot suffer such a crushing defeat. In the end he nodded, all right, but be careful. The referee announced that Team Starlight Doomsday Nam and Gaiet would face Team Q Thur Thap Sun Man. The match began. Xiao Tao thought to herself that she had once dreamed of awakening as a superhuman to change her fate. But she had never imagined following a captain capable of controlling monster genes. Now that things had come to this, the future was clear. She would continue to stand side by side with her big brother. She also never expected to stand on the supernova stage representing the nation's geniuses. The opponent rushed forward and introduced himself as a wind-type superhuman, saying he had heard all of their plans. You intend to let your teammate find my weakness before making a move to defeat me? Have you not even grasped the competition rules? After defeating you, we are still allowed to switch members. I do not understand what Nam and Gaiet was thinking this year with such poor quality. When we drew lots against you we were nervous. Now we only feel disappointed. Outside, the blonde man sneered that Xing Kun's participation was entirely through the back door, even using Nam and Gaiet's honor as a joke. Sending 2 reserve students to compete was truly laughable. Fortunately, we left Nam and Gaiet for Hoa Hong, otherwise we would have been embarrassed along with them. The Nam and Gaiet Academy must be extremely furious, once ranked in the top 3 last season, and now at risk of being eliminated in the very first round. The opponent continuously unleashed Whirlwind Stellar Chart, and the Wind Blade Greatsword swept low toward Xiao Tao. He aggressively closed in. Is this the genius representative of Nam and Gaiet who only knows how to evade? Or is it that you have no one left and sent weaklings to take the beating? Xiao Tao thought it was truly ridiculous. He calmly retreated, because she felt his sword trajectory was far too slow. Compared to Xing Kun's attacks, it was far inferior. The monster genes within our bodies, even though only half awakened, were enough to bring our physique close to that of a first-level monster. Even so, there was still a large gap compared to senior sister 2-2, but Xing Kun had already helped me progress to this extent. Thanks to the monster genes, her recovery ability was extremely fast. Xiao Tao told herself to persevere. They did not dare to strike too harshly. Therefore, every training session they exerted their full strength, proving it was not mere words. Now I no longer need to evade as before, I only need to find an opening among the chaotic wind attacks. Although his energy is greater, it lacks stability, and I actually find it rather effortless. She began to doubt whether her opponent was truly a supernova genius. Perhaps we have truly transformed. Thinking this, Xiao Tao raised her hand. She deployed the Vine Stellar Chart, silently calculating that there was no need to recklessly trigger her blood power. She decided to try basic vines first, and immediately roots shot out from her hand. The opponent was momentarily stunned, clearly having greatly underestimated Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao spoke, sorry, but you are truly slow. Now it is my turn. He was astonished. Slow. She added that it had been a long time since she had truly fought using superhuman abilities, and she was unsure how far her strength had reached. Having been stimulated by Xing Kun's monster genes for so long it should have increased somewhat. The referee prepared to announce the result. ManhwaCapped Superhuman Academy's Team Starlight Doomsday won. Realizing she had gone a bit too far, she hurriedly apologized. Xiao Tao was still dazed. Brother, I finally won. Zhao Sheng cheered. Little sister, you were amazing. She blushed and told him to be quiet. The young man lay sprawled on the floor. Captain, I lost. The other side replied, it is all right, you did your best. They still deserve the title of ManhwaCapped geniuses. Perhaps they said this intentionally to make us careless. Let me handle the next match. She is of the wood type and I will definitely win. The blonde man was astonished. How did Xiao Tao become so powerful from an unknown figure? Wu Yin was also doubtful about when they had improved. During the last practice session I still saw them far inferior, yet now the gap has widened. He must have received a large amount of resources from Xing Kun. That must be it. No matter, I have Fan Thieu backing me. In the future I will also accelerate and surpass them. The referee asked whether Team Starlight Doomsday ManhwaCapped wished to switch members, noting that anyone who had been substituted would not be allowed to compete again. Xiao Tao replied that she would continue. The opposing captain snorted coldly. Even if you are considered a genius, this match will not be easy for us to lose. For the honor of Sun Man City, we have devoted immense effort over the past 3 years. I will defeat you to prove everything. My attribute completely counters yours. You cannot keep winning forever. Xiao Tao stood there calmly and softly called out Vine. The captain shouted that ManhwaCapped was too arrogant. Sending few members onto the field made them easily suppressed by attributes. She recalled Xing Kun's words, keep going, the future is even more terrifying than imagined. I want you to grow and find your own way of fighting. Can you do it? That is right, you are very special. The foreign monster genes within your bodies exceed your original superhuman gene. Even I cannot predict how your bodies will transform. If anything happens, do not panic. Surrounded by flames, Xiao Tao asked herself what her own fighting style was. Should I use peach blood flower? No, I cannot continue to act so recklessly. She closed her eyes amid the sea of fire, saying that she did not want to only know how to evade. Her legs gradually steadied, as she resolved that she too must change. Danger needed to be stopped at its root. The opposing captain began to feel uneasy. Boots suddenly emerged behind him, startling him, an attack from below. His back was covered in flames which he thought impossible to penetrate, yet the vines bypassed every flame. He widened his eyes in disbelief. His fire wings should have blocked her vision. How could she predict so accurately? His breathing became rapid. Could it be the life element? Was she about to reach the 4-star threshold? Vines not only avoided the fire wings, but also carried toxicity. The referee loudly announced that Team Starlight Doomsday ManhwaCapped had won the second match. Seeing their captain knocked away, the pink-haired girl anxiously called out to him. She angrily requested to participate in the next match. I am also of the fire type. The captain hurriedly stopped San and told her to wait. He warned her to be careful of the opponent's vines. Once entangled, it would be difficult to escape. San gritted her teeth and said she would pay attention. Even at great cost, she had to win this round. Xiao Tao was stunned as the monster genes hidden deep within her body transformed again, and the vines sprouted small thorns not belonging to superhuman ability. She was even more astonished when the vines wrapped around the opponent, and a feeling of wanting to devour surged within her. As soon as San entered the arena, she gritted her teeth and unleashed blazing fire, charging straight toward Xiao Tao. Xiao Tao's expression became unusual, as she sensed a strangely alluring scent emanating from her opponent. Beneath the ground, her vines grew densely. They tightly bound San, terrifying her. Have the vines transformed? This is the true power. My flames cannot burn them. They are no longer ordinary vines. The referee and Zhao Sheng simultaneously realized something was wrong. Both cried out that something was amiss. Zhao Sheng anxiously shouted, Xiao Tao, wake up quickly. Xiao Tao turned around in confusion and asked what was wrong. Zhao Sheng panicked and told her to look. Something was not right over there. Seeing the girl about to collapse, he hurriedly told her to retract the tentacles. San trembled as she said, I can see. Only then did Xiao Tao come to her senses. Seeing her miserable opponent, she stammered an apology. The referee raised his familiar voice to announce that the Team Firestar Doomsday South had won the first round. Zhao Sheng marveled at how amazing her tentacles were. Xiao Tao blushed and told him to speak more quietly. The referee congratulated Nam and Gaiet on advancing, announcing that the next match would be more difficult and hoping they would prepare well. While Xiao Tao was still dazed, Tutu came to congratulate them. She humbly thanked her senior sister for the training, making everyone around secretly admire Nam and Gaiet. San San blushed as she approached, calling her the Tentacle Queen and wishing Nam and Gaiet to win the Supernova title. Xiao Tao was embarrassed by that nickname, while Zhao Sheng excitedly said it sounded very cool. She still asked in disbelief if they were calling her. Her unintentional aura made San San even more flustered as she hurriedly waved her hand. On the way back, Zhao Sheng kept praising that only Xiao Tao stood out the most. She pouted while he said he wished he also had such a majestic title. She blushed and told him to take that title himself. Zhao Sheng innocently asked how his ability resembled tentacles, making her angrily tell him to shut up. Tutu opened the door and announced that Xing Kun had returned earlier. The group quickly went in to report the advancement. Upon entering the room, they saw him carrying a tightly bound person and greeting everyone. Xing Kun introduced that person as Wen Wang, the only contestant from Su Chang. He pointed at the blood on his collar and said bringing him back was not easy. Tutu asked in surprise whether bringing a contestant back was appropriate. Xiao Yu calmly believed he must have a plan. Xing Kun explained that the enemy was very cunning, hiding and waiting for an opportunity, and their whereabouts were still unknown. But he knew Wen Wang was a valuable bait that even the enemy desired. Since they could not find the hidden enemy, they would seize his bait to force him to reveal himself and then deal with him step by step. Seeing Wen Wang stir, Xing Kun remarked that a mental-type transcendent indeed had strong willpower and intended to give him another blow to be sure. Wen Wang woke up confused, not understanding why he was here, and remembered that he had been unable to defeat Xing Kun. Earlier on the road, Wen Wang warned Tiu Lam that someone was following them, causing him to be startled. He said he heard a voice craving to eat him. While Xing Kun was hiding, Tiu Lam reminded that they had already checked all the suspects. Finding nothing, Tiu Lam believed Wen Wang hearing inner voices made him disoriented and prone to auditory hallucinations like hearing his deceased mother. He advised him to discard distracting thoughts and focus on the competition, as entering the top 3 would grant his wish. Wen Wang replied that he needed nothing else, except reducing the amount of life essence consumed each month. Tiu Lam said that was not something he needed to worry about. He should think for himself because happiness comes from within. He told Wen Wang to rest in order to prepare well for the match. Seeing him hesitate at the door, Tiu Lam asked if something was wrong. Wen Wang replied that it was nothing. But in his heart, he knew the hallucinated sound had followed him and was sighing. He thought this house hid more than a dozen monsters, and he was like prey among beasts. Wen Wang said the voice wanted to eat him. Tiu Lam told him it was only auditory hallucination. Wen Wang said that voice had just made a decision. Tiu Lam had not yet understood. As soon as he finished speaking, he was dragged away. Tiu Lam panicked and called his name. Xing Kun, who was invisible at that time, directly pulled Wen Wang far away. Wen Wang angrily asked why everyone except Tiu Lam would not spare him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as his spirit erupted violently. Seeing this, Xing Kun inwardly lamented that the situation was not good. He realized that this time was completely different from the previous 2 eruptions. The power of this strike nearly carried the pressure of a monster lord. Xing Kun revealed himself and said Wen Wang was the first person to injure him. Wen Wang asked in shock if he was the one who wanted to eat him in the arena and who was behind it. Xing Kun replied that wanting to eat him did not mean breaking the rules, and that he only wished to save him from the monster's lair. Wen Wang did not believe him, thinking to himself that Xing Kun was the first person to be struck by mental explosion and still remain conscious. Xing Kun mocked his weak combat skills, suddenly causing Wen Wang to feel a hard object pressing against him. Xing Kun urged him to leave quickly to avoid trouble, while Wen Wang still wondered where the sword had appeared from. Xing Kun explained that concentrating extraordinary power onto the skin could block spiritual perception, similar to his teacher's helmet. Hearing this, Wen Wang became worried about Xiao Lam. He said Xiao Lam was only injured on the face and thus wore the helmet, while Xing Kun admitted he did not have enough power to completely resist mental explosion. Xing Kun suspected that Xiao Lam carried the scent of monsters and had connections with them. Wen Wang refuted that Xiao Lam had never feared mind reading, and at that moment the monsters suddenly rushed in. The 2 were surrounded. Xing Kun sighed that he had already said they would be caught up with. Pulled Wen Wang back as there was no other choice. When Wang suddenly realized that Xiao Lam's helmet had a problem, Xing Kun also noticed his eye. Pale white pupils might have been caused by excessive mental concentration, leading to mutation. Xing Kun's inner thoughts screamed that this was bad. He observed and concluded that monsters also possessed minds, so when Wang's attack struck directly at that aspect, monsters retreated because those below level 4 could not resist such powerful mental attacks, even though Wen Wang was only 4-star. He was the nemesis of monsters, and if they were aware of this, they would not allow him to advance to 5 or 6 stars. Xing Kun patted Wen Wang on the shoulder, realizing that his value was far greater than imagined. He speculated that the forces behind the scenes were waiting for the right moment, wondering how they would react if he seized the prey first. Elsewhere, a voice reproached Lai Lam for failing to keep hold of a single person and threatened his daughter's life. Lai Lam panicked and asked whether the voice that wanted to eat when Wang earlier did not belong to him. The voice scolded him as foolish. Lai Lam pleaded for the helmet not to be destroyed and promised to personally deliver when Wang back. Flame Demon God appeared, introducing himself and stating that he knew who had taken the prey. She proposed cooperation even though they were not subordinates, as she had assumed. Turning to the present, Xing Kun once again knocked Wen Wang unconscious and called for Xiao Tao. He instructed her to find a room, tie him up securely, and concentrate power on his head to prevent him from waking. Xiao Tao nodded and complied. Xing Kun predicted that there would be major upheavals tonight and worried that their current strength was insufficient. Tu asked what they should do. He replied calmly to call the police. Immediately someone shouted to call the police. Yan Xing warned the Spark Squad to exercise restraint. Xing Kun stepped forward to advise calmness, mentioning that Shangyuan Kui was his teacher and that Tian Xing was of equal standing, thus he should be regarded as a senior. He looked at Xiao Yu and said that tonight she might complete half of the star map and would need the senior's guidance. Tian Xing turned away. Xing Kun called out asking whether he did not wish to witness the power of the world's strongest lightning element and possibly learn from it to advance to 5 stars. Hearing this, his expression darkened as he realized that Xing Kun's reputation was not undeserved. Zhao Sheng looked at the bound Wen Wang and wondered whether he was so fragrant that monsters wished to raise him for consumption. Xing Kun explained that his monster gene had not fully awakened, so he had not yet revealed a scent like that of Keen Thurthan, but his ability could restrain monsters. He wondered why they did not eat him immediately but instead chose to nurture him, perhaps to make him stronger, or maybe he was poisonous. After saying this, he stared intently at Wen Wang as if considering a particularly special dish. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked around and said, "All right, let us discuss the battle plan." Xing Kun quickly summarized, "The flame demon seed has moved from Nam and Gayat to Bin City. There must be someone behind it similar to the flame demon god, perhaps even more dangerous. I have snatched the prey he had not yet devoured. My objective is to disrupt their entire arrangement and force the mastermind to reveal himself, but the risk is extremely high. The flame demon god may join forces with that person to come after us. Therefore, we will keep the strongest combat force of Bin City here. That person is Tian Xing." Continued, "He will be our shield. Senior Tu will assist Li Tianxing tonight to guard against a surprise attack from the flame demon god. Do not underestimate him or you will pay the price. Ye Dao and Zhao Sheng will watch over the hostage. Prioritize everyone's safety. If it truly cannot be maintained, then deal with the hostage." Tu nodded resolutely. "I am ready, just waiting for a major battle." Zhao Sheng also said, "I have been mentally prepared for a long time." Gave a wry smile. "No need to be so tragic." Tu said, "I am only 4-star. Zhao Sheng added, "I am 3-star. Xing Kun immediately objected, "Why make yourselves appear as the weaker side? We must increase the difficulty for the opponent and buy time. No matter what traps they set, their ultimate target is all the extraordinary geniuses of Hua Zia. If they are exposed too early tonight, they will withdraw. Their banquet will collapse. Tonight is not the time for them to reveal themselves, so we must keep enough spectators so they dare not unleash their full strength. Boundary between hunter and prey has always been blurred. If they truly appear tonight, it is not certain they will not have to pay the price." Zhao Sheng said, "No matter what, I will risk it." Tu followed, "I will too." Xing Kun's face darkened as they still did not understand despite his explanation. Finally, he sighed, "Fine then." The meeting ended. Zhao Sheng turned to his younger sister, "Xiao Tao, we can do this." Seeing her staring intently at Wen Wang, he called out in surprise, "Xiao Tao." She remained motionless, which made him worried, and he asked if something was wrong. Xiao Tao stammered, "Oh." She looked at Wen Wang and licked her lips. I am about to be mesmerized by it. At that moment when Wang woke up, their eyes met at an extremely close distance. Xiao Tao was startled, thinking her strange demeanor had been exposed, when Wang let out a soft sound of surprise. The vines sprouted even more wildly. It seemed Xiao Tao had almost lost control. She thought to herself, if this continues, what will I become? Perhaps I should destroy everything. Zhao Sheng teased, are you starting to train in the Tentacle Queen style? I am about to suffocate. You have been testing your own brother quite a lot lately. Tianxing stepped forward and asked, you gathered secretly without letting me come up. What are you hiding above? Xing Kun replied, that is right. We captured another contestant and tied him up there. Tianxing stared, tonight my presence here listening to your discussion is truly unnecessary. Xing Kun hurriedly said, Senior Tianxing, please wait. The new dean asked you to take care of us. We cannot do without you. Please give us guidance on breaking through the lightning element star map. Tianxing frowned. Out of respect for the dean, I will stay a little longer. Xing Kun smiled bitterly. Many thanks, Senior. Turn to Xiao. No matter how high the gene is, it is not completely immune to lightning. Training outdoors can easily attract it. My eyes were once damaged by heavenly lightning, although it allowed me to comprehend the element of light. Tonight the weather is good, so it should not attract heavenly lightning, but you must be careful. If you draw too much electricity from the power station, its power will be nearly equal to heavenly light. Xiao Yu smiled. I understand. Let us begin. She closed her eyes and circulated her internal energy. The energy immediately began to flow. A massive bolt of lightning descended from the sky like a waterfall pouring toward them. Tianxing was stunned. I told you to be careful. This power source is from the power station. From now on, all the electricity generated is being diverted by you. When you withstand such terrifying voltage, not only the entire city, but even the area around Bin City will lose power. Tianxing looked at Xing Kun, who remained calm and was startled. Wait. Realize this is my villa where I cultivate. Tonight's blackout will be blamed entirely on me. So keeping me here was to make me take the blame. Afterwards, Tianxing closed his eyes. Since I have promised, I will help to the end. I also want to see how far the lightning extraordinary with the highest gene in the world can reach. Half a step to the lightning god. He said, cultivating the star map is nurturing an elemental life just as I nurture the heavenly blade. Since you also possess your own elemental life, release it. Xiao Yu asked here. He replied, it must be released to truly shine. Why fly upward? For someone who has just cultivated an elemental life, it is already impressive. Are you afraid it will destroy my villa? Tianxing muttered, I wonder if her elemental life is even the size of a fist yet. Her power quickly formed a large circle and had already reached 50% of the star level. Xiao Yu said, it is still not high enough. Sorry, Senior, it may damage the roof. She said she would fly a little higher. Tianxing thought, although it is not yet complete. But this is already a domain form. Those who cultivate from the star level can create a simple domain. The scene before him left him so astonished that he was speechless. He saw countless elemental lives flying like a school of fish, their number unbelievably vast, densely filled with lightning. It is said that genes exceeding 90% will awaken a special ability. Could hers be infinity? And she is currently only at 50% of the star level. If she completes the star level, she could become the first 5-star extraordinary of Huazia, even of the world. This talent is truly astonishing. From afar a cold and sinister voice resounded, she must die. The flame demon god sneered, I did not expect someone to want her dead, even more than I do. They caused such a huge commotion before taking action. The entire city has lost power. That enormous domain, other extraordinary individuals will soon arrive. That person is certainly not ordinary. That voice replied, I will handle the minor matters. You go and kill that lightning extraordinary to reclaim the royal authority. I will retrieve my share of the meal. At the crucial moment, I will blind everyone, the flame demon god said with satisfaction. Good. Old memories resurfaced when Xing Kun and Xiao Yu were still young. He pushed a notebook toward her and told her to take it. Teased, last time I put a cockroach in your shoe. Your expression was exactly like this drawing. Even after growing up, you still tease like that. Xiao Yu angrily said, Wang Ba Xing, get lost. You dare to draw in my book. Xing Kun laughed, who told you to stay up late scrolling on your phone last night? This stingray looks just like you dozing off in class. Xiao Yu criticized the drawing as terribly ugly. No improvement after so many years. Xing Kun said, I even colored it. Returning to the present, Xiao Yu looked at the flying elemental lives and sighed in relief. Releasing them truly felt more comfortable. Tianxing said, you can familiarize yourself first and then continue absorbing lightning. She replied, there is no need, I can continue. Your talent is truly unparalleled. He advised, as a senior you have become extraordinary for less than a month, yet have reached the 4-star standard. When you accumulate enough at the 4-star level you may become the first 5-star in history, but you are too hasty. Your foundation is not yet stable and you are exhausting your potential to accelerate. The lightning element is extremely domineering. Your body must be numb. I advise you to stabilize step by step. Yu shook her head. I am still not fast enough. She thought she must become stronger quickly, and could not let Xing bear everything alone. Next she had to properly control the star particle domain, and then create something even greater. Tianxing shook his head. Young people are indeed impatient. He looked at Tutu and asked, why do you look as if you are about to face a formidable enemy? This is your first time protecting a junior, so what is there to worry about? This is my territory, Li Tianxing. Even if someone comes, few would be my opponent. With you here as well there is even less to fear. Tutu suddenly said, they have arrived. Tianxing was surprised. Someone truly dares to come. Is she your teammate? Seeing that your team has a tentacle queen, does she want to join? Before he could finish, Tutu shouted, be careful. She immediately activated wind movement and attacked, allowing Tianxing to escape danger. He exclaimed in shock, how does she have a monster arm? Yu was determined not to let anyone obstruct her advancement. Tutu shouted, flame demon god, are you not afraid of exposing your identity? She thought there should have been many people arriving, so why was it so quiet? Could Xing plan have failed? Tianxing was stunned. Is she a monster? He sneered, kill everyone here, and no one will know. That voice echoed, flame demon god, refrain from using overly powerful moves for now. I will establish an illusion domain to prevent outsiders from entering. If you unleash too much fire it may shatter the illusion. Outside everyone was led astray. Why do we keep walking without reaching the light? Have we lost our way? Tianxing charged forward and shouted, whether you are human or monster, daring to act here means you must pay the price. He circulated his internal energy, drew his sword, and unleashed the heavenly blade star map. Lightning slash struck, but in an instant the weapon shattered. Tianxing was horrified. My sword. That arm swept across once again. Tianxing thought to himself, if it is a monster, what rank could it be? Tutu rushed forward and shouted, Senior Li Tianxing, be careful. She is very strong, we are not her opponent. Tianxing was astonished that power even produced sonic waves. Seeing him still charging ahead, Tutu hurriedly stopped him. Senior, do not be reckless. Tianxing said disdainfully, humans should have long eradicated monsters and brought them under control. The fire demon god laughed arrogantly, scorning the insignificant humans. This world is far more vast and complex than anything you have ever imagined. Senior, your blade has already broken, Tianxing spoke. It was merely a medium carrying my life element to reduce consumption. My true destructive power has never resided in that blade, but in what I have secretly cultivated for many years. Having said that, he roared two words, Heart Thunder Blade. Instantly, a flash of light appeared, condensing into a dazzling long blade. Tianxing used Heavenly Thunder Slash to block the Fire Demon God's attack, while I also rushed forward to assist. The Fire Demon God merely curled his lips slightly, disdainfully raising a hand to flick the blade. Tianxing was horrified. The opponent was far too terrifying. With just a flick of a finger, the Heart Thunder Blade shattered. Humans once fantasized about controlling the world, yet it turned out to be nothing but a joke. He tightened his grip on his hand and sneered, in the end, you are merely our food. No matter how powerful the dish is, it will ultimately lie on the kitchen table. Seeing the danger, Tutu circulated her inner energy and unleashed the 8th level Great Gale, immediately relieving Tianxing. She anxiously said she could not always save him in time and asked him not to act recklessly, while Tianxing realized that just one squeeze had already cracked his wrist. Yet he still gritted his teeth and told himself that he must never retreat. Yu is advancing within my territory. I must protect her to the very end. Yu worriedly wanted to join the battle, but Tianxing stopped her. She must stabilize at least 50% of the magnetic star, otherwise she would lose control of the domain and even lose all lightning power. The effort accumulated over so long would vanish. Rest assured, I am still the thunder god of Bin City. If you are disturbed and I fall helplessly, what then? After saying this, he drew his sword. Xing stepped forward behind him, unable to help but sigh in admiration. Senior Li, you truly are a man of righteousness, casually tossing away the torn sleeve. Why not treat your left-hand injury first? I will hold the line for now. Tianxing worried about the opponent's unknown level and told Tutu not to pull her away. Upon seeing him, the fire demon god grinned wickedly. Traitor, how has your body changed like this? He looked again and asked, what happened to your body? Why can I no longer sense the aura of Hoa Di? Has your monster body grown stronger again? As soon as the words fell, he attacked simultaneously. Xing Kun smiled faintly and circulated his inner energy to counter. What is so strange about that? Do not also refrain from using fire flames recklessly. He secretly grew cautious upon seeing his arm continuously strengthen to nearly match his own. Even without much recovery, he was still a level 5 monster, while Xing Kun was only level 4 yet completely different from others. His evolution completely defied conventional laws. He coldly declared that he would reclaim his royal authority and dissect him to see what lay inside. Xing Kun remained silent, his icy gaze telling him to try, then summoned a new move called Dark Bone. The fire demon god was shocked as the move pierced through his monster body. He clenched his hand and grinned slyly. You are indeed troublesome, but as a monster you are still inexperienced. Let me take a closer look at what makes you different. I sense no fire aura at all. Could it be hidden deep within your body? Suddenly spikes sprouted from his arm and shot straight toward Ada, startling the fire demon god. Xing Kun proudly shouted multi-layered bone spike assault. Instantly his body was covered in spikes like a hedgehog. Flung him forcefully into the air. At this moment, the fire demon god was nothing more than a suspended target. Xing Kun hurled him toward a distant rooftop. A thunderous impact echoed. Without giving him any rest, he immediately chased after and continued the assault, astonishing him with that bizarre body. Xing Kun responded disdainfully, "Your curiosity is a bit excessive." He interrupted, "Before dining, one must examine the ingredients. Just one arm has transformed into a monster body like that. Even so, it is not much stronger." Saying this, he launched an attack that caused the ground beneath him to explode loudly. Tutu anxiously asked whether the villa was expensive, and if they shared the cost would they ever finish paying in a lifetime, but then her attention shifted to Xing Kun's condition. He could fight a monster barehanded. What kind of transcendent was he, or was he inherently a monster? Thinking about it, none of you from Nam and Gayat are normal. If we survive today, you must explain later. Xing Kun loudly reminded them to stop chatting and focus on judging him. Tutu nodded seriously, and Tianxing also temporarily trusted them. Two coordinated to unleash Wind Blade and Thunder Blade, striking straight at the fire demon god. He did not even turn around, merely snorting in disdain. "Do not block my path." After saying this, he swung his monster arm backward to counterattack. The arm instantly transformed into countless long tentacles, sweeping across. Tutu and Tianxing were struck, blood staining the ground red. He gleefully said he would soon uncover the secret of his body's transformation to replicate it. An evil voice echoed, ordering to prioritize eliminating the lightning user. He refused to listen. "Who I kill is my right. You are not qualified to command me." But that voice insisted on eliminating her first. If she is allowed to advance peacefully. Before the sentence finished, a strange light shone forth, leaving him stunned. Tutu exclaimed that it was Xiaoyu's Xing Kun barrier. It caused no destruction to the surrounding. Tianxing said she had stabilized 50%. The image of a giant fish appeared around her. The evil voice grew uneasy before that power. "It might even shatter my illusion domain." The fish lifted the two of them and flew close to Xiaoyu. Xing Kun explained that a 4-star transcendent can choose attack targets. For Xiaoyu, that energy station was like a grand feast, and she was already half full. He looked at the fire demon god with disdain. "You monsters. Prepare to witness the descent of the thunder god." Xiaoyu quietly clenched her fist and shouted burst. Instantly, furious lightning descended, the sky trembling violently. The fire demon god fell straight from above, unable to suppress a howl. Even so, he remained arrogant. "That power is not enough to harm me." But Xing Kun had already launched a silent ambush from behind. He turned and used his chest to block the strike, sneering that a sneak attack was useless. However, the sudden shift in energy startled the fire demon god. Xiaoyu coldly explained that within the range of her star imprisonment domain, it can summon lightning and great white sharks at will. Immediately a massive maw opened wide. Xiaoyu's shark swallowed the fire demon god whole, as if he had never existed. A strange voice panicked, reporting that the illusion domain was under attack. The fire demon god raged, "I do not care what you are waiting for. This is a critical moment. Hand it over to me quickly." The shark began to tremble abnormally. He frowned and shouted to cover their eyes. "Double-layered illusion domain." That voice warned there were 10 minutes left or 3 more uses of fire flames. He roared that it was enough. Xing Kun frowned and looked around. "What is happening? This is truly abnormal." In a dark corner, Tiu Lam called out to the demon lord. The voice replied there was no need for caution. No one could see now. Proceed with the new plan. The demon lord ordered to kill. Tiu Lam panicked and said he could not do it. Demon replied there was no need to act directly, just disrupt his mind. As a teacher and psychologist, he should know his weaknesses well. Originally planning to wait until he was exhausted in the supernova battle before acting, but now the demon interrupted and told him to proceed. Tiu Lam opened the door and acknowledged the order. Upon entering, he saw Zhao Sheng with blood-red eyes, fiercely throwing a punch. The demon reassured him not to be afraid. In their eyes, everything was merely an illusion created by me. I can make them see any illusion. Xiao Tao shouted angrily, don't bother with the usual exercises now. Change and go handle the sharp-edged showy mission today. Demon continued, to humans normalcy brings peace. Next, whatever you do, those weak superhumans won't notice. Seeing the boy squeezed tight, the demon laughed coldly, always making others uncomfortable wherever he goes, then immediately ordered an attack. Little Lamb trembled, clutching tightly, guilt weighing on him. When Wang, sorry, you know Lamb is everything to me. Young man, finally you waited for me to come here. Look, I have arrived. You once said I pulled you from darkness, so naive. A few pages of encouragement is all it takes to understand. He swung decisively downward. Sorry, my daughter. I can only personally push you back to the gloom. Golden spear touched the vine. Xiao Tao immediately sensed the anomaly, leaving Little Lamb stunned. Seeing the weapon wrap, he was secretly terrified. Could these vines be finding targets on their own? She looked blankly strange. Something seemed to move in the vines. Zhao Sheng wondered if the hostage resisted. Xiao Tao awkwardly replied perhaps, then he will increase the pressure. Little Lamb panicked. They even drained my superhuman energy, elemental life. The pale student of Nam and Gayat turns out to be a 4-star superhuman. The vines immediately bound him tight. Little Lamb looked at the young man before him, silently cursing, Diamond District trouble when Wang has awakened. When Wang asked dazedly, did you want to kill me, Little Lamb, to use me as bait for the monsters? You said we were teacher and student, doctor and patient, even friends. Have you deceived me all along? Why? Demon urged, use this chance to provoke him. Break his spirit. Little Lamb immediately followed. No more words needed. You are a monster that sees the dark corners of the heart. Uncontrolled, you cause disaster. Do you really believe anyone sees you as a friend? I only replaced someone else to raise you as a source. Demon spoke low, unexpectedly. Besides, when Wang, someone else can break my illusion. Fire Flame Demon, why not destroy the Thunder Link first? I cannot penetrate her domain with illusion. It means people here can still see you. Ah, but it doesn't matter. As long as I can cast fire, they are doomed. Nothing can bind me, the demon said proudly. Then take her down first, just break that domain, and those around will be blind and deaf. Fire Flame Demon looked at Xiao Yu with satisfaction. She surely cannot survive. Xing Kun gritted his teeth as flames erupted. The one behind Tin Van Kai Tai struck. Speed was too fast. Xiao Yu silently gasped, terrifying, the horror pressing like a mountain, more intense than any nightmare experience. Sweat poured down. Could it be Xing Kun always bears such tremendous pressure? He immediately summoned energy, determined to resist with him from now on, life or death together. A violent surge of electricity tore straight toward Fire Flame Demon. Yet she remained calm. Fish disintegrated instantly upon Aelin's fire. Fire Flame Demon slightly curled her lips in satisfaction. Yet immediately dozens of other fish swarmed in. She was engulfed by Xiao Yu's electric storm, light flashing everywhere. She was unharmed and laughed arrogantly. No limit. Did she possess infinite electricity? Admittedly, if she grows stronger, she becomes a problem for the monster. Give her another strike, the demon reminded. 2 fire uses left, noisy indeed. Infernal Triflame erupted. Xing Kun could not just watch, he rushed forward. Don't even think about it. Xing Kun hurried, cannot let it explode here, truly reckless. Even though the infernal flame was incomplete, does your mutated body still want to block it? Remained calm, let's see what you can still do. At the same time she rushed to assist. Xing Kun called surprised, Xiao Yu. She frowned, don't forget I'm here too, let's block together. Xing Kun replied okay. Xiao Yu immediately reminded Xing Kun, shrink it. Then her electricity merged with his fire. Those below were astonished. What is that? Like the infernal Triflame from that video years ago. Tu replied, indeed infernal Triflame. Tian Xing sternly, she is a 5-rank monster, not scarier than that male monster, yet those 2 blocked it. Fire Flame Demon sighed, truly a huge expenditure, now even hovering is difficult. Without the 2 tin domain, you will sink into illusions, blind and deaf. Next comes a strike of infernal Triflame. How do you plan to cope? Then a black hole appeared. Xing Kun calculated, isn't she afraid of being exposed? Why fight so recklessly? The observers hadn't seen. Could it be she plans to reveal herself as a 5-rank monster? Though not the best moment for the final battle, no choice remained. Suddenly his body froze, a faint stench, Xiao Yu injured. Memories of the previous life surged, then Xiao Yu had looked at him gently before leaving. Blood on her hand left Xing Kun stunned, heart pounding. His eyes flashed, reason screamed, no one is allowed. I will rewrite this future. His eyes turned black. Fire Flame Demon continued provoking. What can you do against this infernal triflame? Xiao Yu's face turned serious, raising alert, calling Xing Kun. Fire Flame Demon delightedly exclaimed, still able to restart the domain. Like throwing eggs at rocks, Xiao Yu ignored and continued attacking. Seeing her friend silent all this time, Xiao Yu turned worried tin. As soon as she spoke, she froze. He had mutated into a monster. Fire Flame Demon grew cautious, 5-rank aura. He had broken the 5-rank monster boundary. He calmly grabbed the black hole, astonishing her, his monster body stronger, daringly holding the infernal triflame directly. The black circle quickly warped in Xing Kun's hand. Increased force, internal energy erupted accordingly. Xiao Yu stared. Xing Kun coldly suppressed the energy, then reassured, don't be afraid. Immediately a loud explosion, shockwaves spreading everywhere. Xiao Yu said, when the energy erupted I sensed a domain here, now weakening, perhaps because the battle was undetected. He continuously sent electricity there, startling her. He briefly explained, I will personally go handle her. Xiao Yu instructed, must say beforehand, otherwise I won't act. She added, I want to fight her with you, if we act together we share the risk. Xing Kun softly agreed. He signaled with energy, okay, then you prepare. The domain accelerated. Xiao Yu shouted, then gently pushed Xing Kun forward. His speed now extreme, the triumphant smile of Fire Flame Demon vanished. After taking the strike, she was secretly shaken by his monster strength. Stronger than me, Fire Flame Demon sensed in close combat. A fierce blow forced her back, struggling. Xing Kun had improved remarkably. Surrounding her, Xiao Yu's electricity trap. She sighed slightly, hard to maneuver. She told herself, with this body to avoid exposure, I have learned much human knowledge, including knowledge of superhuman power, so no mistake possible. He used superhuman cultivation to strengthen monster power, body deviating from original evolution path. Fire Flame Demon believed if she swallowed him, she could seize that evolutionary path. She smiled sinisterly. Whether from too much study or body influence, I begin to escape the king's control, but royal identity binds me. If I also break the evolutionary milestone like him, I can become the new king and seize my own power. He will be the feast that opens a new life for me. Even if I do not touch the others, he must belong to me. Xiao raised a warning. The flame demon god absolutely cannot unleash the flames a third time, otherwise the illusion domain ahead will shatter as she rushes forward. He added anxiously, even if we act now we may not defeat them, we must retreat. Please give this opportunity to me. I am about to obtain Wen Wang's eyes. When that happens, I can establish an illusion domain that no one can break. You can also unleash your full strength without awakening the slumbering monster king. Be patient for a more perfect feast. The flame demon god growled in irritation. If you fail, I will deal with you first. At that very moment, Xiao Yu's shark rushed forward and swallowed Ada's body whole. Elsewhere, a harsh voice rang out. When Wang, the reborn one with terrifying spiritual power, this is no blessing. It is more like a curse. The very thing that harmed your father, who was once destined to become the head of the Wen family in Sioux City, you are the child of calamity. One relative after another met misfortune. In your childhood you could not distinguish right from wrong, unable to control your power, causing those who displeased you to suffer. The Wen family feared you would bring disaster and decided to eliminate you. Your mother protected you and took you away, yet she ultimately collapsed on the road because of the curse, while you survived that tragedy. She was originally a transcendent with a brilliant future, meant to enjoy lifelong happiness, yet everything was destroyed by your destiny. Your mother's vengeful spirit often appears before you, forcing you to make amends. Even when a kind person adopted you, even when you tried to restrain yourself, they were still implicated by the curse and met with misfortune. When family found you again, they wanted to turn you into a weapon. Ironically, that weapon could destroy us all. To prevent a future filled with vengeful spirits, I decided to act first. You are a solitary star of calamity. You should not exist in this world. I will reclaim this life on behalf of your mother. He struggled and replied, I do not believe brother Xiao Lin thinks that way. I want to see the truth with my own eyes. Li Lin was startled, thinking that even a slight crack in the heart-guarding helmet could no longer block mental intrusion. When Wang said apologetically, I am sorry for secretly looking into your mind, but I have never doubted our feeling. Therefore I must know who is forcing you to do this. She suddenly froze. Brother Xiao Lin, there is a trap in your brain. A cold voice sounded. When Wang, I want to devour you. He recognized that familiar voice. You used brother Xiao Lin's daughter to threaten him. You covet my eyes and spiritual power, but why do you carry such deep hatred? Yao replied, once I absorb you completely you will understand. Outside reality his body remained motionless. The voice continued, the flame demon god can unleash the flames a third time to block them. As long as I get close for a few seconds I will fully seize the power. Ada snorted coldly, it would be best if you can do it, and also gathered his strength. She glanced toward Xing Kun and Xiao Yu and shouted loudly, burn to ashes. Xiao Yu said tensely, the infernal flames are coming again. Xing Kun asked what that was. He looked over and thought to himself a new monster. It is hiding in Bin City, then turned back toward Wen Wang. No matter what it plans it must be stopped. Xing Kun speculated that the flame demon god was stalling for it. The grotesque creature charged forward. Xing Kun warned Tutu to be careful. She was startled and wondered what this thing was. Tutu had no time to think. She gritted her teeth and gathered power. Great hurricane. The monster's mouth suddenly split wide. Its cold sharp fangs opened as if to devour her whole. Tutu panicked. Her lightning demon god and wind were both shattered. A slash of attack cut in to rescue her, forcing the monster to retreat. Li Tianxing flew up and pulled her out of danger. Tutu exclaimed in shock, Senior. He coughed lightly and said, be careful. Facing this thing with any negligence is deadly. Damn it, Bin City actually hid such a monster. A thunderous explosion shook the ground. The monster finally closed in on its target. A cold voice sounded. I have waited a long time for this day when. Zhao Sheng cried out in horror, what is happening? Are they targeting the hostage? The monster's voice rose, the illusion domain is about to collapse and can no longer blind them, but they are only a few insignificant transcendent beings. Zhao Sheng gathered his strength, light enveloped him, blood dragon fury ignites blood. Heaven-piercing cannon, he launched the attack straight at the monster. The massive explosion left Tutu and Tianxing stunned. Said Zhao Sheng, who was underestimated in your team, is stronger than I thought. Quickly think of a way to save them. Tutu nodded. Even after being struck, the monster did not move at all, seemingly unharmed. Instead it opened its mouth to gather power for a counterattack. That voice sounded, has half of the electrical power been drawn away? Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng could not withstand the pressure, and had to retreat while covering their faces. Xing Kun said that is the lightning demon god, it wants to devour Wen Wang. Xiao Yu immediately denied it. I remember the explosion from the star earlier, that domain did not feel like a monster. It is different from your devouring infernal prison or the previous flame demon god, but resembles the domains of mine and senior sister Shangyu Kui, only far stronger. That means the one who created this illusion domain is not a monster but. Xing Kun continued, a human, a 5th-level transcendent who appeared long ago. My star trembled again. Bu Zhu sensed that person is on the back of the lightning demon god. Xiao Yu said if a 5-star transcendent can control monsters, then humanity may not be so easily destroyed. Xing Kun thought to himself that he had been wrong. In his previous life he only saw Nanyue collapse and assumed the whole world was annihilated. Perhaps there are many other hidden powers. As seen today, it is very likely that the stellar calamity in Bin City was caused by a 5-star transcendent. The world is broader than imagined. He suddenly paused. Can a 5-star transcendent also eat people? Switching to Li Lin, he felt as if in a dream, is this my spiritual world? When I am sorry, she replied, I understand that because of Lin Lin you wanted to kill me. She smiled gently, as long as you and Lin Lin are safe it is enough. That voice sounded a child raised with love will grow up kind. Li Lin retreated in panic, Lord Yao. He trembled and said it forced me to do it. I could not resist. If I disobey it can control me to do anything including harming Lin Lin. When Wang was stunned, it is not a monster. Li Lin was shocked, not a monster yet it eats people. When Wang realized the truth, that is my twin sister Wen Yao. A little girl identical to her appeared. Did you think you had forgotten me, dear sister? Old memories flooded back as if from yesterday, she softly called out. How could I forget? When Wang's gaze became resolute. Li Lin realized that Wen Yao had died on the refugee road that year. Could twins of the spiritual system really seize each other's power? Wen Yao smiled faintly and stepped closer, if you still remember. Then prepare yourself. When Wang stood frozen. Wen Yao's eyes flashed with killing intent. A blood debt must be repaid with life. Memories of the past echoed with fierce pursuit. Two sisters were still young then, trembling as they called for their mother. The woman suddenly ran away, only managing to say sorry. Wen Yao stared blankly as her mother carried her younger brother far away. The pursuers arrived shouting as they searched. The little girl could only sit there calling for her mother in despair. Wen Yao endured endless torment. The villains discussed keeping her alive under the family's orders. They blindfolded her and said only the brain was needed, other injuries did not matter. In the end, when Yao threw herself into the river to escape the suffering, the pursuers watched helplessly. In that moment she thought she was finally free. It turned out that Van U had used hypnosis to make them believe she had died, but if not for their father back then, the one who truly would have died might have been her. The surge of memories made Wen Yao look at her younger brother with even more irritation. She thought to herself that his life had been preserved by her own hand. A surge of internal energy struck toward Van Van. She coldly stated that their mother and he still owed her, so taking it back today was not excessive. Van Van remained standing still. Wen Yao warned him not to resist because even a single claw of the lightning demon god was enough to end him. Moreover, this was Lai Lam's spiritual world, and any resistance would cause his brain to suffer harm. It would be just like their father and those so-called relatives who once tried to force them into a dead end. His power could shatter every brain here, and at that point Wen Yao let out a mocking laugh. However, Van Van showed no panic. He only looked at his sister with sorrow before calmly replying that if so, she could take it. That reaction left Wen Yao stunned, as she softly exclaimed in surprise. Van Van obediently sat down and said that if doing so would reassure their mother, then she should take everything he had. Wen Yao gritted her teeth and shouted at him not to pretend to be pitiful. She would not fall into his trap. Van Van lowered his head and softly told her to see it for herself. He raised his sincere eyes and recounted that this was his memory from that year. He told how their mother, while fleeing, had been severely injured, and that night she burned with a high fever, murmuring apologies to Wen Yao before gradually growing cold. Before closing her eyes, she instructed that if he survived and met Wen Yao again, he must take it up to the girl, her hand attempting to stroke her son's head before falling helplessly. After speaking, Van Van admitted that he owed her, so everything he possessed belonged to her. Wen Yao's heart was in turmoil, yet she forced back her tears and softly cursed damn it. She reproached Van Vong for pretending to be obedient since childhood and mentioned that Lai Lam had died because of him. He stammered in denial. Vines suddenly extended and surrounded him. Wen Yao disdainfully stated that it was wood element energy. It seemed it truly was him, and Van Van felt the familiar aura. She thought to herself that someone dared to compete within this spiritual world. Lai Lam must be on the other side. He calculated that this was his spiritual world, so she could not recklessly take him away. Lai Lam's spiritual world was collapsing. Could it be that his body had been devoured because she had poured too much mental energy into this place? Exactly had happened outside. Was not the lightning demon king guarding? Xiao Tao suddenly began drooling, causing Zhao Sheng to panic as he called her name. He broke into a sweat while shaking her and asking if she was all right because her behavior was extremely abnormal. She woke up and sighed in relief, saying it was fortunate he had called in time or she would have nearly lost control. Zhao Sheng worried about protecting the hostage. Xiao Tao snapped at him to stop talking because she was about to lose control. That disturbance made Wen Yao frown and shout at them. Are they not afraid of death? Under her command, the monster began to move. She screamed, then die, and the monster opened its fanged mouth as it lunged forward. A fierce attack blasted it away, and a familiar voice rang out that is life or death. It was not for her to decide. Xing Kun appeared, causing Tutu to blush. Xing Kun laughed and said that this lightning demon god was much weaker than the flame demon god. Perhaps it was not yet complete. He looked at Wen Yao and asked if she was the first unknown 5-star transcendent, whether her ability was to control people and monsters. He also wanted to try it. The flame demon god asked Xiao Yu if she was alone, so why arrange such a grand feast? Xiao Yu replied that the life element was the criterion of a purple belt transcendent, and her lightning was not easy to dissipate. Remember how many times you have been struck by my lightning since earlier. All of it was waiting for this moment. Although it did not cause significant damage, controlling you for a brief moment was still possible. She laughed and said the earlier clash was merely a test. Xing Kun felt intrigued inwardly, thinking that the party was only just beginning. At the villa, Tian Xing's fans cheered and praised him for saving the out-of-control students and resisting the lightning without hesitation. He coldly said it was nothing and asked everyone to disperse. He explained that they had been implanted with heavy illusions and could not be awakened, and that tonight 2 demon gods would appear along with a mysterious 5-star transcendent. Seeing him bleeding, Tutu anxiously asked if he was all right, and he forced a smile saying it was only a minor injury. Xing Kun patted his shoulder and told him to stop pretending. The bleeding was already severe. Tian Xing retorted but then coughed up blood. A small monster in Xing Kun's hand bit him, causing his heartbeat to spike. Tianxing felt uneasy as his heart pounded. Tu advised him to rest and he reluctantly agreed. Everyone went inside. Xing Kun analyzed that the monster did not want Xiao Yu to reach 100% magnetism in a city with a large power plant. The longer it dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be, so if he were the monster he would act early according to the plan. On the day of the examination, all the young geniuses would gather. That could be the feast they were waiting for. When the five-star transcendent reclaimed her belongings, the demon gods and the forces behind them would no longer hold back. Tianxing asked in shock whether it meant that tonight they had not used their full strength and were still concealing even more terrifying forces. Xing Kun replied that if the underground monster awakened, the world would move closer to doomsday. Tianxing wondered how he knew so much and what exactly the power displayed tonight was. He felt that Xing Kun seemed to grasp every crucial piece of information. Xing Kun merely smiled and said he was just an ordinary freshman of the academy. Tianxing worried that if everything was true, then humanity would struggle to win because time was too limited. Xing Kun confidently said there was still a trump card yet to be used, so there was no need to worry. Hearing this, Tianxing asked in surprise what else he was hiding. He realized that even Xing Kun's teammates did not know what the trump card was. He urged him to tell him what it was. At that moment, the person bound underground stirred slightly. Xing Kun noticed that Van had awakened and said they could extract information from him. When he opened his eyes, Van's gaze became unusually lively. Xiao Tao wondered why he was looking at her so strangely. Van suddenly exclaimed like a child, calling out mother and saying why being tied up was so interesting. She was startled while Zhao Sheng was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He innocently addressed everyone as uncles and aunts, saying that the son of a younger sister should be called nephew. He chattered while greeting Uncle Zhao Sheng, making him awkwardly respond. Tianxing guessed that the five-star transcendent might have drained part of his spirit, causing his memories to become disordered. Van looked at him and called him preserved corpse. Tianxing tried to remain calm in front of Tu despite his anger, while Van asked whether there was a little rabbit here. Tianxing angrily summoned a lightning ring, but Tu stopped him from killing recklessly, and Van pointed at her floating in the air. He read her hidden thoughts about Xing Kun, causing her to feel embarrassed. Although she had just stopped Tianxing, Tu was so angry that she beat him repeatedly. Van complained tearfully, calling out mother and saying that this unrequited lover was beating him painfully. He then looked at Xiao Yu and read her thoughts, denying being Xing Kun's girlfriend. He continued reading everyone's thoughts, leaving them all embarrassed. Van cried and apologized for being unable to control hearing the voices of their hearts and begged his mother not to abandon him. Xing Kun said that his condition was problematic and told Xiao Tao that since she had been called mother she should comfort him and ask for information. Van then stammered out love. He ran over and asked Xiao Tao, mother, is it that father has taken Yao away again? Tears streamed down his cheeks. Can we go save Yao together? Over here the flame demon god was full of suspicion. Dear, you said you wanted to devour your younger brother, so why is he still intact? Have you changed your mind? When Yao replied calmly, I have already taken his mystic eye. Her eyes flashed. When the two mystic eyes merge, no one will be able to break my mystic manifestation. Flame demon god immediately lunged forward and grabbed Yao by the throat. Can you really do it? She tightened her grip. I think devouring you now and freeing the lightning demon god from your control, along with that monster, holding most of the authority would be far more beneficial. He laughed sinisterly. After all, you were never truly on the king's side from the beginning, were you? Wen Yao's eyes turned icy, her voice cold. You can try. Try and see whether under my control you can devour me first or have your head shattered first. The flame demon god immediately released her, pretending to be calm. You cannot control three great monsters at once. Consider tonight a reminder. If you fail the day after tomorrow, just wait to be torn apart and devoured piece by the monsters. Voice suddenly echoed in the dark forest. Demon god, the meal is ready. The tea sneered wickedly. You may begin the feast at any time. The flame demon god could not hide her greed. Good, let me feast to my heart's content and restore my strength. Meanwhile, the students chatted excitedly. Fan Thiu said he would treat us to a late meal. Wonderful, we have finally waited for this day. Wu Yin secretly rejoiced. Tonight I may receive resources from the Pham family. Then I will catch up to surpass Zhao Sheng. I was already stronger than them. Moments later the crowd cheered. They are here, your opportunity has arrived. I told you following us was the right choice. Yu Zi spoke up. The most important thing in life is choosing the right support. Today everyone will see what it means for great fortune to descend. as young Master Fan said it is. To enjoy, behind him, the flame demon god had already extended her tentacles. The words Zhao Shengyan had barely left his mouth when Yu Zi was swallowed whole by the tentacle before everyone's horrified eye. Crimson scene splattered everywhere, making Wu Yin tremble as he called out young Master Fan. They never expected such a sudden turn of events. Pan Shizhi spoke slowly. Yu Zi was not wrong. It is indeed a banquet, but he did not know that you are the main course. Another person was taken. He screamed in panic, no. His desperate cries echoed through the forest. Impossible. Is that a monster? Young Master Fan, spare me, save me. Wu Yin collapsed in fear, only now filled with regret. He had truly chosen the wrong path, if only before. It stayed with Zhao Sheng and remained by Xing Kun's side. Watching his classmates cry amid the blood-red scene, Wu Yin was overwhelmed with remorse. After her feast, the flame demon god licked her lips in satisfaction, her strength partially restored. Another monster appeared behind her, waiting for the next grand feast. From now on, no one in this world will be able to resist my flames. Shifting to Tianxing, Li rushed toward him in alarm. Heavens, why are you so badly injured? Tianxing frowned. You only arrived now. Fortunately you came, time is urgent, take me home as fast as possible. I will explain the major events of tonight later, she asked in shock. What happened? He soared into the air. I will explain on the way. It is truly beyond our imagination, she responded softly and followed. Tianxing quickly recounted. That is the situation, that terrifying monster is hidden beneath our world. There is also a pseudo 5-star transcendent assisting it. Sooner or later this world will fall into danger. Seeing her silent, he asked, Li, are you frightened? Tianxing continued, there is a massive skyscraper in the center of Tan City. Right. Looking at the building ahead, he realized this was not the direction to his home. The scene before him left Tianxing stunned. This is an illusion. Has the lightning demon god and another monster always been hidden within the tallest building of Tan City? No matter how powerful your illusion is, you are the wind god of Tan City. The top of the building has vanished. It should have been discovered during the large-scale inspection before the supernova. Therefore, he immediately understood and asked if Wen Yao had controlled Li. Wen Yao did not respond. She simply stood there coldly. She slightly parted her lips and let out a provocative sound. Li immediately bound him. Sorry, brother. I was not born at the finish line like you. So I have always struggled to survive, striving to grow stronger so I would not become prey, seeking connections with the powerful. Befriending you was also to gain hidden resources. I only want to survive. Now human society seems hopeless. I still choose to follow benefit and avoid harm. Do not worry, even if you resent me, I will try to keep you alive. Wen Yao glared at Tianxing and spoke, as long as tomorrow you fire the first shot in Tan City, I will grant you a chance to live. Hearing this, Tianxing could not help but tremble. Under Wen Yao's hypnotic influence, he could not resist. His gaze lowered. Yes. Wen Yao fell silent. Father, I will destroy this decaying world with you. 2 days passed. The supernova entered the second qualifying round. The ice cream in Wen Wang's hand suddenly fell. Xiao Tao shouted loudly. Wen Wang. Her voice rang out everywhere, startling everyone. Once it falls on the ground, you cannot eat it anymore. Wen Wang hurriedly turned to Zhao Sheng and complained, Mother is so scary. Xiao Tao scolded affectionately. You naughty child, Zhao Sheng sighed helplessly. Being a mother makes anyone fiery. She has become fiercer these past 2 days. I am scared too. Xing Kun chimed in, making her blush. Xiao Tao now truly looks like a real mother. Xiao Tao stepped forward and called. Xiao Wang, stand still there, do not run around. He replied blankly, yes, mother. She sighed. Gathering information is truly difficult. Being a mother is not easy. He knows almost nothing, only that the opponent is Wen Yao and can sense her location. But watching the matches today, there is still no disturbance. Senior Li Tianxing said he would report to higher authority. Xing Kun continued, who knows what has happened? Let us proceed according to plan. Xiao Tao temporarily replaced the comatose Hu Thai instructor to lead Wen Wang in the next match. I am still unsure how the enemy will attack. If any incident occurs, use your ability to throw everyone into the water. There will be support below. Xiao Tao asked eagerly, is it senior sister Shang Yuan Q? Xing Kun nodded, we are not alone. Remember to protect yourself and wait for the demonic flames of the flame demon god to extinguish. Xiao Tao was surprised. Can demonic flames really be extinguished? Xing Kun replied, yes, that will be the signal to counterattack. At that time, lead Wen Wang to find Wen Yao and break the illusion. Someone will steer the boat in your place. Xiao Tao nodded. Ling Kun turned and said, Zhao Sheng. He replied, yes. She continued, represent Nam and Gaiet in the competition for us. He stammered, just me alone. There is no other way. Currently only you are free. Moreover, the opponent is. On the other side, the referee was surprised upon seeing him. Nam and Gaiet sent only you alone, truly confident. Team Rose, the team of the Flame Demon God and Pan Shizzy. The referee remarked that both sides were full of arrogance. Zhao Sheng felt displeased. I will let him taste my strength. Pan Shizzy sneered. I did not expect the opponent to be Xing Kun's underling, 49%. Zhao Sheng launched a fierce attack. Pan Shizzy was startled and blocked it. Being pushed back a distance, Pan Shizzy scoffed. Interesting, young master fan of Nam and Gaiet joined Team Rose. Yet Nam and Gaiet sends an unknown like Zhao Sheng. Referee was astonished. Zhao Sheng's strength is formidable. He can push back Pan Shizzy. Daring to compete alone shows real capability. Zhao Sheng is using close combat. It has been a long time since such a style was seen since human transcendence grew stronger. Human physique is inherently difficult to match monsters. Choosing close combat must mean he possesses exceptional reflex talent. Seeing him dodge attacks in a flash, the referee could not help but praise his rapid reaction. Looking closely, his speed seemed even more astonishing. Can a human really be that fast? And he has not even used transcendent abilities to accelerate. This match is extremely intense. Full concentration is required, not only to determine victory, but also to ensure the two youngsters are not seriously harmed. They are both future pillars, with a vast path ahead. Before the thought finished, a violent storm suddenly erupted. The referee was forced backward, utterly shocked. Ground trembled and water surged as if a natural disaster had just struck. The referee broke into a cold sweat. The force of the punches created waves. The earth burst with water. That diamond-like layer was formed from transcendent power. This no longer resembles human strength. Pan Shizzy blocked it with mere force. Am I witnessing a transcendent battle or a clash of monsters? At this intensity, I can hardly withstand it. The referee immediately contacted headquarters. The match between Nam and Gaiet and Rose is too fierce. I alone cannot guarantee safety. Seeing the situation escalate, he urged, please dispatch additional referees, send support immediately. The T rose into the air, looked at Zhao Sheng and sneered, do you intend to defeat me? His words were utterly insane. At that moment his arms suddenly transformed, glowing red like a blazing log. Zhao Sheng leapt aside. The referee outside the arena could not help but marvel. Pan Shizzy's crimson flame hand was truly terrifying. Waves of heat surging. The temperature must have reached thousands of degrees. If Zhao Sheng were brushed even slightly, he would surely lose. Yet he manipulated it so freely. Could this be Pan Shizzy's counterattack? No, he must have reached the superhuman 4th level, training to the heavenly hand tier, each arm seeming to possess its own consciousness. He cast as if a fire god with many hands descended, each hand harboring the tremendous heat of the crimson flame heavenly hand. This was the Fan family's secret technique, enhanced by Pan Shizzy's exceptional innate talent. This battle was already uneven. Even Zhao Sheng's skills could hardly turn it around. The referee sighed helplessly, indeed trapped by the crimson flame hand, his superhuman talent too slight to escape, and Pan Shizzy had not yet released. Could Zhao Sheng endure? Seeing Zhao Sheng rush out, the referee was briefly puzzled. Had he escaped, or was it blood? As a superhuman of the water system, he could use his own blood to amplify his power, but at a cost. Thinking this, he shouted to stop him, simultaneously launching a kick to intervene. Zhao Sheng, are you trying to destroy yourself? The fire here will drain your blood quickly. Stop, the match is over. The flames still spread, the referee sweating. His kick could not suppress Pan Shizzy's fire. Understandable, but could it not pierce Zhao Sheng's blood screen? Why was their strength so terrifying? Where were the other referees? Seeing Zhao Sheng still fight, the referee was astounded by the power in his blood. Too resilient, as if even diamond could not withstand that heat, using blood to compensate for the superhuman talent gap and reinforce his cultivation. His blood dragon was powerful, but also his vulnerability. He was trading life for strength. That recklessness ignored life and death, yet as a normal superhuman, this composure commanded respect. He had partially closed the gap with the heirs of the great superhuman families. At least this moment was a miracle. Zhao Sheng still struggled against Pan Shizzy, despite the referee noting the vast difference in strength. Pan Shizzy now charged arrogantly. In his eyes, the opponent was but a tiny insect. Facing such overwhelming power, Zhao Sheng maintained an unusual calm. Pan Shizzy sneered, do you really think you can win? We are inherently different. Saying so, he launched a storm-like punch at Zhao Sheng. Seeing earth and rocks shatter and be swept up by inner force, the referee cried out in shock. He panicked too much. How could they do this? Where were the other referees? The communication device dead for how long? Gritting his teeth, the referee resolved to immediately stop the match. Suddenly his gaze glazed as if mesmerized, the scene turned pitch dark. A voice sounded, finally conceding. The illusion field of Lord Demon had activated. Pan Shizzy grabbed Zhao Sheng's head like the other referee. He had been controlled. He smiled smugly. The feast officially begins. You are merely a small appetizer. I will clean up this dish before the fire flame demon god. But then he froze, unable to crush his opponent's head. Could it be he had escaped the illusion abyss? Flash of light, Pan Shizzy hastily retreated to guard. Zhao Sheng opened his eyes wide and stood, calmly saying, I see no difference between us. We follow the same elder, only the juniors are granted some power. Speaking, Zhao Sheng channeled his inner force, ready to confront. Come on, round 2 begins. Tianxing was astonished. This is near the nuclear power plant. Why am I here, right? I was controlled by that superhuman. Wen Yao's voice echoed, Li Tianxing, destroy the nuclear plant, halt the evolution of the lightning system superhuman. His remaining reason told him she was forcing him to destroy it. He frowned, impossible, that is the lifeline of the Xin clan. I will not allow it to be destroyed. Wen Yao coldly smiled, dare to defy me. Braced against the command, Li Tianxing would never bow. Wen Yao mocked, your will is stubborn. Darkness enveloped before him, consciousness fading. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a strange place. Ahead were the Xin clan cleanup team. Had he saved the nuclear plant? A girl froze upon hearing. She smiled to reassure, rest easy, Senior Li Tianxing. Under your guidance the plant was temporarily shut down. Moreover, 90% of the cleanup and supernova defense forces were gathered here, awaiting your command. We will purge the monster hidden in the supernova hall. Tianxing wondered what monster, why he could not speak, when Yao was manipulating him. He gritted his teeth to stay alert, wondering what the voice truly wanted. Everyone said, Senior Li Tianxing, thanks to your timely detection of the supernova, the arena avoided danger. If the monster erupted suddenly, we would be helpless. Tianxing guessed Wen Yao's target was them. Wen Yao replied with amusement, isn't it obvious? If Thunder God Xin Hai personally consumes most of the defense forces, efficiency is much higher. Tianxing trembled, no, I will not let her control my body. Girl approached, Senior Li Tianxing, what's wrong? Please lead us to deal with the monster. We are ready to sacrifice since taking the cleanup title. Tianxing bit his lip to stay alert. I will not let her achieve her aim. I just saved the nuclear plant. Now leave my body. He channeled inner force. A pulse erupted. But he sensed trouble. Wen Yao smiled wickedly. The more you resist, the more your superhuman gene awakens. The sword I use to control you will make you stronger, enough to sweep everything at once. Very convenient. Girl looked at him with reproach. Senior Tianxing, why are you like this? Blood splattered everywhere. Tianxing frozen. Wen Yao satisfied, Li Tianxing, you did well. He collapsed helplessly. She still praised, though you are weaker than I thought and the cleanup crew not fully fallen, this is sufficient. Monster prefers live prey. Tianxing had completely fallen into her hands. His face darkened, unable to believe it, blaming himself as the guilty one. Elsewhere, Zhao Sheng seemed to trample his own blood to augment his power. He fought Pan Shizzy barehanded, astonishing him as the blood dragon condensed to a point. The burst of power even exceeded his monstrous physique. Incredible. Another punch fell. Pan Shizzy was thrown back but still unable to counterattack. Zhao Sheng continued smashing his hand on the ground, summoning the blood dragon vine. He became a bolt of lightning rushing forward, Pan Shizzy shocked by the display of might. Zhao Sheng unleashed a continuous barrage of moves to press him. Pan Shizzy could only stand and endure. Zhao Sheng's punch struck directly at his chin, making him feel his body fracture. Yet instead of anger he laughed, asking, is this the strength your brother gave you? Just a bit of blood and you grow so strong. So he treats you badly, he said while glaring provocatively. Or is your brother too weak to give more? Watch closely. What is true power? The tentacles on his hands shot out immediately. Zhao Sheng frowned, raising his hand to block. Pan Shizzy scorned, using your blood as a weapon is foolish. Channeled blue inner force, laughing arrogantly, just evaporate your blood and you're done. Thinking so he became more excited. Moreover, I have the blue flame granted by the demon god. Crimson flame hand reappeared, his hands turned a bizarre blue. Blue fire engulfed Zhao Sheng. Pan Shizzy sneered under the burning power. How long can your blood endure? Zhao Sheng then leapt upward. Pan Shizzy warned, even a light touch will dissolve a third of your blood. Less blood, the weaker your power. Running away is wise. Fleeing is the fate of ants. The giant hand closed around Zhao Sheng. Now do you understand your place? We are as heaven and abyss. He roared arrogantly, veins bulging. You are not even worthy to compare with me. You are just a low-tier transcendent with only 49% gene awakening. Where would you get the ability to defy the heavens and change your fate? Keep dreaming. No matter what opportunity you encounter, it is useless. Insects should burrow underground and live obediently. That way you can drag out your last breath a bit longer. Otherwise, you will become a nameless one who disappears before human society collapses. This time I will scatter all your blood energy. Do not even think of escaping. The space was engulfed by a sea of blue flames. The roaring sound of burning echoed everywhere. Zhao Sheng frowned. The entire arena was submerged in blue firelight. Could it be he had been pushed to a dead end? Even so, he stood straight. He had faced desperate situations many times in life. One more time only meant risking his life to push through. He slammed his chest hard. If he lost, then at worst he would die. What was there to fear? Let my bloodline boil. Suddenly his heart pounded wildly. His body seemed to change, leaving him momentarily shocked. His eyes gradually turned red. He wondered if he was awakening like Xiao Tao. Zhao Sheng took a deep breath. Saliva unconsciously flowed. He had smelled something that stirred his instinct. Could it be from the inverse serum? Even from afar he clearly sensed a bloody scent mixed with a strange aura from the left. He scanned for the source of the smell and froze when he realized it came from the referee. At that moment a loud explosion resounded, plunging the space into smoke and dust. T laughed loudly. Burning your blood only buys you a few more seconds. Saving the referee is meaningless. Weaklings thinking they can defeat the strong by banding together is ridiculous. Zhao Sheng rushed forward and embraced the referee, thinking that the scent of blood on him was stimulating him to the point of wanting to seize it. He almost opened his mouth to bite down. Consider it saving him and taking a little compensation. The T said with contempt, whether the referee is hypnotized or not does not matter. Your blood is about to be burned away. Your blood energy will turn to ash. Return to the mud where you belong. Before his smile faded, Zhao Sheng had already appeared behind him. We are fundamentally different. Big brother treats me very well. He was startled by that speed. Why has his blood not run dry yet? Zhao Sheng said coldly, different from your big brother. The fire flame demon god does not see you as a younger brother. Blood energy splattered, he continued. The closer I get to you, the clearer I smell the scent on your body. That scent is fading. He swung the crimson flame hand and slashed. Blood streamed from the T nose. He panicked. Why was his blood energy being taken? Could that punch have left some ability? He wondered if the opponent could absorb others' blood to condense it into his own power. So he was not burned away because he used the referee blood. He even used his own blood to break the crimson flame hand. Zhao Sheng shouted, Pan Shizi, do you not dare face the truth? He became furious. What are you? Just someone of lowly origin. What do you know about the grand future? You are not even qualified. Only monsters have a future. I will seize it, he said as he launched his tentacle. Zhao Sheng leaped to dodge. Your monster body is slow and rigid. It is gradually going out of control and full of opening. Those words struck his weakness, making the T even more enraged. Want to shake my will? How could I be swayed by something like you? Zhao Sheng roared. The more monstrous you become, the more your transcendent genes are assimilated. Your body loses control and becomes stiff. That is why defeating you is easier. After speaking, he smashed his fist straight into his face. T expression changed as he spoke of his childhood. Locked in a fire room since age 5 to trigger his genes, at 7 he awakened and was forced into training under a private plan. He was forced to be the face of the family, to perfect the undying flame, even sacrificing for his father to break through 5 stars, but now he had grown. He shouted that cooperating with this monster was his own choice. Blue flames surged again toward Zhao Sheng. He declared he would prove himself right and capable of deciding for himself. Zhao Sheng stood in front of him, saying with disdain, childish, you cannot even control your own body. Before he finished speaking, Pan Shizi took the full punch and was slammed hard to the ground. He sprang up, citing all the knowledge his family had taught him to assert his decision was not wrong. He blamed his uncles for not fully supporting him, leading to his failure. Blood covered his face. He gritted his teeth and roared inwardly that he was unwilling to accept this. But those words were useless, as he was blasted through a wall again. He trembled sitting on the ground, hearing Zhao Sheng ask if he could no longer move. It seems your transcendent genes have been completely devoured. For the sake of being classmates, I will give you a quick end. At that moment a loud noise sounded outside, startling him. What is happening? Where is everyone? He saw a long line of people. All the students and referees had empty eyes as if soulless. They seemed to be controlled, completely without consciousness. Zhao Sheng ignored the T and immediately moved to observe the situation. In the distance, he saw the fire flame demon god growing stronger. He hid behind a wall, remembering his big brother words to wait. He had to wait until her flames weakened, but how could he extinguish that fire? Suddenly the sky began to rain, strange blue droplets fell. Zhao Sheng reached out to catch the rain. Could it be the rain had not been evaporated by the fire? The T looked up and guessed Shang Yuan Kui created this rain to charge in. He sneered, thinking it was just wasted effort. This was an illusion domain of a 5-star transcendent with a rare illusion eye. No one could see through or enter it. The power plant was shut down. Xiao Yu could not absorb electricity to break through. The path to break the situation was completely blocked. This place had become like hell. At that moment, a powerful bolt of lightning struck toward the fire flame demon god. The T was horrified. Could heavenly lightning pierce the illusion domain? The forecast said storms would come in 2 days, so it could only be Shangyuan Kui. Even if lightning replaced the power plant, even heaven helping would not turn the tide. Fire flame demon god was beyond human resistance. All resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. She raised her hand to catch the rain. She smiled faintly. This rain caused little hindrance. Just devour everything, she said as she absorbed everything around. She arrogantly declared, this space only allows my flames to exist. Zhao Sheng realized all elements were being devoured by fire. His body felt like it would be burned away. The life and death of everyone here rested in a single thought of hers. Big brother said to wait, but his blood was running low. In a few minutes it would run dry even if he did nothing. The fire flame demon god called Xing Kun out. Inner force surged and small flames surrounded everywhere. He said, no matter how you hide I can still smell you and drag you out easily. Sure enough, Xing Kun was quickly bound by blue flames and forced to appear. As soon as she saw him, she rushed forward, demanding the royal authority return to its old master. His body would be considered interest. Seeing his big brother in danger, Zhao Sheng rushed out and shouted loudly. She looked at him with contempt, knowing he was weak yet still showing himself. She restrained him, saying she would deal with dessert after finishing the main dish. Now it is time for the main dish. Zhao Sheng stood stiff as if bewitched. Xing Kun broke into a cold sweat. This fool had been told to wait patiently. She suddenly felt something strange. She thought devouring the main dish would take effort, yet he showed no resistance. His physical abilities erupted that night, enough to halt the inferno. Clearly he was not completely powerless. She observed carefully and grew suspicious. What is he doing? He seems to be enduring. What exactly is he suppressing? The flame demon god burst into laughter. The tentacles behind her spread wide, regardless of whatever he was enduring. He closed in. As long as she devoured him and felt his flesh and blood, all secrets would naturally be revealed. Only then did Xing Kun raise his head. The opportunity had finally appeared. Hearing those words, the smile on the flame demon god's lips faltered slightly. He hugged her tightly. She asked in shock, "Are you trying to devour me?" Xing Kun laughed coldly. "That is right." She tightened her grip as well. "Is this your resistance, trying to compete in speed with me? You truly do not know your limits." Xing Kun suddenly bit hard into her neck, causing the flame demon god to freeze. Lo, the sovereign excitedly thought his guess was correct. When the flame demon god no longer held back, everything would end. She would devour all and none would escape. He clenched his fists with veins bulging. Only by offering himself first like he did could he hope to survive temporarily. As he spoke, he continued to watch the battle unfold. But reality far exceeded his imagination. The sovereign was stunned. What is happening? Xing Kun is absorbing the flame. No, the suction force is too strange. Could it be that this is? He recalled a question from years ago. Uncle, is our scarlet flame hand the strongest? The reply was no, the strongest is O, the perfect star chart derived by the transcendent domain from 100% perfect genes. If one possesses 100% genes and cultivates O, the moment of completion will create an elemental vortex, absorbing all surrounding firepower and becoming the Lord of Flames. That is the path I have always pursued. Returning to the present, the sovereign slumped to the ground. The Lord of Flames is not that similar to the state when Xiao Yu once frantically absorbed electricity. Xing Kun has modified the star chart, using monster genes to cultivate O. Impossible. I do not believe he could achieve it. Only now did the flame demon god understand why she had never sensed fire elements on his body before. He had always been in a state of absorption. What he suppressed was the starving monster within his body to avoid absorbing fire. Only now had it erupted. He immediately tightened around his waist, trying to drain all of my flames. Keep dreaming, but immediately after, her body suddenly changed, startling her. This tiny soul, I knew you would seek a chance to resist. To me it is merely a light touch, insignificant. Yu replied, not necessarily, you have too little experience being human. Sometimes a gentle touch makes you even more sensitive. Moreover, the stimulation Xing Kun brings does not come only from me. Hearing this, the flame demon god paused. Sharp spikes suddenly sprouted all over her body. She looked down in shock. Dio Engai explained, every Hua Nam student who was once devoured retained the golden hairpin left by Xing Kun. The flame demon god showed disdain, merely minor obstacle. Xing Kun tightened his grip and smiled provocatively, that is enough. Break a dam, only a small ant nest is needed. Once it collapses, it cannot be saved. The sovereign trembled, how could this be? Her flames have disappeared. He gritted his teeth, this is definitely not Xing Kun's reconstructed O. If it were O, he would not have been able to control it for so long. Whatever he cultivated, her flames were completely drained, and the rain began to fall again. She still spoke arrogantly, I can feel it. Your monster genes are a delightful meal. If I cannot control my flames, I will treat you as a feast. You dare target my body, let us see who becomes the food. His arm that had been burned quickly recovered. Xing Kun smiled very well. He held her tightly, if not using flames, then let us compare physical strength. Flame demon god was slightly shaken, the blood energy at her neck still surging. His tongue brushed across, today I will devour you completely. After a moment of shock, she regained her momentum. Come then, little monster. Dio Yuan's crimson hand appeared to assist. She shouted, Xing Kun, take this chance to drain her completely. He was surprised but understood the target was the flame demon god. Her arm grabbed that crimson hand, you all. Dream on. With those words she tore the arm apart. Xing Kun smiled faintly while holding her head, a dream. Humans are very good at turning dreams into reality, and I am even better. The flame demon god was slammed to the ground. Her monsters could only watch. While absorbing her life force, Xing Kun said, turning dreams into reality, she sensed him growing stronger. The flame demon god frowned. The five-belt state that night was not his limit. I underestimated humanity. Human technology combines with monster genes, it can erupt to such an extent. He must not be allowed to continue absorbing flame. She shouted loudly, monsters obey and attack him. Even if we must share the spoils, it does not matter. When Yao released the food, the voice replied, understood. You must not lose. She was irritated by the noise. Below, the students and referees suddenly felt as if a current ran through their body. Zhao Sheng stepped forward, stopping my big brother is not easy. You must step over my corpse first. Looking at the ferocious monster, his body trembled involuntarily. A streak of pink lightning shot in front of him. Zhao Yu said, Zhao Sheng, rest, I will handle this. Zhao Sheng closed his eyes and stammered, great ancestor. Those people murmured in unison, eat me, eat me. Zhao Tao was worried. Zhao Vang made them stop. He said blankly, Mom, there are too many, I cannot do it, I am still small. She encouraged him, Mom believes you can do it. He rejoiced, does Mom really believe me? Mom thinks I have grown up. Mom, I am not that grown. Zhao Tao blushed, quickly control them. Zhao Vang panicked, Mom, why are you angry? I will do it now, everyone sleep. Seeing everyone collapse, Zhao Tao frowned yet still praised, well done. She circulated her inner power and shouted, now it is my turn. Throw them all into the sea. Vines immediately wrapped tightly around everyone. When Yao was surprised, no one can leave or enter here unless it is heavenly lightning. Ligo dispersed the storm. The girl replied yes. Huang Kui sensed the rain soaking in again. The heat waves seemed to dissipate as Xing Kun succeeded. The opportunity has come, no need to maintain the rain anymore, I must go inside. Tu continued to guide the wind to intensify the rain. She replied yes. Shangyu and Kui suddenly paused, sensing something was wrong. Was I not entering the arena? Why is it now behind me? She quickly realized this was an illusion. Huang Kui ran everywhere searching for a way to break it but failed. Struggling to surface from the water like being lost in a maze, it was merely an illusion created by a 5-star transcendent. A human heart can be lost, but this illusion also wants to block me. Tu cried out in alarm. A water-refined flood dragon was summoned. Shangyu and Kui shouted in advance. He charged straight forward, let us see if it can still push me away. Wen Yao was astonished, invading the domain, her power has reached the threshold of 5 stars. Where did this person come from? Tan City does not have such a person. He calculated that letting her cause chaos outside would lead to complication. Then add another troublesome factor. The two sides quickly faced each other. Xing Kun sensed an aura from beneath the ground. Before he could think, a monster suddenly burst out to attack, startling him. He looked at the scene and could not help but offer words of praise. The monsters on this side were truly full of cunning strategy. The flame demon god laughed arrogantly. Even if the food piled up like mountains, it could not halt the feast. Instead, it only made it more grand. At this moment, Xiao Yu was still channeling her internal energy. Xing Kun could rest assured and drain all of her firepower, leaving the rest to him. The flame demon god quickly realized that she was drawing lightning. If the nuclear power plant were destroyed, would it be able to halt her evolutionary progress? Yan Xing spoke in a deep voice. Even with superior special genes, he could not be completely immune to thunder and lightning. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with ferocity as she glared and let out a cold snort. Instantly, a surge of internal force shot straight toward the gigantic monster. Lightning River escaped. Immediately afterward, a massive bolt of thunder surged down upon it like a rising tide. It still seemed insufficient. Xiao Yu frowned and shouted to do it again. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to absorb more lightning. Her magnetism had increased to 61%. A streak of red lightning on her face extended further, clearly showing that she was straining to endure it. Xing Kun spoke out in concern, telling her not to force herself to absorb more lightning as he could handle it on his own. Xiao Yu immediately interrupted, asking what he was saying and how she could let him face it alone. Since childhood, they had always been by each other's side. Watching her erupt with such intensity, memories of childhood suddenly flooded Xing Kun's mind. The voices of their past conversations echoed. Mother, go rest, do not worry, there will be no power outage tonight. I have finished bathing and am preparing to sleep. Mother, please go help Father, I heard someone ordering fried noodles. Tomorrow morning I still want to eat Father's special fried noodles. If there are any left, please pack some for me. Yes, sleep well. After hanging up, Xiao Yu burst into tears, when suddenly a voice sounded saying it was already very late, why cry so loud? That voice caused her to freeze. Xiao Yu cautiously stammered, asking who was there. The boy replied that he lived next door and had just moved in. The power outage was boring, so he went out for a walk and unexpectedly heard her crying so loudly that it startled him. Xiao Yu hurriedly apologized. The boy continued, asking why she did not tell her parents if she was so afraid. Xiao Yu replied that they worked hard selling food late at night. The boy invited her to come out and play as he had a flashlight. Xiao Yu glanced at the door, but her parents had warned her not to open it for strangers and had already locked it. The boy sighed and said he would head back as the corridor was too cold. Since childhood, Xiao Yu had been strong-willed. Although she felt a little regret, she did not try to keep him. Suddenly, laughter rang out and startled her. The boy had come up with another idea. Xiao Yu looked over and asked why he had not left as he had frightened her, and whether his parents were not calling him home. The boy sighed, saying who knew where she was, and told her to look down and see. She saw light shining through the gap of the door and exclaimed in surprise. The boy asked if she could see it. Xiao Yu stammered that she could, and the boy proudly declared that he truly was a genius as it was no longer dark. The two gradually became close. The boy said that there was no one at his home, and since she was also free she could chat with him. Xiao Yu nodded lightly. He introduced himself as Xing Kun while she replied that she was Little Fish. From then on, whenever there was a power outage, he would stand before her door and play with her like a small star, illuminating Xiao Yu's world and dispelling her fear. Returning to the present, Xiao Yu told herself that no one was allowed to touch that starlight. He then decisively brought down the monster in an instant. However, strangely enough, they seemed immortal and quickly restored themselves to their original state. Xiao Yu muttered in irritation that the regenerative ability of these creatures was far too fast. Of course, she did not retreat and immediately continued to draw lightning. A bolt of lightning descended forcefully from the sky toward her, while the monster also charged forward. A protective barrier instantly formed around her, and Xiao Yu had to exert herself to withstand the assault. Two monsters still refused to give up, tightly coiling around the barrier, which made her angrily shout for them to move aside. The monsters immediately froze for a brief moment. Another one remained ferocious and charged forward, crashing heavily into the protective layer. On this side, the flame demon god revealed a sinister smile, admitting that your ability was formidable, but even so, you still cannot resist my endlessly multiplying army of monsters. Their numbers are astonishing. That swarm alone is enough to wear down your still incomplete domain. Even if you manage to break through that layer, at the cost of damaging your body by forcibly increasing your power, how long can you endure? You simply cannot keep him safe. Xiao Yu silently calculated it was still not enough. The current magnetar force had not reached the threshold. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to endure the surging pain, determined to summon even more thunder. She could not allow them any chance to recover. She needed to accumulate enough electricity to wipe out that monster in a single strike. Xing Kun looked at her. Memories from his previous life suddenly flooded back, causing him to call out in panic, "Little fish, that is enough." Xiao Yu's expression darkened as she glanced at him. Xing Kun paused and asked what was wrong. A shark manifested. Xiao Yu shouted at him not to interfere, then told him to focus on absorbing. Seeing that he was still hesitating, she threatened that if he kept talking, she would let it deal with him. Immediately, she gathered all her internal energy. The magnetar force surged within her body, and the red birthmark on her face spread further. Xing Kun felt heartache and thought it would be better if he were stronger, then suddenly became astonished as he sensed the increasing suction force. He was stunned to realize that the monster gene once injected into Little had completely disappeared, not assimilated but seemingly erased. At this moment, Xiao Yu officially broke through. The magnetar force reached 100% and stepped into 5-star transcendent, with no monster gene remaining. He was shocked to see her injuries recover rapidly. Perhaps that was a characteristic of the 95% transcendent gene. The thunder god seemed to awaken. Xiao Yu focused her power and stared intently at the swarm of monsters. He clenched her hand tightly, thunder condensed, crimson lightning gathered into a stream. In an instant, that surge of power swept across, erasing countless monsters around them. When Yao was startled, she had evolved to 5-star. The feast was considered ruined. The flame demon god laughed coldly and said not yet, then suddenly changed, declaring that she no longer needed that shell. She hurled Xiao Engi's body toward them, declaring that she would directly devour everything. Wen Yao asked in panic whether she intended to reveal herself completely, but she only shouted at her to retreat. Wen Yao quickly realized that Shangyuan Kui of the Nam and Gayat water system was also here. Thinking so, she smiled faintly, her eyes flashing with calculation. Immediately afterward, she widened her eyes and activated her ability, stripping away the 5 senses. She believed that before the mental system, all other systems were inferior. She approached Shangyuan Kui and asserted that the mental system was the true master of the element. Even though she was only at peak 4-star transcendent, she did not need complete control, she only needed the opponent to collapse. Contrary to her expectations, Wang Kui counterattacked with a mental detonation, leaving Wen Yao stunned. She hurriedly dodged, secretly praising the rapid reaction of the Nam and Gayat powerhouse. Nevertheless, if the 5 senses were severed, the opponent would be like a headless fly, and she would gradually pierce through the mental defense. Suddenly, she realized that Xiao Yu had reached 5-star, and the flame demon god was going all out, acting like someone out of control. He questioned whether she had gone mad. Every monster slain would transform into energy flowing back to the king. The king had not yet fully recovered. Revealing herself now would make humanity vigilant and could stimulate more transcendent evolutions. Moreover, this was only the beginning of the genius hunt. If the plan was ruined, the king would not spare her when he awakened. Unless the flame demon god had found a way to escape the king, which was why she acted so recklessly. Blood tears fell from the corner of her eyes when Yao gritted her teeth and decided to temporarily cover for her. On this side, Wen Wang clutched his head and cried out in pain, causing Xiao Tao to call his name in panic. He said that his head felt as if someone was gnawing at it little by little. Xiao Tao was at a loss and could only step forward to encourage him to hold on. At the same time, screams echoed everywhere, startling her as she realized something had happened. Those being controlled screamed to be devoured as if manipulated. The flame demon god burst into laughter and declared the feast had begun. She regarded everyone as food, her tentacles immediately extending densely. Those who struggled were quickly dragged away without any chance to resist. Her actions were swift and ruthless. As soon as she finished speaking, her violent hand also crushed the protective barrier. Xiao Yu was horrified to see the magnetar domain shatter. Even with her current 5-star power, it still could not withstand a single strike, shocking her. She attempted to convert 15% of the life thunder to enhance her defensive capability. Her lightning shark roared in discomfort as it was tightly constricted. The flame demon god tore apart the protective screen with a single strike. Xiao Yu gritted her teeth and endured the backlash from the life thunder when it was broken. The flame demon god laughed loudly and said that no one could extinguish her flame. Everyone's situation fell into a critical state. Wen Wang still clutched his head and cried out in pain without end. Blood from Shangyuan Kui's 7 orifices continued to seep out. Xiao Yu urged him to absorb it. Xing Kun replied that he had already swallowed half of the flame and stabilized the star map. He confidently said that he could now use fire, and first had to take Xiao Engi away from here. He circulated his internal energy to test the power of the new star map. He commanded the monsters to restrain their frenzied instinct. Urge into this star map, rise and erupt. His body transformed once again. A monster sword was formed. Xing Kun accumulated immense power. Eli spoke up, advising Tutu to think carefully about which side to stand on if she did not want to lose her life. Join me in ending this storm of thunder. Tutu replied with disdain that now was not the time. Do not become a coward out of fear. He mocked the fools as another powerful surge of internal energy descended. Eli spoke coldly, why are you still so stubborn, opposing absolute power? Only those who understand the times are Junji. I have wholeheartedly helped you. Do not blame me for being heartless. Tutu glanced at her and burst into laughter, truly a cowardly little girl. Eli growled, then chose to fall gloriously. The attack swept past, causing Tutu sharp pain. She looked at Tutu with great satisfaction, struggle a little more. Despite enduring the intense pain, she could only prolong a little more time. In this way, it was fundamentally impossible to see through the illusion within the domain. Yet, suddenly Tutu was stunned, had something just pierced through. Her gaze shifted to Wen Yao, thinking to herself whether her power had been discovered. Why does that man always astonish others like this? What kind of star chart is he cultivating? Xing Kun replied, although I have only reached the 5th tier of monsters, with the addition of the monster sword I have touched the 6th tier. Continued, the moment I sensed the monster king, I understood that I was as insignificant as an ant beside an ancient tree. I could only quietly grow stronger, accumulating step by step, and now is the time to prove the results. The ant of those years has now transformed into a wolf, qualified to bite into that great tree. The flame demon god swung his hand, gripping tightly toward him. Xing Kun immediately shouted, slash, and right after that he was startled to see the flame demon god torn apart. However, she did not dissipate into smoke like ordinary monsters. Other arm immediately lashed fiercely toward everyone. Xiao Tao could not restrain her panic and screamed. She opened her mouth and roared, devouring inferno prison. Instantly flames erupted violently from her mouth. Yao worried, releasing the domain like this, do you want to destroy all of my illusions? The flame demon replied that it was your matter, protect yourself. When Yao warned then let us end this battle quickly. Immediately afterward the hand of the flame demon god clawed down ferociously. But at once a dark red substance seeped from her hand, a long slash clearly appearing. A wound extended deeply from the arm, the dark red substance gushing out. It was Xing Kun's new power after evolution, extremely terrifying. Xiao Tao held Wen Wen's head, whispering in astonishment, Xing Kun is truly formidable. Without stopping, he continued to gather strength and shouted, super devouring bite, star sword slash. Blade split straight down onto the head of the flame demon god, making her furious. She said coldly, it has been a long time since I used my horns to fight, so you think your monster body is enough to rival me. Under the curtain of rain, Xing Kun smiled faintly, you can try to imagine. The monster sword is still alive, it can avoid all obstacles. As soon as he finished speaking, he delivered another fierce slash down the middle of her forehead. She quickly recovered and said, powerful monsters do not disappear so easily. After that she ordered, soldiers, advance and tear him to pieces. Xing Kun's eyes flashed as he laughed disdainfully. Is that all? I am not lacking either. Behind him, Xiao Yu immediately gathered strength, the two confronting an entire horde of monsters. She opened her star domain and softly said to Xing Kun, leave the rest to you. The Ocean Kingdom was summoned. A massive school of fish surged forward, swimming toward the monster. Xing Kun was surprised, why are you so obsessed with shrimp and fish? Is there nothing more domineering? Xiao Yu glanced at him, focus on the fight. Immediately afterward, Xing Kun waved his hand and shouted, flame demon god, receive this slash. As soon as the words ended, he unleashed a heavy strike. Eli observed in shock, as the monster plan failed. Wen Yao's face darkened, that slash pierced through both the flame demon god and his domain. Eli could not believe it, could it be that I chose the wrong side? Wen Yao was horrified, pierced through once again. Eli immediately retreated, there is no need for me to die together with those monsters. Wen Yao's eyes bled as he cried out in terror, flame demon god, the domain has lost control. She gritted her teeth, if it can no longer be concealed then let the whole world know, Xing Kun. You have only absorbed a quarter of my flames, what makes you so arrogant? Xing Kun's expression darkened with vigilance, the sound echoed from all directions. The voice resounded, the true power of monsters is not something you can reach. He guessed that it was her clone. The two immediately pressed their backs against each other. Both raised their vigilance to the highest level. Xiao Yu frowned and gathered strength, star domain compressed. The abyssal pit appeared once again but more solid, that attack could not break it. Two flame demon gods simultaneously rushed to attack Xing Kun, biting and tearing ferociously. At that moment, a tremendous surge of power erupted to its peak. A blue light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire city. From afar, the internal situation could not be seen clearly. Wen Yao painfully closed his eyes, gritting his teeth to endure. After that coordinated strike, the flame demon god seemed completely unscathed. She continued to provoke. Xing Kun suddenly realized, so your core is that forest. The flame demon god opened her mouth and roared, this time I will crush you. Under the drizzling rain, Wen Yao looked around in panic. The domain illusion had been destroyed. Realizing her weakness, Xing Kun rushed forward and shouted, I will break your horns and then crush them. The flame demon god said, very well, by altering your monster genes, I have finally seen everything clearly and acknowledged that strength. Immediately afterwards, she hurled a blazing red object toward Xing Kun and Xiao Yu, leaving both stunned. Xing Kun shouted, what are you trying to do? Wen Yao also called out in shock, flame demon god. That power entered Pan Shizi, she sneered coldly. Xing Kun, your current strength is not enough to cause harm while I have not fully recovered. As long as I consume a little more and with me, challenging the king will not be far. The gaze of the sovereign became strange as if possessed. She continued, only then will there be a chance to challenge the king. He spoke up in opposition, no one has time to cooperate with someone like you. If you want to climb up, then defeat the king yourself. He understood that the other party was deliberately forcing him to use his full strength to probe his abilities. Xing Kun calmly added, besides I do not eat humans. The remaining will of the tea dissipated, replaced by the flame demon god. She sneered, do not be confident too early. Our goals are the same, sooner or later we will join hands. Not eating humans is fine. Devouring the king together is enough. This body has been fully modified by me. Bearing all my power is not difficult at all. The body of the tea began to distort, the hair grew longer, the figure became more feminine, the arms shrank. But this disguise was not refined enough to make prey lower their guard. Further adjustments were needed. The long robe on her body was quickly torn apart by her, transforming into a tight-fitting outfit. Xing Kun and Xiao Yu were both stunned upon witnessing the scene. On the other side, Tiu Engi was startled, lamenting that being possessed for too long made her feel as if she was hallucinating. Pan Shizi had turned into her again. After a series of transformations, the tea completely became a seductive beauty, seemingly very satisfied with her new appearance. She leaped into the air, proud of her current body, believing this form suited her better. From now on my name is Kung Tin, he wondered. Kung Tin, she explained. My first stable shell was Gong Xia Oni. Her body brought novel sensations that changed my thinking, and your monster genes gave me a premonition of rebirth. He showed disgust. I do not care about your strange preferences. Between you and me, there can only be hostility. She smiled schemingly. Why be so extreme? As long as we cooperate, I can abandon the plan of raising humans as bait, even live like a human, save this world and become your savior. His gaze was icy. Who would believe the words of a creature like you? Upon hearing the word monster, the flame demon god seemed to become enraged. She retorted, right now between us, who looks more like a monster? Wen Yao, those who were hypnotized have not fully awakened. You can still implant more memories into their minds. She replied quickly, it can be done. She continued, just say that candidate Xing Kun was not extraordinary but carried monster genes, lost control and mutated, bringing monsters to cause chaos, eventually becoming what he is now. His teammates tried to awaken him, but he was already covered in terrifying marks, becoming extremely horrifying. Below, everyone panicked and fled in all directions, screaming and begging for mercy. The flame demon god asked, Xing Kun, do you find this fabricated memory interesting? He frowned in displeasure, looking at her with contempt. You intend to threaten me. The monster immediately lunged forward and bit into her arm. He said, right now only by transforming into a monster can you avoid my attacks. This way your plan will reveal flaws. If I do not resist, the power within me is still immense. These two arms also store considerable strength. The flame demon god asked, are you not afraid of the horror of yourself turning into a monster? Xing Kun replied, they have already been implanted with false memories. Adding more makes no difference. She laughed sinisterly, then play the role of a monster in this competition. I will gift you the power from these two arms as a token of appreciation. He asked further, Wen Yao, has Lai Tianxing died? If he dies, no one can clear Xing Kun's name. Wen Yao replied, if you had not relaxed earlier to dispel the illusion, he would have lost his life. Now he is leading the remaining survivors to resist. She said coldly, but it will end soon. I will go clean up the rest. Wen Yao turned around, Shangyu and Kui, this time you were lucky. Suddenly she was startled, you have awakened. The moment he was discovered, Huang Kui immediately unleashed consecutive illusion techniques. Shangyu and Kui's expression became serious. You cannot control me. Thai Long took one glance and recognized this as a 5-star extraordinary. She immediately informed her teammates that another 5-star expert had appeared. Flame Demon God ordered an immediate retreat. The situation had changed. When Yao shouted loudly, "Father, stop them." The Flame Demon God's 2 arms regenerated. She smiled faintly. Although the feast was not perfect, it was filling enough. He looked at Xing Kun, looking forward to the day of cooperation. He responded immediately, "That will never happen." She added, "Before leaving, I will give you advice. Do not let other demon gods occupy human bodies for too long. Even when possessing a body, choose a more foolish host to avoid trouble for both of us." You worried? Even if you are cleared, your identity is still easy to expose. What will you do in the future? He said irritably. This is really annoying. I have been played. Xing Kun clenched his fist. If it is exposed, then so be it. Now I am strong enough to protect myself. Anyone who causes trouble will be beaten until they submit. Yu immediately agreed. Above, the Flame Demon God asked Wen Yao, "Has the Lightning Demon God and your father had their fill?" She replied, "There is still a little lacking. Her father can evolve further." She gazed into the distance. "I know you worry about your father being dealt with by the king, but that is unavoidable. The bond between you has long been forbidden by the king. Join me, defeat the king together. When I replace him, you will be safe." When Yao realized the earlier attitude was only a test, "I have no choice left." She laughed loudly. "You still do choose death." She continued, "For your father you control the Lightning Demon God to grant some authority. That is very exhausting, is it not? Give me some time, when I fully transform the power within my body like Xing Kun. Father and I will share the Lightning Demon God. The authority will belong to you. You will not need to worry about betrayal anymore." Van immediately agreed. She bowed her head in submission, addressing her as Lady Kung Tin. After that, the two of them flew away together. Tiu Engai placed her hand over her eye, opened it wide and smiled brightly, telling him to look closely. Her eye was completely fine. She waved her arm comfortably, saying her body moved freely and could be fully controlled. She even showed off her firm muscles, saying she had never felt so light before. Xing Kun continued staring intently. Tiu Engi called her grandfather to reassure him, saying she was completely fine. The camera did not capture the dean's full face. Shangyuan Kui on the other side said he would bring Mr. Qin down. Mr. Qin was brought down, revealing the dean's face filled with emotional tears. Shangyuan Kui teased that her grandfather was so happy he was crying. Dean immediately stood up and scolded her to go outside, also approving her leave from blind date arrangements. She complained while leaving about being assigned too much work. The dean softened his tone and told his granddaughter that knowing she was safe reassured him. Tiu Engi smiled and confirmed. He then turned to thank Xing Kun for bringing her back. He said solemnly that for saving his granddaughter and the world, Xing Kun had sacrificed a great deal. If his identity were exposed, even if the whole world opposed him, he would still stand by his side. He smiled lightly and said it did not matter, telling him not to worry about him. Tiu Engi then remembered her classmates and asked about their situation. Dean said someone had fallen into a dream and mutated. He had hidden the warning device so the person did not know and continued sleeping. The image of a red-eyed creature lying on a bed appeared. The roommate was terrified and was also affected the next day. Xing Kun said as long as they were not hungry, they could maintain their sanity. The two students were currently being kept separately in the laboratory. Tiu Engai said as long as their humanity remained there was still hope. The dean was trying methods to restore them. Dean asked about the next plan and when Tiu Engi would be brought back. Xing Kun smiled and said he had no such intention. She now belonged with him and would help him handle greater issues. He exclaimed angrily, "You." Xing Kun laughed loudly and said he was joking. Tiu Engi was very important so her assistance was needed. Time was running out. Dean nodded and reminded him to protect himself. Xing Kun spoke seriously, saying the situation had changed greatly. The Flame Demon God intended to rebel against the king, which could trigger many upheaval. The image of dangerous plants appeared. He warned to prepare for the apocalypse. If strange flowers were seen on the streets, they should be avoided. He looked at his phone thoughtfully. The mass appearance of monster flowers was a sign of the beginning of the apocalypse. In his previous life it happened 10 months later, but this time he felt uneasy. The dean said he understood. The two bid farewell to the dean. Then Xing Kun said he would continue the experiments. Xing Kun naturally called Tiu Engai class monitor. She teased him about the familiar way of addressing. He laughed and said they understood each other too well, then told her to try growing 2 more arms to see if she could use the flame demon power. Xiao Engi laughed, then provoked Xing Kun, teasing that the idea of sharing meals repeatedly sounded unpleasant, so why not try a mutation? A red miasma spread around Zio Engi, her expression serious. She said this was a new experience, no need to restrain emotion, even stimulating them to force transformation. She raised her eyes, considering her approach contrary to a gentle demeanor, then suddenly realized she had to let her blood boil. Zio Engin sneered lightly, saying she was used to a gentle state and basically couldn't activate it. Zio Engai placed a hand on Xing Kun's shoulder, joking, asking him to stimulate a little since she was his subordinate, clearly making him fluster. She continued, sliding her hand down, saying it needed to make one feel flushed. Xing Kun, uncomfortable, tried to stop her. She still said don't be afraid, internally telling himself he was the male laid with a refined, reformed image. She said he was the new king of monsters, not to be weak, contrary to gentleness. Then a magic orb suddenly interjected, confusing Zio Engai. Pink orb spun toward Zio Yu. She turned, saying a wrong move could make it explode, then asked Xing Kun who that person was. He replied teasingly that was Man, a close friend from the extraordinary academy, Zio Yu, the first genius, who now pouted and turned away. Xing Kun pointed at her with a mocking smile, calling her sweet sour carp and other irritating nicknames. Zio Yu, angry, frowned and asked if he was implying she was jealous. She pointed at him, scolding him for being unfeeling, uncouth, and acting strangely, intensifying the tension, then turned away. She reminded Ziomi to read people carefully, not to regret it. Zio Engi nodded. Xing Kun immediately frowned. He put his hand in his pocket and asked if she really thought he was that bad. She responded as if stating the truth, prompting him to tease back, saying he wouldn't argue as it wasn't good for her throat, silly fish. Zio Yu looked up, reacting, asking who he called low, then scolded him again. He poked at him, reminded that she was taller before, even told a story about wearing pants wrong and tearing them. He laughed, holding her head, saying he was taller now, teasing about her clothes nearly bursting, suspecting she was like a boy. Zio Yu shouted for him to let go. Xing Kun continued teasing without stopping. She gritted her teeth angrily, activated her skill, her eyes glowing pink, declaring he was finished. He tried to rush forward but was blocked, threatening to teach him a lesson. Xing Kun still teased. She raised her hand to attack. Xing Kun hurriedly reminded her to hold back as others were still recovering upstairs. Zio Yu paused, continued teasing him, saying thanks to them he had survived. He laughed and thanked the great king for sparing him. He pinched her cheek, she squeezed back, they struggled, Zio Engai intervened, reminding it was almost time, pouted. The two immediately stopped, staring at her. He propped her chin, smiling brightly, saying continue the scene. They both objected in unison. Zio Yu turned away, blushing, yelling she was crazy. Zio Engai laughed, saying her heart was in turmoil, emotions surging. She suddenly mutated, a red arm appearing, saying she had regained the feeling of excitement. She raised her hand, lamenting her ugliness, wanting to return to normal, trying to calmly activate gentleness, wondering about the difference in women. Xing Kun was surprised, thinking perhaps she was not fire-aligned but wood-aligned. She returned to normal, the red miasma surrounding her, taking a deep breath saying thankfully recovered. Xing Kun looked at her helplessly. He observed inside himself, seeing blue fire and red cords forming a door connecting to Zio Engi, like a path to her heart. Image of himself as king of monsters appeared, with her as the wood-aligned subordinate, forming the foundation of the monster network. He intended to experiment, but Zio Engi leapt toward Zio Yu, saying she was hungry. Eyes glowed red, stammering that Zio Yu smelled very good. Zio Yu shouted a warning. She realized the monster's regeneration was strong but came with uncontrollable hunger. Zio Engi lunged to taste, while Zio Yu tried to fend off. Xing Kun nodded, saying her scent was irresistible. One needed strong will to restrain. Zio Yu blushed, shouting at him to be quiet, demanding distance, telling him to handle her subordinate. Xing Kun raised his hand, blue light gathering, saying there was a door inside him connecting to a subordinate. He projected light toward Zio Engi, saying he could transmit power through the door to support her. No contact was needed to supply force, like remote transmission, just slower than direct. He explained further. Zio Yu misunderstood. He affirmed he was only stating the truth. Zio Yu looked at Zio Engi, sensing something was wrong, and asked what he had done. He saw Zio Engi fully mutate, losing control and continuing to transform strongly. Xing Kun thought, then said he only transmitted power, concluding instinctive hunger could not be erased. He said the power increased hunger, causing her to lose control. Zio Yu created a shield to maintain distance. Zio Engi's eyes glowed, repeatedly trying to rush forward. Zio Yu called out in panic to Xing Kun. He felt the pressure like facing a high-level monster before. She panicked, continuing to form a barrier, demanding he find a way to manage her hunger. Suddenly a voice spoke, saying they would go call Xing Kun. Xiao Yu was startled, reporting someone was coming. Xiao Engi's eyes glowed brighter, sniffing the air. Li Jai entered with a child, saying this was their home. Tian Xing reminded him to knock. He replied it was Lisa's property. Xiao Engi smelled and immediately looked, leaving Xiao Yu and rushing to them as if seeking food. Li Jai watched in astonishment at the speed and strange form. Xiao Engi lunged in the blink of an eye, eyes monstrous. Tian Xing panicked, sister closed her eyes, recalling the words about the fire spirit, but it didn't match. He recalled the feeling of facing a monster, when Xiao Engi's claws brushed past his father, pressure identical to before. A cut appeared on Li Jai's cheek. He looked at her in horror. Xing Kun spoke, beginning to use his power, blue light appearing again. He said he couldn't satisfy her but had to drain some power. Her eyes gradually returned to normal, miasma dissipating. She lost consciousness, falling. Xiao Yu caught her in time. Xiao Engi leaned on her, weakly murmuring, drained, very hungry and powerless. She spoke in broken phrases, face pale as if about to faint. Xiao Yu panicked. Xing Kun calmly said giving her raw life essence would be fine. Blood dripped on the floor. Li Jai spoke, saying even teammates feared him, then approached suspiciously about his identity. He looked serious, considering perhaps the previous way of addressing was more appropriate. Tian Xing intended to intervene, repeating himself, but his father cut him off, telling him to be silent. Li Jai looked straight, introducing himself as the commander, here to hear from him directly about his true identity. He emphasized the question, was he ultimately human or monster? Xing Kun put his hands into his pockets. His expression remained calm. Outside suddenly came shouts calling Xing Kun, we know you are in there. Someone else yelled, come out monster. Tian Xing's younger sister asked who it was. He replied they are our students and fellow eliminators. Girl was stunned and said even ordinary people have gathered like this. How did the news spread so quickly? A notification appeared on her phone. When she opened it, she saw footage of Xing Kun in monster form battling the flame demon god. She exclaimed that the video had been uploaded online, and someone had even revealed the address. The electronic devices should have been destroyed by the fire and lightning elements. Tian Xing reassured his younger sister and added that the investigation had just begun. Eli had just traced a clue related to Wen Yao. Outside, the crowd was growing larger. Tutu angrily asked who exactly had caused such a commotion. She raised her hand to stop them and said, everyone please calm down. Wait for the higher authorities to investigate clearly and give a satisfactory answer. Please return for now. The crowd shouted for her to move aside. A young man yelled that she was only an ordinary eliminator of Nam and Gaiet and had no right to interfere in Tan Than. Another said they had personally seen that student transform into a monster. Everyone was covered in bandages and glared at her angrily. The brown-haired youth burst into tears and said they could not be told they had hallucinated. My captain is gone. I must see with my own eyes whether he is a monster. The whole group tried to rush in. He gathered his strength to threaten Tutu to step aside or he would not be polite. She firmly said, I will not let you in. Tian Xing opened the door and stepped out. Tutu turned back to plead, Senior Lai Tian Xing. With so many people I cannot hold them back. He looked at the crowd with a serious expression and said softly, leave it to me, then turned to tell everyone, listen to me. Suddenly an agitator threw a stone that struck his face, interrupting his words. Blood trickled down and he realized something was wrong. Brown-haired youth angrily said, Lai Tian Xing, we once trusted you but you led us into a trap. You also shattered our faith because almost all eliminators of Tan Than have fallen. Tian Xing was stunned and frowned. The other continued, you are a sinner, we no longer believe you. They accused him of possibly colluding with monsters like He Lai who had disappeared. Otherwise, why hide him in the house? Move aside so we can question him ourselves. Xing Kun suddenly stepped out and said, I regret your situation, do not torment yourself. Tian Xing turned and said, why did you come out? The situation is very chaotic. You can use your transcendent identity to calm them first. The crowd became even more furious when they saw Xing Kun. They shouted, it is him, I saw him transform into a monster. Xing Kun calmly said, are you not curious whether I am human or monster? He activated his ability and said, I will answer right here. Before finishing, he noticed the group of people carrying monster genes gathered in the distance. I am. He paused as he heard a strange sound. He realized the chip on a woman's neck was glowing red. They were terrified while the little girl looked at her mother in confusion. They were not transcendent but carried monster genes. If everyone believed he was a monster who could control his consciousness, then for them he might be hope. Xing Kun suddenly understood that it was the sound of the locator signaling an imminent mutation. When transformation occurred, every eliminator had the responsibility to handle it. Little girl burst into tears calling Ma. The mother backed away from her husband and child, pleading with him to take their daughter away from her. The little girl continued calling for her mother. The father tightly held his daughter and reassured her to breathe deeply and not get agitated so the gene would remain dormant. The girl sobbed and reached out toward her mother. The mother said while half of her face had already changed color, "Husband, please maintain your sanity for our child." Her hand turned dark and claws grew. Her face twisted. "Do not avenge me, do not be heartbroken, you two must live." She growled, "Try to live on," then her sharp teeth were revealed. A metal spike shot forward, ending the transformation process. The husband and daughter were stunned into silence. The little girl widened her eyes and called Mom. The youth in the distance said she had just transformed. Stabbing once was not enough, it must be handled thoroughly, otherwise a complete transformation would be difficult to deal with. The person beside him nodded. The monster collapsed. Those carrying the gene fled in panic. Another said all gene carriers within a 50-meter radius must remain for observation. He gathered his strength, creating a cold mist around his hands, in accordance with Article 11 of the Eliminator Law. Frost locked the feet of those around, preventing them from leaving. They had to undergo 30 minutes of safety before being allowed to go home. Everyone's faces were filled with terror. He reassured that the root cause would be eliminated to reduce the risk of infection. The little girl rushed toward her mother despite her frozen legs. The black-haired youth tried to stop her. The girl shielded her mother and cried, "Please, do not hurt my mother." The black-haired youth gently advised that if she were injured, she would become a carrier of monster genes. At that time she would transform, so he asked the captain to release the ice for the girl. The captain refused because the girl was too agitated. Although children's genes usually remained dormant, there was still a risk of causing trouble. Eliminators must not allow emotions to create danger. He said, "If you must blame someone, blame the mother's will for being too weak." He glanced and saw that the father had also begun to change form. More and more people were transforming. The captain said more than half already showed chain reaction signs. This was a major incident. The black-haired youth was astonished because the monster had not made contact, so a chain reaction should not occur. The man said, "Was it not because we just used our power?" He believed that with many eliminators present, they could handle everything for the sake of the city. The monster called her child, then reached out to touch the girl. "New." The girl responded. The mother warned and pushed her child away. "Run quickly, I cannot control myself." The youth gathered his strength to prevent the monster from touching the girl and reported to the captain to save her because, as long as she was not injured, the gene would not awaken. He suddenly noticed a golden object on the girl's neck, resembling a mini injection, and the surrounding skin showed an unusual color. He understood that these people had not mutated naturally, but that someone had deliberately activated them. He discovered two transcendent individuals mixed within the crowd and reported to the captain that they must be captured because they had caused the mutation to escape. The captain coldly said, "Do not be merciful anymore, otherwise you will be betrayed by monsters. First eliminate them all." He shouted the order for all eliminators to disperse and eliminate the monsters. Everyone responded yes. The brown-haired youth glared at Xing Kun and said, "Once the mission is complete, I will settle accounts with you." Xing Kun smiled faintly and said, "I have already sensed the smell of conspiracy. Someone wants you to fear monsters even more." He opened his eyes and stared straight ahead, "But you dare to act in front of me." Tian Xing reminded him not to expose himself or it would cause trouble. Xing Kun rolled up his sleeves and said, "It is fine." His arm mutated and horns grew. "Now, no one can stop me." The brown-haired youth turned back and saw Xing Kun activating his ability. He erected an arc-shaped shield, enveloping everyone and separating them from the outside. The youth intended to rush in and shouted, "You truly are a monster." Before he could finish speaking, he was suppressed, and his heart ached sharply. The other eliminators also clutched their chests, unable to move. This was the power of a high-level monster suppressing everyone alone. Blue flames surrounded Xing Kun, causing them to recall the level 5 monster from 20 years ago. The captain gathered his strength and said, "Lai Tian, Xing has betrayed and cooperated with monsters. Eliminators must not be controlled by emotion." He shouted that even if relatives became monsters, they must still fulfill their duty. The crowd cursed and launched attacks toward Xing Kun and Tian Xing, calling them traitors. They exerted all their strength to eliminate what stood before them to protect the city. Xing Kun raised his hand and said, "Even your own matters are unfinished, so save your strength." The Eliminators gritted their teeth in fury, repeatedly shouting that the image of their fallen comrades was etched into their hearts, and that they would surely reclaim justice. The captain immediately continued, not giving the monsters before them any chance to recover. Someone shouted to burn everything, another roared to exhaust their life force to destroy them, each technique merging into a brilliant stream of light that shot straight toward Xing Kun. Xing Kun calmly snapped his fingers, and an immense pressure instantly descended. "This time I am no longer joking." The resounding sound of the finger snap created a shockwave that spread outward. The Eliminators were blown away, the brown-haired young man thinking in terror that a single motion had knocked down everyone. He tried to struggle to his feet, but his body felt pinned down, unable to move even the slightest bit. He looked toward those carrying the monster gene who were undergoing deformation, his pupils widening in fear. Xing Kun shifted into a new form with long spikes on his back, his eerie appearance causing the brown-haired youth to panic, thinking he was the Demon King, while they were merely dust before him. Dao sneered that this mission was too easy. Vuong Engin hesitated and said that no one could stop them, but that man interrupted, believing that those carrying the monster gene were inherently dangerous. Dao crazily likened them to ticking time bombs, recounting how one person once transformed inside a building and brought disaster upon his own family. He excitedly said that if morality were ignored, everyone would want to wipe out those carrying the monster gene, but when he collided with the barrier, he halted because something blocked his path. His expression changed. It seemed this was a barrier or even a domain. He waved his hand as flames surged, saying that no matter what it was, they should just shatter it. Suddenly, both of them struggled in panic. Everyone turned pale and widened their eyes. Could this thing even devour people? The scene caused everyone to retreat because of the pressure from Xing Kun, the feeling no different from stepping into hell. The captain shouted loudly to reassure them, "We are Eliminators, we must not tremble." He declared that even in death he would not submit. Monsters must be eradicated. Someone urgently said that these monsters were unusual, seemingly subdued rather than attacking in a frenzy. He believed they had come because they trusted that Xing Kun could control the monster gene within their bodies, and that they had not necessarily lost their humanity. As soon as the words ended, everyone panicked again upon seeing the mutated woman, but perhaps Xing Kun truly could save them. The captain dismissed it outright, saying that the stronger the monster, the more cunning it was, and all compassion would come at a price. He warned that if they remained blindly stubborn, they would repeat the same mistake he had once experienced. Shouts continued to ring out, "Do not be intimidated, stand up and fight." They must absolutely not allow monsters to invade the world once again. Xing Kun coldly said it seemed he would have to make them unable to stand up anymore. His hand slowly descended. Hail swept across, sending everyone flying as screams echoed everywhere. A person filled with hatred unleashed the skill magma fist in retaliation. Xing Kun sneered that the punch was only enough to send himself to get a cap. The opponent froze, not understanding what had happened. Xing Kun's punch shattered the magma fist in an instant. The terrifying power caused space to tremble. He provocatively asked whether they had prepared a cast for a long time. Captain still shouted to charge forward, believing that such a small monster still presented an opportunity. Xing Kun curled his lips in amusement. Small, it seemed they were ready. The claw carrying a fierce aura descended. Everyone stood frozen in terror. The captain widened his eyes, unable to utter a word. Hands slammed down, pressing everyone firmly. In someone's mind echoed the thought, "Am I dead or merely unconscious?" Their bodies were powerless, yet they were still alive and intact. The captain struggled to rise, believing that the life essence could help him risk it once more. He was shocked to realize that everyone around him was still alive, those tentacles resembling those of an earth dragon. He feared that if bitten, those carrying the monster gene would undergo transformation. The captain turned his head in astonishment at the scene before him. Those carrying the monster gene gradually recovered their bodies. The Eliminators could not believe it when they returned to human form, as if it were a miracle. Xing Kun appeared behind them and gently asked whether they were now willing to listen to him, and gave Lai Tianxing more time to find the one who had hypnotized them. Everyone trembled as Xing Kun reminded them that if they forced themselves to stand, their bones would not be able to withstand. Suddenly, a small voice arose from within the crowd. The little girl loudly said that he had saved her entire family, so he was not a bad person. The girl's mother choked with emotion as she recounted that since being discovered to carry the monster gene, they had been fitted with tracking devices like living bombs. She said that relatives avoided them, and neighbors either moved away or reinforced their iron doors out of fear. She knelt down, saying that he had given them a new life, and pleading that this hope not be taken away. Others also knelt down, begging for mercy. The captain stood silent before the scene. An eliminator told everyone to stand up, because the captain would understand and agree. Captain adjusted his hat, admitting that this was a good deed and that he had no right to refuse. Everyone rejoiced and breathed a sigh of relief. Captain searched for the life essence in his coat and apologized to Xing Kun for his previous prejudice. Xing Kun said there was no need and asked whether he intended to use the essence to recover. Xing Kun said that when they fainted, the primordial fluid and life essence had fallen out, so he had used them to save those carrying the monster gene. He explained that they needed the primordial fluid to control their hunger and regarded it as compensation. The captain agreed with a trembling voice. 2 individuals who had been subdued were brought forward. Xing Kun told them to interrogate the prisoners to find clues. At the base, Lai Kuk appeared, apologizing and thanking him for preventing the mass mutation, promising that there would be a worthy reward. Lai Kuk was also surprised that the Supreme Commander would personally come to meet him. Xing Kun asked who the Supreme Commander was, and was told that it was the leader of the Hua Zia Eliminator Force. The Eliminators requested the civilians to disperse, because coming here would not completely resolve the monster gene issue. And Ngayat advised that the monster gene had not disappeared but had merely changed form, and no one yet knew whether that outcome was better or worse. Voices filled with grievance echoed continuously. At worst, we would only become deformed beings while still retaining our consciousness. That would already be considered fortunate. We live every day in vague fear, never knowing when we might lose control and harm our own loved ones. Therefore, no matter what, we must move forward. The crowd of civilians seemed to go mad, rushing forward recklessly without regard for anything. He gave a gentle, reassuring smile, yet helplessness was clear in his eyes. Forget it, we cannot stop them. We lack manpower and cannot withstand this sea of people. Fortunately, you were not here this morning, otherwise you might have ended up in the hospital like those others. Inside the room, a patient voice rang out, "Everyone please do not push, line up one by one, each person only takes 2 to 3 minutes, it will be very quick, please do not shove." He stood still in place, his expression calm but his gaze continued to scan the surrounding. Tiu Engi laughed excitedly and then lowered her voice gently. "Hello there, you can take off your pants or keep them on, it is fine either way, do not be nervous, I will give you a light injection, as quick as an ant bite." She turned back and hesitated before asking, "Is this really all right?" Xing Kun replied calmly, "There is no problem, you are my royal subordinate. Your transformation of them is the same as if I did it myself." Tiu Engi immediately interrupted, "I am not talking about that." She continued leisurely, "Those who carry monster genes are all sources of energy for the Monster King. If we convert them to our side, it is equivalent to reducing his forces." At this point Tiu Engi pondered, "That means we are taking people from the Monster King, which is no different from opposing him. Are you not worried he will become enraged and awaken to deal with you?" Corner of his lips curved slightly with interest. "When the fish leader reaches 5-star transcendent, I will have already evolved into a level 5 monster." Xing Kun's eyes suddenly turned cold. "Our counterattack has begun. Next we must find each demon god under the Monster King, uproot them and devour them completely. You can confidently proceed with the conversions. The more people we have, the stronger we become, and his energy will diminish further." He clenched his fist, his expression resolute. "Now I need to study our monster network through each individual." Magnetic core quietly sank deep into his subconscious. "I can vaguely sense the situation over there. Each individual has a faint consciousness and can also transmit a small portion of power." The scene shifted to nightfall at the Tan City Transcendent Research Institute. At this moment, Nunu sat seriously at a desk covered with documents. "I have discovered that those with monster genes after being transformed by Xing Kun still belong to the monster species. Research results show they are similar to the specimens we have monitored for the past 20 years. Within a certain range, they can even communicate with each other through a special method." Investigation data appeared on the screen. "You clearly understand this field better than I do. Monsters possess a hive-mind consciousness. Higher levels can control lower ones," Lai Kuk analyzed calmly, "and among them there is a monster king who has never revealed himself." He stated firmly that the group of people with monster genes transformed by Xing Kun are very likely under his influence. Whether Xing Kun truly controls them is still without conclusive evidence. Lai Kuk carefully observed every reaction of the young girl. However, we have noticed that like ordinary monsters, they possess an instinctive craving for flesh and blood, but their human consciousness still resists. Life essence replaces that need and helps reduce their hunger. Images of a monster wielding firepower appeared. Theoretically, they can evolve at a rate comparable to monsters, though this cannot yet be fully concluded. Next is the frost ability. Finally, blazing magma, he calmly concluded that these individuals with monster genes can be regarded as aberrant transcendents, but the risk of losing control still exists. Tran-I spoke gravely, the risk is even greater than you think. Monsters have a king, and so does this group, that is Xing Kun. If he turns his back on humanity, he will surely be more terrifying than that unseen king, and that force will be more dangerous than monsters. His finger pointed at Nu. Different races rarely share the same heart. Those who carry bloodthirsty instincts will inevitably change. Kuk laughed enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming. Chin-I, although your words are harsh, they are always straightforward. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. At least the tracking devices implanted in them cannot yet be removed. Over the years, the Fan family has contributed greatly to the world, especially the life essence, which has elevated transcendent combat power to immeasurable levels. Chin-I's gaze flashed with killing intent, but the matter of the third young master of the Fan family colluding with monsters and bringing disaster upon humanity is truly unacceptable. Even though we once fought side by side, I cannot cover for him. Public and private matters must be clearly separated. You need not be burdened by old ties. If documentation is needed, I will cooperate. The mistakes of Fan T will be compensated by my family. When we find him, I will personally deal with. He calmly asked further, I heard Xing Kun is cultivating a star chart never seen before. Did he mention anything? He told me, he nodded. I have also confirmed it with Quinn Trite. Lai Kuk spoke meaningfully. Xing Kun once asked Quinn Trite about O, but in reality did not cultivate O, instead allowing a transcendent named Lin Chi to adjust it according to his physique to create the sword star. Chin-I pondered, transcendent genes rarely lack talent, but their intelligence is outstanding. Correct, indeed. It is just that the sword star set seems not yet complete. His eyes held mixed emotion. On Kin Trich's side, there are also individuals with monster genes transformed by Xing Kun. Unlike us, they were transformed before he cultivated the sword star, so they are currently weaker and have not fully controlled their mutation. Lai Kuk stated slowly, I believe that when the sword star is perfected and Xing Kun succeeds in cultivating it, those he has transformed will overcome all monster weaknesses. Chin-I, what do you think? Chin-I nodded. That possibility is significant. In the sky above the city center appeared the figure of Xing Kun, younger brother of Though. Yang was also a classmate in his previous life. The direction of the first royal subordinate is roughly to the west. His level was limited by me, but now I have advanced. According to calculations, with a small addition of high-level energy, he can break through his limit. Spiritual energy immediately surged toward him. If he has absorbed enough power from monsters these past days, then a bit more energy will be enough to trigger transformation. Try transmitting it through each individual in the network. Streams of spiritual energy quietly spread everywhere, following the monster network to reach him and transmit power. He suddenly paused, his expression slightly unsettled. Not good, the connection has been cut. My army is still too small and limited to Tan City. Two networks are approaching yet still separated. At the edge of my network there is the presence of another. More precisely, my network is being covered by a far larger system. Xing Kun calmly observed, that is the Monster King's network. He is still in deep slumber. The demon god managing that area likely has not awakened either. His arm slowly passed through the layer of the network. With his current strength, he could silently touch that network without being detected. Immediately, Xing Kun attempted to approach the Monster King's network. If anything went wrong, he would retreat. After all, it would not be the first time being exposed. His face suddenly turned pale, a hint of shock in his eyes. Kung Tin suddenly appeared. Xing Kun, is that you? Xing Kun was stunned by her new appearance, the flame demon god. She seemed to have changed. Quickly steadied himself. No, there is no need to fear her. She is merely a subordinate of the king. She smiled with interest. Xing Kun, what are you trying to do, sneaking to me through the network? We agreed to cooperate. Xing Kun was momentarily startled. I am only passing through. Since this area is under her control, he prepared to withdraw. However, he was immediately restrained by a gigantic arm. You do not need to hurry away. Kung Tin spoke in a hoarse voice like an echo from the abyss. I can open a secret path for you, but do not call me the flame demon god. Her face moved close, her smile frenzied. Soon I will no longer be his royal subordinate. Do you still remember my name? Xing Kun looked straight at her without flinching. Kung Tin paused. Do you truly wish to keep that peculiar name? Kung Tin smiled meaningfully. Very well, I will lend it to you. Xing Kun, are you ready? Xing Kun's gaze showed confusion. Ready for what? He laughed excitedly, prepare to face his wrath. As soon as she finished speaking, Kung Tin vanished. Until next time, remember to call me by my proper name. He continued through the forest, pondering what the flame demon god Kung Tin was plotting, but Yang Yang's presence was already very close. Scene shifted, his feet lightly touched the ground. Hiding here should avoid detection. Yang Yang sighed in relief, another successful disguise for the Lamb Deem incident. I am truly impressive. It is just strange that aside from this route all other paths are under surveillance. Boy suddenly became alert upon hearing an unusual sound. Yang Yang looked through the glass in confusion. Why is the bus so crowded? What happened to everyone? Are you all right? Hid in a dark corner, there is movement. Someone has awakened. Are you two fools? You have ruined my grand plan again. That man replied coldly with madness. Just say whether we have delivered the goods or not. People talking nonsense or sleepwalking is normal. I will give them more drugs. Singer cast a sharp glance. If you want the money, then finish it quickly. You Azia people are truly troublesome. Is that your man? He suddenly panicked. No, the suppressor team. How did this happen? Panic filled the air. This is not an ordinary suppressor team. Why did we provoke them? We were only secretly transporting people with monster genes. There was no need for them to intervene. Why did we get greedy and take this job? That man still tried to stay calm and observe who they were. Chichuan appeared with killing intent. They are. We are finished. That is Huang Quan Qingdao, the strongest cleanup team in Huazia. The one in front is the deputy captain known as Judge Remnant. Singer laughed with excitement. The strongest team in Huazia came to such a dull place. Nowhere is exciting enough. I want to see how much courage your strongest team has. Flames burst violently from his hand. It is over. We should run. We cannot escape. We must already be surrounded. Seeing this, the boy's face turned pale. Even the strongest suppressor team in Huazia has appeared along with this ferocious man. Sister, I am doomed. Singer remained calm before the descending pressure. I thought Huazia's cleaners were just a bunch of foolish snakes. He sneered mockingly. There are people with monster genes in the vehicle and it is hindering me. I did not expect you to be so hypocritical. Singer struck fiercely, causing the ground to tremble. In that case, I will add a little more spice for you. Provocative voice came from the rooftop. Open the fire lotus. Do you dare step into my world of fire lotuses? Tula spoke in a low, puzzled voice. He has drilled down to the deepest layer. The ground temperature is so high that even low-level transcendents can hardly endure it. Just how hot is it underground? It looks like a domain of flames. Could it be that this foreigner is secretly breaking through to 5 stars? He calmly reported, according to intelligence, 6 foreign transcendents have infiltrated our country and they all seem to have gathered here. Their purpose is unknown, but if each is as strong as him, then we face serious trouble. Tiula turned urgently. Deputy Captain, the vehicle is about to catch fire. The people with monster genes inside are in danger. I request permission to rescue them. Chichuan replied coldly, continue maintaining vigilance. According to the investigation, there are no ordinary humans or transcendents. Moreover, those individuals have already turned into monsters. He was about to speak further, but Qi Jian concluded calmly, I also see that they have become monsters. Very well, Tiula, focus on vigilance and do not fall into a trap. He lowered his voice to advise. The deputy team member was suspected of colluding with monsters that betrayed humanity and remains missing. His mood is terrible, so don't provoke him further. They are merely carriers of monster genes. Hardly anyone in this world cares for their lives, not worth risking oneself. His eyes glinted with killing intent, voice full of sarcasm, hiding underground, is that all? The instant flame pierced deep below. Very well, I will drag you up from there. Screams echoed one after another. It's over. That place seemed like a volcano mouth. We can hardly bear the heat. Who is he? Never mind, run quickly. At this moment, ordinary people can only flee. Yang Yang turned to look at those still trapped. What am I hesitating for? Boy decisively turned his back, telling himself he had no power, when suddenly a faint cry for help rang out. The people in the vehicle panicked and screamed, where is this? Help, it's unbearably hot. Bodies began showing signs of mutation, gradually turning into monsters. Yang Yang shivered and froze as the other two were flung far away. Thrashed frantically, unable to move, certainly surrounded, too hot, even superhuman strength struggles to resist, truly terrifying. He pleaded urgently, voice anxious, respected cleanup team members, please release me. This place is too hot, I can't endure much longer. Captain Lian frowned but remained calm. Retract your power and surrender. Let go of resistance and we will ensure your safety. Boy hurriedly begged, esteemed captain of the cleanup team, can we rescue those in the vehicle? He interrupted irritably, is your head faulty? Disregard this madman, hurry to save us, we surrender. His gaze was cold, saving the gene-carrying people in the vehicle. In this circumstance, even untransformed they can't avoid disaster, will eventually become monsters. Yang spoke but still saw a chance for survival. Who is that person without a salvation mask, not like the foreigner intelligence mentioned? The boy remained steadfast on the steaming road, barefoot on the hot surface without using superhuman power. Yang's expression was serious. Intelligence said the nearby blue flame might be a disguise. Could the disguised one be him? Perhaps still possible to control those not fully mutated. The captain spoke calmly. We cannot risk injury to save those beyond hope. Will you surrender or not? The boy stammered, pale-faced, I am not one of them, have never done evil. At this moment the bus slowly sank as the road gave way. Yang stood frozen watching the bus sink completely. Calculated silently, if he crossed over with his strength he might escape. The supervisor warned to think carefully before acting impulsively, but still. In his eyes was the struggle of tangled emotion. Yang gritted his teeth and jumped into the deep pit. If not daring, he would no longer be himself. Hak Thiet reported to the captain. He jumped. At that temperature he might not survive. He remained calm, not necessarily. The blue flame has appeared in Tan Than. Captain observed, then continued. He can transform into a monster with control ability, overall strength beyond 5-star superhuman, disguised as blue flame and fire resistant, surely connected to the blue flame, may intervene in our action. The captain spoke sternly, always be vigilant, there may be others hiding nearby. He spoke slowly, behind this deserted town is the site. The foreigners brought many gene-carrying people here. The true purpose remains unclear. The captain's eyes flickered, in my speculation. He looked toward the deep pit, astonished at the one disguised as blue flame. Yang approached the vehicle. How to save them? The shell is only temporary insulation. Must break through or they won't survive. If delayed the vehicle will melt in tens of seconds. Now it's softening, too late perhaps. His expression changed, full of helplessness. Why did I jump? Supervisor was right, too reckless. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, I can eat the monster. Yang calmly stomped, gathering spiritual power, just a little flame, try to swallow it. His feet quickly mutated, legs monstrous as if to devour everything. Stream of spiritual energy quietly spread in the space. Yang froze anxiously. Where did this power come from? From head to body stimulated as if evolving. His limbs went limp, seemingly out of control. Singer's joyous laughter rang out. The hand controlling fire was about to form a domain, soon reaching 5-star threshold. Then I will play to make the flame surge stronger. Laughed with delight, borrowing your fire to break 5-star, that Hua Zia person. Chichuan stood calmly on the ground, want to contest with firepower. He clenched his fist, voice sarcastic, then I will deal with you. The ground opened a violent pit. Zich Yim's hand unleashed a fire barrage then exploded. Chichuan froze, puzzled, why no sudden eruption? He was confused, could it be backfire? Zich Yim's hand failed. Braced himself, the fire barrage dissipated. Have I truly lost? Yang sank in chaos. What did I just do? Fire completely consumed, forming a strange circle. As a gene carrier, he paid little attention to superhuman monster conflict. Now he had no idea what he caused. The captain's expression changed briefly, contemplative. The one disguised as blue flame transferred Chichuan's fire to that foreigner. Yet he is a real 5-star superhuman, or perhaps a level 5 monster linked to blue flame. Chichuan said heavily lost. He giant hasn't recovered, Deputy Captain. Your fire was merely exploited by him. He murmured in astonishment, my fire still has flaws. Ziola hesitated, saying Deputy Captain easily lost. Chichuan looked at the pit. My fire still inferior to that blue flame, the color identical to the monster fire that caused chaos in Fangia. Smirked faintly, well done. Chichuan's gaze helpless. Blue flame wants to confront Fangia. She looked up puzzled. Senior Key Giant, what are you doing? Should I remain vigilant? He teasingly told her to stay away. She just joined and didn't know Deputy's nickname was Annihilator. Ziola hesitated, asking, isn't Deputy Captain's ability fire that can burn everything? Giant stopped and sighed. Whenever Zich Yim hand destroyed, he enters explosive state from defective fire. She was stunned. I thought Deputy and Captain always kept calm. Deputy is actually the most violent in the team. He slowly brought a pill to his mouth, each time swallowing a Zich fire worm. Chichuan suddenly crushed something, face frenzy. He urgently ordered, step back for safety. Ziola panicked, further retreat will enter the forest, for next Deputy will destroy everything around. His eyes turned pale, murderous intent surged, burning all. The fierce flame concentrated, his hand as if wanting to turn everything to ash. His hands slammed the pit, the ground shook violently. Akthiat calmly told the captain. Chichuan used the pill again, behind faint cries for help echoed. The captain remained calm, he never abandoned reliance on external force. His gaze darkened, fingers carrying force from hidden space. The ground beneath cracked, seemingly about to collapse. Singer looked full of excitement, still able to swallow my fire, truly a strange ability. He raised his head dissatisfied. You have fire in hand, what else do you intend? Instantly Singer was pulled by force and slammed into a rock. Tremendous power, was he just playing before? Already 5-star superhuman strength. He laughed arrogantly declaring, then I won't fight. As long as I escape I need not fear them finding the underground, then the boss will forgive me. Singer froze, eyes immediately alert. The vehicle accelerated, creating a suction force that dragged that man sliding behind it. At the other end, Yang halted. It seemed he had just led everyone into colliding with something. His face became resolute as he told himself that even if he did not know where this pit led, he could not possibly lead everyone to escape the powerful cleanup squad above. The vehicle shot forward like a storm. They had to leave this place first before making further plans. Flames burst forth, piercing through the ground. Amid the devastation, the captain calmly said that this time the vice-captain's flames had penetrated that strange green zone. It was understandable because that green zone was not necessarily a complete domain. Akthiat still asked in confusion, then what about those who fell below? Could they have been burned to ashes? He spoke solemnly in midair. There was no smell of burnt impurities. She asked curiously if they had escaped and how. Jian replied calmly that the captain sensed the extraordinary aura from earlier had disappeared, and there were traces of a tunnel underground, likely prepared in advance. He had already checked. Space suddenly fell into an unusual silence. He continued heavily. The foreigner, the one who used blue flames and the monster vehicle had all entered inside. Jian turned back with a complicated gaze. That tunnel might lead to that place, the forest where monsters and aberrations gathered densely. It seemed the foreigners intended to act there, and they also had to enter to investigate. Captain looked at Chichuan coldly and said that this time he had failed, unable to gather and eliminate all as usual, which was not his usual style. So did he intend to continue the pursuit with them or follow his own plan? He slowly let out a long breath. Chichuan lowered his eyes apologetically, stating that a family matter had occurred, and as the eldest son he was obliged to return, requesting permission not to participate in this mission. Captain Lion replied calmly that it was fine, family matters were important, and he should handle them properly before returning, he acknowledged. The scene shifted as a gentle voice sounded. Lin Chi, among my students you understand swordsmanship the most. Xing Kun said you can sense his extraordinary gene and vice versa. Therefore only you can modify a suitable version for him to cultivate, help him grow stronger to overcome the supernova crisis. Lin Chi walked quietly along the street. Although he had once lost to him, in the academy he had saved him. The favor outweighed the grievance and this debt had to be repaid. Moreover, the dean had spoken, leaving him no reason to refuse. His expression changed. Favors had to be repaid, but was he ultimately helping a monster or humanity? Previously, due to urgency, he had only completed the basic sword star, and now it was fully perfected. Suddenly several strangers approached. How ironic that the star chart he created could not break through more than 61% of the extraordinary gene. Should he hand it over to that man? For now he would deal with the immediate situation. Were these people planning an ambush? They decisively covered his mouth and used anesthetic. Lin Chi's body gradually lost control, and his vision blurred. Lin Chi, forgive us for inviting you in this manner. A cold shackle tightly locked around Lin Chi's wrist. He smiled faintly in mockery. Such an invitation was truly full of sincerity. Lin Chi provocatively said, Vice Dean Fan and the eldest young master of the Fan family, Fan Shichuan. Pan Zhenwei replied in a deep voice with an apology, stating that they had their own difficulties. He frowned, nearly losing control. Naturally, they had also prepared considerable sincerity. He struggled and asked what they wanted. The needle pierced into his body. Do not worry. This was something that ordinary, extraordinary individuals all desire. Lin Chi froze, his eyes filled with hesitation and confusion. His arm suddenly glowed, as the previous deduction of the sword star had caused internal injuries, yet now it immediately recovered, and he even felt vigorous vitality in the arm that had once been lost. I calmly observed, stating that this was their sincerity, the latest type of medicine named Second Life, capable of unlocking the body's maximum potential. Before Lin Chi could regain his composure, with the combination of limb grafting, the lost arm could be easily restored, and thanks to Second Life it was even possible to graft an extraordinary arm. He pressed his lips together with a complicated expression. Lin Chi, in terms of aptitude, you far surpass many geniuses. What limited you was possessing only 61% of the extraordinary gene, and after losing your arm it fell below 60%. Understood that grafting an extraordinary limb could raise the predetermined gene ratio. The barrier that once bound him would no longer exist, and from now on he could become a dazzling genius like Shangyuan Q. Tran I moved his lips slightly with fervor, saying that he only needed Lin Chi to reveal the weakness of the sword star. Lin Chi's gaze turned icy as he asked which weakness, and whether their target was Xing Kun. Tran I replied in a deep voice that Xing Kun could become an existence even more terrifying than the Monster King. He remained calm yet resolute, stating that Xing Kun could prevent those with monster genes from attacking instinctively, something their research institute had once proclaimed would be achieved in the future, and now Xing Kun had accomplished it, giving them a chance to escape despair. So what did Tran I truly want? Tran I frowned with a conflicted expression, saying that when some were in despair others would have hope. Lin Chi asked in confusion what he meant. Pan Zhenwei replied calmly, asking how much Lin Chi understood about the life serum, and Lin Chi hesitantly said that it was a drug extracted from organisms to rapidly restore vitality. He gently explained that this technology was developed by the Eagle Nation, and since its inception, it had helped extraordinary individuals gain an advantage over monsters and restore order. Several vials of multicolored serum appeared. The first generation enhanced recovery but caused rapid aging. The second generation reduced side effects. The third generation eliminated most of them and was the current stable version. And by the fourth generation, the essence of life could even promote extraordinary evolution. Lin Chi became vigilant as the serum was injected. The latest second life could even change the fate of extraordinary individuals. Tran I calmly asked whether the essence of life was not the hope of the extraordinary, and Lin Chi refused to yield, asking what it had to do with those bearing monster genes. Lin Chi's expression suddenly changed in horror. What? He spoke with a complicated expression. Rapid recovery was not a characteristic of those with monster genes. Lin Chi had guessed correctly. The life essence was originally extracted from those with monster genes but had not been disclosed. Although later technological upgrades allowed extraction from animals, it could only reach the third generation at most. The serum continued to flow in, causing Lin Chi's body to change, and to obtain the fourth generation essence it was necessary to use those with monster genes. Tran I spoke sternly, stating that this was why Hua Zia's research always lagged behind other nations due to excessive conservatism, and even the life essence they possessed had only been obtained through simulated experiments. He continued gently that second life was for internal use only, and Lin Chi's body had already accumulated enough. Lin Chi's gaze wavered, and Tran I stated that with just a nod they would immediately graft the prepared arm for his rebirth. Lin Chi's expression turned cold as he said he understood that their attempt to deal with Xing Kun was not only out of fear of his terrifying potential, but because he would prevent those with monster genes from being marginalized, thereby cutting off their source of profit. Tran I frowned and responded coldly that Lin Chi was wrong, and that he had lost the value Tran I once wished to recruit. Tran I slowly raised 2 fingers. A violent pain coursed through Lin Chi's body, as if attempting to break his will. He gritted his teeth resolutely, declaring that he would never submit to them. Tran I sneered contemptuously, calling him a useless genius, and stating that he wished to test whether this defective specimen could create a powerful, extraordinary being, and if Lin Chi did not know how to cherish the opportunity, he would serve as an experimental subject. Tran I held a knife and warned that second life caused extraordinary genes to become highly active, and electric currents could stimulate the defense mechanism, causing the genes to converge at the stimulated location ready to erupt. Lin Chi's arm was quickly severed to obtain a limb containing a high concentration of extraordinary genes. His face turned pale with terror. Tran I coldly ordered that it be taken to the archives. She quickly carried the severed arm away and acknowledged. He calmly watched Lin Chi collapse, assuring him that second life was still effective so he would not lose his life, and that he likely now possessed only slightly more than 10% extraordinary genes, though verification was needed for accuracy, but he assumed Lin Chi would not mind. Lin Chi remained steadfast, stating that he would never reveal anything about the sword star. Blade pressed against his neck, and Tran I declared that 20 years ago he had 100 ways to make him speak. With dense killing intent, Tran I proclaimed that this was the era of the extraordinary where no one could keep secrets. Shi Chuan, and from behind Shi Chuan coldly responded in acknowledgement. Chi spoke in a deep and fervent tone, saying to leave it to him. A hand imbued with flames slowly moved toward Lin Chi, as each person's blood would circulate throughout the body within dozens of seconds if a part of it began to boil. The flames erupted violently, and a heart-rending scream resounded. His face turned deathly pale, and his eyes gradually became empty. Lin Chi collapsed helplessly. No one could endure such pain for long. His spirit had reached its limit, and now with interrogation by an extraordinary of the mental system, all secrets would eventually be revealed. I spoke coldly, his expression like that of a madman. The next step is to hand everything over to the head of this monster factory to handle. He stood behind observing indifferently. Chi-Chuan, your father is gone, Ban Hien refuses to return, and Pan Shizi has become the vessel of the flame demon god. I slightly frowned and spoke gently. For many years I have had no heir, so I originally intended to pass everything to you. He immediately interrupted, no, just as my father was once disappointed with my 86% transcendent gene. Chi-Chuan's gaze was filled with complexity. I also have no interest in managing the Fan family estate, just let uncle take over. He looked at the blood pill in his hand with fascination. I returned only to repay the kindness of many years of upbringing. More importantly, I need the scarlet blood pill to achieve my goal. The Fan family cannot be allowed to collapse. He said in a deep voice, Chi-Chuan, the source of scarlet blood pills has been exhausted. The eternal flower has become the flame demon god and no longer belongs to the Fan family. If you want pills, then you must seize Xing Kun. If not, then take his corpse. His genes can create even better pills. Each word seemed to spread along an invisible current of power. I continued with a profound gaze. It can also upgrade the Fan family's flame, transforming the clan into a true flame aristocratic family worthy of cooperating with the demon god. Kung Tin appeared suddenly with a crazed smile. Only in this way will the flame demon god return Pan Shizi. He declared decisively, this time Xing Kun must lose his life. The nurse grabbed Lin Chi's hair and pulled her up, saying that the star map and weakness of the sword star had been identified. It is an incomplete star map and has a fatal point. After speaking, she released her hand without hesitation. Lin Chi fell forward with her head striking the floor. In theory, it could cause the sword star to collapse in an instant. I ordered sternly, there is no time left. Xing Kun must be dealt with before the commander-in-chief arrives. Immediately gather all information about him. Emphasized frantically, if no useful information can be found, then everything must be thoroughly cleaned up, leaving no flaws. In the darkness of the night came a concise reply, yes. Scene shift, Xing Kun received a call from the institute director. Xiao Nai complained tiredly about being drained by Xing Kun. He frowned and reminded her not to tarnish his reputation. Xing Kun slowly shook his head. In a short time she had transformed a large number of people carrying monster genes. Lin Chi would not come here. Looked toward the door and said he would stay alert because someone was coming. The person on the other end turned pale and exclaimed that more people carrying monster genes had appeared. A voice sounded, Xing Kun, the commander-in-chief wishes to meet you. Please come with us. Xing Kun was slightly surprised but remained calm. So late, very well. Liang Gok respectfully extended his hand to lead the way. Please enter. The commander-in-chief is waiting. Xiao Yu frowned and mocked. Is the commander-in-chief really that impressive? He apologized and explained that due to the special identity, only Xing Kun was invited. Xing Kun merely glanced over with an indifferent expression. He smiled meaningfully. What an honor, Xiao Yu, Xiao Nai, I will go in first. Xiao Nai crossed her arms in dissatisfaction, even playing exclusion, then turned to prepare to follow. He hesitated and asked where to go. Xiao Yu calmly replied that their names had just been called. She arrogantly said it was clearly a signal for them to follow behind. Xiao Nuyen sighed and remarked that she truly understood his intention. Xiao Yu turned and threatened to sew her mouth shut. She stepped back explaining that she was only talking about coordinated combat, not anything else. The car drove through the dark forest. Xing Kun asked what the commander-in-chief's name was, whether he was handsome and if he would make things difficult for him. He found it strange that everyone was silent. The phone had lost signal. He sighed and said to tidy up a bit. The atmosphere felt like escorting a criminal. He could even smell blood, the scent of monster gene carriers and monsters on them. The corner of his mouth curled up. He had encountered someone with a similar scent before, and when that man revealed his aura, it was clear he was an assassin. That man's gaze was gloomy like a demon. You are not the Earth Dragon cleanup team, and you did not see me. He glanced at the Fan family dead soldiers, his voice mocking. Are you the ones living in the shadows nurtured by the Fan family? When they drew syringes intending to act, he calmly murmured whether it was anesthetic or poison. Whatever it was, they did not intend to kill him immediately. He unleashed a series of punches as a warning, relying on "you cannot kill me, where do you intend to take me?" The gloomy driver stepped on the accelerator. Xing Kun asked whether Lin Chi had been captured by them, describing a short young man with a broken left arm wearing a fur coat. The car sped away. Extracting information from dead soldiers was not easy, but he already had a method. He tightened his grip on the syringe. Dead soldiers did not fear death, but they were still human. Beside him, Liangok's eyes gradually turned frenzied as emotions surged. The person in the passenger seat turned back ready to attack despite the slim chance. Xing Kun's body began to show signs of mutation that everyone could sense. The Earth Dragon manifested with intense killing intent, saying it had a detector even more accurate than devices. It charged at that man like a mad beast, then continued to attack the remaining person. He also could not escape the Earth Dragon's fury. Amid the chaos, Xing Kun still sat calmly in his seat. He coldly asked again about Lin Chi. Seeing their reaction, he immediately knew his guess was correct. The car stopped at an underground area, resembling a secret laboratory belonging to the monster construction site. Xing Kun continued to interrogate about the monster construction site in Tan Than A, along the east-west direction. He got out of the car with a sharp gaze, having found the location. "Why did you bring me here? What other schemes does the Fan family have?" He lowered his voice in warning. Fortunately, it is not mealtime yet, so he can still control his hunger. He strode heavily into the abandoned house ahead. He realized that the people inside were all those he had transformed. They cheered that Xing Kun had come to rescue them, saying they had been imprisoned by the cleanup team for 2 days without food. The exhausted mother said she was about to faint from hunger. The little girl softly called for her mother. He silently evaluated. They retained their sanity, but their evolving hunger was like his. Only life essence fluid could soothe it. The Fan family had deliberately stimulated this, and many transcendent beings were hidden nearby. Fan family dead soldiers surrounded the abandoned house, but this number was not enough to threaten him. Liangok waved his hand indifferently. What does the Fan family ultimately want? Hand suddenly struck hard at the back of his neck. Xing Kun turned back in confusion. What were the dead soldiers doing? They simultaneously repeated the action of stimulating their potential, intending to deal with him. Did they not know it was useless? Their faces were crazed. He sensed the transcendent genes within their bodies boiling and emitting a powerful aura. Those inside also gradually showed signs of mutation. The little girl trembled and said the smell outside was so fragrant. The mother tried to hold her back and told her to endure. A man with red eyes said he was sorry Mr. Xing Kun. He could no longer control himself and was about to mutate. Xing Kun pondered and immediately realized that even he found the scent alluring. This was a baiting tactic using diffused transcendent gene drugs to lure monsters and then launch an ambush. He stood facing the dead soldiers and calmly said that all of you are emitting transcendent gene auras like a free feast for me and the monster gene carriers behind. At this moment, his body was still elongating and twisting during the process of alienation. They were luring us into cannibalism, and there was a poisonous trap within it. Everyone struggled to stay conscious. Mr. Xing Kun, do not worry, we still retain our reason. We will restrain him and absolutely will not harm anyone. We will prove that we are not monsters. Through the reflective screen, Lai Kuk spoke in a deep voice. Chin-ai, they did not follow your plan to eat humans. He looked toward Xing Kun, admitting that the possibility of him becoming the king of monsters in the future was only speculation. Moreover, the commander-in-chief would arrive tomorrow. If the situation remained under control, then the extraordinary missile could not be activated. Lai Kuk tightened his grip on the device, saying that this missile was not yet scheduled for testing. Using it now was too cruel. It was a modern, extraordinary mechanical weapon, but there was no data on environmental damage. Chin-ai frowned, his gaze icy as he asked what it would take for him to press the button. Then he laughed with killing intent. Lai Kuk calmly replied that you could not point a gun at me. If you did so, even if Huaxia still depended on the life essence fluid, you would still find it difficult to escape punishment. Ran-I coldly warned that for the peaceful world Xing Kun had to die. If in 3 seconds you did not fire, then I would personally end your life. 3, 2, 1. Lai Kuk placed his hand on the screen for a final check. The launch base was ready, target positioning complete. He decisively pressed down. Lai Kuk's gaze was complicated as he said, Pan Zhenwei, you are walking a road of no return. Pan Zhenwei replied coldly, the victor becomes king, while the loser becomes abandoned. He carried killing intent. The defeated were merely mud in the new era. In the sky, flames flashed brightly. The missile-carrying terrifying power shot forward like a raging storm. Tiu Engi teased Xiao Yu. The phone had lost connection and Xing Kun's location had also disappeared. Stop giving random nicknames. She excitedly pointed at Lai Tianxing's motorcycle in the garage, saying that using it they could catch up. Since being diagnosed with the monster gene, she had been forbidden from all stimulation. Now she could finally try. Did she want to get on first? The other person hesitated, saying she was clumsy with machines and could not even ride a bicycle. Xing Kun had always been the one to carry her. Tiu Engi laughed, saying, "This time let me carry you." Tan Jiao suddenly appeared and coldly stopped them from leaving, a strange scent spreading everywhere. He introduced himself as Captain Tan Jiao of the cleanup team, responsible for watching over the two of them and requiring them to stay in the villa while Xing Kun met the commander-in-chief. Xiao Yu asked unhappily on what grounds moving about was a right of freedom, then softly mentioned that the monster scent and blood sent on them were the same as the group that had captured Xing Kun. Tan Jiao declared that since entering the academy they had been cleaners, a force protecting Huaxia, and must obey orders. He proudly said that as a company captain they had to listen. Keeping 2 students here was only a trivial matter. He laughed arrogantly, threatening that if they disobeyed orders then the entire team and even the teachers would be punished. He froze when the two had already climbed onto the motorcycle and left, hurriedly saying that they only needed to behave obediently. Tiu Engi turned back to provoke him, saying she was a student of the Monster Academy. Cleanup duties had nothing to do with her unless she herself was the target. Tan Jiao gritted his teeth and ordered them to be stopped. Her gaze darkened as she looked at that company captain. Tiu Engi calmly demanded that he prove his identity. He grew irritated at how difficult the students were to control. Tan Jiao ordered their capture, killing intent flashing in his eyes as he intended to teach them a lesson. Suddenly spiritual power silently pressed toward him like a warning. He was stunned within the oppressive barrier, lamenting that they had already attacked. Su Tin had reached 51% already. Xiao Yu coldly stated that without evidence he was merely an imposter. Tan Jiao realized he was bound tightly by electricity and unable to move. Her expression was icy as she said that no matter how many death warriors he brought, it would be useless before this kind of monster. You were planning to scheme against Xing Kun, were you not? His face turned pale as he realized that from the beginning he and the death warriors were merely discarded pawns. Thunder and lightning struck continuously. He was horrified that a mere student could be so powerful. Tan Jiao screamed in agony. Remaining individuals were also struck down by lightning. The shadows sank amid cries of despair. In the forest, a stern voice forbade extraordinary combat. Xiao Nuyan explained that they only wished to leave. The other person was astonished by the nearby power and ordered a ceasefire. Outside the barrier, Xiao Yu remained calm. He asked coldly what intentions they had toward Xing Kun. Tiu Dim stepped forward arrogantly, saying the commander-in-chief wanted to meet him and that Haiyan Kui had already shattered. Suddenly the space trembled violently as if an earthquake had struck. Flames erupted in the forest, causing Xiao Yu to freeze. He anxiously called out Xing Kun's name. Someone said in confusion that today they were testing extraordinary missiles. Lao Mak panicked and told Tiu Lam to look ahead. Tiu Mu angrily cursed, telling Tiu Mi to find Xing Kun while he stayed behind to hold them off. Tiu Engai immediately turned the vehicle around and replied with a light smile that it was done. He felt a sense of dread that something was wrong. Tiu Dim muttered that the brat was truly stubborn. Thunder and lightning formed a formation of terrifying power, first restraining. Scene shift. Xing Kun stood in the encirclement as the group continuously expended extraordinary power to seal the room. Calculated that they wanted to use this group to hold him back or to release new monsters. If he charged out, he would be in close contact, and those creatures had been starving for a long time. He paused, thinking that killing the Death Warriors was also not an option because of the surveillance camera. His gaze shifted to the mysterious object rushing toward him. He was stunned to realize it was a missile. The missile rushed in with enormous extraordinary energy. Was this a mechanical device created by humans? He felt a heavy resolve not to let it fall. Mutated arms extended like a raging storm. It turned out this was the trap to keep him here. Someone exclaimed in dissatisfaction that the Fan family had gone mad. The Star Sword appeared. A bolt of lightning tore through space and slashed down. Terrifying flames engulfed the field of vision, their power surpassing even a 5th-tier monster. Xing Kun was horrified to see the candidates burn to ashes like bait. They turned to dust. In the apocalypse, they had originally been valuable combat strength. He wondered to himself if there was still another missile, then realized that was not the case. His finger lightly touched the stream of cold water. The soul appeared clearly before Qin Ai. His expression was complex as Xing Kun completely mutated and his power erupted. It truly caused you to appear here. That man spoke leisurely, saying that the sense of justice and heroism often dominated the youth. When destroying the Nam and Gayat monster factory, he devoured both monsters and humans but did not touch the blood essence of those carrying the genes, instead directly finishing them off and wasting energy. Fragments of memory surfaced when the academy was invaded by the clone of the flame demon god. He risked his life to save people instead of exploiting the situation to increase his strength. The incidents at the hospital and this supernova event were the same. Chanai waved his hand decisively, his eyes burning with fervor. The so-called youthful thirst for justice had restrained his growth. If this weakness was exploited, then dealing with him would be easier than confronting a true monster. Over the past 20 years, human technology had never stood still, and its current power far surpassed the past. As long as Xing Kun was lured into the trap and the star sword destroyed, then the Fan family would control everything. The scene shifted to him standing silently observing, softly sighing. As expected, this kind of extraordinary missile could significantly wear down a fifth-tier monster, completely different from his initial prediction. Shichuan's gaze was filled with complexity. If he did not act according to justice, then he would choose the best evasive position during the missile barrage and willingly enter the bee trap we prepared. But if everything went according to the plan, amid the dense smoke and flames, he would confront the missiles head-on and continue to exhaust himself. Everyone struggled to remain clear-headed before the temptation, the faint aroma of roasting extraordinary genes lingering in the air. Nu decisively blocked the path, her voice firm. You adults must know how to restrain yourselves. Do not follow your instincts. It has already been said that you must not cause trouble for Xing Kun. The corner of Xing Kun's lips lifted, his eyes filled with interest. How were these missiles manufactured? Inside, they seemed to contain an extremely powerful fire element source. The upgraded durian-like objects suddenly appeared in midair, looking like ultimate versions. I really want to take a bite. His gaze gradually became fervent as lightning dragons raged. If he could not swallow them, then letting them explode would also be fine. He opened his mouth toward the missiles, conveniently assessing the level of human technology. Then one of them was swallowed straight into his mouth. A heaven-shaking explosion, along with a dazzling blaze, caused the space to tremble violently. His expression changed slightly, his body trembling faintly. The missile exploded, flames surging as if to devour everything. A terrifying shockwave blasted Xing Kun far away. He sat amid the ruins, his eyes still filled with interest. With his current strength, he could only swallow a portion. This time he suffered a slight loss, but the power of the extraordinary bomb was not bad. Xing Kun suddenly paused, his eyes vigilant. If produced in sufficient quantity and not destroyed by monsters, then this thing could exert tremendous effect. Shichuan coldly burned the mutants, his voice crazed. Our first meeting, I am the deputy captain of the Yellow Springs squad. Fan Shichuan, truly scorching. His eyes revealed killing intent as he declared fiercely, I have come to purge you bloodthirsty monsters. You have killed quite a number of cleaners. Xing Kun stood up, his voice mocking, killing so many people just to pin such a grand accusation on me. His gaze was filled with hatred as he said in a deep voice, I know you, the young master of the Fan family. Unlike the death warriors you used as bait, you are the true cleaner. Committing such evil, are you not afraid of retribution? Hearing this, Shichuan burst into maniacal laughter, exactly as scripted. Xing Kun calmly stepped forward, his gaze sharp. This is a grievance between me and the Fan family. It has nothing to do with them, right? Shichuan secretly rejoiced. That's right. Step forward and protect those implicated by you. Shichuan's eyes flashed with complexity. They are innocent, our only target is you. He continued burning the mutants before saying, I will give you a choice. Put on this bracelet and I will release them, including the one carrying the captured monster gene. What do you think? Xing Kun remained calm, glancing at the bracelet. This trap was clearly aimed directly at him. Shichuan urged, my time is precious. Answer immediately. Righteous youth are easily trapped. He thought these people being implicated would cause the other party to waver, but it still depended on the person. At the very moment Xing Kun touched the bracelet, he casually threw it away and said coldly, how about you continue burning them? Shichuan's gaze became chaotic. Was he not going to save them? Xing Kun provoked, I told you to continue, or are you afraid? He intensified the flames and said, do not regret it. They will die because of you. Yet inwardly he suspected the opponent was merely pretending while waiting for an opportunity. Shichuan hesitated, his voice wavering. It is still not too late to regret. Xing Kun remained indifferent. Hurry up, do not drag it out. The corner of Xing Kun's lips curved upward. What was he ultimately thinking? Neither fear nor regret, as if he were merely waiting. Fierce flames devoured the mutants. Then bear this sin yourself, not only them. As soon as the words fell, a figure pierced through the sea of fire. Even the group carrying monster genes in the laboratory was dragged out and burned. What was this? The little girl from earlier, had she not already been burned? A heavy punch slammed down, forcing Shichuan to retreat in pain. How could it possess such power? It was clearly only a second-tier monster. It spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. Stunned, why did it have such strength? His ribs felt as though they were broken. Nunu's eyes burned with killing intent. In a short time she had evolved to the third, even the fourth tier, yet she had not eaten human flesh. Fortunately, I had injected a backup second life. Shichuan gritted his teeth. Expending the second life at the very beginning was truly infuriating. He collapsed, his consciousness fading. I miscalculated. Head, Xing Kun observed calmly. Regardless of whether Xing Kun was as uncle had said, the personality of this young man was something we had completely failed to predict. Shichuan remained astonished. Xing Kun actually still had such a move. Amid the sea of fire, the mutants launched frenzied attacks. He realized that the monster control ability had upgraded, meaning those earlier had not been completely burned away. He had been careless in not noticing they did not turn to ashes, but it did not matter. The trap was still waiting. If mistaken, then the plan would be reversed. Nunu's father roared in fury, "You burned my family." He gathered crimson strength and blasted Shichuan away, shouting beast. He clenched his fists and charged forward. "I will not spare you." Nunu's mother also rushed forward to attack. "You harmed my daughter. I will never let you go." Shichuan said coldly, "You monsters recover remarkably well. It is truly unpleasant, yet those above are even discussing defining you as new extraordinary beings. Truly ridiculous." He spread his arms and exerted force to fling the two away, his voice filled with disdain. "You are not worthy." Watching them charge forward madly, he said this appearance was clearly that of monsters. Nunu also rushed forward, calling for her parents. Shichuan clasped his hands and concentrated to summon. Flame burst. As the flames erupted, he leaped onto the wooden fence to maintain balance, realizing the trap was no longer effective. He landed and slid to reduce the momentum, his mind racing. He had to lure Xing Kun into the bee trap. Seeing the monsters baring their fangs and closing the encirclement, he frowned, truly an eyesore. Shichuan raised his hand to invoke the origin, crimson flame, grass. Suddenly a dragon-scaled tentacle shot forward to block the attack. He was startled. My flames were swallowed. Following the direction from which the tentacle retracted, he saw a familiar figure, Xing Kun. Xing Kun stepped forward calmly. Behind him was a forest of tentacles, from inside to outside, all resembling true monsters. Seeing Shichuan stunned, he sneered, "If you do not run, you will be swallowed." Taking advantage of the moment of distraction, the monsters once again surged forward to encircle him. Shichuan circulated his energy and leaped to escape, his mind tense. He could not yet use Crimson Fire Insect. He had to wait until the Star Sword was destroyed before delivering the finishing blow. The monsters continued to pursue from behind. He grew irritated, getting farther and farther from the bee trap. He dashed into the forest and then realized something strange. Xing Kun was driving him somewhere. The situation had reversed and he had become the prey. Right before his eyes appeared something that caught his attention. Looking at the hazy building, Shichuan suddenly understood where this direction led. The monster factory within the ruins of the Fan family, in Tan Than. Xiao Yu revealed a grave expression. Although the phone had no signal, Xing Kun transmitted vague information to me through the monster network. After speaking, Xiao Yu rushed toward the staircase, thinking as she ran that this location was not his place. She stopped and placed her hand on her chin in contemplation. What did he tell me to do? To sense it carefully once more. He muttered to himself about saving people, both hands still bound tightly behind his back. He took a light, deep breath, catching a faint scent of monsters in the air. Perhaps this place had once been where they were imprisoned. Tiu Engi changed direction and headed straight for the gate, his voice filled with excitement. This tense feeling was truly stimulating, no different from carrying out a mission as a superhuman. If he wanted to save people, then this must be the enemy's secret base where their hostages were held. In that case, he had to sneak in first. Standing before the gate, he suddenly paused and began calculating. It was his first time doing something like this, completely lacking experience. He could not just charge through the front door upon arrival. At the very least, he should scout the surroundings and find a discreet path that few would notice. Tiu Engi looked up to observe, the excitement on his face gradually turning into helplessness. It turned out to be a surveillance camera. On the ceiling, a tile suddenly slid aside. A faint glimmer of hope flashed through his mind. surely his luck would not be that bad. Before the thought could fully form, an arrow whistled through the air and shot straight down. He stared down in shock, not knowing when the arrow had already pierced through his abdomen, so he had been discovered. Yu Engi looked at the blood seeping out, his heart sinking slightly. Failing before saving anyone, could he really die like this? A choking sensation surged up, blood welled into his throat, the metallic taste spreading at the corner of his lips. But at that moment he suddenly remembered something important. He was originally a monster, dying would not be so easy. It was just too painful. Experiencing this feeling for the first time was indeed unpleasant. After the sudden attack, the door ahead burst open. He thought anxiously it was over, the door was open. The first plan to sneak in had failed miserably. Yu Engi widened his purple pupils, his gaze filled with admiration. Someone had come out. Superhumans truly knew how to seize opportunities. Losing so much blood like this, it made sense to replenish a bit. He hurriedly closed his eyes to calm himself. No, having taken on a human identity, how could he constantly think about using others as a source of nourishment? The figure behind the door finally became clear. My tin stood with a hand on his hip, his tone disdainful. Occasionally, a few reckless fools still wander here. Oh, it is just a little girl. What mission are you here for? Let me guess, you came to save someone. Tiu Engi was stunned for a moment before quickly grasping the key point. Bingo, he guessed correctly. So that man was the one who captured that short guy. Tin continued speaking endlessly. We just captured a group carrying monster genes. People like you who risk their lives to save companions are not rare. Everyone who comes here merely offers themselves as material. I am very experienced. This long spike has already pinned you. You cannot pull it out, and escaping is even more impossible. The important thing is it does not damage your joints or vital organs. In a moment, your limbs will remain intact to be used as superhuman materials. You must be a seasoned superhuman, right? On second thought, I worried too much. No ordinary person would dare charge in here. He paid no attention to that man's words, only suddenly wondering what was behind him. My tin glanced at the stack of containers behind him and explained that they contained monster gene essences transported from elsewhere. You are truly a novice. You understand nothing about our place. Tiu Engi gripped the arrow tightly and spoke through clenched teeth. I take back my earlier thoughts. He decided to temporarily set aside the plan to rescue that short guy. Tiu Engi did not hesitate to pull the object from his abdomen, blood splattering everywhere. He coldly declared that the scum in this factory could all become nourishment for him. Inwardly, he blamed himself. He had to deal with these people first before saving anyone. Witnessing this, my tin stepped back in horror. Are you a monster? You can even pull out such a long spike. Yu Engi casually tossed it aside and rushed straight at him, replying coldly, you guessed right again. Trembling, my tin repeatedly pressed the door control button, shouting loudly, do not come any closer. The thick iron gate was suddenly pierced by sharp claws. He spoke in a low voice. Yu Engi passed through the door and headed straight for my tin, saying softly, that is right, I am a monster. That man collapsed onto the floor, panicking as he called upon his power. Damn it, what is happening? Ignored the beam of light passing through his body, his expression unchanged as he continued forward. Seeing this, my tin broke out in a cold sweat, confirming in his heart that Tiu Engi was truly not an ordinary person. Tiu Engi raised his sharp claw and gently touched my tin's forehead. He pressed his lips together and whispered, I have clearly sensed my monster power. From Tiu Engi's hand, a dark aura spread into my tin, enveloping his entire body. He spoke slowly, I belong to the wood attribute. I can turn my body or others into monster wood, transforming them into aberrant wood. Suddenly, a nearby door sensed danger, and the alarm system blared urgently, warning of an intruder. The piercing siren echoed continuously. Tiu Engi quickly stopped, cold sweat forming as he glanced around. This alarm even makes me feel a bit uneasy. He looked at the deformed my tin before him and remarked that he had now become something that could be absorbed. Looking at this, do I not resemble a great villain? Tiu Engi turned toward the containers and said irritably that people like him should have long been turned into fertilizer. He raised his hand toward them, using his power to destroy the containers that should never have existed. May you all rest in peace. Suddenly, a group of people appeared before Tiu Engi. They shouted to seal all exits and not let him escape. Whoever made the first contribution would be rewarded with life essence. He faced them coldly. You arrived at the perfect time. I was just looking to vent. Ngothin charged toward Tiu Engi with blazing flames, shouting loudly, come on, help me boost my achievements. He did not respond and swung his claw. Ngothin swiftly dodged and sneered, your hand looks quite strange. I thought it was something impressive, but your movements are so slow. Which fool on duty was defeated by him? Let me handle this, it will only take a few minutes. Suddenly a strange force invaded Ngo Thien's body. He froze in shock. Is this my hand? His subordinates turned pale at the sight. What did he do to Ngo Thien? A wood attribute superhuman. We have never seen anyone turn a person into a tree like this. No matter the method, it is too cruel. Group instinctively stepped back, reminding each other to keep their distance, initiate a fire assault, and prepare for long-range attacks. After observing for a moment, that man saw an opportunity and gave the order. The mechanism activated, startling Tiu Engi into a shout. The air was tense, yet they calmly planned. Although he was powerful, his speed, experience, and reflexes were lacking. Everyone prepare. That man launched energy toward Tiu Engi while ordering Group 1 to restrain him, absolutely not allowing escape. Group 2 deployed a continuous chain of flames, exerting full force to incinerate him. Amid the surging sea of fire, that man confidently stated that even a fire attribute ability user would struggle to withstand this combination. Moreover, he was wood attribute, fire overcomes wood. He had almost no chance of survival. After a while, his silhouette gradually emerged from the smoke and flames. A terrified shout rang out, "Impossible, Captain. He is still alive, and monster horns have grown on his head." It is said that extremely powerful humanoid monsters once appeared. Could he be one of them? Is he truly a monster? A monster has infiltrated, and he can even use elemental power. Could he have reached the 5th tier? Even if not, he is at least peak 4th tier. We must be careful. That man broke into a cold sweat, sighing in relief after narrowly dodging an attack. Luckily, his attack speed is not very fast, it only brushed lightly. Just as he finished speaking, a twisted tree trunk sprouted from his neck. The person behind saw his comrade collapse and shouted, "He can turn people into trees instantly. Do not let him touch you under any circumstances." Tiu Engi walked forward calmly, each step bringing the enemy closer to collapse, filling them with terror at his monstrous power. In the end, the remaining few rushed toward the door and fled together. Tiu Engi remained cold, his glowing gaze locked firmly onto them. Even after passing through the sturdy door, strands of force still pierced through. One by one, they fell in panic, the last conscious person only managing to say that he was not something they could stop. Tiu Engi stood outside, calmly listening to their cries for help, merely letting out a soft sigh. This scene was truly eerie. He frowned slightly and wondered, I am not the villain, right? Perhaps, more or less, I still belong to the side of justice. Scene shifts, Manager Tiu heard the report and asked again, "What? A monster has infiltrated our own monster factory. Do you know what you are saying?" The person outside confirmed it was true. The #1 security team had been wiped out. He nodded calmly, I understand. Manager Tiu grabbed Lin Chi's hair and forced him to look up, then told the person outside that he would come over after dealing with him. For now, instruct Team 2 and Team 3 to act in coordination. With the fan family's support, the two teams together have 4 4th-tier superhumans, and on our home ground, could they not handle a small monster? Lin Chi grimaced in pain as his hair was pulled. Manager Tiu leaned in and said, "You have aroused my curiosity. Under my mental control, you can only recall true memories. Yet you keep recalling trivial matters, from wetting the bed as a child to not growing taller in high school, all sorts of nonsense. So what secret are you trying to hide? Stop struggling, in my hands you cannot hide anything. Sooner or later you will collapse." Just as he finished speaking, the people outside reported in panic again. "Manager, something is wrong." Interrupted in the middle of handling matters, he turned and shouted, "What are you doing? Instead of resolving the situation, you are standing there." A Kung trembled as he reported that the exits had been completely blocked by strange wooden logs. "We discovered a monster infiltrating the security area through the ventilation system. Monsters have begun appearing from the gaps within the factory." Before he could finish speaking, a tremor echoed, drawing Manager Tiu's attention. "Moreover, they have followed that route straight toward your experimental area." On the ceiling, the vent cover was blown apart by the force Ti-1EC3U Engai unleashed while chasing. Looked up, concluding coldly, "What a monster." From that position, Ti-1EC3U Engi scanned around, thinking silently that he had finally found the ringleader of this criminal group. Oh, what rare luck, and even a short, one-armed guy is here too. A Kung trembled violently, pointing at the vent and shouting, "Manager, it's that, the monster has infiltrated." Scene shifted after the thrilling chase. Xing Kun stood before everyone and spoke reassuringly. "Everyone has struggled enough. Sudden boosts in strength over a short time will temporarily weaken the body, don't worry too much. It will recover gradually. To quell hunger you must drink the life solution regularly. Sorry for putting everyone in danger. Tomorrow when we reach the mansion I will provide more solution as compensation." Energy flared around him and his figure gradually vanished, leaving only a single message before departing. The rest you must find your own way back. Over there, Beletter 183NG, Jiang Shichuan still risked his life to flee from the monsters behind. He glanced back, cursing the disgusting monsters silently. In the air, Xingkun looked down teasingly. Hey, fan family, can you hear? Whether you are Fan Tian or Fan Qinai, come out. Stop hiding if you don't want the fan family to end. Appear now and show all your tricks. Today we will settle everything once and for all. The Dayan didn't reply, quietly taking a spirit pill to his mouth. Inwardly contemptuous, I am the direct descendant of the Fan family, vice leader of Hong Tian Than Dao, yet treated like a hostage, truly a joke. Ichuan feared nothing, lifting his head and growling, what is your status? If you want to deal with the Fan family, you must first understand fully. Now the Fan family is judging you. We are the righteous path while you are just. He unleashed a flare of red energy towards Xingkun, declaring, a monster bringing disaster to humanity. Upon hearing, he laughed coldly, you are masters at twisting right into wrong. How can you remain so calm? Xingkun paused, the scent on him intensified, a charm similar to Kaiengu but still distinct. He shouted further, a decayed family feeding on human lives, setting traps to harm others, abusing power for gain, yet dares to speak of judgment and justice. Xingkun compared silently, if Kaiengu is a premium beef noodle, he is just an instant noodle of similar flavor, regardless of implied meaning. Clearly he has reached a 5-star transcendence in an instant. Xingkun raised his glowing hand to observe, sensing the heat of his fire at 5-star level it indeed resisted. He couldn't engulf the flame fully at once, the outer layer must be stripped first. Opposite, Shichuan laughed arrogantly, good and evil are defined by us transcendent beings. If you are a monster you must be judged monster, let me show you what the useless Fan the failed to display. He raised his flaming hand to boast, this is the true power of red flame hand. The scene was engulfed by a sea of flames and dark energy. Shichuan executed flawlessly, 20 years of Fan family research, meticulous superhuman genetic design pushing the fire to its limit. Blink, the giant hand surged to crush Xingkun. Everything would turn to ashes under this infernal fire hand. This is the true red flame hand. He felt stunned, the intense heat surpassed even the hellfire of the demon god Flame, his strength so great that in the previous life it must have played a major role, yet he had no impression of him, no information on the Hong Tian team. Could it be he only focused on Nam and Gaiet news, or the death squad had been wiped out early? No, perhaps at the start of the apocalypse he fled with the Fan family, even in the previous life colluding with monsters, betraying humanity. Destructive flaming hand clutched the ice sphere, creating a blinding clash between extremes of heat and cold. Shichuan allowed Xingkun no breath. The infernal flame hand crushed the ice block and radiated energy everywhere. He retracted his hand, smiling confidently. I see, your field is the monster fire hell of the 5th-tier fire monster. It can bypass red flame hand's hardness and devour the covered target, truly disgusting. Han Shichuan spat out a spirit pill, continuing, let me show you the human fire field, pinnacle of flame. A haughty smile traced his lips as if to incinerate heaven and earth, red flame. Sharp claws continued piercing the energy sphere. Xingkun pressed his lips in frustration, drinking while injecting, one side replenishing life, the other burning it, still playing this way. The overwhelming pressure from the demon claw shattered the ice defense instantly and triggered a dazzling energy explosion covering the city. He sensed the situation worsening, tension mounting. Could it be the field has been harmonized? Opposite, Shichuan grew more arrogant, indeed harmonized successfully. Yet Xingkun calmly asked, rushing to kill me like this, perhaps fearing I restore reason to those carrying monster traits affecting your human trafficking. Despite the surrounding cold energy storm, he charged like a black judgment arrow. You truly are soulless dog. Chuan counterattacked immediately. The victor defines the world. Now I match your speed. As long as untouched your power is useless. This is how humans deal with monsters. He laughed wildly, hands ablaze readying a storm of strikes, thinking he hadn't yet used sword map, so pressure insufficient. Shichuan clasped both hands locking Xingkun's silhouette, planning to force it to use the sword map and break it to cause critical backlash, ending it. Opposite, he just laughed coldly. The victor defines flame sword of fiery spirit. Finishing, Xingkun pointed claws at him, countless energy streams shooting densely. Shichuan stood enduring the attack, blood flying, realizing its fire-penetrated red flame hand. It had only used part of sword map, still insufficient, even breaking the map the backlash wasn't critical. Must increase fire, too late, can't dodge, bones broken. Part of Shichuen's body gradually burned by destructive force, worried as the second life only restores flesh, not bone. Xingkun knew he wasn't alone, loudly calling the hidden ones in the sewers. If not out, the young master fan will die. As the words ended, a voice replied from somewhere, "Will follow your command." The monster's body was strong, its state unstable. A suitable sound wave could induce a twitch momentarily. This could destabilize the body for a brief moment. This was an effective method developed to counter monsters. This place prepared meticulously by fan family, traps could be set everywhere as long as undiscovered. Yet you walked forward alone, simply because everything was designed for you. Xingkun, trapped in energy chains, frowned and replied, "These are your methods to control monsters in the Star Factory." Dian threw a series of cylinders to the ground, shouting, "Xingkun, look carefully." He hid a mad smile, saying, "Our old man despised me to death. Open your eyes. Strongest flame doesn't have to be blue. Red is king." In the red storm, Shichuan tilted his head, laughing arrogantly, letting dark tentacles surge. "Angel decayed, reveal your true form." Giant flaming hands surged toward Xingkun at terrifying speed. Monster. Scene shifted. Ti-1EC3U Engi observed from the vent and said, "I've seen it. West is the lab, no different from a slaughterhouse. They're countless people with monster genes, treated like raw material and machines to produce life solution. Even I dared not look further." Turned east, resembling a body library, storing limbs of various superhumans. Ti-1EC3U Engi was furious. Even dying 1,000 times would not suffice. Manager Tiu replied calmly, "Ignorant, we are the true contributors to Hua Ha. The world has always been this way." He turned to Lin Chi, saying, "Thanks to worldwide human experiments, superhumans are strong today. Science flourished. Without fan family's silent research, Hua Ha would be 10 years behind and defeated." Manager Tiu held the control device, saying, "Only standing for the majority is justice. Planning to save him, I won't fall for it." Press the activation button without hesitation, confidently declaring this is a monster arena. Handling fleeing or evolving monsters we are too practiced. Ti-1EC3U Engi's horn glowed violently. She gritted her teeth enduring the pain. Turned to the Akung group, saying, "This sound wave is most effective in the monster factory. Theoretically, all 5th-tier monsters must submit. All fire superhumans incinerate them." The subordinates unleashed firepower, flames surging as if to engulf the place. Manager Tiu stepped hard on Lin Chi's face. "I've seen through your scheme." He leaned down, exposing, "You intended to send the complete sword map to Xingkun. Coincidentally, I received a report of that monster at the factory, but you have no chance to send it now. No one can save you. Now you are worthless. I will deal with you, keeping only the useful part." Lin Chi replied, trembling, "Haven't you noticed the sword star you took from me was fake? This hasn't been reported properly. You will be punished." Suddenly, a subordinate stepped forward to report that the monstrous tree had retreated. Manager Zio fell silent for a moment, then nodded slightly and said, "Good." He stood up and stuffed the device into A. Kung's hand, giving orders. "The sound control unit is entrusted to you. Coordinate with the Scarlet Flame Pills to complete the mission. Lead teams 2 and 3 to deal with the monsters." A. Kung replied, "Understood." That man led his people away, determined to complete the directive. After settling matters outside, Manager Zio bent down, grabbing Lin Chi's hair and said coldly, "You truly do not understand your situation, yet still dare to play disgusting tricks with me." He pulled him face to face, then enunciated each word. "At worst, I will only turn your 2 legs and spine into scrap. I have plenty of ways to pry the secrets from your brain. You are still alive because I lack materials and do not want to waste them." Lin Chi frowned, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Scene shift. Tiu Engai clutched her head in pain, wondering what that sound was. Suddenly something whizzed past, slicing across her wrist, causing her entire body to go limp. A man standing beside her saw Tiu Engai unresponsive and rejoiced, saying she has weakened. "Kung, her team is full of good materials, how about?" That man understood immediately and shouted, "Are you crazy? The clothes of Team 1 are still lying there. Do you want to become a log? She has transformed. If not captured alive, then the only option is destruction." Seeing Tiu Engai counterattack, A. Kung reminded everyone to follow orders. "The opponent is a ruthless monster. Do not think about seizing materials for merit." The entire group responded in unison, "Understood." Tiu Engai leaped up, swinging her claws, shouting, "You scum." Below, A. Kung tightened the device as sounds of readiness echoed around. That man immediately pressed the activation button. While Tiu Engai was full of vigor, she suddenly felt a sharp pain and halted because of the familiar sound. Seeing her opening, that man shouted for the control system to act. An arrow pierced into Tiu Engai's body, and the smell of blood spread everywhere. She staggered backward as the crowd cheered. "Pay attention, she is not human, do not be careless." A Kung shouted for the control system to prepare the extraordinary combo strike with the target as the center. A series of arrows pierced through her body, aiming to restrict movement. Kung and his teammates, holding spirit pills, breathed a sigh of relief, reporting Phase 1 complete and transitioning to Phase 2. That man continued commanding to use Scarlet Flame pills and operate the star chart to support deeper control, and everyone responded understood. After enduring all this time, Tiu Engai finally said coldly, "You have stuffed too many things into my body already." He stepped heavily toward them. Tiu Engai pulled out each arrow and threw them back, saying coldly, "Now it is my turn." A Kung panicked and shouted for the control system to stop her. That man repeatedly pressed the button, wondering how she recovered so quickly. "This sound wave is the factory's maximum level, even we are affected, and according to calculations, a 5th stage monster would find it difficult to move quickly." Seeing her weaken, that man unleashed an additional extraordinary fire system linkage. The entire group joined forces, creating a blazing sea of fire, as if to burn everything to ashes. One person worriedly asked, "Can we burn her to death, team? One has already failed." That man confidently replied the target team was careless, treating it as human. "Dealing with monsters requires prolonged burning. We have Scarlet Flame pills. This combo is more than enough to defeat 4th stage, and even 5th stage monsters would struggle to survive." Kung further analyzed that her body is only the size of a human, smaller than a 4th stage monster, so it is only a matter of time. Someone whispered, "Kung, something seems wrong, do you see it?" He suspected why the fire was weakening, as if being absorbed. A Kung was stunned in disbelief. Tiu Engai, with only slight damage to her clothing, laughed disdainfully. "I thought there would be more, but to make you comfortable I have already prepared." She stopped before them, saying, "I did not expect your fire to extinguish so quickly, not even a minute." That man pressed the button repeatedly, but it was ineffective, and he cursed in frustration. Tiu Engai raised her hand and smiled confidently. "My king is nearby, so your fire is being absorbed." Then she frowned as the annoying sound rang out again. She turned and dashed away, leaving the group gradually stiffening behind, saying, "I am used to it." A Kung and his companions were dumbfounded, unable to believe the sound waves lost effectiveness so quickly. Tiu Engai swung her hand, preparing to counterattack. Countless tree trunks like drills plunged down as she coldly declared, "I will hollow you out." Scene shift. Manager Zio raised his bloodstained hand and sneered, "I thought you could endure longer with just a slight movement of my finger. You remembered the detailed star chart, and your spirit collapsed, did it not?" He looked at the pool of blood before Lin Chi's chest and said, vomiting so much, "The mental attack is as heavy as physical injury, dirtying my hand." Lin Chi coughed incessantly, and Manager Zio realized it was not due to mental shock, but truly severe physical injury. He grabbed his hair, muttering, "I only kicked once, why is it so severe then?" Shouted, "You only remembered the star chart, what are you trying to indicate?" Even without an answer, he continued asking madly, "With this ruined body, still indicating the star chart, are you seeking death? Why be so reckless?" Fired an energy beam, shouting you. Manager Zio deduced that the monster Xing Kun could sense extraordinary gene activity within a certain distance. Amid the sea of fire, he growled, "Are you using this method to transmit the sword star chart to it?" Concluded, "That is what you were hiding." He laughed arrogantly, "I will not let you succeed." Facing danger, Lin Chi still mocked, "Foolish, I have already simulated it. Xing Kun will recognize that I modified the sword star core, now you can kill me." Manager Zio extended his hand before Lin Chi's forehead, releasing energy, and asked, "Are you sure he will receive it? We are more than 20 meters underground, can he sense it? Like the Moser code, it must be repeated to be clear." He paused, then said, tapping many times, "Only heaven knows what the first code is." Lin Chi gritted his teeth and replied, "I will not let you succeed." Manager Zio held a syringe and said coldly, "Suicide may be your only way, but..." He injected it straight into Lin Chi's neck, and he looked at him, asserting, "My life is mine. To decide whether to keep the secret or not is also up to me." He stared directly and said, "What secret, whether to speak or not, is up to me?" He laughed cruelly, exposing, "I know you are lying because I have already taken the complete sword star from your brain. It is perfect for extraordinary beings, but for monsters it is problematic." He analyzed that monster genes have flaws, immense physical strength and powerful recovery. Each upgrade changes the body. They evolve according to the environment, and their genes are constantly unstable. The Han family discovered that the desire for evolution brings a craving for flesh and blood, which is the fatal weakness. He manipulated energy, saying the sword star requires delicate arrangement and stable rationality. But monster genes cannot achieve this, so you adjusted the core, reducing stability and increasing mutation. Only this type can monsters use. He pressed Lin Chi against the wall within the crimson-purple energy stream, concluding, you will forget this version and only remember the supposedly complete version, but the flaw will be transmitted to the monster. His voice echoed as he once again operated the powerful sword star, and that will also be the moment you must die. Outside, the blockade shattered as Xing Kun threw his head back and roared while blue energy erupted. Golden chains shot upward, striking the window like thunder. The opposite side suffered a similar shock. The secret chamber shook violently, and Manager Zio struggled to steady himself, shouting. He broke into a sweat, thinking, why does the monster's pressure come with such strong tremors? Communication device sounded, reporting the sound waves had lost effectiveness, and Manager Zio replied, I will check immediately. As he moved, he calculated the plan to use sound waves to stall it, then use the iron sword connected to the waves to pierce through, transmitting directly. Theoretically, a fifth-stage monster would be controlled for at least 3 minutes. After pausing for a moment, Manager Zio asked in confusion why it had become unbearable in less than 10 seconds. Looked at the damaged equipment with anxiety, even borrowing the strength of the monster to strike the sonic transmitter through iron chain. Yet the entire external system of the factory still collapsed, and the data showed severe discrepancy. The person on the other end immediately issued an order. Manager Zio was to establish a psychic connection among the three of us, including me, you and Shichuan, to prepare for the final step. He responded affirmatively, but secretly planned to convey the incorrect information about Sword Star. The scene shifted to the fierce battle between Xing Kun and Shichuan. Through the communication device, Manager Zio reminded that the sonic waves had lost their effect, and to hold him back so he could coordinate. After hearing this, Shichuan laughed loudly and said, that was good. Let me see how strong you really are. He spewed flames onto the ground and declared that only by crushing you with his own hands would he be satisfied, while the other end kept calling his name. The person warned him not to act recklessly, because his power relied on drugs and was even more unstable than monster gene. Shichuan roared like a madman that he would use Crimson Flame Hand to grind everything into ashes. Space trembled as a sea of fire surged upward and engulfed the nearby skyscraper. Energy gathered and then erupted into a blazing crimson pillar of fire that tore through the air. From above, the stream of energy enveloped him and pushed his violent power to its limit. The audio device continued to sound, calling for Fan Shichuan to calm down. Immediately afterward, Xing Kun's vortex swept through and severed his arm, while the calls to Shichuan still echoed. The flames surrounding Shichuan began to weaken. He laughed maniacally and said that losing one arm did not matter and would even make his actions more convenient. Despite losing an arm, he still unleashed a violent torrent of firepower that dyed the sky red. Amid the sea of flames, he shouted loudly as he summoned the annihilating fire to burn everything to ashes. Xing Kun remained unmoved and swung a slash straight downward. The slash tore through the wind and swept across Shichuan's head. Manager Zio received no response and panicked, loudly asking what had happened. He pressed the device repeatedly and said that young Master Fan had used too many crimson blood pills and could not hear anything. Pan Zhenwei asked whether Xing Kun had been forced to use Sword Star. Manager Zio replied that perhaps not yet. They had to wait until the monster grew its second horn for Sword Star to operate fully. Before he finished speaking, he sensed something unusual. The opponent was too strong and extremely skilled. Pan Zhenwei immediately asked whether any incident had occurred at the monster factory. Manager Zio reported that the factory had been infiltrated. Xing Kun was immune to sonic waves and the security team might have been wiped out, questioning whether they could force him to use Sword Star. Pan Zhenwei ordered him to hide in the safe materials room and authorized the activation of the factory's self-destruction. He hurriedly responded in agreement. While running, he requested to establish a psychic connection to grasp the crucial moment to strike. In contrast to the tense atmosphere, Pan Zhenwei still requested the preparation of the best materials and surgical equipment to install a new arm for Shichuan after the battle. Holding the spirit pill, he said that having reached this step there was no turning back. Even if they had to stake the entire foundation of the Fan family, it had to be done. After saying that, he bit and crushed the spirit pill. Fiery energy erupted around Pan Zhenwei as he ordered a full assault. He resolutely advanced toward Xing Kun, determined to eliminate him. He asserted that if the plan succeeded, the Fan family would become unshakable. Manager Xiao pulled Lin Chi along, while lamenting the need to abandon the monster factory. Despite his worried words, he believed that the Fan family's foundations were deep. As long as they did not spare losses, defeat would be unlikely. He looked at the system with anticipation for the moment of delivering the fatal blow, and reminded them to prepare the best arm for the eldest young master. The scene shifted, flames billowed densely in the sky. Xing Kun retaliated with a series of black tentacles with bluish mouths that shot upward to coil around Shi Chuan. A blazing stream of energy pierced through the formation and halted the attack. Xing Kun glanced over with a smirk. The one hiding in the shadows had finally revealed himself. Pan Zhenwei pressed his lips together and said coldly that it should end here. He supported the injured Shi Chuan and declared that in this form you could not kill him. A person rushed forward and tightly embraced Xing Kun's tentacle. One after another, the others also clung tightly with their sturdy bodies. Xing Kun looked at them surrounding him and wondered if they were all death warriors. He realized that they were 4-star ice-type transcendents. They were burning their life force to unleash their full power in order to freeze the tentacles. Xing Kun retracted his tentacles and stepped closer to Pan Zhenwei. 6 4-star lives discarded without hesitation. The Fan family was truly ruthless. He did not respond and only told Shi Chuan to rest while he would represent the Fan family in continuing the battle. Pan Zhenwei declared that he would give everything, and Xing Kun saw numerous transcendents charging in waves. He secretly remarked that Pan Zhenwei intended to force him to unleash a great slaughter. If he killed them all, he would bear the reputation of a demon king, and it would be disadvantageous for his later plans. Pan Zhenwei continued to instruct Shi Chuan not to be impatient, because they did not need to risk their own lives. He believed that authority was the strongest weapon. Using the lives of death warriors to restrain the opponent and public opinion would stand on their side. If the opponent did not kill, he would also be restrained. Pan Zhenwei summoned energy to prolong the time for accumulating power. He waved his hand to create a gigantic flaming arm that surged forward to shatter the defense. The purpose was to force him to use Sword Star just as humans had once brought down a 5th-tier monster 20 years ago. Today that scenario would be repeated. In an instant, one of Xing Kun's arms was scorched. He looked at the vortex above and thought that Pan Zhenwei was indeed cunning in using this method to break the domain. Xing Kun recalled the past and criticized how they had once avoided responsibility when the apocalypse occurred and only knew how to seek profit. He unleashed a pillar of energy and roared that people like you were unworthy of possessing this power. Pan Zhenwei calmly stepped forward and sneered that no one cared about your judgment. He ordered Shi Chuan to continue exhausting the opponent to force the use of the strongest move. Shi Chuan ignited with flames and shot upward, causing Pan Zhenwei to be startled as he called out his name. Arrogantly declared himself invincible, while Manager Xiao reported that the eldest young master had been out of control from the very beginning. He raised his blazing palm and said to let everything burn to ashes. Xing Kun cursed inwardly that if such a wide-ranging attack was unleashed, the death warriors around would not be able to withstand. Shi Chuan became even more excited and laughed loudly like a madman. I quickly reviewed Shi Chuan's entire condition. Could it be that he has truly lost his sanity? No, he is merely evolving. He is still channeling all his power to an extreme focus. On the other end, Manager Xiao could not hide his astonishment. The young master is truly formidable. This power is so immense that even the ground trembles. There is no doubt. This is the pinnacle attack ever created by a transcendent in human history. It will surely force Xing Kun to unleash his ultimate Sword Star technique. From Xing Kun's side, countless arrows tore through the air. He laughed excitedly. It has finally appeared. Elders, come out quickly. This signals that Xing Kun has used the completed Sword Star. Our plan has succeeded. Manager Xiao continuously explained that the sword he was wielding was Xing Kun's Sword Star at a critical flaw. I instantly summoned his energy and seized the moment without hesitation. The opportunity has arrived. Today will be Xing Kun's end. Manager Xiao immediately instructed, focus all your firepower on the blade of Xing Kun's sword. That is the core of the Sword Star. Once the already unstable core is struck by external force, the entire balance will collapse. This will trigger a chain reaction, shattering his star chart and the entire monster gene sequence. Xing Kun froze and turned his head abruptly. What? Seeing the fierce flames engulf the spot where he stood, he shouted in excitement, we have won. Xing Kun waved his hand and blasted Shi Chuan backward while shouting, we have won. Pan Zhenwei glanced at the naked body that had fallen to the ground and shouted, Shi Chuan. Chuan looked at him calmly and asked coldly, "What are you doing trying to make me swallow that fire? What kind of bizarre technique is this?" Manager Zio was stunned. A flood of questions arose. Why is the weakness of the sword star ineffective? This cannot be. This should not have happened. Chuan, who had just erupted with immense power, now collapsed before Manager Zio's eyes. Han Zhenwei stepped back a few paces, his voice filled with doubt. "Did you not say the sword star had a fatal flaw? Then what is happening now?" He looked at the devastated surrounding, his heart heavy. Tonight the Fan family has exhausted all its resources. Chan Ai roared in fury. "Have all these losses been in vain due to your miscalculation? Manager Zio, how will you take responsibility?" In the laboratory, Manager Zio received the news yet insisted. Theoretically, it cannot be wrong. Injecting strange fire into the sword star core should certainly break the balance and trigger a destructive reaction. Tran Ai pressed urgently, "You are a transcendent expert. You must understand this clearly. It is like solving a mathematical problem. There is only one correct answer." Chan Ai gritted his teeth. "Reality has clearly deviated. I want you to immediately analyze the cause and find a solution. The theory cannot be wrong." Suddenly he thought of a terrifying possibility, unless the foundation was flawed from the very beginning. Manager Zio could not believe it and hurriedly refuted. "He is not a pure monster, nor entirely a monster. His gene sequence is even more stable than that of monsters. That is precisely why he was able to cultivate the sword star created by Lin Qi." At this moment, Xing Kun's calm voice echoed, "So that is the case." He spoke coldly, "You discovered the weakness of my sword star. That is also why you abducted Lin Qi." Both Manager Zio and Chan Ai turned pale. He even blocked my telepathic communication. He walked forward slowly and said in a deep voice, "I can faintly sense Lin Qi channeling power underground. Perhaps he wants to convey something. Unfortunately, the distance is too great for clarity, but it does not matter. All your schemes have clearly underestimated me." His voice was dark and menacing. "Why do you assume I must cultivate a star chart created by someone else?" Chan Ai immediately grabbed Chuan and fled. Manager Zio, prepare a replacement arm for Chuan. We withdraw immediately and leave Hua Zia. The response came swiftly, understood. The remaining men charged fiercely toward Xing Kun. He looked at them calmly and said, from beginning to end, "Lin Qi's sword star was merely a reference for me. In terms of cultivation talent, I am inferior to no one. Moreover, I carry the memories of 2 lifetimes." He remained unfazed, a faint smile curling his lips. "Everything I have cultivated." He swung his hand in a decisive slash, "has always been the sword star forged by myself." The group before him was blasted aside by a single strike. Xing Kun continued, "But there is one thing you said correctly. I am indeed not entirely a monster. Through the sword star I am seeking a different path of evolution. Thanks to the sonic waves you used earlier, I am even more certain that the path I chose is correct." His calm gaze locked onto the 2 fleeing figures. "This is the path." Xing Kun turned and shot forward like lightning, softly saying, "The correct path of evolution." Tran Ai did not dare relax, repeatedly glancing back. Never did he expect to fall into such a miserable state, forced to expend all his strength merely to escape. Fortunately, the distance had widened considerably. Perhaps they had shaken him off, but just as they sighed in relief, a streak of light closed in behind them. Pan Zhenwei turned in terror. This speed, he admitted in shock, unbelievably fast. He reacted instantly, pushing Chuan away while cursing inwardly, "Damn it." Even so, both were struck. He clutched his aching body in horror. "It was only a slight scratch. Why is the firepower within my body losing control? His flames have infiltrated our body." Chuan still retained a trace of clarity, and urged with effort, "Uncle, run." Xing Kun had already caught up. There is no escape now. It is time to end everything. Chan Ai understood clearly that escape was impossible this time. In the laboratory, Manager Zio anxiously transmitted his voice. "What should we do? The arm for the young master is ready, but will they make it back in time?" His voice heavy with worry. Suddenly, the laboratory door was kicked open. Zio Nai maintained her kicking stance and said calmly, "This door was quite hard to open." Manager Zio instantly realized he was doomed, lamenting that even the monster factory's defenses could not stop her. He frantically turned to find an escape route. "It is over. If I do not run, I will die." However, the person on the ground pinned him down with a foot. "Do not even dream of escaping." Manager Zio glared at him resentfully. "Damn it, what is he trying to do? Do not even think of running." Lin Qi panted and said with effort, "Attach my arm back." Manager Zio gritted his teeth and sneered, "What are you saying? This arm was not prepared for you." But upon meeting Zio Nai's icy gaze, he immediately trembled and stammered for mercy. He hurriedly complied. I will reattach it immediately, just spare my life. Lin Chi struggled to stay conscious. I only need my own arm. As he worked, he cautiously observed her expression. After I finish attaching it, you will truly spare me, right? She crossed her arms, her gaze sharp. Or do you want to experience something else? Manager Zio turned pale with fear. I guarantee a perfect attachment without any error. Lin Chi whispered 2 words, return it to me, and fainted. Manager Zio cried out in panic. I will prepare for surgery immediately. Zio Nai lifted Lin Chi and reminded him, there are 2. Humans have 2 arms. He trembled and replied, yes, I will replace both with the best possible arms. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. At least you know what is good for you. Elsewhere, Xing Kun was surrounded by another group, so you had death warriors lying in ambush everywhere. Chanai felt heavy at the sight. I must flee even farther. These cultivators cannot delay him. I must suppress the flames within my body to escape. Frowned at the vial in his hand, caught between life and death. There is only one choice left. Use this fateful medicine to burn my life force and drag Shi Chuan down with me. He drew out the cold syringe and whispered, Shi Chuan, I will take you away from here. Chan Ai's eyes were filled with determination. The Fan family must not fall. Its bloodline must continue. His pupils turned white as he muttered madly, it must continue. Chan Ai injected the syringe into Shi Chuan's neck without hesitation, his voice cold. With a useless person like you the Fan family cannot endure. Only if I live will there be a chance to rise again. This is for the greater cause. Blazing light erupted within Shi Chuan's body. Chan Ai watched ruthlessly. Help me stall for a few minutes, for the Fan family burn the last remnants of your strength. At this moment, Zio, you had already escaped the trouble in the forest and went to handle more important matters without paying attention to them. Tiu Deem immediately sensed her intention and shouted, she wants to escape. Lao Max snorted coldly, no one can escape from our grasp. That man slammed his hand onto the ground, activating his ability. Shockwave immediately spread, lifting the surrounding soil. 2 arms suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Zio Yu's path. Her eyes darkened as she realized the move was a stone pan. She chose the most direct approach, only needing to shatter it. Yet from the stone pan, a layer of freezing cold air spread out. He laughed at his prey, so this is your power, caught you, annoying girl. Zio Diane said disdainfully, the 2 moves flowed seamlessly. Your talent is high, but your experience is still too raw. It already guessed Zio Yu's resistance. No matter how outstanding the talent, without proper training, flaws show. Your strength cannot break this ice formed from pure water. Zio Diane clenched his fists and asked coldly, you do not seem utterly evil, so why force me to create that cruel scene? Now he had trapped her in an ice sphere. If obedient, he could soften a few words before the commander. His voice turned warning, otherwise do not blame us. We could handle you as an example. Zio Yu coldly and stubbornly reached out, thief shouting steel. At this point stop pretending, 210. The pent-up anger erupted, her power exploding within the ice sphere. Zio Diane hastily pressed down, that brat trying to tear Lady M1E1C's robe, help me. But Lao Max suspiciously looked at the back, strange, the execution imposters below still have some light. I am handling Zio Yu, where would you have time to watch them? He closely watched the charred figure on the ground. The deputy captain seemed about to sneak away. Familiar, just like the one sentenced to death 2 months ago, wasn't that murderer? Hanjio gasped, feeling cold feet, barely escaping the electric shock, fearing being dragged off again. Mission failed. The Fan family spares no one, now truly no way out. Lao Mac keenly observed the others. Other execution imposters showed oddities, from expressions to gestures, unlike normal people. Were they truly execution imposters, or just a disguise? But before investigation, a loud explosion echoed. Zio Yu broke the encirclement, forcing Zio Diane to release. Lao Mac best explain immediately. He nodded and acted. Surely a hidden reason, must report to commander instantly. At Jan Ai he coaxed softly, Shi Chuan, haven't you always longed for family recognition? Surpass your superior sibling. Skilled manipulator knows to choose words at the right time. Now you have done it, you are perfect. This is the consensus among superhuman researchers, theoretically representing power beyond 5 or even 6 stars, the ultimate state of a superhuman, primordial. Shi Chuan now immersed in a blazing, dazzling form. You are now the strongest superhuman, worthy of being the fire god. Elsewhere, Xing Kun's power also erupted violently. Jan Ai smiled faintly and ordered, go, you are undefeated. Stop that monster. He glanced at the fading blue flames. Shi Chuan absorbed my fire to suppress, well done. Go on, let Xing Kun see what you can do. This place is yours. I will bear it to preserve the Fan family's glory. Shichuan acted immediately. All warriors with fire energy drained completely. He thought silently, yes, this will accumulate power to block Xing Kun. I rejoiced internally, then turned to flee, loudly urging, Shichuan, drain all flames to become fire god. He struck at his ambition. If the Fan family revives, you are the primary contributor. Suddenly Pan Zhenwei noticed power deteriorating, his fire being drained. Why? He shouted in panic, Shichuan, I am your uncle, you cannot drain my fire. Yet energy continued being drawn by Shichuan for self-recovery. A strong pull pinned Zhan Ai, losing control over his body. Xing Kun smirked seeing Zhan Ai kneel, rolling here on his own. His face pale, no escape. Could I die by that kid, still have a chance? Zhan Ai raised his head, ordered the fire wrap, Pan Shichuan kill him. As long as Pan Shichuan defeats Xing Kun, a ray of hope remained. But Xing Kun barely raised his hand. Split wounds on Shichuan instantly closed, as if never existed. Zhan Ai angrily shouted, Pan Shichuan, useless, exert yourself. Suddenly a figure flashed by, extinguishing the flames instantly. Xiao Yu's voice deep as she passed him, who do you want to kill? She declared strengthfully to defeat him. He no longer sensed Shichuan, Pan Shichuan's life exhausted, no chance of rebirth, truly ended. Xing Kun bowed, smiled faintly, nearly lost control, unable to manage the immense fire. Honestly, if you injected the shot from the start, maybe some chance to escape. He coldly affirmed, everything ends here. Zhan Ai, sweat-soaked, still firm, Xing Kun, you understand, for you, your subordinates and Huaxia, you cannot kill me. He continued, even if you restrain, cannot quell hunger, hunger wanting to consume all of Sister Yu, you know this. Xing Kun silent amidst monster insult, behind you countless others. Zhan Ai reached into his coat, still cruel, even if you control consciousness, cannot erase flaw when hunger strikes, may choose cannibalism, but will become humanity's common enemy, best to use life essence to soothe it. He sneered, life essence insufficient for ordinary superhuman, even more lacking for monsters like you. The more he spoke, Zhan Ai grew arrogant. Without Fan family, Huaxia loses most life essence. Superhumans have fighting power, you go insane from hunger. Tempted Xing Kun, try it, this second-generation life essence studied, mere scent feels vitality in the liquid. Sweet words continued, flavor irresistible to monsters transformed by you. Xing Kun touched lips, nerves swayed, taste intense, like rich sauce with rice, saliva flowed, Xiao Yu's scent intensified, must restrain, suppress the thought. Only fleeting, he shouted at Zhan Ai, remove that foul liquid, heaven's way revolves, path too inhumane. He squinted, murmuring about blood stench. Zhan Ai poured the liquid over Xing Kun, thanks to this stench you grew strong, how dare disdain what the Fan family did. No need to swallow, mere contact triggers. Zhan Ai pleased, eyes red, hungry now, taste it, what's wrong with it? He seduced, we are alike, none noble, to succeed must step on the weak. Cannibal monsters normal, world full of man, you cannot escape Fan family. He pressed all words at him, we should cooperate. Just then a can flew into Pan Zhenwei's hand as he rambled, we can jointly control the world. The liquid burst straight into his face. Xing Kun unharmed, defiant smile disoriented Zhan Ai, wait, you cannot eat me. Panicked and fell, if you really eat, no turning back. Xiao Yu silently stood behind Zhan Ai, asked loudly, what's wrong, scared now, didn't you just say step on the weak to ride? Just as he tried to flee, Xiao Yu blocked with spiritual force, where do you plan to escape? Pan Zhenwei gritted his teeth, his cold gaze sweeping toward her. Xiao Yu spoke in a mocking gentle tone, this was the world where the strong devoured the weak, so hurry and contribute a little, offer yourself up as the main course. Pan Zhenwei continued his endless rant, people were either valuable or useless, if I fall can you bear this debt? Threatened through clenched teeth, can you truly withstand that loss? Mid-speech he suddenly froze, stammering as he called out to the commander-in-chief. Pan Zhenwei felt uneasy, had they arrived, those two people in black were indeed subordinates of the commander-in-chief. He became flustered when he thought that Xing Kun's monster form had been exposed. Although his identity was public, it would likely affect the commander-in-chief's perception. Pan Zhenwei immediately changed his tone. Commander-in-chief, as you can see, Xing Kun claimed he could control the monster gene, but in reality he could not. He could not restrain his brutal instincts. Xiao Yu secretly cursed this old fox for accusing first. He sinisterly proposed that Xing Kun should be detained for research, and if he could not be controlled then, he must be dealt with immediately. The commander-in-chief spoke with authority, Pan Zhenwei enough. Everything you have done tonight is already known to me, from kidnapping civilians, seizing the launch platform, illegally launching missiles at Xing Kun, hiring people to impersonate exterminators, to the suspected fake death of death row inmates. She emphasized that his crimes were piled upon crimes. Minister Lai had already presented sufficient evidence before me. Trade, he glared and called out old Lai. Lai Kuk only smiled and said, "Old brother, do not blame me." The commander-in-chief continued, "We have secretly investigated the Pan family for a long time. You used people with monster genes for experiments, built secret factories, disregarded the law, and were involved in many disappearances. All of it is supported by evidence." Her voice was stern. "Even sentencing you to death 100 times would not be enough. Do you have anything else to say?" Driven into a corner, he viciously said that back then someone like you should never have been allowed to hold power. Without me, Huaxia would sooner or later decline. He roared and threw himself off the cliff edge. "It is not your turn to judge me." He had already prepared an escape route, relying on the hole leading down to the materials area, believing he still had a chance to live. Tiu Deem rolled up her sleeves, demanding to give chase. "Commander-in-chief, let me capture him." She nodded in permission. Xing Kun laughed and told the woman in black not to hurry, just wait and see. Tiu Deem said irritably that the old man had schemed to harm him, and yet he was allowed to escape. He scratched his head and said evil would reap its own reward. Let heaven deal with him. The commander-in-chief ordered everyone to follow his words, as he was the one who had endured the most tonight. Pan Zhenwei fled while constantly looking back, seeing that no one was chasing him, and with the power outage it became even more convenient. He secretly rejoiced as his strength was recovering. He only needed to get past this section. Suddenly a sharp pain in his hand made him groan. Could it be a bite? He panicked when he saw the monsters rushing toward him. This place should have only contained processed gene carriers. Then he remembered that he had activated the self-destruct. Doctors had not escaped in time, and the gene carriers had transformed into monsters. The more he was attacked, the more frantically he cursed. Han Zhenwei struggled in despair. "You disgusting monsters." Finally he was surrounded with no way to escape, screaming for them to get away. He shouted for help, begging not to let his body be torn apart. The cries echoed to Xing Kun and the others above. The commander-in-chief reassured everyone that tonight was over, apologizing for arriving late and promising proper compensation, asking if he had any requests. Seeing him silent, Tiu Deem reminded her that the commander-in-chief was asking. Just then the radio urgently reported that strange flower buds were appearing everywhere. At the Lo Mon shopping center, the crowd panicked as a gigantic flower bud rose up. They appeared at intersections, in the inner city, and in many other places, even in the Vin Chao amusement park, and sprouting right in the middle of the residential area in Nam and Gai. Someone held his head in shock at its enormous size. A curious young man reached out to touch it, but was stopped by an elder not to touch strange thing. He said nothing happened, and he felt no abnormality. The news quickly reached the commander-in-chief. Lao Mak immediately transmitted a nationwide emergency order. She ordered the areas with strange flowers to be sealed off, civilians evacuated, quarantine zones established and monitored for 24 hours, while assigning the research community to determine their origin. Xing Kun turned to ask if anything was acceptable. Tiu Deem mocked that he had finally decided to speak. Commander-in-chief confidently proposed handing over all of the Pan family's assets in Nam and Gayat for him to take over. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. Ata patted his shoulder, saying he would rise to the top in one step, but asked if he could bear the responsibility. Lai Kuk worried that he was still young, but she still affirmed that special times required special decisions and ordered further investigation. He turned back and said that rescuing the gene carriers was a great merit, and he deserved a reward. He rubbed his chin and shook his head, saying it was unnecessary. She asked in surprise what he wanted then. Tiu Deem warned him not to be too greedy. Xing Kun seriously asked how many extraordinary missiles remained. After stopping Ata from interrupting, the commander-in-chief replied that there were 3 experimental missiles left, and about 30 could be produced within 24 hours if necessary. He asked in a deep voice how many flower buds currently existed nationwide. She immediately requested statistics, and Lao Mak quickly made contact. Results showed that a total of 89 flower buds had appeared. Tiu Deem was astonished, while he said it was fewer than expected, and Ata found it even more unbelievable. Xing Kun proposed mobilizing full force to produce missiles within 5 days and flatten the areas around the flower buds. Ta strongly opposed due to the enormous economic losses. Tiu Deem demanded that he speak seriously. Commander-in-chief calmly asked what the flower buds could cause. Tiu Deem was horrified to see her considering it. Xing Kun explained that within 5 days the flowers would bloom and release spores, causing mass mutations among gene carriers. These words caused a shock. Tiu Deem questioned whether there was evidence. He admitted that there was no evidence, and time did not allow verification. However, the commander-in-chief still nodded in agreement, astonishing everyone. She said that having gone through many storms, she trusted her intuition and trusted him. Yu Deem still found it hard to accept, as it was like declaring the apocalypse. She calmly said that was precisely why they had to be even more cautious. She stated frankly that if she was wrong, she would take responsibility and was willing to step down. But she could not turn a blind eye when her comrade stood right before her. King Kun was slightly surprised and asked if she was not afraid that he was deceiving her. She leaned on her cane and approached him, her gaze stern. "I hope what you said was only to test me." The commander-in-chief spoke frankly in accordance with her thoughts. It was better to abandon hollow reputation than allow the people to suffer further. "Your request cannot be considered compensation. I will make it up in another way, but since you have agreed, I hope you will also help me and help Hua Zir accomplish this." Xing Kun nodded without hesitation. "Agreed." When Xing Kun left, Lao Mak and Tiu Deem stood on the rooftop. I told her to strike his chest to facilitate injecting the water aura. I stretched and confirmed again. "You did it correctly, did he lie?" He frowned as she recalled. "Probably not." Even though I provoked him, the commander-in-chief still agreed. And when discussing matters involving many lives, his heartbeat and the reaction of his pores matched normal psychological changes, only weaker than an ordinary person. Tiu Deem trembled slightly as she remembered. On the contrary, when I struck his chest, his heart rate soared. Lao Mak curiously guessed it was due to anger. I shivered and shook my head. No, at that moment my pores all stood on end. It felt like a piece of meat hanging before a wolf's mouth. Tiu Deem still held prejudice. I could even clearly hear him swallowing. To be honest, I suspect the monster genes have strongly affected his mind. He turned to ask the commander-in-chief. He did not need the Fan family's assets in Nam and Gayat, yet you still forced him to accept them. She turned away and asked in return, "Do you think his contributions are not worthy?" I shook my head. "No, it is just that I feel your attitude is somewhat biased." She softly replied, "Perhaps because of his mother. Let us go back." Tiu Deem stepped forward and rubbed her shoulder. "Commander-in-chief, do not stop halfway like that." She tilted her body to avoid her. 20 years ago, everyone knew about that fifth-tier monster. The old matter was brought up again. That year our extermination team was not completely wiped out. I only lost both arms yet survived, perhaps thanks to someone who led it into the trap we had prepared. Two changed expression. Tiu Deem asked in shock whether his mother was the one who led the monster into the trap and why no one knew. Lao Mak added that even during the investigation of Xing Kun nothing was found. She calmly said, "Because I helped erase the information." She wanted her son to grow up without discrimination. Tiu Deem was stunned. Without discrimination. His mother was a hero. She delivered the statement like a thunderbolt, because his father was that very fifth-tier monster. I could not help but cry out, "Yet you still cared for him and entrusted him with that crucial mission." Lao Mak and Tiu Deem whispered that if Xing Kun's background as the fifth-tier monster from the past were exposed, the commander-in-chief would face great trouble. There was no need to mention it for me to understand. Commander-in-chief raised her hand and forcefully pushed open the large door. As soon as she stepped in, she questioned, "Why have my orders not been carried out? Why have the transcendental missiles not been mass-produced and the people not been evacuated? What are you all doing?" The crowd hurriedly raised their phones. "I represent Sioux City. Our command believes." "I represent Jing City. The opinion is the same." The representative of Sioux City requests to report directly. Jing City believes experts are needed for thorough assessment. Commander-in-chief's gaze instantly turned cold and stern. The glove placed on the head of the cane heated up. Her oppressive aura spread throughout the hall, silencing everyone. Her voice rang out in anger. "I called you here not to hear disputes on behalf of your superiors, but to convey my orders. The commander-in-chief of Purge has the authority to make decisions first and report later. All branches must comply unconditionally." She concluded that if any major mistake were discovered later, responsibility would be clearly assigned. Her voice was resolute. "If you are dissatisfied with a crippled old woman serving as commander-in-chief, then come here and deal with me. And if it is proven that I am wrong, I will voluntarily resign." She spoke through gritted teeth. "At present, immediately carry out the orders. Even if maximum acceleration is required, you must make up for the wasted time. Anyone who delays will no longer serve as branch commander." The entire room trembled in silence. Everyone frantically reported back to headquarters. The commander-in-chief was indeed exerting enormous pressure, and no one had time to react. Liu Kai hid in a corner and made a call. The person on the other end sneered. It has been a long time since she acted so forcefully, disabled yet still formidable. But does she think this is still the era of rampant monsters? using old laws to pressure me. He asked with a trembling voice whether you would not follow the orders. The other side shouted and then said of course it must be done. Producing missiles or evacuating the people is acceptable. Just do it and let her expose her own flaw. The person snapped, what if a missile strays into the center of my city? How ridiculous. The commander-in-chief actually believes the words of a mere boy. Investigate all information about him for me. Her position is about to become unstable. Tiu Kai glanced around vigilantly and said there is another matter. I have found Van Vong Thiu Jia. He is currently beside Xing Kun. Person on the other end roared, then what are you waiting for? Bring him back immediately. Tiu Kai stammered, but Xing Kun has entered the monster forest, so the young master followed. I only learned this when I met Lai Lam at the hospital. The other person became furious. The monster forest, many corpse retrieval teams have disappeared there. Even the strongest Huang Tian team in Hua Xia has lost contact. What are they doing there? 20 years ago, humans mutated into monsters, throwing the world into chaos. Although Transcendence destroyed the strongest fifth-tier monster, it took 5 years to regain control, and the number of ordinary monsters was extremely difficult to eliminate completely. Humans continued to mutate, and even animals transformed due to monster genes. To conserve resources, people created quarantine zones to lure monsters in and periodically clear them. At the boundary of the quarantine zone, Lily explained that after many years this place had become a mission site. Eliminating monsters would earn points. Any team could enter. The Tan Than Monster Forest was one such area. Lily presented her card with dissatisfaction. Then why are we not allowed to enter? We only handle monsters at the outskirts. The guard pulled down his cap and replied, did you not read the notice? The forest has been temporarily closed. It is temporarily not open to teams below grade A. Your team is only grade B, so return. At this moment, another group approached and asked whether this was the entrance to the monster forest and requested registration. Guard examined the card and said your Tinhua team has risen to grade C after just one mission, but grade C is still not permitted to enter. Suddenly, he noticed their uniforms and badges. Please allow me to recheck the certification. After reviewing it, he immediately stepped aside. Please enter and wish you success in completing the mission. Lily asked indignantly why they were allowed in when they were only grade C lower than us. The guard replied with sweat on his brow, did you not see their special attire? Rank is not important to them. She looked at the star on the back of their clothing. Guard explained that we only belong to the local branch, while they are directly under the commander-in-chief of Purge in Hua Xia with the highest authority. In terms of rank, they are even above team leaders and everyone must obey their orders. She widened her eyes in astonishment. Are they really that formidable? Those honored with such distinction should be very famous. Like the 2 bodyguards of the commander-in-chief who were once renowned and were selected only after Lai Quan became the global champion of transcendental defense. Yet this team was completely unfamiliar. When Xing Kun's group entered, 3 teams were already waiting. The 4th qualified team had arrived, another distinctive team appointed by the commander-in-chief, but their faces were truly unfamiliar. I too smiled and said whether they were acquainted or not was unimportant. Being acknowledged by the commander-in-chief was sufficient and would benefit this cooperation. A person suddenly pointed at Zhao Sheng. I remember now. Among them at least 2 are still students. Liu Kaiat smiled as he recognized Xiao Tao. I once watched you compete in the Supernova tournament. The girl with twin buns of the wood element. The video of you capturing people was very popular. He nimbly introduced her nickname as the Tentacle Queen. Xiao Tao turned pale and covered her face in protest. Liu Kaiat turned to Zhao Sheng and greeted him. I was present when you fought the 3rd young master of the Fan family. He friendly draped an arm over his shoulder and asked who won at that time, because the live broadcast of that match was interrupted, and afterward the Supernova tournament was cancelled. A man wearing an eye patch stepped forward and interrupted. Enough. Lai Bian said sternly that time was urgent and there was no room for idle talk. Although there were 2 students, they wore black outfits chosen by the commander-in-chief, so we should allow them to participate. Does anyone object? I too shrugged and agreed. It was the team selected by the commander-in-chief. The pink-haired girl also nodded. Since groups 2 and 4 had agreed, group 5 had no objections. He began to brief the mission. A group of foreigners of unknown number had captured many individuals with monster genes and entered the forest. This incident was originally handled by the Huang Tian squad. They were extremely powerful as everyone knew. Even the captain with his sharp attacks was formidable, yet they too had lost contact. Lai Bian frowned and said that within the forest there was something incomprehensible, as if it were devouring supernatural abilities. I also cannot sense what is happening inside. Therefore, I hope everyone will strictly obey orders to avoid casualty. The pink-haired girl calmly replied that our team has no problem. I too laughed and said your reputation as a controller resounds like thunder. Our silver blade is ready. Liu Kaiat cheerfully patted Zhao Sheng on the shoulder. Brothers, just leave it to me to protect you. Unexpectedly, Xing Kun spoke to apologize to the seniors. I heard that I may command everyone. Hai Tu's gaze turned cold. Formally you have that authority, but who are you, and on what basis should we trust you? He stepped forward calmly and said there was no time for lengthy explanation. As long as one of you defeats these two students, I will concede. Xing Kun confidently added that in that case you would no longer need to follow my orders. Inwardly, he thought he needed to create a bit of stimulation. Liu Kaiat looked at the two in astonishment and asked, just with them. He grabbed Zhao Sheng by the collar and shouted that even if you are a distinctive member appointed by the commander-in-chief, you are too arrogant. What achievements do you have for us to abandon our renowned commander to listen to an unknown person? Xing Kun merely said calmly, Than Nhi is entrusted to you. For that violently erupting surge of power, he quickly retreated and loudly asked what kind of ability this was, Ngan Ku. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Sheng threw a punch that sent Xiao Qiu flying far away. Only then did he reveal a confident smile, telling the seniors that whether they believed it or not was up to them, but a catastrophe was about to strike and he needed their cooperation. Lai Bian frowned and repeated in confusion, catastrophe. I too let out a soft snort and pressed further. Is it just because many strange buds have appeared recently? He calmly added, if that alone is called the apocalypse, then you are underestimating the current transcendent beings. Xing Kun glanced at Jia Hiu, then casually ordered Xiao Tao to deal with them, causing her to tremble as she said she could not do it. She stammered that they were all famous seniors, how could she possibly defeat them, and last semester she had almost been expelled. Xing Kun deliberately spoke loudly that she considered the seniors outdated like frogs at the bottom of a well, even calling them weaklings who could come at her together. When Xiao Tao panicked and refuted, he casually shoved her hard and she cried out no. A surge of force entering her body left her utterly astonished. She felt her transcendent genes boiling, her monster genes seeming to be further empowered by Xing Kun. The accumulating pressure forced her to choose as her genes reached their limit. Xiao Tao gritted her teeth and decided to release it. In an instant, everyone was enveloped by countless gigantic tree roots. She clicked her tongue and challenged them. Are you targeting me because you think a low rank is easy to bully? Do not underestimate a supernova student. Someone mocked that she was merely a bronze constellation student. After assessing, she concluded it was a divine tree constellation. Xiao Nim proposed joining forces to break through. When they were about to act, the power within their bodies was drained, their transcendent energy absorbed, and the divine tree beneath the ground could not grow. Qin Engin angrily said no wonder she was so arrogant. She indeed had some ability, and the person besides suggested using metal in coordination with fire to counter her. Seeing them angered, Xiao Tao hurriedly said she did not do it intentionally. It was due to her transcendent gene. She was truly terrified to the point of panic. Xiao Mai looked at her with interest, saying her genes were unusual and wanting to see the abilities of the tentacle queen. Xiao Tao turned pale and protested that she had never called herself that. Without hesitation, the group simultaneously unleashed their abilities, attacking the divine tree with flame. Watching the stalemate between both sides, Xiao Mai calmly said that a supreme wood type depended on roots anchored to the earth. Xiran reminded that the more wood-type constellations created, the more weaknesses were exposed, telling her to abandon the constellation and evade. Seeing her not dodge, she panicked and shouted that if struck by the fire ring at close range she would be severely injured. Was she not going to evade? Xiao Tao glared. She had reacted but instead used her bare hands to block their flames. The other sneered that no transcendent could block it, but before finishing the sentence Xiao Tao had already withstood it. Xiran asked in astonishment what kind of bodily strength allowed her to do that. The constellation vines seemed alive, and also had the ability to absorb transcendent energy when tightly entangled. Everyone was horrified by how bizarre it was. It felt as though they were facing a monster. On the other side, Xing Kun activated Zhao Sheng's ability, telling him to try sending him flying once more. With just a flick of his hand, Xiao Qiu was sent flying again. Someone clicked their tongue, saying this student was risking his life for pride. The water-type transcendent had just entered and already used blood to form the Flood Dragon constellation. He excitedly declared that he would teach him a lesson, draining his blood and causing him to exhaust his life essence. Zhao Sheng continuously strengthened himself, feeling the power transmitted from his big brother filling his body. The opponent exclaimed in shock that his blood had a problem and called for 2 others to assist. While blocking, he muttered that it felt like resisting solid steel. 3 of them actually still. The final 3 words were uttered with deep humiliation, utterly unbearable. Blazing red sphere exploded, blasting all 3 of them away. Hai Engin was also knocked down by the divine tree. Someone sighed that they truly deserved to be chosen by the Supreme Commander. Even the 2 members who appeared ordinary were formidable. She stepped forward and asked Lai Baiyan if he had discovered anything. He replied that their bodies carried an aura similar to monsters, and that he had realized who their captain was. He analyzed that it was a superhuman capable of controlling monster genes. Xing Kun had only recently awakened, yet had already caused a sensation in Tan Than. Lai Baiyan advised that the group would find it difficult to be his opponents and suggested following his command, though he still doubted the matter of the apocalypse. Xing Kun smiled and said he thought he would have to defeat them first. He did not expect them to be so easy to talk to. He proposed displaying a simulation to increase credibility. Countless bud-like monsters appeared before their eyes. He said that only those who could endure for 3 minutes would be able to hold out for a few days. Hundreds of buds fell, matured, and then released black spores. Even when destroyed, they still spread everywhere. Those carrying monster genes and even ordinary people who came into contact with the spores all mutated. Only a small number were fortunate enough to awaken as superhuman. After just 1 night, ordinary humans had nearly disappeared. The world had changed. He saw monsters surging in from every direction. Hai Tu complained that only 3 minutes were given. Lai Baiyan reminded him to be careful as this was no joke. He dodged the buds while reassuring them that this was their first cooperation and that he would create opportunities for them. Tiu Mai said irritably that his style was difficult to adapt to. Lai Baiyan told her not to describe it in too much detail. Tiu Mai seriously accepted the task of holding them back. She summoned the flame serpent star chart to coil around the flower monster near her. However, the powerful monster quickly extinguished the fire serpent. Hai Tu mocked with a laugh. Tiu Mai irritably said that they were tougher than imagined. He arrogantly declared that the decisive blow should be left to him. She said with disdain that no matter how many times she watched, she still wanted to correct his movement. He ignored her, confidently boasting of the progress of his 4-star superhuman Hai Tu star chart. Tiu Mai reminded that Hai Tu did not have hands but only tentacles. He stubbornly refuted. He laughed and said if tentacles were not hands, then were they legs. Behold my storm fist. She helplessly scolded him as an idiot. Tentacles struck the flower monster but did not move it in the slightest. He immediately changed tactics. Water would seep into its body and destroy it from within. Hai Tu confidently said that enduring for 3 minutes was nothing. He could stand forever. Xing Kun calmly observed as they gradually adapted to the apocalyptic scenario. At that moment the monster beneath the ground awakened, a gigantic hand reaching upward. Hai Tu cursed upon seeing the hand, asking what kind of monster it was. Xing Kun secretly smiled and said that now it was becoming interesting. The monster's body was a fusion of flesh and blood. He could only let out an awkward laugh. Gigantic hand slammed down with great force. Lai Baiyan regretted that it was too sudden and covered a wide area. Tiu Mai calmly suggested using the wind to carry herself away. Xing Kun said indifferently that Captain Hai Tu had been eliminated after only 10 seconds. He mocked him not to lie down so early and to get up to continue enjoying. Lily stood outside unclear about the situation, only seeing a gigantic hand appear and immediately panicking. Had the deep forest monster been attacked? Guards immediately became agitated. What was happening inside, no one knew. A massive monster arm had suddenly appeared, yet there were at least 3 A-rank teams inside. Damn it, how could this happen? They anxiously rushed straight inside, seizing every second. Quickly go in and support the cleanup team. A numbing surge of electricity swept through, causing everyone to freeze. Why can I not move? Me too, my entire body feels completely locked. The guards immediately realized this was a lightning-type supernatural ability. My power is being completely suppressed. How terrifying. Who did this? In just an instant we were paralyzed. The source of the lightning power slowly approached. It is here. The one using this power is no ordinary person. Could it be that they are not concealing their identity at all? When they looked closely, they were stunned. It was the ID card of the cleanup team. The information appeared: Yahello, Special Cleanup, Nam-Ngayat Branch, Apocalypse Spark Squad, code number 793,949. Voice was transmitted: inside is only special training, there is no monster intrusion, everyone does not need to enter. The guards replied in unison, understood. The ID card flew away, and they immediately regained their freedom. Could a single card truly intimidate us to this extent? Lily's group trembled as they looked on, truly terrifying. Even from a distance I still feel as if I am being electrocuted. What star level is that girl? 4 stars or even 5 stars as rumor. IOU gently put away the ID card. No one would come to disturb Xing Kun anymore. When Vong behind continued teasing his mother, "Mom, drinking blood is quite enjoyable, right? I heard you chuckling." She immediately snapped. When Vong, "Shut your mouth," Hai Tin said with admiration to the person beside him. "No wonder they are the special team of the Supreme Commander. Truly formidable." "Who is that girl?" Tiu Kayat replied. "They come from Nam-Ngayat. Is she not the freshman with the strongest supernatural gene in history?" The other person was astonished. How long has she even been supernatural? He shook his head. This group cannot be understood with ordinary thinking. But is it really fine for us to just sit and watch like this? Especially since Lin Fang's group earlier did not even have the chance to act. We stand up and coordinate with their captain. Proactively request to join the Apocalypse Spark Squad. The gigantic fist slammed down again. Xing Kun announced that he had been defeated 16 times. Hai Tu refused to accept it and stood up to try again. Dai Tin shuddered at the sight. "This is too miserable." Tiu Kayat nodded. "If we keep watching the captain being beaten like this, will we be held accountable later?" Suggested, "How about you go first?" The other person hurriedly waved his hand. 0. The sound of failure notifications rang repeatedly. 17, 18, 19, 20. "Time is up." Xing Kun summarized. "You 15 times, you 9 times. I too laughed provocatively. "Only this much in 3 minutes. Do you dare to give me another round?" Lai Bian pulled him back. "Hai Tu, be quiet. Even if this move is anticipated, it is difficult to avoid. I have no solution." Tiu Mai also covered his mouth. "All right, the tentacles also count as hands. Stop talking." Lai Bian said seriously. "Xing Kun, your strength is beyond doubt. Although I have not completely believed in your monster power, I trust the Supreme Commander. We are willing to follow your orders and hope you can share more about the apocalypse." He nodded. This is something everyone must know. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye it was already 4.5 days. Voice calling Xing Kun sounded beside his ear. "Xing Kun. Xing Kun, Xing Kun." Hung Tin appeared and called, "Follow me. Go and receive the king's fire seat." Lai Bian and Tiu Mai saw him silent and reminded, "There are still 4 days left." He shook his head and corrected, "I am afraid there is only 1 day left. The Flame Demon God and Kung Tin are both madmen." When Yao reported, "Lord Kung Tin, something has passed through the concealed aura and arrived here. Have you finished digesting the Lightning Demon God?" Receiving no response, she became worried. Ada was still leisurely absorbing the Lightning Demon God. When Yao decided, "We can only use the illusion domain to buy time." She told herself that whatever came should first be led astray outside. The illusion domain expanded to cover the surrounding. However, the flower monsters still pierced through to attack. The illusion was completely ineffective. A thought flashed through her mind: it is the earth veins. She was astonished. The earth veins should have been affected, yet they showed no fluctuation at all. She speculated that the earth veins had mutated. Could it be related to the awakening of the king? If the illusion is ineffective, then use Wen Vong's Eye of Divine Authority. Thinking this, Wen Yao immediately unleashed a mental explosion. Her right eye shone brilliantly. Flower monsters were blasted away, red substance splattering everywhere. She realized that she had not completely fused with Wen Vong's eye. The power had diminished significantly. Even so, it should not be this weak. Seeing the flower monsters recover quickly, it was clear that they had evolved. Indeed, when the Flame Demon God devoured the Lightning Demon God, it angered the king. Although not yet strong enough, the king was forced to awaken early. She looked at the gigantic flower mouth opening wide. She commanded Hong Vim, "Block it." Hong Vim was a subordinate king of Kung Tin, granted a name, now about to evolve to the 5th tier. However, its attack did not cause the flower monster to retreat. She inwardly felt that the situation was dire. How powerful are these earth veins after all? She felt irritated. Everywhere was completely surrounded. Wen Yao was unwilling to accept it. If she was suppressed by such ordinary earth veins, what chance would there be to resist the king? With no other choice, only the final trump card remained: mental domination. Kung Tin immediately stopped her. "Do not. If you control the earth dragon, your mind will connect with the king." Previously it was still bearable, now such a connection would cost your life. When Yao was startled, Have you already finished digesting? Oda calmly replied, that is correct, I have recovered to the 6th tier. He even praised the star chart of humanity is truly astonishing. A 6th tier monster would normally have to be enormous to contain such energy, yet now it can be compressed within a star chart. Infernal Flame Guardian, Kung Tin clenched her fist. The flower monsters continuously rushed into the space she created. Kung Tin shouted, bite. A roar resounded as if tearing through space, disappear. The flower monsters gradually disintegrated. The moment they were devoured, most of their power had already been withdrawn. An intelligent instinct was awakening. Wen Yao was astonished, so powerful can we defeat the king? Kung Tin shook her head, not yet, this is merely touching the king's tail, no different from a strand of human hair. What just happened was only a minor reflex as the king was about to awaken. She stammered and asked what should be done next. Ada licked her lips, it has not fully awakened. It must devour another demon god, at least enough to withstand its wrath. Xing Kun's side, he concluded, that is the apocalypse I know. I too scratched his head. Each sentence you said sounds very ordinary, but when combined it feels truly unbelievable. Other two were also bewildered. Is the world not ruled by the superhumans? How could it become an apocalypse? If the monster flowers bloom, will everyone mutate? He explained clearly, in about 1 day, at best another half day, the countdown will begin. Ai Baiyan nodded, understood, we will follow your lead, tell us what needs to be done. However, he told them to leave, leaving everyone stunned. I too complained, are you looking down on us? Xing Kun turned his back and explained, the apocalypse is approaching, yet few people believe it. They are still immersed in the illusion that humanity is the master. I need everyone to use your credibility to call on the cleaners to take action. Destroy the monster flowers as quickly as possible. He said calmly, I once thought there were still a few days to produce supernatural missiles, but it is too late. We can only rely on the superhumans to destroy the flowers and prevent the spores from spreading. But when the flowers realize that intention, a counterattack from beneath the earth will erupt immediately. Thousands of superhumans may fall. This process is extremely dangerous, no different from bringing the apocalypse earlier. I am not sure how many will survive. With a sincere tone he said, therefore I need everyone to lead the other cleaners, heighten vigilance and increase the chances of survival. Lai Baiyan replied on behalf of the group, understood, this matter is of utmost importance, but I believe that under the vice captain's command we will perform well. If the apocalypse arrives, this place will be even more dangerous. He stated clearly, your people are already stationed around the edge of the monster forest. This place needs additional strength. The 3 of us wish to remain and assist. Xing Kun did not stop them. Your staying will indeed help reduce much of our pressure, but it must be said beforehand that this place is more dangerous than outside. I too retorted, do not underestimate us. Among the cleaners there are no cowards. Then he turned back and shouted orders to Tiu Kayat's group behind him. Everyone heard clearly, immediately coordinate with the other squads, find a way to completely eliminate that alien flower, but absolutely do not let the spores spread. You all saw just now that our boss was being overwhelmed. Stay highly alert for others and remind yourselves not to be careless and ruin the mission. The whole group replied in unison, understood. Tiu Kayat spoke on behalf of the 3 of them. It is rare to see you praised so miserably like this. We remember that matter clearly, so we will definitely be on maximum alert. He still hesitated a little, but when he thought of his boss and the others, everyone must survive, I too let out a soft laugh. Before leaving, he still issued a threat. I once saw your delighted expressions when you stood by watching the commotion. Now I have no time to teach you a lesson. Next time we meet, I will make you suffer humiliation. Based on experience, Hai Tu suggested to Xing Kun, how about we establish a defensive line from the outside inward, rescue Hong Tian Than Dao step by step, and then deal with those outsiders. That is the safest way. He immediately rejected it. No, this defensive layer is only to block outsiders from intruding. The entire team except me must stay outside to guard. As he said this, his expression suddenly became serious, because next not just one person will rush in to compete with me, and inside I alone am enough to handle it. Hearing Xing Kun decide like that, someone froze and asked, you plan to go in alone? Ai Baiyan analyzed worriedly, it is too risky. The origin of these outsiders is extremely unusual. What they have done far exceeds the capability of a small group of ability users. It is clearly a long-prepared conspiracy targeting Hoaha. The entire forest has been turned into a place full of lurking dangers. He emphasized, even Hong Tian Than Dao, who prepared carefully, is trapped with unknown safety. Xiao Yu exclaimed emotionally, Cha Tin, you want to abandon me and rush into danger again. Facing the wave of opposition, Xing Kun only smiled faintly. I do not intend to confront that big guy. Xiao Yu angrily raised her fist, forcing him to explain clearly. Lai Baiyan chimed in, that is right, going in alone is too dangerous. Even the edge of the forest continuously releases toxins that cause hallucination. He admitted, I have studied this toxin. Even with my 4-star ability, inhaling it continuously for half an hour will cause hallucination. Suddenly his whole body was knocked backward by a surge of electricity. He gritted his teeth and shouted, the extraordinary power is gradually losing control. Hai-Tu and Tiumai walking beside him were startled. What kind of ability is this? Internal conflict? No, it does not seem so. After observing for a moment, Lai Baiyan suddenly realized, the air has been purified. Xing Kun looked at Xiao Yu and smiled reassuringly. Do not be anxious. After testing the electricity, I will take you along. Lai Baiyan suddenly understood, so they were just coordinating an act. Hai-Tu standing behind nudged and asked, Lai Baiyan, are you not mistaken? They are dealing with the toxins around here, right? He replied ambiguously, perhaps so. At that moment Tiumai leaned close to Hai-Tu and whispered, her name is Kai-Engu. She is the person with the strongest extraordinary genes ever recorded. According to intelligence, the girl may have reached the threshold of the legendary 5 stars. He widened his eyes in shock. Is it really her? Tiumai added. They are childhood sweethearts and probably have not made their relationship public. I too grew even more curious. How do you even know this? While Xiao Yu and Xing Kun were discussing, Tu squeezed in and pleaded, let me go with you. Please take me along. Tiumai laughed gleefully. The third person has appeared. Tu awkwardly shouted, drop that speculative look. Maybe I am just a teammate. Tu insisted, the apocalypse is approaching. The sense of danger is growing heavier. Lately I cannot sleep well. I cannot stand still anymore. I must do something. But Xing Kun still did not believe her. So she continued, trust me, let your genes fuse into mine. Even if they overflow, I will endure it. As soon as she finished speaking, Tiumai said casually, I told you so. Hai-Tu felt enlightened. Do students nowadays prefer this style? Xing Kun tilted his head and probed, you want to follow the path of Zhao Sheng and Triu Dao? Your compatibility reaches 83%, so I advised you to choose Kai-Engu's path. With extraordinary genes as the core, my monster genes will only serve as motivation. When you reach 5 stars, you will naturally discard that part. Saying that, he imagined himself like a lump of coal about to explode. Tu clenched her hands firmly and declared, I know my aptitude is inferior to Kai-Engu, but there is no more time to grow that way. Junior Xing Kun, let me become your person. Xing Kun had no choice but to reply, if you have decided then fine, but I must say in advance, my monster genes will erode part of your extraordinary genes, your initial strength will decrease. She responded firmly, I am mentally prepared. Tu and Tiumai watched attentively without missing a detail and even teased. Students nowadays really know how to play. Xing Kun coughed lightly, all right, let us go over there, your younger brother is also there. Perhaps you can help. Tu replied seriously, understood. Before starting, Xing Kun instructed, Kung Tiu Engi, this place is entrusted to you. She had been relaxed, but upon hearing this she glared. And understanding his meaning, Tiu Engi smiled comfortably. No problem, Captain, focus on handling things inside. I will take care of the outside. She leaned slightly and gave a meaningful glance. Later, if the person who once teased me appears, I will hold her back for you. She added with hands on her hips, when that time comes, remember to transmit your power to me. I will play with her for a few more rounds before handing her over, guaranteed to leave her utterly exhausted. Xing Kun blushed and froze. Be quiet already, he thought to himself. What is this girl saying? I also accidentally said that before. A few seconds later, he returned to the main topic. Our time is limited. His hand struck the tree trunk forcefully. We must quickly find the demon god, but we must not cause any disturbance. Suddenly Xiao Yu asked softly, Lucky Tin, do you still remember the one who stole my pen in elementary school? He frowned and reminded, do not call me Cha Tin, call me Lucky Tin. Ah, that chubby one. He still remembered the past clearly. When Xiao Yu asked where her pen was, it was already the second time that week. Xing Kun teased, how could someone walk right into such an obvious trap? The girl asserted, we must expose the culprit. Her eyes flashed mischievously, lend me the ink tube you bought last summer. Pour the faded ink from the pen core into my silly rabbit pen. Xing Kun smiled slyly, and An Hung thought the same. Commented with delight, that type of person is very easy to trap. The next day the rabbit pen disappeared again. The teacher asked a student why the homework was not done. He cried and said clearly he had done it. It was all because of that pen. It turned out Xing Kun's pen used white ink. Seeing that scene, the two secretly laughed. The culprit had been exposed. Now Xiao Yu glanced at Tu cunningly. we need a decoy. She hugged her knees, closed her eyes, and sighed. That was so embarrassing just now. But Xing Kun and Kai-Gu are only childhood friends. Nothing has been confirmed. The angel in her mind advised, Bunny, wake up. Interfering like that is stealing someone else's feelings. It is not right. Devil urged instead, they have not made anything public. At most, it is just fair competition. The two sides argued fiercely. No, yes, you are a demon, be quiet, stop pretending to be kind. When Xing Kun and Xiao Yu finished discussing, their smiles suddenly became twisted. Senior Bunny, let us begin. Tu panicked. Why are you two smiling like that? Xing Kun revealed a dangerous expression, raising his mutated left hand. You want to transform your monster genes, right? Then the sooner the better, your body needs time to adapt. Tu immediately dismissed her worries. Come on. Xing Kun instructed, turn your back, monster genes need an entry point. Unlike Zhao Sheng, this time I will transmit more. It may reach your mysterious gene chain. When they erode your special genes, you will feel great pain. You must endure it. His hand pressed firmly against Tutu's back. A few seconds after he withdrew his hand, a faint black mark glowed, immediately stimulating all her nerves. She cried out, it hurts so much. Immediately after, a strange sensation surged. Tutu was half crying and half laughing, mixed with indescribable pleasure. She collapsed to the ground, panting, Junior Xing Kun, I can feel it. Turning her head, she murmured, it feels like I am hungry. But there was no one around. Tutu looked around in confusion. Where did the two of them go? Xing Kun transmitted his voice. Kai-Gu and I will remain hidden for a while. Just act as if we do not exist. Go find Yang on your own. Remember to use your fastest speed. Tears welled up in her eyes. Tutu stammered. I have to go by myself, hungry, in pain, and all alone. Her whole body trembling, she muttered angrily, that hateful Xing Kun. Then she reassured herself, no, Xing Kun must have his own plan. Listening to him will not be wrong. Then I will speed up to find Duan. Determination surged. Tutu slammed her hand on the ground to gather power. Her body spun gracefully, wind chart, wind chant. Somewhere someone shouted in alarm, there is movement. Singer asked the person opposite, have you found the one who took the relic? The other replied coldly, not them. It is a female wind-type extraordinary user, deal with her. Singer did not ask further and immediately agreed. Gentle force swept across the sky. Tutu's expression grew more serious. Within a radius of 500 meters there was no sign of Yang, nor any monsters or human figures. Is this not the monster forest? Her unease increased. Where have the monsters been led? And many people carrying monster genes were captured as well. Where are they? I must go deeper. As she searched, tears of regret fell. Earlier she did not see Xing Kun's younger brother. They held hands and he used concealment genes to protect Kai-Gu. I also want to be protected like that. But her conscience immediately stopped her. Their relationship is so good, I should not interfere. Malicious side argued back. So what if they are childhood sweethearts? Between friendship and love there is still a chance. The angel retorted irritably, what do you understand? In the end the dark side prevailed. It instigated. Angel, be quiet. Listening to me will not be wrong. Quickly find Yang and then wait for a chance to act against Xing Kun. Tutu became delighted. Great, Xiao Yu who was hiding was stunned. Senior Bunny is smiling strangely, Xing Kun deduced. The plants are releasing toxins that cause hallucination. She is 4-star so she is easily affected. When the monster genes gradually replace the old genes she will become immune to the toxin. The deeper Senior Bunny falls, the easier the prey will be trapped. We do not have much time. We must find the demon god before it awakens and eliminate. Unaware, Tutu continued to unleash her power to search. Yang, where are you? Wind chant. She shouted with all her strength, Yang, then grew worried as the wind power was gradually weakened. Tutu calmly calculated, my ability is now only about 2/3 of its original strength, but I have probed some areas. It seems that on the forest surface there are no monsters or people. When monsters cannot find food for a long time they enter a hibernation-like state to reduce consumption. After that, if they encounter living creatures they will launch sudden attacks, otherwise they will dissipate on their own after 1 to several months. According to Xing Kun's younger brother, humans do not realize they are merely converting into energy to nourish the monsters hidden deep underground, which is why they carelessly think they are not dangerous. Thinking of this, Tutu became even more suspicious because she still did not see any hibernating monsters appear. She briefly considered a hypothesis. Maybe they had already been wiped out. After all, what had happened here? The ground beneath her feet bulged as if something was about to rise from the earth. A giant Xing Kun revealed, voice gentle as if seducing, Sister Rabbit, may I borrow an entire night of yours? Sight nearly made Tutu's heart drop. A tall teenage Xing Kun sprang from the ground. Her eyes lit up like lamps, answering immediately without hesitation. Sure, sure. Xiaoyu looked full of questions. What is this Sister Rabbit seeing? He was also at a loss. Honestly, this kind of hallucinogenic poison was too formidable. Superhumans below 5 stars entering would gradually become disoriented. She had been poisoned quite heavily, but would quickly adapt and resist. Seeing her naively playing around made him want to hug. He guessed. This proved the whole forest was enveloped by an extremely strong formation. Could it be that the foreigner was also a 5-star superhuman? He was worried even his monster network was affected, could only sense yang but not communicate. Troublesome, if not dealt with soon. When news came it wouldn't transmit force through the network to the small bow. A sudden fragrance hit Xing Kun's nose, the scent of a 4-star superhuman. The small target had fallen into the trap. Singer gleefully looked at his target. The one to defeat was a Huazia beauty. Sudden voice made her alert. She had scouted around, clearly no one could it have risen from the ground. That man clenched his fist in approval. Not bad, really not bad, she muttered. Who was this in front of her? Tutu's eyes, Singer now transformed into a Xing Kun, another Xing Kun brother, very fitting. Joy spread through her, so delightful was it all hers. Suddenly a sharp pain in her head, too painful, the ache spread through her body. Singer the lowly prepared a shady trick, dreaming of something beautiful. Before it ended, I will let you taste the light-headed feeling. Xiaoyu was annoyed, so detestable, just wanted to hit him. He quietly advised, calm down, your lightning can pierce through my concealment layer. She suppressed irritation, waited. If Sister Rabbit was in danger then he would act. Tutu still had some hallucination. Xing Kun brother, she wanted to catch him. What's going on? Singer's ugly face suddenly slammed into her view. She immediately stepped back. What an ugly thing. How did the Xing Kun brother become like this? The illusion gradually faded, disappearing entirely. That made Tutu want to cry. Singer thought she was afraid, so seduced her more. Where are you going? A sweet Huazia girl like you. I haven't tried yet. Tutu shivered in anger. Turn the Xing Kun brother to me. She immediately kicked to attack him. Xiaoyu nodded in approval. Not bad. Singer realized he had underestimated her. Even after adapting to the poison she still used her abilities. She was evidently a 4-star superhuman of no ordinary caliber. He couldn't help but admit Huazia truly hit a master. Singer grew more interested, the stronger personality more to his taste, the more he found her fascinating. Flames erupted like lava, charging to attack. He imagined the scenario, waiting to burn her to ashes in the fierce fire. I will hear her beg and then enjoy it again. Her body emitted the smell of seasoned roasted meat, making him even more delighted. Tutu's face fell. If not the Xing Kun brother, no one would escape here. Wind technique forbidden. She created a spinning wind around herself, less in volume but stronger in force, with other transformation. Singer still smirked. Little sweet, here I come. As he finished speaking, a strong vortex descended on his head. What was this power? He couldn't believe it. Could she digest poison so quickly? The vortex hit him with a deep explosion. Seeing what emerged after the strike, she was astonished. The forest had been converted into a base. Xing Kun hiding also surprised. Beneath there was demon god aura. Not good, it was about to awaken. Were these foreigners trying to wake it? This time Singer reached up from the lava, a bit of superhuman force creating such a large effect. He sneered. This fair-skinned girl was quite strong. And Singer giggled, drawing a circle beneath her. Then don't blame me for using heavy methods. Flowers bloomed around him, living lotus. I will purify inside and out. Seeing fire lotus blaze, Tutu was amazed. The fire lotus grew from the earth, speed incredibly fast, temperature extremely hot. She hovered anxiously. If trapped she could not hold, couldn't just dodge, must counterattack. Without hesitation, she created a large vortex to extinguish the fire lotus. After the strike, she calmly analyzed. The fire lotus had vanished, but must guard against it regrowing and find a counterattack opportunity. A strange object suddenly flew out, making her stunned. What had just shot out? She quickly recognized and dodged. It was a seed of the fire lotus. Even dodging, she was suspicious. Too easy often meant a trap. Singer clasped hands smiling. The fire lotus seeds had been sown. In a moment of horror, she saw them begin to grow, embedding in tree trunks. Tutu gritted her teeth. In a blink, fire lotus grew again, too many. He panicked. His power exceeded 90% and corrupted. How could he be so strong? She couldn't keep up. At the same time he commanded, fire lotus combined to trap her. Singer smiled meaningfully. Let me help you burn away all karmic obstacles. As soon as he spoke, a force disrupting the formation made him free. In the blink of an eye, energy covered the flowers trying to break the siege. He trembled, calling for help. Sally, do you hear? Lend me the formation's power of selflessness. Entering the consciousness space, a deep voice replied, Singer, in the selfless formation it can increase my power and weaken others, yet you still cannot handle that girl. He was annoyed, stopped talking, either send 12 divine generals or lend me the power of selfless deity. Singer thought to himself, this Hua Zia girl was strange, power like the one who stole the relic, liked using kicks. Sally realized, indeed, she came here seeking that person, so his agitation revealed aura helping me locate her. Hearing that he rejoiced, found her then. He asked cautiously, did you see any other intruders? She replied blankly, no, is there a problem? Sally worried, I sensed someone eavesdropping on our telepathy. Singer objected, how could it be, in selfless deities who could break your spiritual force? He thought maybe he was too suspicious. Then Sally spoke sternly, this plan must succeed. Ordered the 12 divine generals to act, relic will return soon, and you. Sally transmitted force, temporarily using 1/10 of selfless deity's power. He warned, no mistakes, absolutely do not let desire ruin the plan. He confidently ensured completion. Back on the battlefield, Singer laughed arrogantly, 10% of power enough to toy with and burn her. He unleashed continuous fire techniques, enhancing fire chain, heavenly fire scorched all, linked heart heavenly blaze. Tutu in the center cried in pain. Under tremendous pressure, she realized the gap was huge, his power far surpassed. This was top-level superhuman grade. She was just a recent graduate, thanks to Xing Kun brother just reached 4 stars, still hadn't found a way to fight, blamed herself for weakness. Singer immediately found the weakness, discovered it, soul wound from father's death and disabled brother. At that moment she recalled the past, tormented herself, wished she had died instead, wished she lost her legs, as if hearing her brother's reproach, thinking hovering in the air could compensate him. The accusations rang out relentlessly, you owe me your legs, you owe me your entire life, return my life to me, repay everything to me. The sound kept pressing closer, feeling guilty, then die in my place, why have you not died yet? Resentful voice repeated coldly, die in my place. Seeing the moment was ripe, that man curled his lips into a smile, the time for fermentation was sufficient. Singer Greed declared, and stepped into the flower to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Seeing Tutu sinking into the illusion, he said with delight, this small dessert is truly hard to swallow, yet she still has some remaining strength, even better, the sensation of touching her must be delightful. Singer stepped forward provocatively, let me stimulate you a bit more before breaking your final line of defense, come and savor this moment together. He observed with fascination and reached out to touch, such smooth skin is truly irresistible, let me play a little. But just as he finished speaking, a sudden blow struck straight at his arm. Looking at his distorted hand, Singer panicked, was her strength truly this great with only a slight opening? Before he could understand what was happening, a kick straight to his face left him dizzy as he exclaimed he was doomed. Seeing her still maintaining a combat stance, he doubted how she could still move. Singer suddenly realized something terrifying, there was a scent in the wind. At the time he understood, a vortex carrying a bloody smell had already formed. He gathered his energy, and shouted karmic flames burn the soul. He amplified his will, deepening the cracks within the opponent's soul. Tutu staggered and stammered, I am guilty. At that moment a powerful will intervened and flung Singer away. What guilt is there? That was merely a mental illusion attack. Turning to reality, Tutu wondered if the monster jealousy of her younger brother Xing Kun had awakened her. Even so, if repeated she would still choose the same as before. She recalled the scene at school when someone mutated. She was frightened and then awakened her ability. If she had not stayed to stop it, the casualties would have been even greater. In her heart she felt a fleeting regret that if she had been a little stronger then, perhaps her father and Yang Yang would have had a different ending. Tutu told herself she must become stronger. She could not rely on luck or laziness, she had to give it her all. She gathered her strength and stomped forcefully, borrowing momentum from the vortex. Seeing Tutu charging forward, Singer retreated in panic. He was astonished that the lotus flames could not burn her, and her speed had surged dramatically. Singer gritted his teeth and increased his firepower by another 10%. Just as he finished calculating, a vortex had already surged before him. He was terrified as her speed and strength had multiplied, switching from long-range attacks to close combat in the blink of an eye. While defending, he suspected someone was lying in ambush to support her. The wind around her compressed to the extreme. When the kick landed, the gust of wind erupted violently. Singer was kicked away and realized she was no different from a monster. He lay miserably sprawled on the ground. Singer tried to take a deep breath to calm himself. A sharp pain struck, making him wonder if he had just been hit. Seeing her descending too quickly, he despaired as his brain and body could not react in time. If struck by this blow, his bones would hardly remain intact. Looking at the foot about to descend, he shouted he could not be kicked again. The image of a few days earlier, when he tried to push the bus, flashed through his mind. He cursed frantically without pause. Amid the horrifying collision, Singer screamed stop. He stared blankly, wondering if he had just been hit by a vehicle. In the secret cave, Singer was sucked backward and slammed into the rock wall. He stepped back and sneered, "Just in time for you to return here so I can seize you as fertilizer." Yet his flames seemed somewhat strained. Tiu Quan trembled and pleaded, "Uncle, please save me, they are hurting us too much." His father hurriedly stopped him, "Do not call that person." Before he finished speaking, Singer unleashed flames that set the space ablaze. Seeing his son engulfed in fire, the father cried out in anguish. He coldly swept everything away. "You nuisances all turn into monsters." Sally sternly reproached Singer for being too hasty. The more fear there is, the greater the monster jealousy energy becomes. They need time to mutate to provide enough for the demonic god flower. Yet you burn them early, truly wasteful. Singer apologized and admitted his mistake. He ordered them to be used as nourishment for the demonic god flower. Mai replied she would comply. As Mai worked, Sally asked Singer what had happened outside. Singer recounted that Hong Tian Than Dao had discovered the transport of people carrying monster genes into the forest. He engaged in battle and was kicked here along with the vehicle by a fire-type individual, requesting that person be captured as fertilizer. Sally calmly said to let Hong Tian Than Dao lead them here and deal with them then. As for the fire-type individual, he had already escaped. Singer was astonished. Sally inspected the vehicle and confirmed there was no extraordinary aura or awakened monster. Only the scent of gene carriers remained. Singer did not believe it and said they were clearly about to mutate. It was understandable for the extraordinary to escape, but having no monster was too strange. He asserted there was a problem and wanted to personally investigate. Mai panicked and called out to look at the demonic god flower. Singer hurriedly followed her gaze. He saw the demonic god flower changing, showing signs of awakening. Sally frowned. According to the information, it should still take several days to awaken. He analyzed that it should have taken another half-year, yet now it had suddenly completed early and its size also differed from expectations. The power contained within was immeasurable. Sally believed this was an opportunity. The weaker the demonic god, the easier it was to control. Plan A could succeed. His eyes lit up with hope to protect this place. Then he ordered to temporarily ignore the fire-type individual and summon the 12 generals to set up a formation to control it before the demonic god fully awakened. He said Hong Tian Than Dao should lead them here. They would become the final sacrifices for the relic. Singer and Mai responded in unison to the command. Inside the bus, several stones rolled down. A shadowy figure flickered behind a boulder. Inside the bus, Yang whispered, asking everyone to remain silent, apologizing to those who had transformed. He could only do this, but at least they would not lose their sanity. He said firmly that now they had to find a way to escape from here. Yang secretly thought, how had he become the pillar like this? Class monitor, please save me. The exit was blocked by stones. He gritted his teeth and said perhaps they had to dig their way out with everyone's strength. Suddenly, the stones began to fall again with loud crashes. Everyone panicked and asked if they had been discovered. They crowded together and ran down shouting for help. Seeing so many people, Yang was stunned. Was this place also imprisoning many people carrying monster genes? Watching them fall down in succession, he was speechless. Yang suddenly understood that the enemy had thrown all the captured people down here. He angrily realized they intended to gather everyone in one sweep. When everyone had fallen down, he understood they wanted to throw all of them as prey for the monsters. At that moment, the bus suddenly exploded. Everyone stepped out and sighed in relief at being alive. A girl trembled and asked if they could save them. Yang replied it was possible if they were brought over to their side. Looking at the people lying scattered, he promised that as long as they were alive and had not been devoured by monsters, they could be saved. While urging everyone to search for survivors, a vine suddenly shot through the air. Seeing the flower tremble slightly, Yang immediately tensed in vigilance. Could it have come back to life? Not exactly, but its different nature made him instinctively reject it and sense an impending attack. The boy panicked and quickly glanced to the side. Seeing the people he once saved now pierced through, their lips trembling in desperate pleas for help, he froze. Witnessing that desolate scene, Yang gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Damn it." The boy shouted in anger and grievance, "Damn it." Mai asked Han with a trembling voice whether doing this would condemn them to hell, while below the cries for help still echoed chaotically. Singer laughed coldly and said that at this point they were still thinking about that. They were certainly unable to escape hell. He continued that in exchange their parents, siblings, and children would still have a chance to continue living. Sally coldly declared that in war everyone must fall into darkness, urging them to complete the mission. He analyzed that if the experiment succeeded they could manipulate the demon god here and prevent the demon god of their homeland from reviving. And if it failed at least that being would gain experience to deal with it. The promise had already been made. Ali emphasized that even in the worst outcome, he would still protect their homeland. He opened his eyes in anticipation and announced that it had arrived, truly worthy of Hong Tian Than Dao. Seeing the astonishing slash, Sally remarked in shock that the strike had approached 5-star transcendence and had even torn through spatial defense. The captain confirmed the underground location and asked whether Qi Jian had finished the reconnaissance. The reply was that a little more was needed. Qi Jian reported a dense water elemental presence. This was a gigantic formation with 13 people channeling power into the central ore. He worried that the massive entity beneath the center was likely not a plant but a monster. Qi Jian said in a grave voice that beneath the roots there were many monsters and corpses, likely those with special genes who had been captured. He feared no one was still alive. Suddenly he warned that he had detected Nguyen Trang transforming into Lam Deem, and that the ground around them was forming stone walls. Qi Jian realized in horror that this was a trap. He turned pale and informed the captain that it was already too late. The captain admitted that the trap had been meticulously prepared, and they could not take everyone away. He gritted his teeth and said his intuition told him they could not allow the conspiracy to succeed, asking what they should do. Qi Jian decisively replied that the only way was to destroy the core of the formation. Tu La immediately activated her artificial transcendental mechanical equipment and opened Flame Crucible. She announced that the energy absorption state released 82% of her genes and an additional 16% for each arm, the total exceeding the normal threshold. Ula declared herself the siege ram of Hong Tian Than Dao, tasked with reconnaissance and breaking obstacles. Sally raised 2 fingers to chant and then summoned Single to battle. Single leaped forward confidently, requesting that the fire element be entrusted to him. He counterattacked with a chain of blazing fire to prevent them from touching the relic. In the blink of an eye, the flames were completely devoured by the flower. Tula was unable to defend in time and was flung far away. Hakthiat quickly rushed forward to catch her, calling out Tiula. He reported in shock that the opponent's power was at least 10 times that of a 4-star transcendental. Hakthiat had barely finished speaking when he exclaimed in alarm that something was wrong. Before their eyes the flower bloomed fully, preparing to erupt. Qi Jian frowned and said that the power did not belong to 4 stars nor had it reached 5 stars. It was accumulated by the formation. The center still concealed an almost limitless force, so he asked to go rescue Tiula. Sally did not waste words and called Mike and Ada, who immediately acknowledged the order. A violent bolt of lightning punishment struck down upon the two. The captain gritted his teeth to withstand it and pulled Qi Jian into his protection. Sally coldly praised that even under lightning punishment they still protected their comrades, but with all laws without self they could not win. He laughed sinisterly and declared that they would become fertilizer for the relic. His eyes locked onto the target as he chanted a dark spirit spell to control the soul. The captain was startled when his eyes suddenly shone with an unusual light. Sally calmly manipulated him, telling him to become a part of the relic. He ordered all transcendental power, will, and soul to be poured into the relic, causing the captain to become enraged. Captain choked with emotion as he mentioned the 7 missing teams, totaling 37 people. He accused them of using the relic to devour those lives and then unleashed Dimensional Slash. Sally laughed provocatively, saying that destroying the relic was impossible. He boasted that within all laws without self, the control of the soul was perfect, and resisting overwhelming power was like an egg striking a stone. Sally declared that he had taken over the captain's body and told him to obediently offer himself. Seeing that he was still resisting, he said there had been progress, but the more he resisted, the more power he provided. He also revealed that he had once forced people to personally offer their comrades to stimulate growth. Captain resolutely severed his own arm to avoid being controlled. Ali sneered that self-inflicted injury would only cause his power to decline. He sighed and then lifted Qi Jian into the air with regret. Gathering them before him, he coldly said there was no more time for instruction and that they should offer themselves. Hakthiat struggled and called out to the captain, questioning how they were any different from monsters. Sally calmly replied that everything was for survival and that their deaths held value in controlling the demon god. Hearing this, the captain cried out in shock, tried to gather his will, and roared that they could not be allowed to achieve their goal. When Sally announced that the relic was about to be completed, a small stone suddenly pierced through, leaving him astonished. He suspected that a monster at the bottom was devouring those who had not yet mutated, but that feeling was not correct. Realizing that there was no longer any monster aura, Sally panicked as he saw the central blue flame stirring and something rushing upward. He hurriedly ordered Single to block it no matter what it was, and Single confidently accepted. Singer placed his hand on the flower and unleashed a fierce chain of fire. But immediately afterward, he was horrified when the flames vanished as if they had been devoured. While Singer was still bewildered, Yang Yang appeared and delivered a powerful kick. He was astonished that even the fire empowered by all laws was still suppressed by the blue flame. His eyes widened as he stammered, unable to speak. Unable to evade in time, Singer was kicked away and completely overwhelmed. Seeing the boy's foot touch the relic, Sally was astonished to realize that he had made contact. He immediately intended for the relic to forcibly absorb that power. But the sphere rebounded, leaving him stunned because it was not transcendental power. Sensing something wrong, he quickly looked around. Sally panicked when he discovered that the authority to control souls had been severed. He frantically ordered Singer and Mai to immediately kill him. The two responded in unison, acknowledging the order. They simultaneously unleashed Thunder Explosion and Rock Serpent. Yang Yang said with disdain that they treated human lives like grass. Then the boy gathered his strength and delivered a shocking kick in retaliation. The blue flames erupted violently, piercing deep through the earth before shooting straight into the sky. Witnessing such overwhelming power, all three were stunned, rooted to the spot and unable to speak. I immediately turned to question Han and Sully. At this level Han cannot possibly escape, right, and where is the relic now? Sully anxiously replied that it had been taken by Huang Quan Qing Dao, including the body of that fire-type transcendent. Sally angrily ordered the 12 divine generals to immediately reclaim the relic, and the entire group responded in unison. He clasped his hands and raised his head, declaring that he regarded life and death lightly. Saying that in his homeland everyone is a hero, Singer grew tense upon hearing this, and asked if he intended to control the remaining power of the relic within the formation. He firmly stated that this was the only way to maintain the formation, and to protect his homeland he was willing to pay any price. At the forest's edge, Hakthich anxiously asked whether the captain could still hold on. He admitted wearily that he had reached his limit and was about to lose consciousness. The captain weakly instructed that the boy was their life-saving benefactor. They must protect him well, hide the relic carefully, and conceal its aura to avoid detection. After speaking, she immediately summoned a giant flower to envelop everyone, reassuring the captain to rest while she handled the rest. Hakthiat expressed sincere gratitude, believing he had been on the brink of death yet survived, thanking the resilient boy whose body was nearly collapsing. At that moment, Yang Yang awoke and weakly murmured that he was very hungry. She sighed in exhaustion, barely catching her breath before the boy suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the captain, still shouting that he was hungry. Seeing this, Hakthiat panicked and cried out in fear of what would happen if their benefactor's hunger returned. But Yang Yang simply snatched the orb and devoured it in an instant. She shuddered upon realizing the relic the captain had told them to hide was taken by him, fearing he would not withstand its power. As soon as she finished speaking, vines suddenly sprouted from the boy's body and accidentally struck Hakthiat. Yang Yang winced in pain but struggled to stay conscious, telling himself he must not faint. Time passed silently as she remained in a deep coma. When she awoke, Hakthiat asked in confusion how long she had been unconscious. Seeing the giant flower before her, she was horrified and could not understand what had happened. Where had the captain and the others gone? Goosebumps rose on her skin as she wondered if they had all been devoured. She frantically shouted that she would dig them out immediately. The captain helplessly teased that if outsiders knew the goddess of Huang Quan Qing Dao was this foolish, her reputation would be ruined. Hearing the familiar voice, Hakthiat joyfully called out the captain's name. She anxiously asked if everyone was safe and insisted on checking his arm, even suggesting installing a mechanical arm like Tiu La. He winced in pain and quickly reassured her, asking her not to call him foolish again. The captain spoke seriously, saying Huang Quan Qing Dao had suffered great humiliation today. If not for that man risking his life to help, they would have become nourishment for the relic. Hakthiat curiously asked what the relic truly was to contain such immense transcendent power, and whether it was created by foreigners. The captain solemnly asked if she knew about O. He mentioned in shock the most complete theoretical star chart, questioning whether the relic could be the O star chart since no transcendent gene had ever reached a full 100%. He explained that O had been theorized long ago. Many scientists tried countless methods but failed because they could not create an individual with 100% transcendent genes. Some even proposed combining multiple people, with 100 individuals each contributing 1% and linking them in the O pattern. Hack shuddered at the thought of treating humans like components. Even if successful, those 100 people would hardly survive. Captain sadly confirmed that due to its cruelty, the scientist was ostracized and disappeared, with rumors of sightings in the Eagle Nation. She quickly deduced that the relic was indeed O. Star charts close to circular shapes are often named after stars, which explained how such a small object contained immense power. She recalled the vice captain once saying that without moral constraints their nation would develop at a terrifying pace. Thiet added thoughtfully that the growth rate of transcendent power would then exceed imagination. She worriedly asked what would happen to someone who swallowed such an O relic. He sighed and said ordinary people could not endure it. Without a formation it could not even be controlled, but that man was likely not ordinary. The captain admitted he did not know whether that man was a monster or a transcendent. If not for his rescue, he might have risked everything to lead everyone out of the monster forest. At that moment he sensed danger approaching, and immediately warned Tu Enhan to prepare defenses. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden explosion erupted, dust and debris scattering everywhere. Seeing Sally arrive with reinforcements to surround them, Hack anxiously asked the captain what to do. I spoke coldly, having finally found their target after much effort. She formed a sphere of lightning, and fiercely declared she would crush them before reclaiming the relic. Captain calmly ordered Tu Enhan to use all her strength to block the enemy while they searched for an opportunity to retreat. Hack obediently agreed. Suddenly, Yang raised his hand to stop them and said he would handle it. He calmly declared it was time to settle the score. Mai immediately unleashed a lightning blast straight at Yang. Seeing him take the attack head-on, she was shocked and suggested using a rock shield to reduce the damage, while warning him about the attack from behind. Mai was stunned that he had not fallen. Even though the lightning blast retained only half the power of the pure trial spell, it was still equal to the combined strength of many transcendent beings, yet he endured it with his body. Otto was stunned to see his body recover at an unbelievable speed. While Mai still doubted whether he was human, Yang suddenly vanished from sight. He appeared before her with furious eyes, condemning them as worse than beasts. Without another word, Yang delivered a decisive strike that pierced through Mai, causing her to collapse. Otto gritted his teeth in shock, wondering what kind of speed and strength that was. Terrifying force spread across the forest like an earthquake. Mai was blasted away, despairing as she realized her body was severely injured, and survival seemed unlikely. She thought that with the pure trial spell she might temporarily preserve her life with lightning, while clearly sensing the relic's power within him. Mai trembled in horror upon realizing he had swallowed the relic. Otto frantically called for his companions but received no response. Their telepathic connection seemed severed. Mai clutched her wound and decided she must report the appearance of this new intruder. Otto shouted for the opponent to stop. Mai pointed in warning that this place was not for them and charged forward to attack. Yu said nothing and immediately deployed her domain with confidence. She erected a protective barrier against Otto's lightning blast. Seeing her technique nullified, Mai was astonished that her lightning no longer had any effect. Watching the lightning gradually dissipate, Otto was stunned as the electric element around him became chaotic. I grew even more terrified upon realizing all the energy had been absorbed by the opponent. Even the electricity within her own body was drained. Otto cried out in despair as his power no longer responded to his control. I collapsed coughing violently, her eyes filled with shock as she looked toward Yu. Falling to the ground, Otto wondered if she was the true master of lightning. Meanwhile, the energy barrier continued to expand, enveloping the entire forest. From afar, Sally was horrified to see the pure trial spell suppressed by a strange domain. He urgently called for Mai and the 12 divine generals but received no response. Receiving no reply, he rose into the air and speculated that the domain interfered with the pure trial spell, possibly enhanced by a formation and likely created by a powerful Hua Zia team specializing in lightning. He decisively declared that regardless of who the opponent was, they must be eliminated, as with only one person present victory was impossible. Sensing a majestic life force, Sally widened his eyes as he realized the aura belonged to a true 5-star transcendent. Without hesitation, Zio Yu ordered the elimination of the obstructing enemy and confidently advanced. Instantly, a colossal shark devoured him. Sally was bewildered, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Beneath the earth, Xing Kun quietly observed the battle above. He stared in astonishment at the strange flower, witnessing such a sight for the first time. Xing Kun said excitedly that the opponent's recovery seemed nearly complete and about to awaken, but he would not allow it and would force it back into slumber. The demon god manifested with a terrifying form and coldly replied that it was already awake, asking how he intended to make it sleep. Xing Kun lowered his head, his gaze mysterious, saying simply that he only needed to make it disappear. His words made the demon god laugh with amusement, asking how he could possibly make it disappear. Laughter echoed endlessly, spreading through the space like surging waves of sound. The demon god stood upright and mocked that perhaps it had slept too long, as humans now seemed only capable of empty words. The scene shifted to the heart of a deep, endless forest. Sally pressed both hands down, channeling all her magic, summoning the demon waterfall, controlling spirits, casting countless righteous spells. Yu also poured out his spirit, dedicating himself entirely to the battle. A massive energy instantly spread in all directions. He raised his head with difficulty, unleashing his strongest attack yet still unable to bind her soul, only causing her to waver slightly. Sally had to concentrate intensely to find an opening. Without linking the 12 divine generals, she could not inflict serious damage, so she had to let her power reach her directly. There was still a chance. He looked up, calculating carefully, unsure of her intent. She was only using half her energy, and if my silver snake touched her body. Sally extended her hand forward, exerting full force with the intent to control her opponent. But immediately after, he widened his eyes at that side. The demon god had appeared. Sally shivered briefly, awake already. It was over. The mission was ruined. Turned back helplessly, not to mention using relics to suppress the demon god. Even the laboratory couldn't be activated. Sally began to tense, imagining the worst-case scenario. All the preparation turned out to be a joke. Could they even protect this house? In his mind, only one question remained: who had awakened the demon god? Sally understood the wave they were about to face. Truly insane, Euhuaxia. You don't know what you'll encounter. Pray to the Holy Spirit and prepare for endless regret. Tu at this moment also stood at another corner of the forest. She smiled expectantly. It's starting. Brother Xing Kun is about to handle the demon god. I just need to complete the mission for him. After speaking, Tu turned and flew up, searching for Yang. The scene shifted to a place resembling a secret base. Tu complained the necessary tasks were done. How long must we hide? Saying to block the enemy from the forest, yet hesitating like this was humiliating. Jumped up decisively. No, I must enter inside. Suddenly Tu froze, eyes wide, sweat pouring. What was happening? Seeing the demon god, he stepped back in horror. Such a giant monster. Instantaneous force shot straight forward. The three shouted in panic, stop it quickly. Tu was stunned, realizing anyone hit by it would hardly survive intact. Zio Engi also hurriedly scanned the surroundings. She worried for everyone's fate. What kind of enemy are we really facing? Seeing that gigantic hand, all were shocked. The hand of scarlet flames covered the entire sky. Tu's eyes widened, sweating. The Fan family, compared to them, they were just children. This is not human strength. Seeing it glide into the forest, he urged, it's in, must stop it. Tu looked up, stammering, cautious before that terrifying thing. The demon god turned, noticing there was still a traitor. It spun arrogantly, I am the scarlet flame demon god of this region, and you dare betray the king. Massive energy surged, shaking the space. Afar, Kung Tin appeared, shouting, indeed, I am the king. The demon god asked in surprise, why would you turn yourself into such a weak shell? He laughed coldly, delighted, wait until I deal with you first. Kung Tin proudly introduced, call me Kung Tin. This new name is much better than Scarlet Flame Demon God. It lost balance, falling back. The power of the Scarlet Flame Demon God had increased. Kung Tin chased with contempt. The Diamond Demon God forced awake yet so weak. In the jungle, Zio Engi braced her hip, declaring it's our turn. Tu, sweating, asked who she was resembling. She explained she took over Fan the T's body, becoming the Scarlet Flame Demon God in his likeness. He realized the T's changing to female stimulation. Zio Engi laughed, indeed fascinating. Kung Tin raised a hand and smirked. You are Xing Kun's servants. He wants to compete with me, relying on your small king to be confident, the vessel I once used, Kung Zio Engi. She stepped forward confidently. If you don't try, how will you know who is worthy to sit above? He licked his lips in amusement. Fine, I'll give you a chance. Wen Yao asserted, even if you are the vessel I once favored most. When breaking the illusion, I will not hold back to shatter you. Van Vong became excited upon seeing her mother, met Yu, Diamond Demon God. Back at Xing Kun, he flew up confidently. Stop looking for Kung Tin, the one about to devour you is me. His gaze sharpened, affirming that person was him, not her. The demon god replied calmly, that's only your illusion. It opened its mouth eagerly. Just as I lacked energy, after devouring you, I will deal with the traitor. Demon god lunged with its massive jaws. It confidently declared, you cannot escape. It approached mockingly, foolish, you could have joined us and shared this world. It continued scolding, betrayal is self-destruction, yet dreaming of being king. King Kun glanced down cautiously, too fast, leaving no trace. The demon god's eyes glowed red, intending to crush him to dust. After calculating, he decided that if he couldn't predict its path, he must first protect his body. It kept pressing, the infernal prison flared as if to devour everything, using the monster's domain. Is this the courage of a traitor? The demon god glanced disdainfully. Your fire hasn't reached my teeth. No matter how hard it is, it will be crushed. Xing Kun realized the key. The blade can penetrate its domain as long as it can still see them. Seeing him move, the demon god immediately paid attention. Running, do you know where you are? It appeared before him, declaring bluntly, this is my tooth prison. The demon god confidently said, every corner is my teeth. It laughed smugly, your fire is inferior to the scarlet flame demon god. Even a peak 5th rank monster cannot burn this prison, you are out of options. Demon god continued to encircle, so fast, unable to open the domain again. Xing Kun kept leaping to evade. The pressure from it continued to rise without pause. After some teasing, the demon god said with interest, the little worm has stopped, but that suited him, it's over. Xing Kun turned, smiling confidently, I have found your core to devour you, you must reveal it first. But it suddenly lunged from behind, perish. He calmly analyzed, you know I have reached demon god level while you haven't fully recovered, thus you rushed to devour me into the strongest tooth prison. Xing Kun confidently said humanity has slept too long, you didn't expect we had created power-surpassing monster. He seized the opportunity to launch the sword spirit, but to the demon god, it seemed insignificant. Mocked power-surpassing monsters gone once pierced. The demon god laughed loudly, exhilarated. While babbling endlessly, it suddenly noticed, you still dare call yourself human. The demon god gradually realized, across was the hand it had severed earlier. This moment it calmly understood, he had merely shielded that hand. The demon god froze in shock as he realized the anomaly, that power was absolutely not merely simple flames. He raised his hand and laughed, not expecting the aura of a supreme human, a transcendent of the metal system. Immediately after, Xing Kun launched a counterattack, Star Sword Slash. He tilted his head back in astonishment, has my Fang prison been broken? Seizing the opportunity, he said excitedly, your core has been exposed. The demon god still replied arrogantly, you want to devour me, you are not capable enough. He glanced with contempt, your human form is too weak. The flame demon god even lowered himself into human shape. Betraying and ending up like this is truly foolish. He considered himself invincible, even if you have some ability, daring to dream of devouring a demon king alone. In my eyes you are merely a prepared meal. Xing Kun lowered his head and chuckled coldly, who said I was alone? The demon god remained certain, you are only a naive new king. There is no monster aura around here. Instead there is a delicious human. Hearing this he understood, must a companion necessarily be a monster? Xing Kun clearly understood the one fighting beside him. He never wished for her to take risks, yet she stubbornly refused to retreat. The demon god shifted his gaze toward that transcendent. Humans have always merely been our food source. However, Xiaoyu's strength truly exceeded expectations. Her attacks always carried astonishing destructive power. The demon god began to grow wary. Could it be that humans have evolved to this extent? The thought was deeply engraved in his mind. Befriending humans means befriending food, even more foolish than betraying the king. But he coldly replied, you do not understand. Humans will sweep you from this world. Demon god sneered, your world is the real joke. Humans are the true invaders. Let us see who will ultimately be devoured. I too looked up to observe, when did we become surrounded, and these are completely different from ordinary monsters. Io Engi broke into a cold sweat and turned to look at Kung Tin. She suddenly stepped aside, we are the target. Io Engi split her body into two and asked, is that so? He gaped in shock, she has been split in half. I too suddenly focused his gaze elsewhere, wait, that is. Xiao Engai had already healed herself, it really hurts, entering battle without an opening act. He licked his lips meaningfully, being close to me for so long and still not knowing my prelude is always brief and straightforward. Io Engi adjusted her body and replied, That does not sound right, the opening should be gentler. Kung Tin grew impatient. I do not have time to tangle with you. We can be allies if you move out of my way. She broke into a sweat, clearly understanding she had to avoid those flaming hands. When Xiao Nuyan's legs were tightly bound, she knew it could no longer be avoided. She could only summon two gigantic hands to try to block. Two streams of force collided violently without end. Kung Tin dominated and said, "If you continue to block my path, I will deal with you." Hai Tu shivered. What kind of flame is this? Even standing far away, my clothes feel like they will smoke. He gritted his teeth nervously. We once considered ourselves strong in Hoa, even among the world's top. It turns out we were too arrogant. Just then Zhao Sheng rushed forward shouting, "Senior, be careful." Hai Tu widened his eyes in horror. This is bad. He realized its speed was too fast. With only a moment of distraction, it had already closed in, a 5th-tier monster. This must be the legendary 5th-tier monster. He was astonished to see someone block it. Zhao Sheng stood in front, continuously parrying the attack. He stepped forward, confidently declaring, "Leave this one to me." A gigantic, terrifying monster manifested. Zhao Sheng unleashed consecutive techniques, Blood Flood Dragon, Snow Mountain Vastness. Then he turned back to a sign, "The remaining small ones are up to you." During this, Hai Tu also charged in advance. "We cannot let the juniors look down on us." He led the charge saying, "In the coming catastrophe we must grow quickly to earn the right to live." Lai Baiyan also believed that if someone could reach 5-star Transcendent, we could do it as well. Miao Sword High reminding, "Van Vong, repay this debt to me. I must reach 6-star Transcendent." He looked up and spoke in a deep voice, "You." Xiao Tao spread her arms to block and warned, "Van Vong, be careful, he will cause harm." She gritted her teeth with jealousy. "You are truly fortunate to always have someone protecting you. We should have been the same." But Van Vong approached worriedly asking, You, what happened to your leg? Who did this?" He looked up as tears fell. "It must hurt a lot, right?" Those words only made her hate him more. "Hurt? Van Vong, what are you still pretending for?" "Everything I am today." Wen Yao appeared and stepped forward saying, "Is all thanks to you." She narrowed her eyes coldly. "I will reclaim it bit by bit." Suddenly Wen Yao turned her head to look behind. She discovered strange plants sprouting from the ground. Kung Tin crossed his arms and asked irritably, "Are you planning to self-immolate just to delay me?" Xiao Engai calmly replied, "That is right. You are fire and I am dry wood, about to be burned away." He still had to admit, "Your monster talent is not bad." Kung Tin realized the rapid adaptability. "You have already used the 5th-tier wood domain. Stop the mutation." He waved his hand saying, "Creatures that touch the mutant wood will be transformed and then absorbed by you. But I am the master of flames, your mutant wood will burn to ashes." That tree trunk silently absorbed energy. Kung Tin suddenly paused to observe more carefully. Xiao Engi hugged her stomach and laughed. "Your fire is still not strong enough. I can still endure it." She also realized his domain was unstable. The mutant wood had considerable fire resistance. Kung Tin laughed with interest. "I understand now. Xing Kun is truly cunning." He looked to the other side and said, "Now he is granting you kingship through the monster network. The mutant wood has been strengthened by him." Kung Tin further mocked, "And you are using the mutant wood to absorb my flames to support him." He analyzed, "If I continue to use fire, it means helping him devour the diamond demon god. And if I stop the flames, you will use the mutant wood to entangle me and prevent me from competing for the diamond demon god." Xiao Engi flew up and challenged, "Do not stop. Keep burning. Perhaps if your flames burn me away, Xing Kun will no longer receive support." He laughed. A strange object appeared on his forehead. "There is another way. As long as I deal with you quickly, you cannot both support him and consume his kingship." Hearing this, she remained calm. "Want to compete in strength with me? That sounds terrifying." Xiao Engi flew forward provocatively. "Come chase me if you can catch up." She hopped ahead, "Catch me first and then talk." Kung Tin replied briefly, "Fine." On the other side, the demon god mocked, "Traitor, you think you have a chance to devour me? You cannot devour me at all." He confidently compared, "The strength of monsters lies in flesh and blood. Your human body cannot compare to our demon god bodies." Demon god roared and unleashed kingship. He emphasized, "The authority granted by the king belongs to us, while you possess only a little." The demon god regained momentum. "This is my battlefield. In the end you will still be devoured by me." He laughed even more fervently. "Then let us see. I also want to know whether I can destroy your kingship." He grew even more excited, loudly shouting that the royal authority must be destroyed. The demon god laughed with delight. "Go ahead and keep the little royal authority you have left." Clearly understood the situation. "You have already been devoured in reverse by me. Your royal authority is gone." The demon god coldly pointed out that you no longer possess the qualifications of a king, nor can you borrow the lives of monsters to absorb power. Your recovery ability, strength, speed, and domain have all declined. Proudly declared that soon you would no longer be the new king of monsters, but merely return to being an ordinary monster. The demon god exerted its full strength to press forward. Betraying the king could only end in a miserable defeat. It gritted its teeth and confidently stated that the king is the ruler of all living beings. It raised its body high with excitement. No creature could escape his dominion. The demon god closed in, intending to deal with the troublesome prey before him. Iou narrowed her eyes in worry. The situation is not good. My intuition has betrayed me again. Xing Kun put his hand into his pocket and reminded her, attack the demon god's body from the outside while I enter and devour it. The division of labor is clear. Hearing this, she grew even more worried. The demon god is about to awaken. Is it truly still safe? He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, affirming that everything was still within his calculations. I will devour it quickly. She was not entirely convinced. Hopefully that is the case. Xiaoyu remained uneasy. The enemy was far too powerful, yet he appeared calm. My intuition feels ominous. Demon god opened its mouth, revealing its fangs. What an enticing scent. She gritted her teeth in anger. Outside, even if we slash it, it recovers. If I strike it here, will it be effective? That bastard said the division of labor was not dangerous. I have seen that he has ulterior motive. Xiaoyu recalled and then decided, something is wrong. He has been different since his birthday. He must be hiding something. I must go inside. Closed its mouth in astonishment. The prey has entered my stomach on its own. The forest suddenly fell silent. Elsewhere, Tiu Engi widened her eyes in shock. She looked around uneasily. Her strength was weakening. Xing Kun's royal authority had disappeared. Bow Spirit approached and deduced that Xing Kun could no longer hold on. It licked its lips cunningly. I have caught you. Swift techniques were immediately unleashed. Bow Spirit Absako teased, you were captured by me too quickly. How would you like me to deal with you? Tiu Engi panicked, too fast. Give me another chance to recover. This time I will definitely be able to comply. But it changed to a cold attitude. One who no longer possesses royal authority cannot withstand my flames, no matter how many times it would be meaningless. Tiu Engi was struck by a powerful force. The demon god also realized that your royal authority has been completely absorbed by me. Xing Kun laughed with delight. You absorb royal authority, while I also absorbed a large amount of your metal attribute power. He stated confidently that whether transcendental genes or monster genes, I have reached the extreme of the 5th tier, sufficient to step into the 6th tier. It laughed loudly in disbelief. The extreme of monsters is only the 5th tier. Gods break through to the 6th tier thanks to royal authority. The demon god grew impatient. Only royal authority can break the limit. One without royal authority can only stop at the 5th tier. This ends now. Muttered incessantly the two words royal authority. It charged forward. You still possess royal authority, no matter how well you hide it. Demon god's power became increasingly frenzied. I will drain everything. Xing Kun lowered his head and calmly asked, do you understand what royal authority truly is? It repeated in surprise, royal authority. The demon god analyzed that royal authority is the supreme power of the king. The king grants authority to us. Is this your final testament? Xing Kun calmly refuted that your king is a perfect monster, meaning 100% monster genes without defects. Therefore it can be inferred that royal authority is a nearly infinite flesh and blood black hole. It asserted that you should not think you have seen the king's power. The king cannot be directly seen or touched. He grew more confident. Royal authority is precisely the perfect order of monster genes. Humanity has discovered an equivalent power. Xing Kun emphasized that he possesses 99% monster genes and 1% transcendental genes. That 1% acts like a general commanding the other 99%. As long as the 1% transcendental genes are completely harmonized with the 99% monster genes, that power can be mobilized to create royal authority. The demon god did not believe it. Dream on. Royal authority cannot be created so easily. Xing Kun countered, if it cannot be created, then where does the royal authority on my body that you have not yet absorbed come from? Remain stubborn. Royal authority cannot be created. He explained that creating royal authority is extremely difficult. I am not 100% monster. Forcibly harmonizing it requires a great price. Demon god retorted that if you truly could create it, you would not have allowed me to absorb your royal authority and would have had another way to deal with me. Xing Kun revealed that his royal authority is not perfect. It was stunned and repeated, not perfect. Aura emanated from his body as he asked, "Can you feel it? Perfection fears defects the most. A single crack is enough to shatter everything." The demon god was horrified. "How is that possible? You have gone mad. Royal authority of that kind will destroy you yourself. What benefit is there in doing so?" Xing Kun was unafraid. "I want to try destroying royal authority because I wish to eradicate all monsters." The demon god gritted its teeth as black blood gushed out. "I must report to the king, you are poisonous." Xing Kun laughed coldly. "You have absorbed too much of my royal authority. Now your own royal authority has been completely destroyed." He looked at the demon god and affirmed that the network between you and the king has been severed. You cannot transmit any message. Xing Kun concluded that at present, you are merely an ordinary monster. The demon god replied that even as an ordinary monster I am still stronger. I can defeat you and then report to the king. It recovered and grew additional heads to surround him. Xing Kun completed his transformation and reiterated that only royal authority is qualified to advance to the 6th tier. He used his tentacle to pierce its head. "Now you are only a 5th-tier monster, while I can create royal authority to ascend to the 6th tier." Saliva dripped from his mouth. "So hungry, I cannot wait any longer. I must savor this feast." His chest began to crack open. Demon God severed the tentacle. "Your royal authority is no different from self-destruction. You will disintegrate on your own." It added that "I do not need to devour you, yet I can still defeat you." Xing Kun replied that "I will be the one to devour you first." At that moment a bolt of violet lightning struck the demon god. Xiao Yu stood between the two sides. He opened his mouth revealing sharp teeth, and exclaimed that the scent is truly fragrant. Xing Kun leaned close to her and whispered, "Let us eat." Xiao Yu did not hesitate and tightly embraced him. Xing Kun's eyes widened as he looked at her, and gradually regained his clarity. He softly called Xiao Yu. Xing Kun asked why she had come inside when he had told her to remain outside and provide support. Frowned and scolded him, "You fool, you liar." He became flustered. "Where did I go wrong?" Xiao Yu replied that he spoke as if everything were easy and relaxed, but all she saw was him risking his life. Xing Kun said that he had already blown away the demon god's royal authority, and that it was very weak, while behind them the demon god was opening its mouth. He reminded him that this could hardly be called effortless. His body was about to shatter. He should not turn himself into a self-destructing bomb and should quickly return to his normal form. He was about to explain, but Xiao Yu interrupted him. "Stop talking nonsense." Seeing this, Xing Kun panicked. "It is not serious. I only created a bit more royal authority for Gong Xiaoan." Realized from her attitude that she had not discovered his true intention, which was why he spoke that way. Xing Kun clearly understood that monster genes have defects. The desire to devour is difficult to control and becomes more intense as one grows weaker. Therefore he concluded that the weakness of the genes cannot be repaired. Since his rebirth he had always appeared calm, but Xiao Yu's scent was too alluring. He had to struggle greatly to maintain his sanity and had almost lost control. Xing Kun clearly understood that luck could not save a person forever. There would come a time when he would lose control. Xiao Yu hovered in the air and firmly asserted that he could not escape, just lie there and wait to be dealt with. He could only reluctantly respond with a sound of agreement. Xing Kun saw through the bottomless greed of the monsters. In their eyes humans were merely an enticing dessert, and this world should never have tolerated their existence. In the end he reached the conclusion that only one path remained. To defeat the king he must accept perishing together with him, paying an equal price. On Hai-Tu's side he had also fallen into a completely surrounded situation. Monsters were everywhere, and the defensive line was on the verge of collapse. He clenched his teeth, filled with unease as the junior Zhao Sheng was also approaching his limit. Hai-Tu glanced around with a panicked gaze. The situation over there was even worse. What kind of monster was that? Had it already surpassed the 5th tier? Could you truly endure it? Vong innocently raised his head and asked what Yao Yao wanted so he could find it for her. Xiao Tao behind hurriedly tried to stop him, but she coldly said she only needed all of his power. Did he dare to give it? Without the slightest hesitation, he immediately nodded in agreement to let her take it. Vong looked at his hands and curiously asked how he should transfer that power. Then he repeated the promise from earlier. As long as she wanted it, she could take it. Since childhood it had always been this way. Even if it was just a small piece of cake, he was willing to give it all to Yao Yao. She reached out and touched his face, coldly saying that from childhood until now everyone had always thought for his sake, while he always tried to compensate her, that noble demeanor should have belonged to her. She did not need anyone's pity. When Yao widened her eyes and asked directly, "If I wanted your life as well, would you still be so generous?" Returning to the battlefield, the battle had yet to be decided. Kung Tin was astonished to discover that the diamond demon god had fled. Could it be that Xing Kun had won so quickly? Ada narrowed her eyes as she sensed a familiar aura. It was the aura of royal authority. Tiu Engi frowned with resentment, blaming Xing Kun for previously reclaiming the royal authority which caused her severe losses, and now granting only such a small amount was far too stingy. Suddenly, a familiar voice told her to let Kung Tin absorb that portion of royal authority. She paused in displeasure. Did she really have to feed it directly to the opponent? Tiu Engi's body suddenly underwent an uncomfortable transformation. What was delivered felt like an extreme seasoning bearing the name of royal authority. Xing Kun urgently instructed her to throw it away immediately or her body would not be able to withstand it. She gritted her teeth and asked in shock whether Xing Kun had used some kind of trick. Tiu Engi was puzzled to see that although the quantity was not large, its power was astonishing. Ada frowned and reminded her to concentrate the royal authority into her arm to attack, otherwise it would be difficult to escape her restraint. Kung Tin intended to tear that arm away, but doing so would be no different from handing the greatest benefit to the opponent. Immediately afterward, she erupted with a powerful surge of energy, reproaching herself for being too careless. Then Kung Tin swallowed that source of power into her throat. Tiu Engi raised her head with interest and teasingly asked, "How does it feel?" Ada stood up and confidently declared that it could be considered a toll for blocking the way. She would first collect some interest. She then probed further with another question, "Does it feel spicy?" Kung Tin's expression began to change, managing to utter only a single word, "spicy." In the next moment, the upper part of her body exploded violently. Tiu Engi widened her eyes in astonishment, lamenting that what Xing Kun had given was truly overbearing, no different from popping candy. The people around were also startled by the sound and turned their heads to look. He widened his eyes in confusion and asked what had just happened. Could it be that we had won? From Kung Tin's neck, countless grotesque tentacles surged out. A deep voice echoed, saying that she had been severely tricked if not for that slight advantage. His face gradually became clear. Kung Tin swept his gaze straight ahead and continued speaking. If I had been any more cautious, my royal authority would have been completely blown away. Opposite him, Tiu Engi hugged her naked body, her eyes dull as she listened. The royal authority of the diamond demon god has been completely destroyed. That bastard Xing Kun would rather destroy it than let me have it, always preferring to trade 1,000 for 800 in power. Kung Tin pressed closer to her, his voice filled with anger, clearly a monster yet wanting to turn himself into the nemesis of monsters, truly ridiculous. Tiu Engi shrank slightly and softly suggested that perhaps they should calm down and talk first. He erupted with aura and roared, "He has already broken the foundation of our cooperation. There is no need to continue." Tiu Engi hurriedly explained, "Do not casually talk about breaking up like this. Listen to me first." Two gigantic hands slammed down as if to crush everything, cutting off the unfinished words, "We can still." Kung Tin coldly interrupted, "Impossible, everything ends here." He immediately unleashed the next move, "Devour the heavens." A brilliant blue thunder surged from the ground, tearing space apart with astonishing power. Infernal prison. From above, countless energy pillars descended. Kung Tin called the generals and soldiers to assemble. He opened his mouth and ordered total annihilation. On the other side, Wen Yao looked at Xiao Tao and shouted, "Father, devour her." Xiao Tao froze and looked up to observe. A gigantic monster glared, its sharp claws flashing before it slammed both hands onto the ground in intimidation. Surrounded on all sides, Hai Tu's group fell into a perilous situation. He was flustered and did not know how to respond. Hai Tu frowned and said, "My arms can barely lift anymore." The girl beside him forced herself to ask how much longer they had to hold on. From the deep pit ahead, Zhao Sheng suddenly emerged and called out to the seniors. Hai Tu rejoiced, "You are still alive." Zhao Sheng laughed loudly and praised them for holding out this long, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was stomped down by a monster. Hai Tu called his name in panic. Zhao Sheng blocked the attack and turned back to reassure them. "If you cannot hold on, then retreat. I will cover you." Hai Tu seemed reinvigorated and laughed. "We are being looked down upon by students who have not even graduated. Can you endure it?" He smacked his lips and said, "Even if we die, we must try." Elsewhere, Sally rushed deep into the forest, his mind tensely calculating. Everything of mine was destroyed by the people of Huazia, but they will not survive easily either. He accelerated forward and muttered that Huazia is almost finished. The demon god will destroy everything. Suddenly, a monster appeared behind him without his awareness. He continued to ponder why the demon god was here. After devouring them, is it my turn? Strike descended. Fortunately, Sally dodged in time. He realized the demon god seemed to be retreating out of fear of something. Sally looked around and wondered if they had driven the demon god back. He saw a figure unleashing power and thought they must have paid a great price, intending to return and reap benefits but halted because he could not clearly see the movements. Sally's entire body trembled. Before he could move, he was locked in place by voltage. The power of the lightning element was terrifying. He watched his body gradually change, horrified as it was being disintegrated, understanding why it could force the demon god to retreat. He wanted to flee, but his limbs would not obey, despairing because he could not borrow the relic. He silently cursed the useless intelligence. How did they not know Hua Zia had such a terrifying transcendent? Zio Yu coldly called out, "Come here, you cannot escape." She analyzed that the opponent wanted to self-detonate if unable to defeat the Monster King. She would absolutely not allow that. Zio Yu told herself she must find a way to evolve to 6 stars. First, she needed to determine her own limits. The gigantic demon god approached and mocked. "A human like you dares to stop me. You truly underestimate the diamond demon god." It opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Zio Yu, and coldly told her to pay the price, human. As soon as the words ended, she was swept into its mouth. Demon god exclaimed in satisfaction, "Delicious." From within, Zio Yu's lightning continuously shot out. Lightning energy gathered into a dazzling sphere before erupting violently. Its damaged internal organs gradually recovered. It spoke in a low voice, realizing there was no flesh and blood. It was astonished when her hand transformed into lightning, contemplating the elemental body of a human. It panicked and cried for the king to awaken. Zio Yu looked at her hand with interest, thinking that if her entire body became elemental, she would reach 6 stars. Seeing the demon god fleeing, she immediately gave chase, still trying to escape. She shouted for it to return so Xing Kun could deal with it. Demon god fled, worried that humanity would continue evolving along with that toxin. It admitted that monsters could truly be defeated. Scene shift, the sound of a burp echoed. Xing Kun leaned against a tree, rubbing his stomach, saying he was too full, yet he noticed she seemed angry. Zio Yu looked at him coldly, startling him as he thought she had discovered the target. She asked how things were on the Hong Tian Than Dao side. Xing Kun scratched his head and said he had contacted Yang Yang through the monster network. Tu had also gone there, so it should be fine. Zio Yu exclaimed, causing him to freeze. He asked what had happened over there. He stammered as he mentioned Cao Cao Dat. Zio Yu placed her hand on his shoulder. He looked into the distance and explained it might be an exoskeleton or a humanoid robot. Xing Kun concluded that thing had stolen his relic. She calmly said they could simply take it back. He gave the order toward the 1 o'clock direction. She embraced him and suggested going together. As soon as the words ended, white energy erupted, forming sharp crystals spiraling with purple lightning that tore through space. Earlier, Yang Yang had observed and concluded that it had defeated Mila. After finishing, he turned and said that next it was their turn. He asked Johnson that if Melee died, then the state of non-self of all dharmas would be incomplete, whether gathering enough relics could control gods and demons. Johnson concluded that the mission had failed severely. Tu suddenly appeared to block the attack for Yang Yang, reminding him not to focus on only one direction. He called her ancestor. Yang Yang realized she was different, sensing Xing Kun's energy on her. Tu blushed and covered his mouth, scolding him for speaking nonsense. Johnson gritted his teeth and asked if they could win. Jayap fled while shouting that the mission could not be accomplished and they had to escape quickly. He dashed away, saying he could not return home because the apocalypse was approaching. A powerful force struck him, rendering him speechless as he thought he had to hide somewhere no one could find him. Jayak stared intently at the figure that had just appeared. Product 8 used its claws to pierce through the two of them. They struggled to call out to the boss. It coldly declared mission failure execution, deserters execution, loss of relic execution. Jayak watched his energy being drained and begged for another chance. Gave no response. Their power was gradually assimilated. Johnson trembled and cried out not to take his power. Light turned golden. His energy was also absorbed. It declared retrieval complete, initiating. Product 8 plunged deep into the forest, leaving only a streak of light. Total energy retrieved 7 units. Yang Yang gritted his teeth and asked the ancestor whether those people had all escaped. Their auras had vanished too quickly. Tu seriously warned that they must be cautious. He observed and said the wind sensed more than one presence around here. As soon as they made contact, their auras disappeared. Behind Yang Yang, the silhouette of Product 8 flickered into view. The boy had not yet noticed and wondered if there were still other monsters here. 2-2 immediately denied it. It did not resemble a monster. Its aura carried the wind attribute yet was not entirely human. As soon as the words ended, Product 8 swung its sharp claw straight through Yang Yang's body. She cried out in panic, "Yang Yang, be careful." The boy grimaced in pain and turned his head to look behind him. Yang Yang lowered his head to look at the hand piercing through his abdomen and angrily cursed. He refused to be at a disadvantage and immediately unleashed Flame Kick in retaliation. Product 8 withdrew its hand, leaving a glaring red hole in Yang Yang's body. It activated its device. The fire system began operating. Two massive streams of ice and fire collided in midair, forming a violent energy storm that engulfed the entire forest. From both hands of Product 8 burst a stream of energy as red as flame. Yang Yang observed and concluded that his firepower was slightly superior, yet the flames within the opponent's body erupted with terrifying intensity. He looked at the golden glow on its hand and murmured, the relic had not yet been fully digested before being taken away. Product 8 raised the relic as if to fuse with it, completing its retrieval. Signals were emitted from its body toward 2-2 and Yang Yang. New targets appeared: aberrant monster, transcendent monster. Afterward, Product 8 shifted its direction toward another area. Ahead was the group of Hack Diet, the captain along with Tiula beneath the pit, the strongest squad of Hoa Ha Hong Tian Than Dao. The controlling voice sounded, "Mission adjustment, eliminate the targets ahead." Product 8 had completed its original mission. The other side assessed that there was insufficient data and the danger was too high, thus refusing the new mission and issuing a retrieval order. The activation command was transmitted. Product 8 turned around, the wind system activated. It shot upward like a rocket, soaring straight into the sky. Yang Yang watched and marveled at its speed. 2-2 wondered what it was, human or machine, and how it possessed such immense transcendent power. Yang Yang added that if the relic were included, confirmed that it carried a total of 6 relics. At this moment, Product 8 locked onto a distant target, an unidentified object approaching at high speed. The button on its back glowed. The metal system was activated. One of its arms erupted with powerful energy. It launched a punch forward, shattering all obstacles. As it approached Xing Kun, a warning sounded, abnormal data detected. Its body trembled as if hesitating to continue. It stopped, unable to proceed with destruction, system sequence error. Xiao Yu was surprised upon seeing this, wondering why it had suddenly halted. Xing Kun raised his hand and said to ignore it, charge forward and reclaim the relic first. He struck directly at the head of Product 8, wondering why it was standing still so strangely. The blow shattered the glass visor covering its face. Xing Kun widened his eyes in shock. That face was. A familiar gaze looked out from within. At the same time, the system reported a main control error. Product 8 lost control. Defense Plan 1 activated. AI took over. 2 points of light appeared. The system switched to saturated escape mode, immediate retreat. As soon as the announcement ended, a brilliantly colored explosion erupted in the middle of the forest. Xing Kun pondered it could control multiple elements simultaneously to self-destruct. Now its aura had completely vanished. Xiao Yu softly said that she seemed to have seen something familiar earlier. He immediately denied it, saying it was impossible. She worriedly asked if that woman had not been devoured by monsters back then. Xing Kun frowned and said it was merely someone resembling her, not important, it had already escaped. For now they must deal with the flame demon god. Elsewhere, Kung Tin looked toward the direction of the explosion with a contemplative expression. Her gaze lowered downward. The battle between humans and monsters was fiercely underway. He too suddenly stood frozen, his eyes vacant. The ground split apart, fragments of stone floated in midair. Zhao Sheng burst up from the ground and shouted that as long as he had not fallen, how could he stop? The monster's hand slammed down. Fortunately, Xiao Tao dodged in time. Yao stood there and snorted coldly. Van Vong wondered aloud, saying she had not yet taken all of his power. Xiao Yu looked up and provoked Kung Tin, "Come on, I still have strength for a second round." At that moment, a uniform jacket appeared before her. Xing Kun stood in front as a barrier, his voice firm, "Let us stop here." Xiao Yu draped the jacket over Tiu Engi. He continued, "Further fighting would be meaningless." Xing Kun smiled and asked, "After all, we share a common enemy, do we not?" Kung Tin descended and pointed at his chest, saying that he had become a monster long ago yet refused to admit it. Xing Kun replied that she had borne the form of a human for years, yet had never considered herself one. Kung Tin's voice sounded eerie, asking about being human, though all wore human skin. She suddenly thrust her hand through Xing Kun's chest, declaring that what beat there would always be a monster's heart. Humans were merely food. Xiao Yu grew furious and prepared to rush forward using magnetism. Kung Tin warned that the king was about to awaken, and both of them were traitors destined for purification. She leaned close to Xing Kun's ear and whispered that when that time came, he should stay far away from her. The blue flames around Kung Tin's hand grew increasingly intense. A massive explosion erupted, accompanied by a reminder not to implicate her. Iou clicked her tongue regretfully, saying she ran very quickly. Xing Kun watched her departure. Perhaps she was truly enraged. Reminded everyone that if they met again as enemies, there would be no mercy. Zhao Sheng clenched his fist and said that next time he would defeat that 5th-level monster. Hai Tu asked whether he had held back. He smiled lightly, finally able to catch his breath for a moment. Xing Kun waved from afar, saying there was no time to rest. It was time to work and prepare for departure. Hai Tu stepped forward and asked if there would be another operation, saying that Hong Tian Than Dao had worked hard and asking what had happened inside. Xing Kun quickly said that he knew they had many questions, but there was no time. As a purge agent, he ordered Hong Tian Than Dao to follow Tu Tu and Yang Yang to handle the flower monsters at the center. Captain replied okay, saying that even if they were not agents, they still had to repay the life-saving favor. Yang Yang reminded Sister A not to indulge in fantasy. Xing Kun continued assigning tasks. Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao were to head to Nin City to coordinate with Quan Tiu Tiu in eliminating the flower. Looking at the remaining group, he said to accompany him and Xiao Yu to the outskirts of Deem City, where there were also flowers. Members of their squad had already arrived there. He reminded them that the transcendent missiles were insufficient. Many buds remained undestroyed. Everyone had to be extremely cautious. Amid the desolate scenery, the final words echoed. Peace had ended. Hopefully we would all survive. Gloomy sky cast a gray hue. The squads moved into action simultaneously. Scene shift. Xing Kun's group arrived at the outskirts of Deem City. Hai Tu said the situation was not too bad. On the way he had observed that things below had somewhat stabilized. Hai Tu looked down. Many flower monsters were sprouting everywhere. Some people had mutated, but not many. The purge agents were evacuating civilians. He said he would contact his teammates. He called along to inquire about the situation. The response indicated that it was still under control, though more flowers had appeared around the city. Hai Tu reported that merely touching the flowers would cause ordinary people to mutate. Even the slightest contact was dangerous. Xing Kun said in a low voice that the civilian evacuation was too slow. Looking at the flower before him, Hai Tu could not help but exclaim that its size was truly enormous. The moment he saw a missile streaking toward him, he immediately exclaimed with excitement, "There it is, the super missile, it is coming, quickly crush that thing." Xing Kun frowned and said softly that it was already too late. Hai Tu was briefly stunned upon hearing this and asked why. Cao Lian calmly replied that it was a sentient life form, aware that if it bloomed too early it would still be insufficiently mature. Therefore it pretended to be harmless to slow down the evacuation process of everyone. By now its subsidiary branches have silently spread throughout the city. The transcendent missiles have appeared too slowly and in insufficient numbers, so we cannot restrain the spread of the aberrant spores, nor can we prevent the impending apocalyptic outcome.